Hey guys, welcome to DreamHack Summer 2012. Are you guys ready for more League of Legends action? All right, we do have your first matchup of the day. Myself, Rivington III, joined with me here, as always, David Phreak Turley of Riot Games. David, how you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. How are you?
I am absolutely fantastic. We have FNATIC versus CURSE.EU for your first matchup. It looks like FNATIC and Curse are into champion select. We're going to see what they have for each other in these picks and bans.
Yeah, so Curse has been given first pick and first ban. They've actually dropped out 3 champions so far. Twisted Fate, Caston, and Nocturne being banned out by Curse Gaming. And FNATIC dropping out Pale, Ari, and Shen. And just like yesterday, first ban going to be, first pick rather, going to be hyrqBot for Curse. This one light's not working, so go for it.
It looks like, yeah, that first pick going to be hyrqBot. We see that they have gone ahead and banned out Twisted Fate, Caston, and Nocturne for Curse. FNATIC has chosen to ban out that Kale, Ari, and Shen, shutting down a little bit of that global ultimate from Shen, that range on Ari and Kale. Obviously, you don't want Kale in there. Very strong. We've seen Dyrus play that in a very aggressive top lane recently, so that is not something they want to see in the game. The first pick, as we said, or Phreak was saying, that hyrqBot for Curse. We saw a lot of hyrqBot being played yesterday, coming out of the hands of CLG.EU. Yellow Pete was dominating in lane. They were able to grab that Soraka as well. And Soraka still being in this matchup, we're going to have to see if she is that mana battery for hyrqBot. We do have Nautilus as well in the jungle. Taric being grabbed up there. Pretty safe pick, giving the team a little bit more defense passively. And they're actually going to be able to stop, hopefully, that aggressive lane bottom with hyrqBot if they get that Soraka, as I said, still in the matchup.
Yeah, so we're seeing that Taric has been grabbed so far. Can you hear me at all?
No. No, not yet. Okay, still with me. So they did grab that Soraka. Sleper is going to be able to grab that. Extinkt picking up Karthus. Very nice grab there. The good AoE kind of negates that Shen ban out. Maybe that's a good pick for Curse to see that Shen's not there. They can't do the global shield. Why not pick the Karthus? We have the Soraka. They can't negate Requiem. And we do see the Ashe coming out. Long-range initiation. That's very nice. Pheilox as well as Cyanide are going to be able to use that in conjunction to really get a long-range initiation. That's going to be great for them. We have xPeke going on Anivia as well. We've seen Anivia being used very recently, quite a bit lately. That wall being able to completely just put off or separate a team from the opponent, and you are really able to take them out. You usually see that. We had CLG.EU picking up hyrqBot, the Anivia combo, the swap out and wall in. Maybe that's why xPeke picking out that Anivia. They wanted to go for Karthus, though. We do see Malunoo picking up a Maokai as well as Angush on Aurelia. So there is quite a tanky team there. We'll have to see if he does lock in on that last pick. But it's going to be sOAZ who is going to be able to have the last say here with the counterban. Oh, you don't. Oh, talk into me.
This is cool. Yeah, so you've seen some really cool picks so far. You've got a very interesting bottom lane here with Taric, Ashe, for FNATIC, but fighting against Soraka, hyrqBot is going to be very, very difficult for them. And Angush actually picking up that Aurelia is going to be pretty good. They were actually playing a duo queue match right before the tournament started, and we had basically Extinct plus Angush queue up against Xinec plus Sleper. And basically, I saw Angush doing a really, really good job on that Aurelia, so he's been warmed up on that champion. It should go well for him.
Yeah, all right, we'll have to see what they can do. That's true caster love right there, ladies and gentlemen. Borrowing mics. So we do have sOAZ on this last one. We'll have to see what he decides to pick. It does look like he is going to be able to give himself that top lane. xPeke in mid on Anivia. Pheilox keeping that as well. Or rather, switching with Lamia. And Lamia, actually, FNATIC has kind of a thing. Oh, look at you. FNATIC has kind of a thing with their team where they enjoy stealing pentakills from each other. We've seen it multiple times in multiple tournaments. So we'll have to see what they can really put out here. sOAZ still taking a lot of time on this pick. 15 seconds left.
Yeah.
And they're really deciding this one out. There's a lot of tank and a lot of late game scaling that comes into play with Curse right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Curse's late game is great. This is one of the advantages when you pick a bruiser top like Aurelia as opposed to a more tanky champion like Shen is you're playing for a very late game situation. Now, sOAZ grabbing Nidalee is, I think it's a very good choice. He's known for Nidalee very, very well. You can hear the crowd applauding those Nidalee choices. It's a very, very good champion. Does a lot of fun things. sOAZ, I think, is known for playing AP Nidalee. And you look at this lineup, and that would work really, really well. You've got so much poke on this lineup. You've got a ton of crowd control and just generally position control from this Anivia. You've got Ashe and Nautilus jumping in there for a lot of crowd control as well. Taric can help out in a pinch. And then you've, of course, got those javelins throwing out by Nidalee. It can be very, very scary for Curse to deal with this.
Yeah, FNATIC kind of has that long-range team, as you said. Curse having a good peel team that able to peel those champions off your AD carry, but I don't know if they're going to get the chance to. The fights are going to happen from long range. sOAZ is going to initiate with those spears. You'll actually have a xPeke on the outside just throwing down that ultimate and wall so he can get Flash Frost in. There's just a lot of attacks from the outside of FNATIC. They're going to have to really get Sleper in there early, get that switch on, and really get Malunoo and Angush to shut them down, because that is really going to be the key factor here. That switch, in, like just putting them in Karthus' defile with Malunoo and Angush there to shut them down.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. The damage output and the ability to burst and you know, with the hyrqBot swap, that's always been a very key of a team with hyrqBot. Is, you know, they know that as an attack damage carry, hyrqBot is not the same as an Infinity Edge Ashe or a Corki or a Graves and things like that. But you bring so many different things. You bring so much control, and again, they are running a bruiser, this Aurelia top, who's going to scale throughout this game. So hyrqBot gets to say, yes, I'm going to go in and swap. I'm going to bring you into the Karthus defile. He's going to put that wall down. It's going to be very, very scary. It's a great lineup here that they have ultimately. It's going to go pretty well for him. Yeah,
like I said, they do have the long-range Ash Arrow initiation. The team comp kind of just settles around still being on the outside, though. Neither of these comps, besides Curses, Angush on Aurelia and that Maokai, really want to get in there. And we'll have to see what they can do to really start off these fights. There's a lot of kiting that can be done by FNATIC with that wall, with Taric stuns as well. Nidalee, obviously, one of those escape champions and just excelling in that ability. So here we are into game, ladies and gentlemen. Your second day of League of Legends here at DreamHack Summer 2012. Looks like we are checking out CURSE.EU now, here and at home in the crowd. If you want to see CURSE.EU take this matchup, let me hear you in the crowd. Ooh, ooh, oh.
Delayed.
Let's see if there's a vice versa to this.
All right, if you guys want to see FNATIC take this one over and go 1-0 in the group, let me hear you guys. Holy cow.
I think we have a fan favorite.
And Curse at least has Swedes in the lineup too, so that's pretty impressive. You guys, big fans of FNATIC here. Let's see how they can do.
It looks like both teams just kind of setting up for a lot of safety here. Cautious in the early part of the match. They don't want to give away any of these games right in the beginning of the day. Both teams kind of getting themselves settled as well. They were in a few games before the matches started, getting their clicks down, making sure their hands were warm. If you guys enjoy watching this and you actually want to watch them personally, they are playing right over there. So if you want to take a look at the players themselves, they're just in the League of Legends booth. And it looks like everybody's pretty much returning to their jungle here. Phreak, this is going to be a really safe start to the game. Looks like we're just going to be able to see the jungle in the lanes about 3 to 4 minutes.
Yeah, some really cool moves by Curse, though. They invaded for wards, basically. I think they want to counter jungle very aggressively against Cyanide's Nautilus, because they warded the Wraith camp, and they also warded the exit to top lane. So they not only want to give a very safe lane to Angush there on Aurelia, they're expecting a counter jungle, or sorry, an early gank there, but they also want to see what's happening in mid lane, and I think they want to make a stab and try to steal out Cyanide's Wraiths. And that is something we saw. Here we go, Pheilox and Lamia coming into this bottom lane. Sleper forced away, and they only picked up the small golem and were forced to reset that. So that actually doesn't give them a lot of experience, and it will also hurt their jungler's speed, because he's going to miss out on one of those monsters as he goes through the camp.
Yeah, and actually Cyanide taking quite a bit of damage off of that wolf camp. Nobody really gave him any help. It looks like he is back up here. He has had to throw down a few potions. He will have this easily. I don't think he's using Smite for that, so he could go for the fast red here. And they are going to take that down without going for it. Almost resets because he loses vision. And it looks like Malunoo doing the same as well, now heading over to the right side. Does he have Smite as well? He did use Smite, so we may see Cyanide coming into the lane a lot earlier due to still having Smite. Going to get that red camp in just about 30 seconds.
Malunoo just ahead by a little bit right now, but that's going to equalize out. Cyanide actually going around. Wow, he dodged the ward. I don't know if they saw him put it down, but Cyanide went around and juked the entire ward there. He's going to use his Smite to grab this lizard very early, and they've basically denied vision from Curse right now. However, they still have that one ward and Tri-Brush. It's going to make it difficult for a Cyanide to get a good gank here, but he's going to be level 3 and he's going to be able to move. Yeah,
very nice forward warding, and the Tri-Bush gives Aurelia vision right there. Angush knows he is going to be coming into the bush, so now this is wasted time up top for Cyanide, as Angush could play this aggressively and say, hey, you know what, I'm going to push up, but I like what Cyanide did. Oh, coming into the middle, we got a twisted advance by Malunoo, and it looks like he could be able to egg xPeke. Wow, so much damage! So much burst damage, and they were able to get first blood 3 minutes and 30 seconds in. the regular jungle pattern still actually going for red. Malunoo was able to come out a little faster there than Cyanide.
Yeah, an absolutely phenomenal invade there, that Maokai grab, really, really helping him out. And that's one of the distinctions between, you know, grabbing that Nautilus and grabbing that Maokai, that even though the Nautilus was a very early grab, they said, well, but you're a skill shot there. You can't just instantly grab and make sure you get that root. Nautilus, you know, has to make sure he dodges minions and all that. Whereas Maokai just gets to say, as long as I'm in range, I press W, and I'm in good shape. And very much in good shape they were, picking up that first blood. A great, great opening from Curse.
And we actually saw that Cyanide was starting to hit B. A lot of players will do that. They'll start to hit back, and they may not. They may see the situation goes into their favor, and they're going to stay. But he was hitting back, and then saw that he was able to get a kill in middle. Now Cyanide, or Malunoo, picking up a little bit of experience, caused Cyanide to have to stay in the game, stay on the map, and he could not go back yet for an item.
Yep, seeing this Karthus run back very, very early on, grabbing 2 items there thanks to that first blood. Maxing out lay waste, of course, and it's just looking like a very, very good match for Curse right now. They're up 900 gold, and of course, his bottom lane, you know, we saw it yesterday with CLG versus Made in Italy, and it was Urgot Soraka just kind of dominating the lane. We see now Urgot's at 26 minions to a unfortunate 17 from Ashe, so you're seeing these matchups go really, really well for Curse right now.
Yeah, we have a 4 minutes Philosopher's Stone going on to Malunoo, so that's going to help him out very well. That next blue buff definitely going to Karthus in middle, and Extinct will be more than happy to grab that. Malunoo trying to come up top here, showing a lot of presence in each lane. Does not quite have vision in the bush yet. She is forced to flash between both bushes. So almost successful gank there, definitely getting the summoner spell out. A wall goes down, Extinct actually getting doubled up, but the E hit him before the Q, and he was not able to get the double damage down. Here we go, down bottom, Sleper trying to get out of there. He does get stunned. They cannot get the anchor toss across the wall. Cyanide almost grabbing Xinec. Very nice try there. And a bottom flash is forced as well. Very great job. Great aggression from the junglers in both lanes.
Yeah, absolutely some great moves made so far. See still, actually the gold lead jumping up to 1,200 now. They're just constantly getting themselves in the advantage here. Curse playing a phenomenal game so far. You see sOAZ's build just opening up with potions. And those boots not really getting pushed.
Oh, wow. Sleper down bottom, getting attacked very hard. He gets exhausted. Could go down. 2 more attacks do take him out. And a very nice job there. Consecutive stuns. Taric into Anivia. Top being dove. sOAZ not looking too good. Bursted. 300 and 200 damage hits there. Just not much you can do about that. And it looks like they are going to be able to take this dragon. Seeing that Malunoo is top, they feel safe enough with this 4-man.
Yeah, so it's a very good move. You always want to try to do that. When you see the jungler run up the top lane, you want to shove down your opponent's bottom lane and switch to dragon right away. You're going to see this gold lead diminish quite a bit as FNATIC picks up the dragon kill. But, you know, a lot of good moves on both sides. Good dragon pickup there, 12.5 minutes, the respawn. But a great set of pressure there under Urgot, and of course a great gank by Maokai at the top lane.
Yeah, Malunoo doing very well for himself right now, picking up all the items that he needs. Everybody right now on Curse has a ward in their inventory, every single champion, which is amazing because they are going to keep their vision up. And now that they have a little bit of a lead in this early game, well, the 400 gold is not much, and it's still anybody's game. They're going to know when the enemy team is placing wards and where they can focus theirs. Curse is going to be able to start directing this where they want it to go. They did just lose that dragon, but we'll have to see if they can bring it back in the next few minutes. Dragon will come up around 13:30.
Yeah, and we'll see what these guys can do about this. Urgot, of course, back in lane. Lamia dodges the E right there, making sure to not get hit by that corrosive charge. He does not want to get locked onto. And, you know, he's catching up with minions a little bit. Again, pressure at top lane, though. sOAZ not going to like this. Karthus ult as well. sOAZ heals, but it's not going to be enough. Angush picks up that kill, and a great set of coordination there. It's like last weekend all over again. Karthus ults whenever a gank comes in, and it's a whole lot of pain for that top lane.
Yeah, that's the beauty of Karthus in the middle. You can choose to start the fight or end the fight whenever you want to without leaving lane. xPeke now grabbing blue. That is up for mid as well. We're going to have to see what Extinct can do with that. They are getting some good kills here as Curse now up 3-1, 7 minutes, 50 seconds into the game. Extinct going to grab this off. Malunoo dropping down his smite to help that and get his mid AP back to lane to get his farm on. Farm looks pretty good between everybody right now. 54 for Extinct in middle against xPeke's 39 with some kills and that earliest Catalyst Protector. So he is going to be able to just sit in lane forever right now.
Yeah, it looks like a bit of a roam coming up towards the top here. He's been warded out, but they're going to go and make sure they grab their own lizard here. I think they're a little bit worried about invades, but you see there's not a lot of movement from Curse at the top of the map, so they're going to be okay right now. But the one thing that Curse is doing phenomenally is a lot of ward coverage. They seem to have just very, very aggressive wards kind of everywhere. They can see all the mobility and all the movement on the map. Whereas FNATIC, you know, they've not had a fun time at top lane, and they didn't actually ward this hard before, but now they've heavily warded their own top of the map because they've had 2 successful, very great ganks on this Nidalee so far. So they're kind of reacting to that pressure and spending some money to keep sOAZ safe. Still, though, taking a lot of damage from Angush. That 1v1 still much better for that Aurelia, of course. She's got that Rekkles Lantern. She's got a lot of armor. She's not going to drop to Bruiser Nidalee anytime soon.
Yeah, sOAZ is going to have a tough time here getting 3 Dorans. It's quite a bit of gold to spend on that as well. It will help to sustain in lane and do good damage later, but that later is going to have to happen for him.
Yeah, well, the one advantage they have, though, is they can kind of have Cyanide play more gank-focused and let the other lanes take the farm. We just saw Nidalee come down into that jungle and grab those golems for some gold, and she can keep doing that. Nidalee's very, very fast, has good sustain with her heals and everything, but that'll work out pretty well for her. So she can catch up as long as the lane stabilizes and she doesn't miss any last hits and just takes the golems over and over. And we can see kind of similar things with Anivia and Karthus. They can both farm wraiths and kind of stabilize the game.
Yep. Looks like we have some movement there. xPeke almost getting caught or pinched out here. Malunoo coming from one side. Wall of Pain goes down. Huge damage from Lay Waste. And it looks like Extinct trying to refresh his blue will not get that one. Sleper, a little bit of health left, and he will not be able to make it out of that one alive. Very nice pressure from FNATIC and absolutely cutting off the escape there.
Yeah, so I was watching that one as you were watching the battle in middle, but basically they got near that turret there, near Ash's turret, and Ash just like let loose an Ash arrow, stunned Urgot, and they just charged in. And you know, this Nautilus came around from the back, just kind of jumped in. Urgot swapped, but it just did not matter. They had a lot of stuns to chain together. Ash was able to chain slow him the whole way through, and it was, you know, 3 versus 2, and you know, you can't really outtake that.
And here you go. You can actually see Cyanide's movement on the minimap. He's moving up top now as he sees Malunoo down bottom. He's saying, hey, it's going to be safe to gank top. This won't be countered. Let me just grab these golems. Looks like he may try to get some aggression here onto the top lane. Bottom lane now returning. Looks like Ash has picked up a pickaxe, a scepter for a little bit of sustain in her lane as well. And Urgot looks like he does have a kind of somewhat build towards that brutalizer, but getting some defense as well early.
Yep, there we go. Push onto sOAZ, but here comes Cyanide off to the side. Ultimate is not up, but he'll land the anchor smash. sOAZ taken a lot of damage onto Angush. He will flash out. Can they do enough damage? Javelin toss, he'll juke it, but he's going to flash for the attack, and there is the kill picked up.
sOAZ needing that very much. A little down in gold here. He is going to be more than happy to pick that one up and get some sustaining, more tanky items so he can continue to be that bruiser Nidalee for his team. Highest CS right now, 101, 30 higher right now than the highest on FNATIC. Extinkt doing a very nice job in mid with that Karthus as you see him going back, pulling Wraiths. You can see the ping coming down from FNATIC saying, hey, he's at Wraiths. Once he grabs that, we should try to get this dragon possibly.
Yeah, so Malunoo, you know, after his 2 gold pretends, grab the oracles and immediately says, I'm into ward sweep mode. We know dragon's up in 1 minute, and so he's kind of taking this 1 minute to clear out as many wards as possible. You can see him putting some wards down as well, making sure they have vision of all the entrance paths here. And he's going to make sure that they have a very safe entrance into this dragon attempt. Nautilus does not have one himself, actually went for fast boots of mobility instead. He's going for those ganks, but will not have that same pressure in these fights. We can just see just throwing saplings everywhere, making sure that FNATIC does not have a good entrance here. Cyanide taking a good amount of damage. Urgot's going to get that lock on as well. Cyanide not liking what's happening here. Pops the shield to keep himself alive. And we're going to see, you know, in the next 20 seconds, this will come up. And Curse completely in position. They've sent Aurelia down as well. Of course, so has Nidalee. And we'll see how this pans out.
Oh, wow. Angush kind of putting it on 2v1 here. So he blows a few cooldowns there. And Anivia obviously able to throw down that ult whenever she wants. Gets the heal out of Nidalee. And it looks like they are more than happy to try to take this fight. They know they have the upper hand with vision. Malunoo's Oracle, very nice and early, is going to see this. More ward control coming from Curse right now, or map control, I should say, with 3 wards and actually 2 on Angush. So they have a lot to put down here. A lot of these fights around this area will be a fight of wards. They'll be placing them down left and right, inside the bush, outside the bush, on the other side of the elbow of the wall, so they can always keep vision. Here we go around to the blue. They are going to challenge this. Angush into 4v1, 5v1. He's the first one in. Takes an Ash arrow to the face. The swap out from Urgot. It looks like Pheilox taking a lot. Lamia is the focus, and the AD carry goes down. sOAZ forced off to the left of the fight as they just drop down FNATIC in this fight. A very nice job having Karthus there. Oh, the Requiem goes down, and Pheilox will not make it out alive. Unfortunate. A beautiful position for Extinkt to be able to sit in the bush and defile, covering that whole area with damage.
Wow, that was a phenomenal job right there. Despite getting an amazing swap onto Aurelia, she managed to take that entire team. Urgot came in from the bottom, swapped down Ashe, and then there went all their damage output, basically. That was a wonderful, wonderful job in that fight by Curse. Of course, they grabbed the Dragon as well, and they've now gotten themselves 2,000 gold into the lead, winning a 3-1 team fight and then a Dragon.
Yeah, that is huge right there in terms of map control. They now know what the timer is on that blue buff as well, so they have just that much more information about FNATIC. And FNATIC really needs to start getting those inches, edge themselves into the lead. They're on their heels a little bit right now. Obviously still anybody's match with no turrets down, but these objectives heavily going in Curse's favor right after that first FNATIC Dragon.
Yeah, so right now FNATIC needs to get themselves into a better position here. They do have the ability to run without a Nivea wall. The problem is the poke game is very hard for them because they've got a lot of great poke with Urgot. They've got Soraka on their own team as well for Curse. Karthus can spam and all that. The poke game is actually not really all that ideal for FNATIC. I think they're going to get out-poked if they run for that kind of a strategy late game. Of course, they didn't run AP needling, so those javelins are not nearly as scary. I think instead they need some kind of they need to get some kind of picks because these all-in sort of 5-on-5 fights, they're not surviving in the Maokai ultimate. They're getting swapped and kind of picked up there. Karthus has kind of been left alone to just deal damage, and he's maxing to Phile second, so he's actually a huge source of punishment in these fights. I think what FNATIC needs to do is actually pick off kills. That's what these picks are kind of for. They've got Ashe with the arrow in there. They've got Taric and Nautilus who can catch up with stuns. Nivea can do the same thing. They have really, really good assassinations, but they don't really work well in pokes or in sort of all-out brawls. And so they need to sort of make objectives the major focus here and pick people off out of position.
So Cyanide also going for 2 gold per 10, picks himself up in Oracles finally. They know that they need to counter this map vision as well. They're going to try to get this clear down. He has not popped it yet, but he is heading down here. Now, a lot of the ganks for Cyanide have all just kind of been the waiting game. He hasn't been able to get in there. The Dazzle goes down. The Ashe Arrow already went out. The grab as well. 3 stuns consecutively onto Sleper. Switches it out and swaps for Lamia, but is that enough? He puts himself in the center of 3, giving himself magic and armor, and he is able to turn it around with that kill. Pheilox now getting chunked down. That front end burst so much. The Dazzle, then into the stop from Nautilus on his passive. The anchor toss can still hold him in place. Does he have another Acid Hunter? Oh, it leaves him with a bit of health, and Sleper goes down without being able to take down Taric with just about 70 HP.
And here comes Extinct in from the side. They've just both sort of traded pages coming down. So they managed to go 1 for 1 there. They picked up that kill, but, Ashe is just not surviving those fights. When Urgot swaps, he's got that Glacial Shroud, and Ashe just can't burst through that damage. And unfortunately, it seems like Taric is not saving his stun for those swaps, and that would be a very, very big deal. They want to interrupt those, but now we've got a 3 versus 2 here, and a fair bit of pressure by Curse. FNATIC does stop that with a lot of area of effect clearing, so minions aren't going to kill their turret just yet, but they're still creating some very scary situations here. Curse kind of driving in all of these fights right now.
Yeah, sOAZ trying to put a lot of damage on the turret. He gets himself with a heal, which is going to give himself that attack speed. They want to be able to throw that lane down. They need sOAZ in other lanes right now. These team fights are heavily going in the favor of Curse. I think Karthus is just a little bit too much early game. He got a very early round of Aegis, and it is just shredding through any magic resistance FNATIC has.
Yeah, so right now, though, FNATIC doing what they need to do, and it's getting this early Oracle. Well, not early, of course. The first one did go to the Juggler on Curse, but again, they need to play that sort of pick-off game where they lead in with an Ashe Arrow. And again, they have a situation here now on Karthus as well. Malunoo off to the side, but I think this is a good position here for FNATIC. There we go. Malunoo getting picked up. A lot of damage. They picked up 1. So much pressure coming in from Extinct. Cyanide taking a lot of pain. They need to go up. They need to kind of follow up on this. Cyanide still taking a lot of damage. Does pick that one up. Nice play by Extinct. Pekka getting pretty low. The stun comes in from Taric. Uh-oh, Urgot coming in from the side as well. They've picked up 1 now, and the lay wastes, though, are in range. That will be a kill picked up right there. 2-4-2 right now. Both teams losing their oracles. Pheilox trying to run away. There's his heal. He will survive from Sleper. But now it's a 3 versus 3, but Soraka is in better shape than Taric. So this is going to be a push for Curse. This might be the very first turret of the game.
Yeah, looks like they are going to aggress mid quite hard. The Spirit coming out as well as the volley, and they're putting a lot of defense on this. 2 pretty good wave clearers there, and they are able to keep the turret up with 450 HP. That's still going to take a good amount of focus from these guys. Do they want this with this next wave? It looks like they are strong enough. Nautilus and Taric quite far off, haven't even reached the steps of the base exit. And they're actually not going to go for it, but now they know they do have dominance after a dragon, after they go for blue buff, which they just pinged and they have timed. They may have themselves a tower as well.
Yeah, I can't believe that one actually didn't go down, but a good set of defense here. see hyrqBot and Maokai at the bottom. They're just not pushing though. They've kind of said, you know what, we're okay with kind of keeping the game how it is. And CURSE are really not pushing for any major aggression anymore. They might just wait for the next dragon and try to win a fight there. But if CURSE is going to play that way, that actually gives FNATIC a good chance to catch back up to this game, because they have about as many carries as CURSE does. So they're okay with letting the game run to the late game and kind of fighting it there and letting all the early advantages kind of stop. So CURSE not really fighting anything except unless it's a dragon, I think plays in FNATIC's favor.
Looks like they're just milling about, trying to clear out the jungle creeps. They do want this middle turret. They are all kind of congregating around this area. Soraka, Maokai just below that area. Extinct's going to put damage onto the turret, but they clear the minion wave quite fast with that Q. And it looks like Cyanide is going to get dove onto the turret. So much front-end damage. He does not stand a chance against the 3, as well as Xinec being there to give his team armor. And there is that turret pressure they wanted. Maybe they were just actually waiting for somebody to be there by themselves for that turret. You know, maybe we can get a kill onto this. Let's see if we can go for turret and a kill. They have pressured that, and here comes the objective.
That was an excellent move, and of course you can see, again, the Oracle's, Malunoo died, but he picked up a new one. He warded all the way up across near this golem, and they're just there for the spawn of dragon. They had so much map control right there. They knew where everyone was. They knew they could flank around that turret, and because they're stronger individually, they weren't worried about getting caught out in the jungle.
Your next dragon coming up at 26:39, 10-7 here, about 20 minutes into the game. A 4,000 gold lead separates these two teams right now, and we can just see really where the money is being made. It looks like Maokai actually has quite a bit in the pocket, 1,500 there. Your highest is going to be that Extinct and Angush up top, 7,000 on their team. The closest is 6,100 on xPeke. So you can see that CURSE is definitely dominating the money game right now throughout each lane. It's not just one person really grabbing all of it.
Yeah, they're up on dragons, they're up on turret as well, and of course, you just see Karthus 3-1-4 involved in 7 of his team's 10 kills, just being kind of an all-star here. Though, of course, there's a swap at the bottom. Lamia not going to like getting hit by Sleper. Here comes Malunoo as well. Flash comes off. There is as well the Karthus ultimate, and that will be a kill picked up. He just got chained down by 3 abilities in a row. Phenomenal job there by CURSE, picking up another kill here, and they're just growing their lead and growing it, and I can't see them not pushing right now. They've built a big lead. They have a lot of map control. They can cement this advantage very, very quickly.
Malunoo backing next to a ward right there and says, oh wait, that's money. So he goes ahead, grabs that up. Looks like Sleper is going to be able to do a good amount of damage to this turret. I don't think it's going down in this instance, but they are starting to gain heavy control of each one of these lanes. The more they damage each turret, the more they can do what they just did in mid. Wait for one person to want to farm next to it and easily dive it, take a turret and a person. Depth charge going out, and he gets himself close. Malunoo stays there, actually, and it looks like they are going to be able to kind of anchor down here, try to get some. Ash Arrow hitting the wrong one, and the focus is all over the place as Malunoo just a little too tanky for the fight. They're still committing to Sleper, though. Sleper will take enough damage, and if it doesn't work the first time, let's go for the second.
That was a very nice step by FNATIC. They will get this turret for a lot of crowd control. I think they swapped with Soraka a bit late. She was stunned for pretty much a full duration shot, and not a lot of resistance on her, being that she went triple gold for 10 and regular level 1 boots. But hey, FNATIC with a beautiful wall from xPeke on that Anivia just locked up hyrqBot. Sleper did go down because of that, and they equalized on turrets 2 for 2. Of course, these top laners have been kind of given rein to push a turret sequentially here between sOAZ and Angush. So, yeah, they've brought the game, again, only 4,000 gold, and they're bringing it closer again.
Yeah, FNATIC really trying to pull back here. This is where Lamia is going to start excelling. He has that damage. He has very good positioning as an AD carry. xPeke getting caught out here, but Angush getting a little too antsy in this fight. The Wall of Pain, however, changing the minds of FNATIC, and they will lose one, and that Pheilox goes down quite fast. And there is the turret again. Who wants to stay under the turret when it's damaged? This guy does, and CURSE is going to take advantage of that.
Wow, excellent moves here. CURSE now picking up all 3 outer turrets. And, I mean, it was only like 5 minutes ago. It was 0-0 on turret kills, and suddenly 5 of them have gone down, and CURSE going for their 4th right now. They've got a partial minion wave here. They'll get some damage onto it, and they might choose to just take this. Of course, Malunoo has a lot of armor here. Got 107, and yeah, they're just going to go and blitz down this turret. And CURSE really now playing very, very aggressively.
That bottom lane, very nice to be open. Once they grab Baron and there's really no objectives out, you can leave somebody to farm that bottom lane. That can be an Aurelia. They can really farm it up fast, having Karthus in the middle, not having to move as much. The map control with Karthus that they have, even without Karthus just makes it that much more. But Yeah, without it, they'd still have a pretty good chance in this game.
Yeah, they're just playing an overall beautiful job as an entire team. Oh, extinkt has to flash over that wall. Got caught a little bit. The Anivia stun, and there's so much poke from FNATIC. I can't believe how well that worked for them. Everyone landed a skill shot there. That was phenomenal by them. And now they've picked up a very important kill. Still those 6,000 gold to deficit, but they're going to push forward and try to make something out of a 5 versus 4 here.
Yeah, definitely a prime fight for FNATIC there. Like you said, hitting all of their skill shots, and there was nobody on that tanky front line. We kind of saw that extinkt put himself on the side, trying to get a few lay waste down on single people or double, trying to get that double damage down in the singles, though. And he really got himself in a bad position there. Anchored the depth charge as well as the Ash Arrow just into pretty much everything and shut down. We saw that Curse was like, wow, we can't initiate or use Requiem in this fight to end it. We really don't want to do this fight. Let's back off. They're going to go ahead. Aurelia double buff. That's going to be very scary for them. She's scaling quite hard into the game. Already has that Wit's End, the Wriggles, as well as building a Zeal for the attack speed crit damage. And it looks like she's going to be pretty strong in just a few levels.
Yeah, Trinity Force coming up next for Aurelia. Her current gold, actually, I think she's got about enough to complete the item. She's maybe 100 gold short or so. So you're going to have her doing a whole lot of pain to that FNATIC team. They're still alive right now. 6,000 gold is not insurmountable at 25 minutes in. But Curse have been very good at adding advantages sort of one after the other in sort of small numbers. They've won a fight 2 versus 1. You know, they keep winning individual fights, picking up individual kills, getting a dragon, getting a turret here and there. But we've not really seen any massive shifts on either side. No big aces, no big crazy fights. So both these teams, I want to say they're playing a bit safely, of course. This group stage is best of 1. We've got all of Group A and all of Group B being played out today. Every team going to play each other. And actually, if you guys want, I got a schedule. But first, Asher coming across will land. Xinec taking some good damage right here. Baron might pick it up. It's going to be close. And it does. sOAZ gets the kill credit. Oh, man.
Wow. And definitely a fight they cannot choose to go in here. FNATIC may have just made themselves a Baron dance in their favor, but it looks like they're not focusing that. They do have the damage to take it, but maybe they just don't want to see that Requiem. They're actually going to get this turret, maybe deny that vision of this turret, allow their minions to see a little bit further into that lane, push even farther. They're not going for the Baron. They're going to go straight for a fight. Lamia getting locked down here, and they lose Lamia quite early. Sleper is able to be full health still at this point. Pheilox forced out of the fight as well. Cyanide cannot help peel out, and FNATIC is forced to run. Anchor toss coming out from Cyanide. xPeke trying to throw him in as they are escaping this fight. And Curse able to turn that one around. Oh, triple kill from extinkt on the Requiem. And it looks like it may be the Quadra if he can get there in time. No, they're going to take out xPeke in the 2v1 and transfer that extra blue buff over to that Angush.
extinkt did a whole lot of pain there, and Xinec had actually respawned on that Soraka just in time to get Wish in on that team fight, which helped them win that battle a whole lot. And of course now Curse with a pretty much free shot at Baron, and what a turnaround. A few minutes ago I was like, yeah, there haven't been any really big team fights that swung the game around. Well, there's one for you guys. Curse picking up a clean ace. They lost Soraka earlier, but other than that, they won a 5 versus 5, or even a 4 versus 5 with no losses. So that was a phenomenal job, and Curse very far ahead now.
Yeah, extinkt with 11,000 gold by himself. Angush 10,000 gold. Everybody else is at an 8,000 gold mark right now. We do see there are some 5,000, 6,000s for the junglers. So they're still trying to bring themselves up. But it just looks like Curse has the advantage right now from the jungle, from the lanes, pushing very strong. I would have thought FNATIC would really want to go for that Baron dance there. They had a little bit of the upper hand. They could keep Karthus out with their poke. They had the depth charge. They could have done what they did at the turret and have Baron as well. But they just went straight for the tower. And once they took the first one, with all the damage that they did, and they saw that they were trying to clear minion waves, they said, wait, those are cooldowns. Curse is more than happy to fight FNATIC after that, and they were able to just chunk down Lamia. Once Lamia was out of there, Sleper was able to swap somebody as well, and they were just ready to continue that fight, pushing out FNATIC with a handful of health in the end and a triple kill for extinkt. So this game, like you said, that fight to turn it around, they just put the pause button on FNATIC for the next 4 minutes.
Yeah, FNATIC definitely wants to sit back and farm a little bit, and it's probably the best idea for them anyway. They do, again, have really, really great scaling. You see xPeke, you know, he's got his Archangel staff now. He's still building mana up on that. So he's got some decent ability power finally building up. The unfortunate thing for FNATIC, though, is Karthus will continue to scale for a while, and that'll make some scary, scary situations. And they might dive into the turret. Another Shurelya's is used. And they've got minions here. They're going to keep poking out a little bit. But, I mean, this fight could be the game, and it could be a comeback for FNATIC. If the wrong champion takes turret damage, and they're going to actually jump in. Angush taking a lot of pain, jumps immediately onto this Phreak. A lot of pain going off on all sides. Knock up onto extinkt, taking a lot of damage. Ash really breaking him down right now. This Karthus will fall down. Ash gets a shutdown credit. The ult's going to go off, though. There's going to be a couple of kills picked up for him. They've picked up 2 so far as Nautilus goes down. So they've now got a 4 versus 3 on the side of Curse Gaming. They will take out this one turret. They will continue to push forward. Their health bar is actually pretty high right now, and they are going to keep pushing in on this.
You know, that was huge, and I really like what Angush did there. When he got attacked and Nautilus pulled him in, he's like, I'm going to get even closer. He instantly blade surged over to Lamia to shut him down. Lamia was, however, able to back off there. Like you said, they traded a few kills. Karthus is really just playing that zombie one now. Almost did about 600 to 700 damage to Taric as we saw that Requiem go off. And, you know, with the armor that they have right now, Xinec tanking, it looks like they may be caught out of position on this one, though.
Yeah, they're going to Shurelya's back. The stun's going to go off. Urgot could swap. No, they'll just burst down. Wow. Pheilox taking so much damage, he will fall down to Angush. And now FNATIC might not want to jump back out of this.
Intense damage right now coming from Curse. They are very focused on who they are going to take out first in the fight. They saw that Taric was there, like Nidalee going to jump away. Nautilus is just going to be able to anchor toss down on the base, on some terrain, and get himself away. Why not take out Taric? We'll get a little bit of gold. We also have a 4v5 with an open inhibitor. So, see what they can do here. Actually, a downed inhibitor and more turrets.
Yeah, the advantage of having Shurelya's, though, has really helped them out. They've got, I believe, 2 on that lineup. They've got 1 on Soraka and 1 on Maokai, and that's what you get for having so much more gold, is you get these tools that let you pick some really, really good fights. And it's not that you just, you know, win because your stats are higher, is you win because you can position yourself better and escape battles better. And there we go, again, the pain going off on this turret. Cyanide will jump in. They want to fight with the turret here. Cyanide, the depth charge is off, but his team was not really on the same page. They were not already. sOAZ getting swapped, will try to run away. Rooted by Maokai, exhausted, so much damage. Angush picks up that kill. Sleper getting forced back and survives it anyway. Soraka puts up Wish. Malunoo still in the front there, taking damage. They don't care too much. They're going to drop their second inhibitor. And Curse Gaming now up 10 kills and 13,000 gold. And they've picked up 2 inhibs as well.
Yeah, Lamia able to get in there and hit, but I don't think he's doing too much damage. Is there a Last Whisper in his inventory? It looks like he was trying to hit Angush, then Malunoo. Sleper was the one to swap, and it's not really going to do too much damage as that gives him the MR, or magic resistance, and armor. So these guys just playing a fantastic game and really thinking about the mechanics of the fight before they initiate into it. And like you said, you know, Cyanide kind of jumping into that fight alone under a completely full health turret. They didn't even focus Cyanide with any damage during that attack. So yeah, it was really kind of miscommunicated there by FNATIC for the entry into the fight.
Yeah, I think they split up their crowd controls. The stuns wore off by the time FNATIC came back in. It was an unfortunate circumstance for them, but you know, of course, this group stage, you're going to play all the other teams here. FNATIC, even if they lose this game, are not out whatsoever. You can still, of course, cheer them on at home or in the audience here at DreamHack. We've got basically sequential matches. All the matches of the group stage today are going to be streamed, by the way. So if you want to watch your favorite teams play, their games are all going to be streamed here every hour. A new game's going to come up. The next one, by the way, will be MILLENIUM versus pHeoz. That was one of the, actually both those teams were bring your own computer bracket teams here. So you're going to see kind of some fresh faces come out here and see how they can bring it out. MILLENIUM did get second place last night in the rest of that tournament there. So we're going to see how these games can turn around right now. FNATIC kind of push back into their base. A lot of super minions pushing them back into safety, and we'll see if they can get enough gold to make Ash a scary force in this fight.
See what they can do here as they go to push into the base. They will go for that top. As we said, FNATIC has really great wave clearing ability. You can just see Anivia's ult in the volley from Lamia. More than happy to throw out that. Still has enough mana for the fight initiation. Ash Arrow is up. And the depth charge is up, so they have the long range initiate here if Karthus is to step out. Angush heading through the front door says, hey, I'm on the backside. Don't worry about it, guys. Just keep on that top turret. I'm going to go ahead and start hitting Nexus turrets. Here he is, damaging the first one, getting no focus, but they know this is going to be a split focus, and they got to be careful how they do this. Pheilox and both Cyanide want to stay in the fight. The Nivea wall goes down. Xinec getting caught out, but the focus now, Nivea, xPeke is attacking Soraka. He needs to be throwing that damage onto somebody else. xPeke quickly damaged down and focused by Angush. Very nice job as Lamia forced to continue the fight as Requiem comes down for the double kill. And this will be the clincher for Curse as they continue to beat down on the Nexus turrets, exposing the Nexus now for the final bit of damage. A very nice game by CURSE.EU to come out in the beginning of the day over FNATIC pretty dominantly.
Yeah, phenomenal job by them. Actually trying to get some kills in the fountain a little bit. Malunoo did go down because of that. Great play overall by Curse. From minute one, they had some phenomenal fights going on there. The first blood early on, and the repeated ganks using Karthus and using Soraka for their global ultimates. And just look at some of the scores there. 0-1 and 17 on Soraka. 17 assists, only that one death where she got caught out. Her only death was Deman, to be fair. You know, a great job done by all these players. And of course, FNATIC holding on as long as they can. Still, they've got more games to play today. These group stages, we're taking 2 teams out of each of these groups, each group with 4 teams in it, and all of Group A, all of Group B happening today.
Yeah, it's going to be amazing. You know, those 17 assists was amazing because we didn't see too many team fights. So that means she's getting assists on saying, hey, I'm bottom lane, top lane's fighting. Oh, I'll just wish. I'll just wish. Great map awareness, great map control. Curse really playing a very strong game there, and I think that there was a mistake on letting him get that Urgot Soraka battle.
Yeah, we saw it, in the game I casted yesterday with Curse, CLG. Yeah, Urgot's been a dominant force. He's shut down lanes. He's caused a lot of scary fights. We saw the one gank where he got jumped on 3 versus 2 and pulled up a swap, and then it was a 3 versus 3, and they came out equal. He actually picked up the kill first onto Ashe, and then, the rest of the kills kind of started falling into place. But, I think Urgot might just be, again, one of the champions of this tournament that people need to watch out for and deal with.
Yes, the last few tournaments, he's been that controversial pick in ban. Shen is well on there. Alistar on that list as well. We've just seen so many, but now I think we're going to see a little bit of Karthus. Just as way too much of an advantage when you are in a team composition like that to say, hey, like I said, initiate or end the fight. I don't have to go anywhere. You don't even have to follow your lane for that.
Yeah. I mean, just being able to just jump in there and help with every kill, it's so valuable. It just really, really is. You get gold passively because you pick up assists. It's not a big part of your laning game. Karthus laning without an ultimate is really not the same, or it's about the same as Karthus laning with an ultimate. He's not losing a lot of power by doing this. So, his overall power is still fine. He's just, doing a lot of great things overall, over and over in these fights. So, yeah, Karthus just, a great pick, had a lot of presence in that game, and xStinct played it great.
Coming out into that, they did have great builds coming in. We did see that Karthus got that Rod of Ages really early, and that wasn't good. Pheilox was taking so much damage as Taric down bottom, and that leaves Lamia to kind of just run around by himself without that stun to stop Urgot from swapping, without that heal as well. So they were really able to dominate with that entire composition.
Yeah. Now, one thing we do have questions from the fans going to be coming through in this as we switch between games. So we're actually pulling up some of the posts from the forums here, and we're pulling some of your guys' questions. So XM3 Tricks says, why do competitive teams rather let their lanes pick up for the team composition while they could simply counter lanes and destroy one person? So he asks, why are they picking, overall team compositions as opposed to just counter laning? Right. And you can do both. That's what you want to try to do, is you look at a champion like Aurelia, and you say, okay, Aurelia, is a strong laner. She's actually really good against, actually did really well against Nidalee, but, she's a strong laner, helps with ganks, doesn't escape ganks all that well, right. But, can really help gank people down, can get a lot of kills, and she's a late game scaling champion. You contrast that with someone else, who might be a weaker laner top, say, a strong laner top, strong with ganks, but maybe not as good late game, like maybe tank Gangplank, right? Where you don't have quite the damage of Aurelia later on, but you harass a little bit harder. And you say, well, both these will do well in lane, but my team needs late game damage, right? That's what they need from my lane, so that's what I'm going to grab here, right? We're going to go for a late game team composition because we need to make up for the fact that Urgot might not be that carry. We need people who can kill people that Urgot swap. Right. And so he said, okay, we'll go a high damage source. And still you'd have a laner that says, well, I'll survive in all of my lanes. What you saw here from Bruiser Nidalee was, sOAZ thought he could beat that Aurelia in the lane. It was only those early ganks that set him behind. He said, but, I'm still bringing important things to the team comp, right? I'm going to give attack speed to Ashe, who's very high range, high damage carry. So, you wouldn't have really seen Nidalee, I don't think, with an Urgot, for example, because you're not going to have that same synergy there. And so you want to measure both, right? You never pick into a lane where you're going to lose. You don't say, oh, man, they picked Darius. Well, we really need Aurelia, guys. Let's do this, right? You don't do that. You do have to keep your lane in mind, but you do need to pick for your team under that umbrella.
Indeed, you know, and they can also switch it up. We also saw Wicked playing AP Malphite against Darius yesterday, and Darius is like, oh, I'm going to go in a lane. Yeah, it's going to be a little bit of defense, whatever. But no, he went AP, and he was actually able to beat Darius top lane. So if they were to counter that and champ select, they got countered in lane because Wicked had a different idea. So you can't really base it all off of that. It can be played differently.
All right, so guys, we do have an interview with Deman and Extinkt coming up there, so let's swap it over and see what that's going to be doing.
Very cool.
Good morning and welcome from the player area. Joining me here is Xinec from Curse in his rather fashionable onesie.
Yeah, the story behind that was we didn't have enough Curse shirts, so I took this one on, and then we made it in like 10 minutes, printed out something, and duct taped it. So now I have another kind of uniform.
It's very nice. So, first game of the day, and pretty much the first big win of the day. You've just beat FNATIC. Now, 3 weeks ago, if somebody had said to me, you know, Curse beat FNATIC on LAN, it's like, yeah, well, of course. You know, they've been having a rough patch, but FNATIC coming into this one have been fantastic. So that's got to be a good feeling straight away.
Yeah, definitely. Like, they were actually the team I feared the most in the entire tournament right now, maybe together with Moscow 5. But we're really happy about winning this best out of one. It means a lot for our confidence.
Yeah, and how does it compare? Because obviously you've had a pretty rough trip in America. It didn't go so well for you at the Reina Gaming and MLG. Is this immediately going to make up to boost the confidence?
Yeah, we kind of needed it. We was pretty down from losing to MLG that fast. Like, we know what we did wrong, and we have been trying to work on it, even though we didn't have that much time to prepare. But it's really, really big, and we're like, it's really important to get this win.
So that puts you effectively in pole position for the group stage now. Looking at the groups that's going to happen later on, obviously you've got Moscow 5, CLG, which, you know, we've talked about earlier, AL in there as well, obviously your former team. So who would you really want to see out of those guys?
I would love to see AL going final with us. I like that team very, very much. I think they have a lot of potential. I don't know how much they have shown, but I think they're a really, really, really great team. I don't think CLG is going to get that far, and if they are, they're going to get crossed by us anyways. Moscow 5, like, it's kind of hard to judge how well they are right now. I feel like they're strong, even though they had a downtime where they weren't that strong on the online events, but you never know about them, so they can definitely also win this.
Yeah, and talking about CLG, you did a similar tactic, I noticed, against FNATIC. You pretty much camped sOAZ on top. Is that something you guys always just work at, just really take the top guy out of the game?
No, not really, but the thing about Urgot lane is you can't really do that much with a gank until level 6. And we knew they were going to use a lot of resources on ganking us bottom, like 4-man gank bottom, I don't know what minute, but they were like there forever, so we knew it was going to happen, so that was like, why not take the Nidalee down?
Yeah, and obviously, you know, we've got the support player here. You got caught in the Baron pit by some pretty epic stuns, but following that was an absolute astounding 4v5 fight that Extinct picked up, well, effectively the quadra kill, but Anivia's rebirth saved him. I mean, we wanted to get Extinct for this, but he was like, no, send Xinec forward. But, I mean, what was it going through your team's sort of comms when that all happened?
Well, we knew we were stronger even without me. Like they said, we can go for this, and I said I'm up in, I think, 7 seconds, and I had my ulti up because I didn't use it in the Baron pit. I just died without flashing or anything. That was really bad play, but we knew we were stronger, so we took the fight with Kartus, and they just got crushed.
Yeah, so, I mean, any sort of matches you're going to look forward to seeing the rest of the day?
I don't know, maybe Moscow 5 versus CLG.EU.
Okay, well, anything you'd like to say to your fans? Obviously, you've got to be people. You can see the screen over there. You're on it.
Yeah, sure. If you guys need any good guides, then check out lolpro.com. It's like really the best site. We're still working on it, but it's really, really good. Also, if you need in TeamSpeak, that's definitely the best way to go. If you need any kind of communication with your team, you should definitely check it out.
Okay, thank you very much. This is Curse. Xinec joining us here. Nice round of applause for you over there as well. It's going to be MILLENIUM versus pHeoz. That's going to be coming up shortly with myself and Joe Miller.
Don't believe it, because I don't play support. AP mid only, or I rage and feed.
So we're coming up now with the second game of Group A, which of course is MILLENIUM versus pHeoz, whatever you want to. We didn't still answer
Cypher,
what it stands
basically.
for. Yeah,
Yeah.
basically a mix with Cypher and Kottenx from Navi. But we've just seen Curse taking down FNATIC. Great game. Curse looking very strong.
They are. They're in the crowd. I can see a couple of them over there. So, yeah, they were looking very strong. And obviously that's, you know, first game of the day is always a very dangerous game to play. And to be facing FNATIC as first game of the day, who've really come off the back of some absolutely astounding results, beating Moscow 5 just 2 days ago, or 3 days ago now. I'm losing days as I go to an event. And they've looked really good. You know, they've had the switch out with Shushe at the top there with sOAZ. But they did exactly that they do against CLG, where, you know, they're kind of like one of CLG's bogey teams. And we heard Xinec say in the interview, you know, even if we get those guys, I think we can beat them. We're pretty confident against CLG. And they just camped on that top lane. And, you know, Extinct was picking up kill after kill after kill, just getting free kills. It's interesting to see how it's going to work out. But here we are. We're into the picks and bans. You can see Singe, Nautilus, and Ari being banned out by pHeoz and Morgana hyrqBot. So they're actually going with fairly generic standard bans. Singed is an interesting one. I'm not too sure on MILLENIUM who the strong Singe player is, but obviously they're fearing that top lane.
Yeah, very targeted ban, isn't it, that one? hyrqBot, obviously, we saw him 100% of games banned or picked over at MLG, and he showed in that last game as well, I think, just exactly where hyrqBot's strength lies. Super tanky, obviously got ridiculous range once he gets that lock on in place. And we are going to go straight into the picks, and it looks like first pick is going to be Shen. Not really a surprise, we've seen it often. If Shen's not out there in the bans, then we see him picked up very early on, and MILLENIUM going straight in there as well. No messing around in this one. Karthus and Maokai.
A good guy Cyanide in the background there chatting up a fan, I noticed.
Go on, son.
Go on, my son. So, yeah, Shen being picked up. So the double pick going to be coming out. See Karthus in there. We've just seen some fantastic Karthus work. We've seen some pretty much Karthus throughout this tournament. Every time I went over to watch CLG, they were playing Karthus. He's just one of those steamroll champions. He can really get the feed on. Maokai also, we've seen pretty much throughout this tournament. They've been predominant champions that have been picked up there. Now, I'm not sure which side this is. This is pHeoz. This is pHeoz we're looking at here, because that's Rekkles just on the front of the camera, who did not have a very good game against CLG. It was a rough experience for him in that bottom lane, so we're going to see how he's going to work out. Wow. Obviously, remember, bearing in mind that the mixed team of pHeoz have actually got 2 junglers in their lineup, but as we know, junglers are the universal people in teams. They can play any lane they want. And we're going to see Anivia being picked up. Anivia was in the last game. Peke didn't have the greatest of times with him, which actually surprised me, because I've seen him playing some pretty impressive stuff. I guess he's going to have to go see Frog and get some tips.
Yeah, and we've got Graves in there as well. Pretty one of the standard AD characters, especially when hyrqBot's not in there. You usually see Graves somewhere along the line. Again, at MLG, the guys over at ELO Buff calculated something like 80% of games Graves was either banned or picked. He was very, very strong throughout that tournament, so we'll be seeing him feature heavily here at DreamHack as well. Let's have a look what MILLENIUM are going to go for their 3rd and 4th picks. Of course, already Maokai for the jungle, Karthus there for the middle, unless they go with some funky sound, which would almost never surprise me. There is Vayne.
Wow. not seen Vayne for a long
Also
time,
Rekkles.
yeah. So the Vayne we've not seen as an AD carry for a long time, but Entonsberg seems like he's happy with it, and he will lock it in as well. So it's going to be a Vayne Taric bottom lane. Interesting one straight away. Last time we saw Vayne in a proper competition, I think, would have been Seabit. I remember Doublelift playing Vayne quite a bit. Obviously, he was used predominantly throughout Kiev as well. I think he was used pretty heavily. Actually, it was a strong losing lane with Vayne and Janna, I believe it was. So
Yeah,
it didn't
Janna
work
Vayne
out.
was like the terrible lane.
That was the bad lane, yeah, it didn't
throughout
work out
CB.
well.
Yeah, but you know they've got that at least possible double stun if if their positioning's right and they manage to knock him against a wall. You've got then Taric, so that's a lot of damage that can come out very quickly. Yorick actually in here, so assuming that Shen is going to be the choice for the jungle, actually for pAH. Although they've got 20 seconds, that may just change. There is Janna as well, which again was the strong pair in MLG with Graves. That Janna Graves lane, they were winning lots of games.
Yeah, indeed. Notice hyrqBot's changed his name today. He's obviously loving the Swedish talent that's around the arena. And you know, you always feel when you come to Sweden, you've come into a slightly higher gene pool. It's
As English people,
As
we
English
are
people,
pretty
yeah.
ugly. That's for sure. So final pick for MILLENIUM then. They've obviously got bottom lane sorted. And
Has he got a Union Jack pillow? He has, hasn't he? I'm pretty sure that's a Union Jack pillow he's got right there.
Which is an interesting choice for a French team because they don't usually go for that.
No, they seem to be deep in thought about the choices, what they're going to use as their final pick here. And it is going to be Warwick. By the looks of it, Warwick will get picked up there. So Warwick top lane versus Yorick. Okay, I can see what they're doing there. They need a bit of sustain. Someone that can keep up with Yorick, you know, just keep in that lane. Bottom lane, I'm not too sure how that's going to work out. Janna Graves is a very strong lane against the Taric Vayne. But like you said, there's a lot of stuns there. We can see Shen, obviously, split lanes almost certainly going to be on for pAH here with Shen on that. I assume he's going to be in the jungle. But eventually he's definitely going to be split lane pushing. We've seen that so often with CLG.NA. It used to be the hot shot sort of standard of that top lane. We've got, I wouldn't say it's boring to watch, but you know, it's
No, it is.
predictable. It is boring to watch, okay. But it's going to be in the jungle, so it could well be very different. But the difference with the Shen jungler is the fact that you can use that ulti and pop out on you anyway, and you have no idea where he is. It's like, oh, we're safe, Shen's top lane, the jungler's top lane. Oh no, now he's in the bottom lane. So he could just be jumping around all over the place. So what are we going to go with on this one, Joe? We've got a previous AD carry playing as the support player, which he has been playing for Cypher, which is Lounet, or Lounet, whichever you want to pronounce it. I never really asked him. I guess the French name, it could be Club Bleu.
I'm not sure how it could be that, but nice French skills, mate. That's good stuff. But we saw pH in action last night in the semi-final. Against CLG, it was always going to be a tough game, actually.
Both teams had a tough game against CLG.
It didn't really look all that good, but this is a whole different kettle of fish. You know, MILLENIUM not been together all that long. They've had their fair share of switches here and there, but they've got some very strong players in there. Entonsberg, of course, one of the players that really sticks out in terms of his individual skill. So, I don't know. I fancy pH. I like their lineup. That Janna Graves bottom lane is always a winner, if you ask me.
Yeah, and you got Shen in there, which is always a bonus. But, you know, Karthus could be a hit or miss. If he starts to feed and starts to pick up the kills, just like we saw extinkt doing in the last game, he can really be very, very strong. So it's a possibility. I think Warwick against the top lane is going to be a very strong lane as well. But I don't know. What do you guys think? Who do you want to win? Is it going to be MILLENIUM or pAH? Let's go with MILLENIUM to start with. Okay, they got a little bit of support. It's not quite the FNATIC roar that they had earlier on. What about pAH, a.k.a. Cypher? Okay. So pAH seem to be the fan favourites, I think. I think that's the way that one works out. They have picked up Heartseeker Vayne. Everybody seems to play that these days. I can't understand why.
Yeah. No comment. But yeah, we're going to get straight into this one. The crowd seem to be with pAH for this first game. Let's not forget that it is group stage, so even if you end up losing this first game, you've still got a lot of time to come back into it. It is best of one in the group stage, and we will be running through all of Group A. I think then an hour break or so, and then we'll be moving into the other group as well. So lots of League of Legends action today.
Yeah, it's a long day, and it makes up for the open bracket yesterday. Obviously, a lot of people on the Reddit threads, etc., were complaining. It's like, why are you not covering DreamHack? It's like, well, the tournament hasn't started yet, so it's kind of tricky to cover it, which I don't think a lot of people understood. They don't understand the fact that, you know, the normal DreamHack Summers do run from your Saturday through to Tuesday, effectively. Which is a little different from most tournaments. The winter will be the same. Might have an invader. Dax trying to get in there, trying to put that ward down. Could take the ward down before.
No.
How did they not get 3 hits on that ward?
I think they were sleeping a little bit, not quite as quick as they would have hoped to be. And that invade not going to happen as of yet. We've got pHeoz just sat back over by their Wraith side, so looking like Shen will possibly start. On that side, of course, there's still 50 seconds until those buffs actually come up, so that may change here a little. MILLENIUM camped with their bottom lane outside the blue Maokai up by the Wolves, so he's going to be starting out on that side of the jungle. And no real early, you know, it's first game of the day for both of these teams, and first game in the group stage is always a tricky one. You want to get off to that good start. It's never good to get into a rut in the first game of the day.
Yeah, and they've had the nerves of having to sit and watch FNATIC versus CURSE, so they know. Both teams realize they have to pick up a win in this one. You know, it's going to be. I think it's probably going to be a very tense affair. It's not going to be like your EU and Nordic East we get for the crazy battles that we tend to have in those things. Here in the Go for LOL, I think it's going to be a very tense affair. There was a lot of kills actually in the last match. We were saying how fast-paced it was, but I don't think we might see the same in this one unless somebody really makes a mistake and gets caught out. Dax rocking out the Taric of the 5th age as well. I'm loving the pink skin. I was wondering why some of the players weren't using that the other day, but Entonsberg helping out Naijik there. I'm going to so-call him Nanjim because of the Korean team. But Naijik, I'd love to know if anyone knows the Type A Assassins versus World Elite score, by the way. I need to try and check that out because that happened this morning over in Garana as well, and that would have been a fantastic match to watch. But it's far too early for me and Joe.
Not getting up extra early for that one, I'm afraid, today. So let's take a look then at the lanes and how they're all going to be facing off. Bottom lane, of course, Graves, Janna versus Vayne Taric. Still a little bit undecided as to how this one is going to go, but we know that Graves, Janna, statistically, has been a very strong lane in recent times. You can see that Rekkles one is going to come just the whole time. That buckshot combo with his quick draw is going to force a lot of health pots to be burned through early on by Vayne.
Yeah, definitely caught him out already, knocked him down to half health. It's a quick combo, but you know, across the board it's the boots and pots, the standard builds that everybody really starts with these days. It used to be people would start with Orange Blades, but it's just the lifesteal nerf sort of completely changed that, so I know everybody goes boots and pots. Rekkles one obviously going to get that bonus with the Janna shield, so as soon as that Janna shield goes down, Entonsberg knows he's in for a world of hurt, so he's trying to back away. And Lounet is generally pretty quick on that one. Did miss on the bookshot there this time. Now we've got Shen on the top lane actually, sitting in the tri-bush, going to try and get him towards pHeoz. pHeoz actually took that one step back. That might be the detriment of his health, and he does get the ignite down. They're going to try and dive it. It's a level 3 dive on the turret. He's going to try and kite them round. Will it be enough? Kottenx is going to take one more tower hit. Will get away, and first blood, very nicely done. Yorick picking that one up. And that was a good dive, but really ballsy at level 3, and we have a pause coming out here.
I should have brought my epic pause sign because we may just need it in this tournament, I don't know. But again, we see in this top lane, no wards down from Warwick, not from either player actually, which you've just got to do. You've got to do it. There's no excuse actually for not having those.
And when you've got
down.
a Shen that can get your taunt on you,
exactly, you can move in very, very
Yeah.
quickly, and that's something that Warwick obviously took that one step out, and that possibly caused his death there. If he'd have not moved out there, it could have been a little bit different. As we saw on the player screens, they seem to be coming back into it. So once the delay catches up here in the next 30 seconds, we are going to get back into the game. So first blood going over to Yorick. That's going to cause a few problems for Warwick in the top. Yorick and Warwick. They're going to get mixed
Yorick and Warwick, yeah, it's a combo at the top lane, but that might struggle with the Americans. They might get the pronunciations wrong, but we all know that Warwick is pronounced that way. So we're just going to make sure of that. I was born and grew up there. So here we go. We're going to have to see where is Maokai going. I can see him in the bottom lane. Naijik is just lingering, but of course he has passed those wards, and he's going to get spotted straight away. Look at Lounet scaring him off there. that epic Janna really forcing him down lane. He's continuing to chase. That's pretty ballsy play. hyrqBot, well, he's going to be picking up the Wraith, so he's going to take them away. Obviously realize that Maokai is well away, so he's immediately taxing them out. Entonsberg really is taking a lot of damage. Amazed that bookshot managed to sneak through there. Dax looked like he blocked it very nicely, but managed to catch him. Rekkles one really doing, you know, making up for what happened yesterday. He did not have a fun lane experience against the bottom lane of CLG. Yellow Pete really was dominating yesterday, but at the moment, he seems to be doing a fantastic job against Vayne.
Yeah, and I can really expect that to continue. Yeah, as you said, yesterday wasn't his best day ever, but you can see that buckshot. It's like one auto attack in the buckshot, and Vayne has to back away from things. Actually, stun goes down there onto Rekkles, and we've got this gang coming into middle. hyrqBot going very, very low. Forced to use a flash, but the ignite is in as well, and Kottenx is going to make it 2-0 for pHeoz. And again, The Shen just showing he can make that ground very quickly, and it's hard.
The junglers are meeting.
Yeah, this is bad news.
Yeah, Kottenx going straight in towards Maokai there. I don't think either of them want that fight, actually. They do back away. Meanwhile, I can see Warwick as well, just having a little swipe on the top there, but Kottenx is taking another tax. I don't think he's going to be happy with that. Yeah, he is going to steal away the main Wraith, which is the 35 gold. That's the advantage they get there, so they really are camping the Wraiths out. Remember, they'd already taken it, I think, Karthus took it away from him, so really at the moment Maokai is going to be hurting in the jungle. He was lingering a little too long down the bottom, trying to get that gank down the bottom. It didn't work out for them, so at the moment Naijik is going to be hurting for gold. So he's going to have to try and start going for those ganks, but again you can see Shen positioned at the top there, but I think pHeoz is looking like he's probably teleporting back. No, he's going to stick around, which might mean Shen's going to cancel that. Oh, he's going to back. Actually, Karthus was heading up. I think he's just purely ward placing though, so we'll back off. Vayne is also going to be free lane down that bottom. Let's have a look at the CS compared to the two, 35 to 22. So Vayne really will be struggling. It's more about the range. He just doesn't simply have the range to compete with Graves, which is why Graves effectively worldwide has been the big pick. We've seen all the Asian teams, the Korean teams, they all pick up Graves. Everybody uses him, obviously the NA teams as well. Doublelift has been playing a fantastic Graves lately.
Yeah, and that's where his strength really lies. He's come back into this lane. Actually, he's going to have double Doran's played at the moment. pHeoz just trying to bait hyrqBot off there. We do obviously have Maokai in that top side of the brush, but I'm not sure that hyrqBot is going to really overextend himself in this lane. He's got a big set of minions actually pushed up onto him as well. And actually pHeoz is going to get in there. We will see the move in flash away from hyrqBot. That's going to get him onto the safety of his tower. And we'll say, thank you very much. You're not going to get me today.
Yeah, very nicely defended there. Kottenx has actually been caught out of position here, but I think actually MILLENIUM are a little bit lower on the health there. pHeoz is chose to go down the river, tries to use the slow there. He does manage to get on him. Yorick's going to take him down. pHeoz, he's not going to get out of this one alive. He's surely going to go down. Question is, who will pick up the kill? He's just trying to back away. He wants to get a swipe. A one bit of life steal, but hyrqBot will pick up the kill. And that is 3-0 now. They have that 2k gold lead. Pushing on towards Entonsberger down the bottom. He's just going to back away. Dax is going to take a couple of shots in the back there from Lounet as well, actually. Slowing him down. And we can see Shen again positioned. Is he going to go for Karthus in the middle here? Kottenx is just lingering, you know, proving why he's a fantastic Navi player. And I was a little bit disappointed that Navi didn't actually attend this one in full, because they did a fantastic job in the qualifying and they played very well online lately. But they obviously felt they didn't want to fully attend this as a team. Obviously Navi, world renowned for a Dota team, I guess, which I guess is in attendance. But as it is, Karthus is being pushed down that river. He wants to pick up the blue, but he's going to have to take it himself because his jungler's at the top.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether he's going to stick around from that. He saw Shen coming in there. Moopz actually starting to work his way down with Anivia as well. And hyrqBot said, well, I'm going to have to take the long way around from this one. Missing out on a bit of CS, but will obviously get back in there. We almost saw a kill down at bottom for Rekkles as well. You know, double Doran's blade that he's up against at the moment. Actually, he's got a double Doran's blade himself, but he's nicely ahead in terms of the creep score as well. And obviously 10.4 to 8,000 gold. After 8 minutes, that's a big lead already for PAH in this early game.
So Rekkles having a much better time of it. Naijik finally has got down there, so Karthus is going to go around. But that means, you know, that shows maybe the timing difference. PAH weren't quite feeling so aggressive. They could have probably gone for a blue steal there. As soon as they realized that Maokai was at the top, they could have thought maybe we'll go for this steal. You can see the top lane just sort of beaten back and forth, not really a great deal going on between those two. Down the bottom here, Entonsberger was going to take a bit of damage there. You can see Kottenx actually walking straight through a tri-bush ward, so he's going to get spotted out. But pHeoz is really losing out this exchange in this top lane. This is just a straight flat 1v1, and the hyrqBot really is dominating. Not too sure where the camera's going, but we're going to go back to pHeoz in a moment. There it is. Come on, Garen, wake up.
He's jet lagged, bless him. He'll get there. So down at bottom, Entonsberger has actually started to get that little bit stronger now. We all know that Vayne does get stronger as the game's going to go on. And actually, the longer that he manages to keep up in the CS and doesn't die is only going to be a bonus for this bottom lane. There's pHeoz again taking constant harassment from Yorick, who actually now does have Philostone plus a Heart of Gold built up as well. And pHeoz is having to try and lifesteal that all back to stay healthy in this top lane. Maokai is going to come across as well, but we've seen that
bot lane
hyrqBot is just not really going in there. Down at bottom lane, we do have a bit of action going on. Actually, it's not as much as the minimap wanted to try and tell us that. And in comes Maokai. They're actually going to flash in Warwick ulti as well, but you can see how strong he actually is. The tower's actually going to come down onto pHeoz. There is the Shen as well, and that's why this is so dangerous, this game, for MILLENIUM. They can't just move in for a 2 versus 1 like that. And here is Kottenx. Naijik is actually really struggling with this one. pHeoz is there as well. Kottenx, though, can he 2v1 under a tower? Probably not. Obviously up at level 6, but he may just stick around and cause a few problems.
I think he could have possibly gone for him there. I think he could have got them, but he's just forced them both to back off. He was actually in the tri-bush just below, but below Yorick, so he could have gone in and just walked straight up there, but he had to ulti his way into there because he just realized that Yorick was taking too much burst damage quickly. Instead has to back off there, but immediately they're going to try and tax it and take the red buff away. They've realized they've forced them both away from lane. You can see Shen trying to pull out Kottenx, will take it down. hyrqBot realizes this has happened, is going to try and pull a couple of ways to get the steal, but Kottenx will pick that up. Very nicely played there. Moopz coming around. Moopz could just use that wall and just back him away there. Pop throws out the stun, but didn't manage to catch it in the right place. Well, again, trying to put a little bit of damage on hyrqBot, just catches him with that ulti and doubles up the damage. Meanwhile, enters the work. Let's have a look. How's he going between these two? Because we didn't really keep our eye on this one. You can see that double Doran's blade, actually, Zeal looks like he's being built up first by Rekkles this time instead. So he's not really going for the damage, going more for the attack speed. Meanwhile, double Doran's on Vayne. Vayne's just going to have to farm it up. But Vayne will get stronger as the game goes on. He will become a hyper carry. You know, the fact that they have got the Vayne and the Karthus, they're both effectively hyper carries if the game gets to that late stage. But the question is, can they survive that long? 3-0, we're seeing Kottenx going to be diving on towards pHeoz at the top there. pHeoz trying to use his ulti on towards Kottenx. Very nicely done. Naijik's going to come in. He's going to try and get the knock and puts his ulti down. Is it going to be enough? The Karthus ulti coming out. Kottenx is going to take a bit of damage here, but pHeoz is going to force to back away. Meanwhile, down the bottom, Ensign's worker is going to get taken down. pHeoz now getting dived on with the ulti there of hyrqBot. I don't think it's quite going to be enough towards pHeoz though, but they will back away. Meanwhile, Tariq also taken down by Anivia in that bottom lane. So kills going on across the map. Very nicely played here. And well, 5-0 again. Well, pHeoz just coming out on top.
Yeah, very, very strong up till now. That's going to leave Anivia 1-0-2, Yorick 2-0-0, Shen 1-0-2, and Graves 1-0-1. So these kills being nicely distributed across the board. Obviously, Warwick died twice, Vayne died once, Karthus died once, Tariq died once. And pHeoz, they're not making mistakes right now. Obviously, in this top lane, we've seen Kottenx moving in time after time after time, trying to push that advantage onto Warwick, who's been struggling against Yorick in that top side. In terms of CS, in the middle, 104 to 99, so slightly, but it is really only a slight lead for Anivia. Graves 97 to the 68 of Vayne, which is going to be a little bit painful for Vayne later on. Graves has come back now with that Zeal on top of the double Dorans and the Berserker Greaves. And top lane actually 65 to 57. So despite dying twice and having what has been a real tough time in this early game, Warwick managing to stay somewhat close when it comes to CS.
Yeah, keeping themselves in it. Rekkles returns to that lane. There's a lot of GP10 items actually used across the board here. I noticed that Yorick was stacking it up early. Rekkles doing a nice job at holding his lane there. Doesn't want to push it too heavily, although it has been pushed against him, missing the CS as well there, I noticed. Just on the one. We did notice Lamia doing that earlier. We were quite surprised. We were like, he just missed that and that. That's where Phreak didn't point it out. Kottenx has come back down though, has picked up that Oracle. So he's going to be on the hunt, trying to clear out their Dragon. We haven't seen any Dragon attempts yet. 13 minutes in, it was 6.5 minute Dragon, the FNATIC Curse game. So it was a very early one. Kottenx is just going to linger around there, taking a look, going to go pick up the red buff. Meanwhile, hyrqBot is going to keep pHeoz in there. pHeoz will be a bit stronger now. You know, until you get to level 6 on Warwick, he's going to start struggling against hyrqBot. hyrqBot now actually using a lot of mana, pumping it on towards pHeoz. pHeoz is quite happily to tank that up, just work his way through it. See, he has got Hungering Strike up. Is he going to go for an ulti on that top lane? He's just going to continue just fighting off. Oh, that stun's going to land nicely on Arky. Got that. Moopz actually doesn't follow it up. Will he be going straight for it? He's caught straight in the middle of the lay waste and defile. He really doesn't have the damage for this one. You can see Kottenx using the coming down behind him there, just about saving his bacon as well, because I think if it had waited for Maokai there, that could have definitely been a kill. Meanwhile, the top lane continuing to just press, but they are going to push for a dragon here, Joe. Don't think MILLENIUM can do a great deal about this.
Yeah, that was a great move from pHeoz. You know, put as much pressure as they can onto middle, take him low, force him to go back, and then say thank you very much. That means you're at least one man down now when it comes to this next dragon, and they just can't contest it right now. That's going to further increase this gold lead, almost 20,000 to 15,000. So, you know, it's well, sat on exactly 5,000 difference at this point. pHeoz has managed to, as you say, get a little bit stronger. Yorick Gonna have a couple of problems with him now, but these ganks from Maokai have just not really been there, to be quite honest with you. They needed a little bit more. Lunet's in trouble here, if you ask me. He's gonna use the monsoon. We've got Kottenx coming in as well. Entonsberg does have the ignite running on him as well. Kottenx will flash over, and there will be the kill. Tariq, you're not really gonna do much there, but manages to force them away anyway. That will be 6-0. And a big, big lead for PAH.
Yeah, Karthus about to come down, but I don't think he's going to quite catch on towards Kottenx there. Kottenx getting around it. He was just lingering in the blue, and I think Karthus could have possibly picked up some kills there, but didn't want to get involved. You know, he had got his ulti still available as well. Meanwhile, you can see Maokai heading back towards the top. hyrqBot, no mana at the moment, so he's starting to struggle on this top lane, I think. He is just going to back away. He's actually going to go face check on that ward down, catches a glimpse straight away. The ping goes down. Actually, they realize the ward was placed there. And actually, Maokai getting caught out a little bit by Nivea there, just getting poked, keeping track of him. So Janna going back, well, very aggressive play by Lounet. I think what he was trying to do was trying to get the other side of him to use that monsoon to just push him out, but I didn't quite get near it. Didn't quite get close enough. Blue buff will be picked up. That's going to go across towards Nivea. And yes, the blue buff for Millennium was actually a lot delayed, so I don't really know the timing on that one. So Moopz will pick that up in the mid. You can see the Wraith's actually being taxed away by Karthus as well. What is... I can see the pings going down on Baron. I don't believe it. I don't think... Now, pHeoz is backed away, but I really don't think they're going to go towards that way. It would have managed to spawn. hyrqBot is going to go back. Was waiting for mana, and then he's going to get the cover off from Shen. So, Joe, at the moment, it is looking very good for PAH. They have pretty much dominated the lane phase.
Yeah, they have, and Shen has been very often in these lanes. And you can see that with CS. He's fairly far behind Maokai, actually. Almost 50% actually behind him. But we've not seen Maokai being as effective as he probably needs to be. At the moment, he could be in a bit of trouble as well. Doesn't actually have smite up. Kottenx, though, decides to go on the box side. That could have been a nice steal of that buff. His smite wasn't actually up either, though, so maybe that's the reason that he didn't even bother to check it. Middle lane is being pushed by Moopz, who's got that tower down to around about a quarter of its HP, and with that siege minion there as well, a lot of damage being done, and it looks like we may see a little bit of action up towards this top lane. Karthus did start to work up there. Moopz has gone around to steal the Wraiths as well. Maokai is saying, actually, I'm going to stay. And we could see this one all kick off. Warwick there in the tri-bush. Kottenx is starting to come around. He's going to move in there. Pheilox is going to make that health back up, but we are seeing a Nivea moving as well. Stun will land onto Naijik. There's the ulti kill from Moopz, and now they're going to focus in onto Warwick as well. A brilliant wall will keep him in. Fail flash as well, and there is the kill for Kottenx, and hyrqGod should run the hell away because Yorick and Shen will dive you at the tower.
Yeah, meanwhile, the bottom tower also going down. Oh, he's going to get dived on. Entonsberg has to use his knockback on Rekkles there. Might just have saved his life there. I think the bottom tower will get pushed. Meanwhile, the top jungle is just completely being invaded. Red buff, I think, was gone. I can see them actually lingering around there. I think they're just backing away. Meanwhile, Entonsberg's going to dive on. The exhaust goes down. Smoke also dropped there. Dax is trying to do as much as he can. Now you can see Kottenx ulting in there. Rekkles there, managing to pick up with the ulti on him. Dax may well go down the tower as well. Kottenx is tanking up. Monsoon used, blasts him into the wall. He will go down as well. Kottenx is going to be close.
No!
The ulti didn't quite get enough though, and the Oracle is saved again. And well, 3-0-5 for Kottenx at the moment. This is all going PAH way. 10-0, 18 minutes in. Just perfect timing by all of those ultis and heals.
I thought you were going to say it's going pear-shaped for Millennium, which is also a true statement. 10-0, 10,000 gold lead almost. And this is one of those situations where Millennium need to hope for a small miracle to actually come into this game for them to turn it around. However, we've seen
bigger throws.
We've seen bigger throws in the past, but at the moment, PAH are looking absolutely brilliant in this game. Let's have a quick look over the CS and see how everything's going on that front. 180 for Nivea to the 158, so PAH ahead in that lane for Graves, who, by the way, is now 3-0-2 with a Bloodthirster, Double Door, Berserker Greaves, and the Zeal. With 157 CS to 111 from Vade. We talked about it here, forget that because hyrqGod's in trouble. Did get stuck behind the wall there. Do they have the damage to finish off? Actually, flash in from Yorick. Flash away from Karthus. They turn around onto Entonsberg. Can he get away? Kottenx is coming in around the side as well. Heal there from Tariq. They need to get their stun down, which they do onto Kottenx. Can they finish off Entonsberg though? It looks like they probably can't. And Millennium even tried to turn things around, I think realizing that there will be backup coming across that side as well. And they have to force themselves, get back into their base, stay safe from that. But it just looks like a bit of a one-way street, this can't see pHeoz losing fights at this point even.
Yeah, they've got good control, good crowd control. Kottenx is doing a fantastic job. He's been really getting in their faces, causing problems. Moopz has been landing their stuns and the walls, really, when it counts. And it all started from hyrqBot simply getting caught out.
Yeah.
And he backed away. He was well out of the way before Vayne suddenly got involved. Enzensberger just about surviving. Enzensberger's not had a good tournament, though, so far. The 2 games we've cast him on, he's not got a kill yet or an assist, which is not nice for him. He is 0-3 in this one. I do assure you, he is a very top player. He's to hold that #1 ranking in the EUS. Yep. You know, I don't think anyone's going to take that from Frelendor for a while. That boy just plays a lot of ball. The stun coming off, managed to land all 4 members of MILLENIUM there. They continue on the tower there. You can see hyrqBot coming around. They do save that turret, so no turret so far. 3-0 in the turret saves. Meanwhile, Rekkles was happily stealing away the blue buff and leaves that one little lizard to give him a surprise. As soon as they come around there, they're going to say, okay, let's pick up the blue. Oh, wait, it's gone.
Yeah, bad news if it wasn't already bad enough for MILLENIUM. Although they are managing to gain a bit more vision on the map. This Oracle from Naijik has paid its dividends so far, really clearing out a lot. They've got 3 wards down on the dragon side of the river as well. We can see Kottenx doing what Shen does best, which is just pushing, pushing, pushing. If he gets in trouble, he can always ulti away. And actually on the invade here, we'll see pHeoz as he drops that ward right on top of his head. So Kottenx knows what he's up against in this top lane as he tries to push it through. 3 men from MILLENIUM will be trying to push the mid lane out, but still not a single turret taken. See pH now doing Dragon, and to be honest with you, MILLENIUM, despite having those 3 wards on the bottom side, they were just nowhere near it.
Absolutely nowhere near it. Didn't have the timing, didn't know where it was happening. Kottenx just keeping them occupied on the top lane. Looks like they're going to go down towards the bottom and try and push that bottom lane out. They might well get in towards that turret. You see Janna actually tanking it up at the moment, and Lounet's going to come around there. But Shen, again, as we mentioned, doing that split push thing, just continuing on. But the problem is, because he picked up those kills and assists early on, 3-0-5, he's already tanky enough to quite happily do it on his own, whereas sometimes the jungler can't quite do that. And again, they've just completely distracted them so much with that split push that they're going to sneak in and pick up this turret quite happily. You can see Moopz hanging on the top there. Did he land that stun? I'm not too sure. He does manage to come around there. Yorick managed to get his rules out onto Taric, but he will push him back. The ping goes down on that top lane, so you need to be dealing with a stack. But again, red buff being stolen away by Shen as well in the jungle. You get picked up quite happily, and they're doing what teams should do when they're in the situation. They are just taking control of all the enemy jungle, just really forcing them down, just lacking their experience, their gold, every sort of income that they could get. And 12k gold just says everything for them. But as we mentioned, we have seen bigger throws in. It could come down to a Baron fight. I think some of the teams have just got experienced enough to realize when we have this advantage, don't go for Baron. Just let the other team try and force for it. Just unless you've got a clear chance, no point risking it. And I think that's what pHeoz are going to do.
And if you look down the items as well, you can see from that just how far behind they are. Graves, Phantom Dancer, Bloodthirster, and you look over at Vayne, he's got a Zeal. And you know, a couple of Doran's blades, which obviously doesn't match up whatsoever. Also with the AP carriers as well, you've got Karthus who's got that Rod of Ages for Sorceress who's finished, but Anivia had that Rod of Ages for what seems like half an hour by now. Chalice and a needlessly large rod as well. There was Vayne just tumbling away from the wall. Could have been a dangerous situation, but MILLENIUM are forced to defend with pretty much their entire team in this middle lane. And to be quite honest with you, pHeoz, they're just splitting off in every single lane and pushing, 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 and that's all they need to do at this point, actually.
Yeah, Warwick trying to head off Shen, but I'm not too sure he can do it anymore. I don't think he can deal with it. Despite the fact he was the top lane, he has got that level advantage, but Warwick at the moment, he's just got the Glacial Shroud. He's very tanky, but he's got not a lot of damage output. And this turret is going down very quickly. Graves has just ripped that one apart. Absolutely deal with it. Meanwhile, you can see Shen and Warwick actually having a little bit of engagement, but it's all about this one here. Moopz might get caught out. You can see the Defile going straight across everyone. Will he catch the lay waste on him? Moopz is taken down very low. hyrqBot does get dropped. Moopz will get egged. Actually within lay waste range. You can see the ulti coming out. hyrqBot will not be enough to finish him off there. Now they're going to push on towards Dax. They're going to try and get him for the tower. They need to be careful they don't dive a little bit too deep. Dax will go down to hyrqBot. Rekkles actually trying to get the fountain kill there. Not quite working out because pHeoz actually going very well against Kottenx there. Kottenx forced away. The inhibitor will go down. They're going to continue pushing. They could take down the Nexus turret here. I think this one goes down very quickly. If Rekkles does get on it, it will be. That's one Nexus turret. Will they go for them both? They've got 12 seconds before the spawns are up. Warwick finally gets around there, so pHeoz comes around. The stun lands on him. hyrqBot will take it, and the surrender vote comes out. 13-0, 6-0 in turrets. A very strong performance from pAH, and that's got to make up for their feeling of loss they had against CLG.
Looked almost too easy there, actually, for pAH. Not really skipping a beat. 13 for 0, 205 on Nivea, 404 on Graves, 305 on Shen, 402 on Yorick. Just across the board. Perfect play, actually. There wasn't a mistake you can really call out. Shen did his Shen thing. It was in the lanes constantly. For me, Maokai needed to make a bigger difference in this game. They knew that Shen was going to be present in the lanes a lot, and Maokai had to counter that. And we saw him, I think, 2 or 3 times in the top lane in the brush, but never really got that much of a chance to get involved. You know, Yorick just walked away. When they did try that 2-on-1 gank in the top lane, Shen just ulted in and turned it around and almost killed both of them.
That's it, and then that gank in the top of the tri-bush at level 3, I think it was level 3 or 4, they tower dived it, so they had it under control. So it's going to be Curse versus pAH next, which is basically the 2 winners so far. So, you know, this actually could set up who is really going to top the group. Curse looked fantastic against FNATIC, pAH looked fantastic against MILLENIUM, and obviously MILLENIUM FNATIC will be following that run. So there's a lot of games still coming up, ladies and gentlemen. They will be running all back to back to back. We're not going to be even doing the last 2 group stages together. I think they are going to continue back to back, which doesn't really bode well in rules, in my opinion.
In Group A, it's fine. I think in Group B, they really need to play those last 2 games at the same time, just so, you know, because what happens is teams can change their result, let's call it, depending on who they want to face when it comes to the semi-final. I don't know if we really touched on that, but you know, we've got 2 groups of 4. Top 2 teams from each group will go directly through to a best of 3 semi-finals, and then we'll play both those semi-finals in the final tomorrow, actually. So today, constant group stages. As Deman said, Curse versus pAH, then MILLENIUM versus FNATIC, then Curse versus MILLENIUM, and the final group game of Group A will be pAH versus FNATIC. So, you know, pAH, what can we say?
There's a lot of LOL.
Really good.
There's a lot of LOL
There's
today.
a lot of League of Legends.
A lot of League of Legends today.
So
it's going to be
sure you
going
get
on till
yourself-
the wee hours of the morning, I feel. This could well be a long day for you and me. I'm not too sure whether my voice is going to hold up. You may have noticed it's already a little bit croaky. I've kind of
Deman was dying when I went to bed last night.
I've kind of got germs, which is not good. So we'll see how that holds up later on in the day, Joe. But I believe we probably, hopefully we'll have an interview. I'm just trying to see whether I can see Phreak or Rivington across there. I can't see the cameraman. The cameraman, you guys know where the camera is because you guys have been trolling it and walking past it and doing the elevator and all sorts of things.
That's really funny, guys.
Yeah.
Good job with that one. Everyone at home was just jealous that they weren't here, I think.
Yeah, that's it.
Which is part of the problem from that one as well. But yeah, we will be bringing you all-day action here from DreamHack Summer 2012. Constant League of Legends. Actually, Curse has just invited us to a game, so I guess they're getting ready to start off that one. No messing around. Let's just drop into the spectator slot. Obviously, Rivington and Phreak will be coming up here to do the next game, rotating around, I think is the order of today.
Indeed.
Just try and save voices and stuff.
Try and preserve ourselves. So I think we're going to go take a well-earned break. We'll be back next time. It will be Curse versus pAH coming up within, well, we haven't got a time on the screen. So coming up within, I think it's every hour. So it's actually 12 o'clock. So it should be now.
So 2 minutes ago we started.
They're already in the game, so they're already hosting it. They're already ready. So don't go in there, guys. Run, get a drink, go to the loo, do whatever you do. Just come back in about 5 minutes' time.
Oh. Hey there, David Phreak Turley here at DreamHack Summer 2012, and I'm joined with Navi Kottenx, who's just been playing for PAH and just won their first game against MILLENIUM. So break it down. How did that game go?
Like, it went very well for us. Like, we took the first blood and we just prolonged from there pretty much. So we basically took control of the game like quite early, and just worked out for us.
Cool. So you played Shen in that game. Why pick Shen in that match?
We felt like the global presence would be the best, and a strong ganker as well as a lot of utility would help the team, along with like Yorick and like strong laners.
Cool. So your strategy was to kind of come out early and gank a lot to pull the other lanes ahead?
Oh yeah, and then like pull the advantage even further to split push and stuff.
Cool. So after you built that early advantage, what made you say, let's go offensive, let's start pushing down turrets? When do you sort of decide to start pushing ahead with the game?
I think like it happened like after we took the dragon, we felt pretty confident to like go on and push our advantage even more. That's why we kind of grouped up and just ended the game pretty much from there.
Cool. Were there any picks in that game that surprised you, that kind of came out of nowhere, that were just kind of unusual picks?
Yeah, actually we kind of wanted Karthus and they just picked him apparently, and we didn't think they would do it, so that was pretty surprising.
Cool. We've seen Anivia against Karthus twice now. Is Anivia a good counter lane, or do you just like running that champion?
I think she's like pretty decent pick, since you can wall like Karthus out when you try to go in and stuff, as well as high burst damage, and like Anivia can build tanky, so that fits like a lot of team comps and stuff.
Cool. So what about that bottom lane? You had Graves Janna against Vayne Taric. I was actually sitting there watching the game with FNATIC, and they were really confused by the Vayne Taric pick. Did that bottom lane look weak to you from MILLENIUM?
I'm not really sure. I didn't check so much on the bot lane, but I think like it worked pretty fine. Like, I think Graves and Janna is like an awesome combination together, and it just worked out.
Cool. So when you're playing jungle Shen, and you want to go for that early pressure, who do you try to help the most? What lane or what champions do you try to help the most?
In this case, like, it was the easiest one to gank was obviously Warwick, since it's like really easy to gank top lane. But I guess like with Shen you can pretty much gank like mid and top lane all along. Like, it's very easy. It depends a bit like on like what lane mates you have and like how you can synergize.
Okay, great. So the final question then. Who would be like the best teammates for Shen? If you're coming in and grabbing Shen, and a teammate sees that they've got a Shen, on their team, who should they grab to make sure that he ganks really well and wins the game?
I would say Karthus and Shen are like amazing together. Like, they just control the game flow so well.
All right, Greg, thanks very much. And of course, we're going to have more games coming up today, so stay tuned for the 2 days of League of Legends action. Hi, Riv. Rivington, come on up. What do you want to say? But we're still on stream. Come talk to me, Riv. Rivington, so did you watch any of that last game?
I did. Actually, I didn't. I was doing an interview.
Okay, so basically we had, I forgot the name actually.
I did see that they, what was it, like 8 minutes into the game, PAH was 6-0 on MILLENIUM. They had a lot of good counter ganks coming in as well. That bottom lane was being quite tortured. Like, what else happened in that game as it went on? Because I did have to do that interview.
So basically, Kottenx, he was talking about how he picked early Shen and just kind of went for a lot of early pressure, a lot of ganks. He actually targeted Warwick, because Warwick, he doesn't have great escape tools in lane. And so he's like, yeah, the first blood was actually Shen plus Yorick coming in, destroying that Warwick. They got those 8 kills. And he just kind of like showed up, and every time he ganked, someone died.
Yeah, I heard the Shen in the jungle was like, I'm so far ahead. He just kept saying it. He grabbed that gold per 10, then went for the next ruby crystal, and I looked at the other inventory, and it was like boots and pots for their jungler, and I'm like, wow, he is really far ahead. And then that top lane Yorick, as you were saying, just wasn't getting any damage dealt from Warwick. He'd hit him for about 100 HP. Yorick just goes in, and he would take him down to half health with that first reel of spells. And so that, yeah, real tough lane there. And then they focused down on Warwick, because knowing after that level 6, he's going to be a very big suppression, going to be able to lock that one person down, which is a huge advantage. So for them to focus that top lane, from what I saw, was really smart. And obviously they came out with that win.
Yeah, it was really great play by them. Of course, they tried to go for a sort of global strategy. You know, he said, "Oh, they grabbed Karthus from me, and we wanted to grab Karthus and just kind of gank everywhere all the time." We saw that the first game with Curse versus FNATIC, where they kind of got dropped down. The Karthus ults picked up so many kills. He assisted in all the ganks. So, yeah, you saw.
What do you think of that, though? Because we see Karthus sometimes. You play Zombie Karth and it's not effective. You play it sometimes and it's 200% effective. Is it worth the ban?
Well, I guess it depends on the team, right? We've seen him now be very common at MLG. We saw him very common here. You know, I was talking with FNATIC again, you know, what they're watching the stream of the game, and they're like, I don't know why we're banning Ahri. I don't know why we're doing some of these bans here. It seems that Karthus, you know, he's being very, very common. A lot of teams are playing him. He's being played effectively. And you know, Lamia was saying that, you know, when you start winning, you get a Karthus, and Karthus just snowballs you ahead. It gets so much easier to win when you have a Karthus and you're already winning. And he said, even if you're behind, you know, Karthus still does good damage. You can still wave clear. You know, if you get that one good gank, his ultimate still helps. Karthus is having a lot of impact, and I think these players and these teams need to say, well, look, he's got a very big impact on the game. If we're not going to grab him early, we're going to be very afraid of this guy throughout the rest of the game. So, you know, it's a top 3 pick, or maybe you ban it if you don't want it.
So it's different because you see Ahri not having that global aspect that Karthus does. So most of the teams this weekend are running very tanky front lines. You have Nautilus, you have Leona, you have Shen in there a lot. So why not leave that Karthus or ban that Karthus out, since he can just lay waste past that wall, past that tanky line, and get that Ahri in there. Charm somebody out. You can actually do the damage to them. So, you know, it's either way. To ban out that Ahri, leave in that Ahri. She's going to be able to do more damage and dive past that tanky line instead of stay on the outside. So, really, both of those are good bans, but I think the Karthus should be in there.
Yeah, the Ahri is interesting because she does similar things at that level 7 mark, where Ahri can wave clear and then get out of lane. Of course, Karthus as well, sit in lane and I'll ult, and then we'll get some kills and I'll help the fights. Ahri has very good wave clearing with Orbit Deception, and then, yeah, she can run down, pop the ultimate, you know, again, crowd control. She does bring more to her ganks than Karthus, right? You know, Karthus can come down and wall, but it's whatever. But Ahri will chase you down, you know, has the ultimate, has the Spirit Rush, charms you up, does more damage ultimately in a gank, and then can get back to lane and not really miss out on gold or XP. So yes, she's definitely very dominant for us. She's very good at snowballing a game at, you know, the 7-minute mark or so. And so, you know, these teams are respecting a very strong champion, of course. But yeah, you're seeing Karthus clean up fights better than Ahri does. Whereas Karthus says, you know, yeah, you'll kill me and I'll wipe everyone down anyway. Ahri says, well, you won't kill me because I'll just dash around. It's really no big deal. But yeah, you know, Karthus seems to have a lot better impact right now. So I kind of agree with you, yeah.
And, you know, adversely as well, we see that they have these tanky lineups. Why not leave somebody like Ahri in? Let her charm that frontline Maokai. Let her charm that frontline Nautilus. You know, it's not really going to help her out too much. So sometimes they may be able to work that in their advantage, where you use that charm cooldown on somebody that doesn't necessarily need to get it. You're going to be able to take that fight away, or at least push Ahri out, since that major initiation for her is gone. Yeah,
certainly she can escape the scary ganks. You see them, like, you know, they've been rushing for Nautilus and Maokai so far. And when you try to Maokai W, when you try to do that against Ahri, she just kind of hops around and suddenly you're inside of her turret and then charmed and then taking true damage. So, okay, I understand not wanting to pick Maokai with Ahri still available. Right. And the one thing about Ahri is she's a safe laner. She's one of these laners like Shen, a little bit like Aurelia, where you can pick them and just feel safe. You know, we saw Graves a whole lot of Anaheim, the same kind of situation. You pick this champion, and you don't have any garbage matchups. You'll do pretty well, you know, 40 to 60% in any matchup. It's going to be fine. Not a big worry, and they want to actually shut down these mages, right? They want to say, you don't get to last pick Ahri or even first pick an Ahri and know that you're not getting countered. They want to try to force them into these scary champions like Karthus, like Anivia, where, you know, as we saw with Curse versus FNATIC, Anivia got jumped on by Maokai, and Anivia, not Ahri, couldn't really get away from that one, just kind of got locked up. And Karthus could wall and lay waves, and she dropped down. And yeah, you know, when you're leaving in these really gank-oriented junglers like Nautilus and Maokai, you know, yeah, you want to deny the escape-oriented champions so they can't escape from your ganks, but at the same time, if you're picking unsafe champions like we saw with the Warwick for Millennium or like we saw with Pekka's Anivia, you get shut down a little bit.
Yeah, Warwick in lane is really scary. Obviously, in the jungle, you're not going to see him too long, but you know to shut him down before 6. He's an easy target to be able to say, hey, we're really not worried about him for the first 6 levels. That's about 7-8 minutes in 5-6 minutes into the game. So for that time, their jungler pretty much has free roam to say, I want to go top, and we're just going to pressure this Warwick out. Whether we can get him to just flash, get that kill, or just deny him experience, that's going to be huge, because if he's only going to be able to suppress later, that's about 3 seconds of just like, hey, you know, I'm just going to do this. My last swipe isn't going to do too much.
Pekka making an appearance right there. How you doing? Hey, Pekka, come back, man. We wanted to talk to you.
I think we have FNATIC next, right?
Yeah, no, they have one more break.
Oh.
We're going to have pHeoz play again. They're going to be against Curse. Pekka, how you doing?
Spaniard.
Really good here. Showing my apps to the camera because I know they love them.
say hi to your fans.
Hi.
Who do you have at home to say hi to?
My family, my friends, Claire, and that guy,
Claire?
that bald guy over there.
Yeah.
Hey, Leo, how you doing? All right, well, awesome. Of course, we have more games coming up. We're actually going to get up the next game. I think is pHeoz versus Curse. Do you have any, Pekka, do you have any predictions for that match?
I don't know. I hope Curse gets crossed though.
Fair enough. Hopes Curse gets crushed. So we'll see what happens. Thanks for watching, guys. Riv and I are going to be back in the casting booth, actually casting that next game. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Yeah, indeed it is. We are in a champion select as well. And one of the bands we have not seen this weekend finally coming out after terrorizing multiple games in a row.
Yeah.
We are going to finally see that Karthus band.
Yeah, and hyrqBot as well. They realized, hey, you know what they did the first game is Sleper took hyrqBot, and they kind of ruined those lanes pretty hard. Now, I actually did talk with FNATIC about their picks against hyrqBot. Normally,
Okay.
Normally it was like, hey, sOAZ is this anti-laner, and it's this, positive laner. She's does well with hyrqBot. And Lamia and Pheilox were like, no, see, we picked Ashe Taric as a counter lane. We said, look, we can get good aggression from our jungler, right? They picked Nautilus. He's a very good ganking jungler. They said, look, we can go in with a tank, we can go into an Ashra, we can go into the stun. We will shut down that hyrqBot. That was their plan there. Run in there, shatter all the damage, land the slows. hyrqBot does not have escape tools, so he can't run away from Ashe with slow. And so, in their minds, like, well, all we have to do is run forward, land crowd control, break him apart, and we'll be fine. Well, turns out it didn't pan out so well because the Maokai ganks were so strong, he snowballed the other lanes, and so FNATIC couldn't keep up, and that's what kind of happened right now. pHeoz saying, you know what, not really worried about it, let's just pick out standard champions. There's the first pick, Graves coming out. Corki, John is available as well. There's a lot of potential options here.
Yeah, they do have that first Graves pick. As you said, Corki could have a kill bot lane with the Leona. We'll have to see, though. It's not something I want to jump into. Graves, with that quick draw, easy to get out of a fight for himself. Alistar still in the game would be a pretty nice matchup for them down bottom as well. We'll have to see. Content picks for himself here. 19 seconds left for pHeoz to get this choose on, and they may be early picking a Lulu. Could see this support or mid.
Wow.
Looks like they really don't know what they want right now. We are going to see a Jax coming in here. We believe that will be Tox top if they choose to lock that in. A lot of bans tell me that they kind of want that melee comp. A lot of long-range initiation has been banned out here from both teams, so we could be looking for that strong melee comp coming from pHeoz.
Yeah, I like that sort of strategy setup. This is really cool. Normally we don't, normally we see that bottom lane grabbed out. They grab a lot of safe picks. Now, they do have a lot of options here. That Lulu could be played as ability power in the mid. She could also be played as a support in the bottom lane. And so they said, look, we're going to run a very big, tanky, beefy Jax. We dare you to counter-pick Jax. They dropped out Shen. They dropped out really, Nautilus and Nocturne are away in the jungle. So there's a couple of less options here for the jungle ganks. So they said, yeah, we feel like Jax will be pretty safe in this lane. We'll pick whatever we want. And Curse says, okay, Olaf, Kayle, Malphite, these are all great options. Malphite actually probably one of the best counter laners to Jax. So we'll see if that ends up being what they go through with. But right now looks like Graves, Taric also in consideration. But this is a very interesting setup already from pHeoz.
Yeah, they're definitely going for that melee so far. Obviously, they have 3 more picks, which can quickly turn into a poke comp with Jax jumping into stun. But to leave him by himself may be dangerous. See there, the teams setting up, Red Bulling away, preparing themselves. Long day of matches to come, all the way up until just about midnight. We're going to be doing these matches. The Morgana does get locked in, so that's going to be very nice for long-range initiation from Curse. Looks like they're trying to play a really safe game here with their composition.
Yeah, so far they've gotten, pretty standard grabs. Last game we did see Vayne coming out there, but she got kind of shut down in lane, and the rest of their team just didn't do so well, and they never really picked up any major kills. So this time they, we're seeing some pretty standard grabs. Anivia might make her third appearance in this tournament so far. You've got a lot of interesting options here. You can see there, that is pHeoz up on your screen. The closest one there is Navi Kottenx. We just had that interview with him before. For what it's worth, 3 of these... Oh, it's actually the story of this team. So the name is I'm going to pronounce it poorly. My French isn't great, but it's Poto au Hebs, or it's HEBS.
So, yeah, French expression.
Yeah, something French. He said it was a poke at Yellow Star. 3 of these members are from Cypher, actually. So Navi Kottenx, obviously from Navi, but hyrq, Moopz, and Lounet, all from Cypher originally. But basically, they all showed up at DreamHack and said, hey, we should play in this tournament. We're all here. We're all good players. Let's do it. And they've already made it out to a Challenger Circuit event there. They've actually gone 1-0 in the group stage so far. They're basically 1 win from making it into that Final Four. And this is just a pickup team that showed up and said, hey, let's go rock DreamHack. So I kind of like that. That's pretty cool.
When mechanics can come together like that, give a team a few more months and see what they can do.
Absolutely. This is a possibility. I don't know how likely it is necessarily, because Navi is, a well-performing team online, and I think they're pretty secure there. But, ultimately they are playing very, very well here. They're going to have some circuit points.
Yep.
We'll see what happens if they want to go for it. We do see, there we have Curse. No, sorry, actually we're still looking at them right now. But Curse has locked in their whole lineup. Graves, Tarek, Morgana, Jungle, Malphite, and then Kale is going to be that top laner. And once again, actually, pHeoz going to grab, it's going to be probably actually Jungle Jax, and it's going to be Yorick as the top laner. So a little bit of a bait and switch there, and they've got a very interesting lineup, because that Jax or that Corki could get crazy beefy. Either one could take a Lulu ultimate, either one could take a Yorick ultimate, and they're going to have a very difficult time dealing with all that damage output. So they've got a really, really cool setup here. I really like pHeoz? I'm just going to call him pHeoz. I can't break into the French accent, otherwise I just mispronounce the words, and I'm just like, you know what, never mind. pHeoz versus Curse. The lineups are here. Both of these look heavily offensive. There's a lot of damage on both sides here. Riv, what do you see? Who's your favorite for this game?
Looking at these team comps, I'm really liking what pHeoz is bringing to the table. We saw a good aggressive Yorick play just last game between those two teams, so he is going to be coming out strong here. And the duplication for these guys, that it's endless possibilities. It can be Jax, it can be Corki, but what if it's just somebody with a Lulu ult on him as well?
Yeah, there's so many difficult things to deal with. But looking over at Curse, they've got a couple of cool synergies themselves. So you've got, Morgana can jump in there and pop her ultimate. If she doesn't have a Zhonya's Hourglass, well, she's got Kale there anyway.
Yep.
So, one of the difficulties with Zhonya's is you pop it and you can't move, and people can escape your ulti, and that can make things very difficult if people can run away from Morgana's Soul Shackles. But if you get that Kale on you and he pops her ultimate, that intervention comes out,
yep,
then Morgana can still run, of course, still invulnerable, and suddenly you've got a much better chance to stun the entire lineup. You've got Malphite, who can initiate first if he wants, and they can still follow up there. You've got the amazing smoke bomb from Graves. You've just got a lot of slow in general. Curse's lineup is really, really cool, and they've got a crazy aggressive bottom lane. Tarek Graves, really good at putting out that pain. And Corki Lulu, they can put out a lot of damage themselves, but, getting stun comboed usually is a bit scarier.
Yeah, we're going to have to see how Malunoo plays this one, or
Yeah.
Malunoo, rather. He does like to come through tri-bush. He does like to go for forward bush ganks where he's going to walk around with his team. Malphite, not the best ganker out of the jungle, only can go for the slow. We're going to have Jax on the stun, so we may see a lot more aggression from that jungler in the beginning.
Yeah, you're going to have... Yeah, you're right. Malunoo, the slows from Malphite, not quite as strong as Jax going with Leap Strike Stun. So you will probably see a little bit more pressure there. Additionally, by being purple team, Jax can start at the Golem buff and work his way up around through the jungle, grab that Lizard, get level 3 from that, and then have a very easy setup for top.
Just on the other side of the wall here. Wall buckshot goes out, and they have great sound mechanics there. You are able to hear Sleper's like, yep, that hit. Everybody heard it, and they're going to be milling about here. They do see Cotton. The ward goes down. They kind of have control of this area right now. They do need to get a little bit of vision above themselves so they don't get pinched out. But that early ward is going to give them vision of the jungler. They have the definite upper hand here for the first 3 minutes of this matchup. And it looks like that pHeoz is not going to be able to counter with any wards. Guys, coming into this match, CURSE.EU versus pHeoz. If you guys would like to see Curse take this game, let me hear you in the crowd.
And if you instead want to cheer for the pickup team that came together at DreamHack, pHeoz, let me hear you guys cheer in the audience.
You know, these fans just as excited about these new teams coming into the light as we are. These open invitational challenger circuit events, definitely a thing to be coming in the future. More teams to be coming in League of Legends. Looks like everybody helping out here. A very fast Wolves going in for Kottenx.
Most of them get stolen,
Yep.
actually. Cotton gets one of them, which is enough, though. He's already halfway to level 2. He's going to easily get that level from here. And with most of them still being his experience, he'll still hit level 3 off Blizzard, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah,
so
they're going to go for it really fast. And he might even do what Malunoo did last game and just head around the top side of red buff and dodge that ward.
So much damage. Jax at 208 has fully cleared that camp without smite. And Malunoo actually burning his, just now finishing it. So an amazingly fast opening here. For Kottenx, he's going to have a really good time ganking.
Yeah,
however,
Rekkles, they didn't even miss any CS bottom. That was great.
Yeah, that was phenomenal. But the one caveat there, though, is he's warded right here. They can see Cotton going through the race right now. And also that top tri-brush has been warded. So Curse, same as that first game, putting out a lot of early ward coverage. Lounet taking some damage there, but he's going to be okay. Problem is, though, Xinec will get the ability to heal pretty soon, and that's going to make that lane a bit scarier.
Yeah, they need to communicate that a little bit better down bottom. Corki just kind of had free farm fire, or free attack onto Sleper there, so he has to be careful. They were kind of focusing on Lulu, and Xinec did not have the same idea, so we do see red buff being grabbed there. Going to get an aggressive Kottenx coming out up top here, but as you said, that forward ward in the tri-bush going to be very helpful, and you know, Angush can use this now to his advantage to kind of bait out that and keep Cotton up there for a while. Waste his experience, waste his time.
Yeah, so he's going to know that Cotton's going to run in there. You can see Kale just pulling towards the back. Angush, thankfully, you know, on his side, did shove the minion wave anyway, so you know, it's going to get there on reset for the turret regardless. He could recall for wards right now, but now he thinks that Jax is recalled. Cotton took a long enough time to say, yeah, you probably thought a recall.
Oh, Lounet down bottom, getting taken down. The exhaust hits up, and first blood goes to Graves. Corki was forced to Valkyrie out on that one. Malphite was coming in, but they kind of just turned around. The stun goes down to leap strike in, and it looks like they're only going to be able to force Angush out of lane for a little bit of HP. More than happy to stay and farm.
Wow, great gank there at the bottom lane. Curse coming out ahead. That, again, that aggressive combo. Tarek Graves, really, really good damage. Rekkles being forced you know, to Valkyrie back. He's very afraid of that Tarek stun. So yeah, you know, Corki can be safe because he has Valkyrie, but Luby does not have that same sort of situation. And you can see that first blood did go down there.
Angush backing now, kind of staying in the fog of war. Well, kind of backing. He was seeing if he had really any trouble, but as soon as he saw, wow, the ward just died too as Cotton walked through the bush, so he kind of gave himself an idea that he can stay there. You can see him hovering between the top and bottom bush. Sleper happy to farm here down bottom. It looks like his lane has had to back. Corki picks himself up. Adorance again on Lounet. Will he be able to take it down? Tarek is still there. Shatter has been used, so it's up to Sleper's damage now. Xinec is not going to be able to reach it. One more shot. No, leaves him with about 100 HP. They turn it around for the counter, and now Xinec running for his life. About 400 HP on the bar. He turns around. The shatter kill, picking himself up a little bit of gold, but also feeding Rekkles one. Back and forth. And 2 for 2 on the bottom.
Oh man, but he bought enough time for Malunoo to come over. Now putting some pressure on a Rekkles one. His Valkyrie just came up. And he's going to get away from this one. That was a little scary from Tarek, though. He dove, and he, you know, he did it knowing he would give away a kill to Corki. And that's, I don't know, that seems a little bit greedy to me. You know, I love picking up kills. I'm an aggressive player. But picking up 300 gold on a support versus picking up 300 gold on Corki.
Right.
There's different values of gold there at that point. You know, even though it's 2-2, you've got a 2-0 Corki. And he's going to start bullying a lot. He's going to really bully that Graves out. I don't think it was a really good dive there, ultimately.
It was a great black shield by Extinkt in middle. He just dodged a complete leap strike out of the bush. Just dodged it by the time he was getting hit. Sleper farming away still. He has 25 CS to Corki's 18. You can see a little bit of the difference there, but still 7. Not that much right now. Corki did just get himself a kill, so he easily made up for that loss.
Yeah, and we can see these gold values are going to be pretty close together. Graves at 1940, Corki at 1813. So the minion kills right now actually pulling through on the advantage. Of course, that first blood, the extra 100 gold as a result, did go to Sleper, so that is building them a bit of a difference here.
So right now, you know, this bottom lane, despite all that, still really, really good for Curse. You can see they're up 400 gold in total. 100 of that is Graves right now. So, you know, you got to say Curse right now driving this game, but it still could go either way, of course.
Yep, Angus again warding for himself. Looks like bottom lane, they're keeping it right there. Sleper has been able to freeze that lane completely. Coming down, they do have ward vision, but is it far enough? Yes, it is. Very nice job. They don't have any ultimates that are going to come from that range, so the ward placement can still be close. And Nivea now farming in middle. Moopz to do what he can to kind of push that wave into the tower and deny Extinct that experience.
Yeah, so Extinct's going to miss out on, looks like 3 minions worth of gold, 2 to 3 on experience. And yeah, so that was kind of the price he paid for the gank bottom. Is Anivia shoved mid. He managed to burn the flash away from Lulu and a little bit of mana away from that Corki. So, you know, he did get something back for his pressure, but yeah, he did miss out on a fair bit of gold as a result. So we'll see if that's worth it if they can follow up on Lulu later.
A very nice ward coming from Cotton. Reveals Malphite walking into the jungle. They know now where Malunoo is. And it looks like Sleper taking a little bit of phosphorus damage there. They do have the timer on the blue buff that are near 7 minutes for the regular jungle clear. The ward goes in the bush. They don't see the other ward disappear. They did just put 2 wards in to get better vision on both sides. They have pulled it out, so they know they're in the bush. Do they want to initiate this fight? Lulu coming out for the first stun, and it does go to Jax. Cotton picking up his own blue, but does it cost him his life? 300 HP, moves in to lay down the ultimate. Sleper is forced off into the golem camp, and it looks like he may go down. Corki trying to land the Gatling, and he does. No, Moopz with the auto attack from the outside, and Curse kind of has pAH in a choke point here, but they're not able to finish out the damage. 1 for 1 there as Cotton able to take one down. Lulu also falls in the fray, and now they have Curse on their heels on the run. It looks like Xinec may fall on this one. Extinct does have mana, does have a potion going, so he's more than happy to kind of stay here, throw some more Dark Bindings, misses that one, and that will end that fight. Now 8 minutes into the game, 4-3. These teams hugely aggressive throughout this entire matchup with a 300 gold difference right now.
Yes, that was quite a great fight there. I really like the coordination, though, that pHeoz put out there. Is they knew Golem was getting low, and they said, okay, you ready? You ready? You're going to smite this? Okay. And he sheeped Malphite. He silenced him so he couldn't make any, you know, grand moves there. Couldn't really maneuver or anything, and then couldn't rely on his own damage. So Jax got to do the leap strike burst into smite, got to time it himself, and ensure that he would pick up the kill there. And it was just a great little bit of coordination there that worked out really, really beautifully, and they got their own golem back. They wanted to give it to Anivia, so that was still something they lost, but still, they went 2-1 up in that fight, and that's good enough.
Graves doing a very good job with that. Just about 20 CS up, has kept his inventory mirrored to Corki's right now. Corki 2-0-1, and Graves has died twice, so very good play coming from Sleper to keep himself in this one. He's got to be careful, though. Corki is going to be able to start tearing through this team with Cotton. They also have Yorick, who really hasn't been in these fights yet, so they got to be very careful. Dragon now going at 9-16, so we'll see that coming up at 16-16 for the next one. Goes to pAH, so they are sitting on a good amount of gold here, kind of breaking that 1,000 gold difference now. Just about 10 minutes into the game, not any completed items. A good amount of gold pretends are on the board, though.
Yeah, so we're seeing how the gold's going to pan out in this case. Right now, again, pretty much identical. But we'll see. You know, I like the late game here from pAH because they have that Jax who's going to scale very well. Corki will scale a little bit better than Graves. He basically pays for being a little bit of a less well-rounded laner, being more sort of offensively focused. But again, he has really, really good damage. Graves has a bit of crowd control there and the utility from his smoke bomb. But the late game damage output is really, really phenomenal here. And it's going to depend, I think, ultimately, the X factor is going to be Kayle here. Because Kayle can absolutely turn into a monster. We saw Dyrus play her at MLG, and he just scaled so very well, got the Zeal into the Infinity Edge, and really blew people up. And we're going to see if that's going to be the same case here for Angush. He's picked up Zerk Greaves, he's got 2 Doran's Blades, he is choosing to play as an attack damage carry, but he's at only 50 minions. At 10 minutes in, only has 50. You compare that to the Yorick top laner who's got 77, that is a very big difference. Yorick, however, he doesn't really turn into a late game carry in that same capacity. What he's going to do is instead clone up either that Jungle Jax or that Corki. And the problem, though, is that Jungle Jax, he's only got 34 minions because he's been ganking. He's been kind of playing for his team. So that late game nightmare you expect from Jax, he's going to rely on gold per 10 and kills and assists to get that money. It's going to be a different situation here. That may not work for them late game.
Malunoo creeping up top here. Looks like he may try to get an unstoppable force down. But against a Yorick, they're going to have a pretty hard time getting this one down. But he walks into the bush, so there's a little extra damage. The red buff is now ticking. He goes for the ultimate right away to keep himself kind of in the confusion there. And it looks like they figured out which one is him, and they will quickly be able to take it down. Yorick doing what he could to stay alive. Very good job from Malunoo creeping up in that forward bush.
Yeah, he's going to just try to clear as many minions out as possible. Get some gold back. Bottom lane, though, a lot of pressure. Xinec taking a bunch of pain right now. Ignite is on. Damage going off on both sides. Graves going to escape there just barely from the wild growth Jax. But here goes Morgana. Dark Binding almost hits it. And Jax says, let's go for the fight. Rekkles will drop down to minions. Graves actually getting the last hit, so they trade back and forth there. And, wow, actually 2 for 1 ultimately in the lead there. They picked up, they picked up that kill at top, and then they traded 1 for 1 at the bottom. Great move by Morgana to support that fight.
You know, it is really great. Extinkt playing very smart, as well as Moopz has to consider this as well. That's going all the way back to base. Is that they can't really kill each other. It's not really a mid lane fight here. They're going to get their kills from the rest of the lanes around the map, so they have to keep moving. You know, Morgana's not going to be able to output enough damage for the second kill of Egg, and she's just going to dart or black shield anything that Anivia throws out. So they are really relying on kills from other lanes rather than fighting each other. Mid for them is just CS right now.
Yeah, and you've seen that, right? You've seen Extinkt run up, clear a wave and then try to run down for a gank. Last time, he picked up a kill, or he gave Graves the kill onto Corki. Time before that, he made Lulu burn Flash, and that allowed some aggression earlier on as well. So you're seeing Morgana really say, yeah, I'm going to shove, then I'm going to go. Look, Extinkt running up now, right? Doesn't have a ward. He's running up to go gank. No, maybe he's not. He's like, that's fine.
Yeah, sees that wave got cleared. It's going to reset quite soon. Maybe choosing to go down. He's just kind of making himself apparent in the entire lane in both brushes.
Yeah, but you're going to see Extinkt kind of pull these minions up together. You're going to see that Tormented Soil goes down. You can see it reaches all the ranged minions. A little bit of damage to the melees as well. He's going to push these out, and we'll see if he makes it again.
And again, both of them throwing down their ultimates. Great wave clearing abilities from both champions there. And it looks like the blue is going to go ahead and be dished off here to Moopz. They do have the timer on this for Curse. I don't think it's really on their mind right now. It's not something they want to pressure, but they do know that has gone down, so it's going to be about 19 minutes again for that. Looks like top lane going to get a little bit of aggression here, but a nice ward either by the jungler or by Love up top has been able to save himself there. You can see the pings going down. Yeah, Jack's going to go ahead and forward ward here, or forward bush.
Yeah, so we're seeing now 13.5 minutes into the game. These teams almost exactly tied. So very little gold is separating these two sides. But Curse, though, with the early oracles, is going to really, really enjoy that. And we can see they're trying to bait a fight there. Lounet overextends, and there's the stun up on a Xinec. A lot of pressure. The exhaust as well, but Morgana is already ready for it. And look at that. Dark Binding comes off. They're forced to run away, and that gank not quite going to happen. They already burned their exhaust as part of that fight. And there we go. Forced away. And Anivia has shoved another lane down up to that turret and is going to ward aggressively, make sure that wraiths aren't stolen again. Malunoo going to come over and try to take these for himself. There we go. Pressure at the top lane. Here doing a lot of damage to Angush.
Wow. That giving him that range just such an advantage. I want to point out as well, he's saying that Morgana was leaving lane and losing a little bit of experience to those creeps being pushed into the tower, but she has been backing to Wraith so much. She's still ahead in CS on Anivia, and with those kills, it's going to help. They're both 1-0 and 1 right now on that 10 CS up. The Catalyst, the Protector, but against the needlessly large rod. So Morgana able to just black shield, definitely wanting to flash into that next fight. It could be big damage coming from Extinkt.
Yeah, we're just seeing Corki last hit at turret right now at the bottom lane, and they've kind of reset this. Again, 200 gold the difference. These teams very, very evenly matched. Now, xPeke from FNATIC did say he hoped Curse would get crushed in this game. Right now, that's not the case. These guys have put up one of the closest fights so far in this matchup, and you're going to see Curse trying to bait a little battle here. Jack's kind of waiting around on the side. This could be a 3 versus 1. 4 versus 1. No, 3. Sorry. Yeah, I can count. And they might want to pressure Jax here. Sleper's going to come over. He wants to bait Cotton out if he can, but I don't think he wants to do that. I think he wants to just last hit a turret.
Yeah, Sleper's showing a little too much aggression there, kind of readable, and it looks like Love is going to step in, but now they've pinched the team. They don't even know it. We can see the Dragon backing off instead of coming down to fight. PAH was not ready to consider that fight. They said, hey, oh no, we need to go to blue. There's a lot of people below us, when really they should have went down and helped Cotton. Cotton easily could have leap strike to one of his champions, one of his friendly champions as well, and they could have had a completely different fight there. A little bit of miscommunication.
Yes, we're seeing, you know, the early oracles just paying dividends here for Malphite on Curse, and they're taking a lot of control of this map. You can see there's a whole lack of ward coverage now. Curse can see a whole lot. Again, they've warded into the brush, into the golem area, but you don't see that same kind of knowledge. You know, I mean, yeah, okay, you see, you know, Lulu and York waiting around, but they could get pinched off, honestly. Like, Curse could go for a fight here and do a pretty good job of it. They're setting Kale down. They do want to go for something major right here.
For the amount of people that are together on Curse right now, they're way too split for pHeoz. Corki down to the right, Yorick was to the left of Dragon, Lulu was to the right of Dragon's Den. They could not get to each other. And here they are going to try to converge on middle, seen by Kale. And it looks like Angush is going to be able to make it out there quite easily. They're again going to pinch onto this Dragon. pHeoz not a very good spot here as they have Curse on either side.
They open up on a Xinec. Xinec takes a lot of damage. He gets ulted by Kale just in time. Gonna keep him alive. Kottenx caught in the Morgana ult, taking a lot of damage, but oh my gosh, Lulu keeping him alive. Still, York will do the same. Lounet will go down. Sleper doing a lot of damage, but there comes here around as York, and there goes Morgana picked up. 2 kills for Graves so far, 2-1 in this fight. Angush still walking around. A lot of pain going off. Sleper forced away. Xinec taking a lot of pressure. He's gonna go down to Anivia, and some more pain just going off everywhere. It's just kind of everyone is dropping. Moopz still has Egg, though. He can play aggressively. Angush flashing away. Will survive as Kale. Malunoo now forced to his turret as well. Moopz out of mana almost. Won't do quite enough damage. And Malphite will survive. And in the aftermath, it's still a 3 versus... Is that a 3? I think Lulu and...
Yep.
Yeah. So it was 3 versus 3 ultimately. 2
Oh,
died.
wow.
Oh, and they caught up to him. The slow, so good.
Still
Excellent
becoming
job.
aggressive. You know, everybody pretty much went into that fight blowing everything they had. Mana bars are almost completely extinct in this one. And we're going to have to see what these guys can do. They're going to pressure Malunoo here. And it looks like he may go down. Unstoppable force to put himself in the bush and deny vision. But that is his ultimate. I'd go for about 1 minute and 20 seconds to keep myself alive for sure.
Yeah, but wow, getting forced away like that, pretty bad shape for him. Now we can see that they've taken up a lot of control for themselves. This is now going to be their attempt at Dragon. PAH really enjoying that now. They've gotten themselves now a 200 gold lead, just barely. That Dragon getting themselves back into that one. They're really going to like that.
Here we go. They are going to want this turret down bottom, allowing the minions to grab that. Extinct getting caught up here. Lulu is going to be taking the brunt of that damage. Both make it out quite easily. Looks like we are going to have Anivia backing. We'll see what items everybody's backing here, so keep an eye on that inventory. It is going to start popping up. Triforce, Rod of Ages, Spirit Visage as well, and a few more health potions. So some nice completed items here coming up for PAH for this next team fight.
Yeah, now poor Lounet taking pretty much all the damage for his team. You can see 0-4. They just keep focusing on Lulu. She's a very disruptive support. Needs to get in range to kind of do well in this combat. So yeah, he's getting kind of fired down on a lot. But that's one thing to consider though is, you know, all these kills that Curse are getting, you know, they're not really shutting down a high damage dealer when they get these kills in these fights. And so whatever's left over, if they trade 1 for 1, everything left is still a carry, is still doing a whole lot of damage. And so getting the early assassinate on a Lulu, as long as she got the first chain of her skills off, they're not losing that much power as a result. Whereas Corki, who's surviving these fights, Jax, who's getting revived by Yorick, he's still exerting a whole lot of pressure and making these fights go very difficult.
So we see a good amount of completed items now for both teams. As you were saying, with that intervention on the team, still going for the Zonias though. Morgana going to double up on that. It'll be very effective as well for Soul Shackle. And then out of Soul Shackle, they're going to want to focus for the Dark Bindings or whoever is in that fight. They have a lot of possibilities. Rekkles getting that down, and he is going to get shackled by himself. Can't get the Valkyrie to go away, and that will be enough damage. Malunoo coming up with the ground slam to pick up the kill there. They do see the ward in the bush. Here he goes. Curse now starting to deny across the map. We are going to get into that team fight. It is about 20 minutes here, starting into that mid-game. Laning phase is about to end. Moopz is egged, and we are going to see Lounet have to back out of that one. 2 quick picks for Curse will allow them to take this turret most likely.
Wow, and really good aim as well by Malphite. He landed it so that he got the left edge to stun that Anivia, and the right edge also caught up with Lulu. Of course, they didn't get the kill on Lulu either way, but still, they burned her flash as a result, and they're just going to pressure in right now. It's a 5 versus 4, and they've taken down 1 turret. They're going to take down a second one in mid lane right now. Their minions are gone, but it's okay. They've got a good amount of armor. They're going for that Zonias onto Morgana. She's going to be really scary as well. It's a very, very good turn of events here for Curse Gaming. They've now gotten themselves a 3,000 gold lead and picking up 2 kills and 2 turrets.
You know, that was huge even. You know, props to the minion wave. Sometimes if you're off by like 10 seconds there and the minion wave's not there, you get 1 turret. But they had a full wave coming with them, 2 turrets. That was huge just to play out in their favor like that.
Yeah, and you can see there in the aftermath, everyone's trying to get some gold back. You can see Extinct going for the golem buff right now. Should be a pretty easy clear for him. Nice little bit of mana regeneration and cooldown reduction as a result. You can see that golem buff not up right now, and Moopz going to be relying on that Chalice of Harmony a whole lot for his mana regeneration, and we'll see if that pans out well for him. The Rekkles one here on Corky, clearing out the bottom lane as well, but it's going to butt up against, well, no turret at all, so he's going to have to leave that one alone. Graves will just pick up that farm back. Sleper, of course, had picked up the golem buff from Anivia from killing him in the last fight, so he's in really, really good shape right now. Of course, you can see him shoving these minions down as well. Critical strike right there. Infinity Edge and Zeal picked up on that Graves. They're working on Infinity Force. We'll see if these different builds, how they'll pan out, who's going to do more damage in these fights. It just depends on the positioning and who gets more free shots.
You know, the game pretty even all around. You know, 80 carries doing their job, 6-3, 4-2, and then everybody else pretty much, you know, has 1 kill, 0 deaths, and an assist. Kottenx being caught up here. They will go for the Black Shield and not the initiation, but no, Xinec taking a lot of damage, has the Ignite on, and he will take down. Very nice job by Moopz to put that on just as he was going out of range. They definitely have the upper hand here. As Love says, we want to keep fighting this. I do have Ignite on. Don't want to take too much damage during that. Sleper going in for the advantage here. He goes for Quick Draw, and he won't be able to get enough damage, forcing the flash onto Love. They have a handful of HP between themselves. Do they really want to fight this? Angush coming in, able to slow and getting that percentage damage from his Q as well. Sleper forced out of that fight. Angush trying to stay in. He could have enough damage to do this. Malunoo stealing that movement speed. The shield coming out from Lulu. Will they be able to keep him out alive? A very nice pixie. And they are going to be able to get out of that one. Cotton going in. The 1-for-1 here, but Extinct on the backside, not allowing them to go face to face. And they do take down Cotton. It looks like they will open up the first inhibitor.
Yeah, again, a 2-for-1 fight there. Curse turning this game around right now. And they just picked up just a couple of kills just in time. Hyrq just ended up getting caught a little bit there on Yorick, and that kind of opened up the floodgates there. His ultimate's still up. He couldn't use it to win that fight, and that's really the reason they picked that Yorick. It's not his individual damage output. You know, he's a bully in lane. He can try to shut down Kale, but you're seeing this Kale, 145 minions and 2 kills. Angush is doing fine. You know, that lane was scary early. Oh, Rekkles taking some damage here. Looks like he'll be okay, just barely. But yeah, they picked Yorick to try to shut down Kale. It worked for a little while, but he caught back up. And, you know, he individually is not the star of the show. He's there to buff up teammates, to make Jax and Corky really, really big nightmares. And right now, he's not able to do that for them.
Nice dark finding, just throwing out some damage. You see that he has blue buff. Wow, unstoppable force into the entire team. pHeoz melting. Soul Shackle, triple kill. And we are going to quadra kill coming up as well. Wasn't even enough room on the score sheet for all of the deaths. And we have just seen the power of the unstoppable force into Soul Shackle. Xinec throwing down the Taric ultimate as well. So much AoE.
Wow.
That was a lot of damage. How much damage was that, Phreak?
Tons of damage dealt by Malphite and Morgana. And I'm very glad that I said that during pregame. I was like, they have that one combo though. And that one combo, if it works, is that Morgana flash the Malphite flash Morgana. And wow, you just watched the health bars went down to half, and you waited as they ticked. Okay, Soul Shackles, triple kill.
Right?
Blown up.
Pick up another one right after. Absolutely amazing. And you saw there, PH was like, yep, that was pretty that was dominating. We don't want that again. So yeah, with the amount of force they had, Curse, as you said, picking up that very early Oracles, a very early Infinity Edge on Graves, and a lot of dominance from Extinct in that mid lane. As we said, mid lane, they're not going to kill each other. Nivea and Morgana, they could go at it all day long. They're just going to farm. It's really that they were fighting that bottom lane, and then Nivea tried to force the experience, that minion wave, into the turret instead of following lane, which I think kind of hurt a little bit because Morgana just had too much free roam once she got down there.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. You know, Morgana didn't mind that she missed out on minions a little bit. You can see, you know, she had 169 to Anivia's 173. So yeah, on the winning team, still got, you know, out minion killed by the Anivia, but it was a price he chose to pay. He said, yes, I will miss out on half this wave, but I will get a flash for it, or I will get a kill for it, and I will snowball the game ahead, because I'll miss 80 gold, but I'm going to earn 300 for my team. It's worth it for me to do that.
Yeah.
And he did that every single time. Every time he showed up, I think every single time he showed up, he got either a flash or he got a kill or something major happened there. So, you know, really, really good moves by Extinct, saying it's a sacrifice, but it's going to be worth the sacrifice. And you can just see, you know, he was a star player. What, 5, 1, and 6? Of course, the quadra kill at the end meant he opened up 1, 1, and 6.
Yeah.
And that's fine. You know, you're there, you know, to lend a great bit of crowd control. Excuse me, sorry. You deal a whole lot of damage there. You can black shield your teammates. You're just a great all-around champion as Morgana, and he played it phenomenally.
Yeah, the entire team, and it was a great composition coming out for PAH as well. I said I like that comp. They're going to be able to endless possibilities of who York wants to ultimate, but they really did a good job at shutting down York ultimate top, or York top as well before he was able to get to that ult, not making him as strong and really not giving him that scaling ability into late game with buying items. Yorick actually only was able to get that Mana Moon and the Spirit Visage, so he was kind of really sustaining himself rather than helping the team.
Yeah, he did not get tanky enough. You know, if this game went another 15 minutes long, he would have gotten a Frozen Heart. He would have been probably grabbed the Shrellies at some point. He would have been a much bigger force in the game. And of course, the same with Jax. You know, poor Jax went 1, 4, and 3. He had a great early game. You know, a couple of early kills, had some really good initiations with that Counter-Strike stun. But the problem is, you know, Jax is a carry-type champion. He wants to get himself into the late game situation where he has a level advantage and he starts dominating the competition. That Jax only level 10. Everyone else on that Curse lineup 11 and up. 13, 14, 13, 14, and 11 on Tarek. When you're down in levels as a melee, it is very difficult to survive these fights. Everyone is going to burst much higher than your health pool, and it became very, very difficult.
Yeah, and I think we do have an interview coming up, and we do. And while you guys enjoy that interview, head over to the right side of the stage because we're throwing out some League of Legends shirts right now, but we do have an interview with Deman and Extinct, so stay tuned for that.
And we seem to be live, so as soon as I got my hand into the camera there, it's just technical. But I'm here with Extinct. Extinct, you just had a fantastic game. First of all, let's tell us about the game. I mean, you guys didn't seem a little bit focused at the start. Things weren't quite going right, and then you just snowballed.
We didn't really play that well early game. That the fights at bottom didn't go in our way. We overextended a little bit, but the Drake fight went really bad for us, actually, because we should have won that if we focused the right people. But then that fight at mid, I think we were quite equal. I'm not sure in the gold, but we felt equal. But the team fight just completely, they surrendered immediately because they knew they cannot come back from that. That was just GG right there.
Yeah, what about bad guy Angush? I mean, you bring him back on the team and he steals the pentakill? What's that all about?
I wouldn't have gotten it because I used all my cooldowns, just bind on cooldown, pull on cooldown, whatever. I'm happy with the quadra. Yes, it's enough, I guess.
And obviously you had the triple kill. We should have had a quadra in the first game as well. Obviously, you, straight off the back of it, and it was just a Nivea's egg saved it.
Yeah, I hate the Nivea. The egg is just annoying all the time.
So you're 2-0 in the group now. It's looking pretty good for you guys. Obviously, we've got the matches coming up later. You've got one more match against Millennium, but you know, I think it's safe to say it's a possibility that you could win that one. Who are you really looking forward to, like from the other groups? You got Moscow 5, CLG.EU in there. Obviously, your former team, or not your former team, but the former gaming house, I guess. What sort of teams would we be looking at from there?
I want to play CLG.EU in the next round because M5 are crazy offline, but I think CLG.EU are going to be first and M5 are going to be second. It's going to be a close match though because Absolute Legends are really good, the new team, the new Polish team.
Yeah, the new Polish team. And what do you think of DreamHack? This is your first time here, I believe. My first time here as well. So DreamHack versions, I don't know. But what do you think? What do you think of this event? It's pretty massive. There's about 10,000 people here, gamers. It's a pretty big area.
It's huge. Like when you see all the computers and people, especially in the morning, you come in, everyone's sleeping on their keyboards and stuff. They got pillows, blankets. It's really like blows your mind how many people are here, and wow, it's really great. I love it, and I hope I can come back sometime. as well.
Yeah, I think Dyrus would fit in well. There's about 5,000 people with pillows. It's not just him on his own. You not thought about getting one of the onesies that everybody's wearing?
No, no comment.
No comment. So anything you'd like to say about to your sponsors, your fans, people have been watching you guys?
I'd like to thank Curse for picking us up, and of course I would like to thank TeamSpeak, and you should check out lolpro.com. It's the best site ever, and yeah, you'll find a lot of guides there. It's awesome.
Yeah, your team left you hanging there. They were all going to jump in, but they've all just ran away in the distance. They left him there. So this is Deman with Extinct. Obviously, they are 2-0 up in the group. So next matchup, it's going to be FNATIC versus MILLENIUM. That will be myself and Joe Millie bring you the action around about 5 or 10 minutes' time.
Team coming into this event is obviously going to impact on how they can actually go about winning games against top teams like Curse. But FNATIC, MILLENIUM is kind of a bit of a do-or-die situation. Obviously, Curse, top of the group, 2-0. FNATIC, they ended up losing their first game. They can't afford to drop another one here.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, obviously losing out to to CURSE.EU, which was a big surprise because FNATIC had come to this one on such top form. So Cartha's being banned straight out there, Kennen being banned out actually. Do they think that Shusei's still in the team? Or are they expecting sOAZ to go with that Kennen on the top lane? I'm not too sure. Vladimir being banned out. So obviously aiming towards the MILLENIUM players there. I'm not too sure which way FNATIC are going to go with this one. They've had a pretty wild choice. Obviously we've seen, I was about to say Twisted Fate being played a lot by PK, but he's just been banned out, so we're not going to see that one. I just don't know. I mean, Pheilox and Lamia seem to have formed a great relationship, which is unfortunate for Melissan. Melissan is still around. He's not been kicked. He is still in FNATIC. He just couldn't make it to this event, which is why Pheilox has stepped in. And obviously, it seems to have worked very well. They seem to have gelled very quickly in that bottom lane and been very strong. hyrqBot being banned out, which does surprise me because FNATIC had first pick. I would have thought they'd have gone for that one.
Yeah, that's, I'd say one that the blue team are generally less going to ban out there. But we'll see. Nautilus being banned out as well. Obviously, a brilliant jungler. Got that gap closer in terms of his dredge line, so I think we're going to see a lot of Nautilus bans actually throughout the course of this tournament and throughout the course of what is going to be a long day today.
Yeah, them right guys in the crowd. Don't worry if they're eating, just feel free to ask them for autographs while they've got their face deep in their food. They are sat in the crowd, so you can find them if you're at the event. Feel free to go up and say, Rivington or Phreak, please give me an autograph. Or a Borson. Borson used to be the SK manager, sat next to Phreak there as well. So, you know, feel free to just badger him as well. We're getting heckled by them, so it's all good. So Shen being picked up the first choice straight away, so split push will be coming out from FNATIC. It's been pretty standard practice, worked out very well for pHeoz in the first game against MILLENIUM today. So it seems to be a pretty standard tactic, but as we said, it's a good tactic, but it's a boring tactic to watch sometimes.
Yeah,
from a caster point of view, and from an entertainment point of view, it can be, but it works.
But it works, and that's the name of the game. Actually, bottom lane looking like MILLENIUM going to go straight in there for the Graves Taric combo. Obviously, Graves being super duper strong. In there with the stun that Taric can offer you is going to be a bit of a deadly combo. Let's see what FNATIC go in there. As you said, they've got Shen, which We've seen him top lane, we've seen him in the jungle, so that can kind of throw MILLENIUM off maybe when they try and counterpick Chen, only to figure out that they're actually going to throw him in the jungle. Janna coming in for FNATIC, who they're going to complement him with. And it looks like a Tristana.
Yes, and of course, that's what they played with the other day. We thought, you know, they banned out their champions, and it was Yellow Pete, I believe it was, that pulled out the Tristana. It seems to be the third go-to guy for most of the teams these days. So the MILLENIUM guys there, and they're picking. I'm intrigued by this Union Jack pillow. I'm going to go talk to that guy. Maybe he's just rocking it for the Queen's Jubilee or something. I don't know.
Yeah, it's not normal to see the supporting of Britain from French.
He may be an
people,
English
that's
player,
for sure.
or is it an FC UK maybe? Could be a French connection pillow
Could be.
sponsorship.
Suppose
Just
so.
giving them a shout out.
Free advertising for the win. So Cassiopeia looking like MILLENIUM's choice for this middle lane. I'm surprised, to be honest, that they're not just going to leave that till last. Yeah, I know we've had this discussion what feels like 4 million times as to when is the right time to be picking up your AP carry for that middle lane, but they are going to lock it in. Maokai as well, being a big pick actually in this tournament so far.
I think this is the first cast we've seen in this tournament as well. So it used to be such a strong champion, pretty much always guaranteed picked or banned. In fact, I remember Kiev is pretty much banned out throughout that one.
Yeah.
And that's Ocelot was playing. And it is going to be Anivia by looks of it, so PK will be taking Anivia. sOAZ also possibly, Kassadin. And that's an interesting one. Kassadin used to get banned non-stop, but lately has kind of been forgotten about. And there's absolutely no reason why it's been forgotten about, because nothing's really happened to Kassadin. It's just the game's evolved a little bit.
I think 1 second.
Yeah,
which is like 1 second.
Yeah, which I know it could be a big thing in a team fight when there's a big 5v5 going on. But honestly, it's still a very strong champion and can snowball so hard as well. And I think against Cassiopeia, that's not a bad choice. You are going to catch a little bit of poison in the exchange if you get closer. They're about the range is about the same. If they go in there, going to catch a bit in the face there. And they're going to switch it up to Ari. Of course, and you can't see it, but, well, they can see it there because they are going to switch across to Ari. Ari has been banned out, I think, throughout this tournament. Correct me if I'm wrong, the 2 games that I did miss the start of the picks and bans, but I'm pretty sure Ari has been taken out. Has taken a bit of a nerf lately, but not enough that it's warranted a change. And wow, we've seen Singed locked in for top lane, guys. Not that you guys can see it, but Singed top lane lock-in, that's an interesting one. So Singed versus Aurelia. I'm not sure how that one's going to work out. That doesn't seem a clean choice for me. When Aurelia was already picked in there, I'm not sure that I'd gone with Singed.
Well, actually, in the first game that we saw today, pH versus MILLENIUM, pH banned out Singed.
Yeah.
So they're obviously a little bit scared of pHeoz's Singed, obviously the top laner in this MILLENIUM team. But I don't know, FNATIC's lineup, Ari in middle is going to cause some problems against Cassiopeia. The mobility that she has in there as well. Obviously, land of charm, and that can be a kill really quickly coming down. We will obviously be seeing Shen in the jungle. So the Shen in the jungle that we saw in the last game in MILLENIUM versus pH was very, very effective for pH. MILLENIUM did have Maokai, and we didn't really see him that much in the lane. His ganks weren't successful, and that's something that they're going to have to change against FNATIC.
Yeah, and of course it was Navi Kottenx that was playing the Shen. He actually worked very well because they had that level 3 dive. They managed to get the kills. They went 3-0-5, I think, in the jungle phase and lane phase. So he was way ahead. Obviously, that immediately snowballed him. He could do the full-on split push, which is what I think FNATIC will be aiming for. Certainly, we're going to see Peke just running up and down them lanes, trying to help out in the fights. And, of course, you could suddenly turn a 2v2 into a 4v2 very quickly because Ari can get around very quickly. I call it Ari, it's the British twang. Ari, I guess I should technically say if I was going to go Phreak's American style. Ari.
I'm more of an Ari man as well.
Ari, I mean, it's like South London, isn't it?
All right, Ari.
All right, Ari. Anyway, I'm losing everyone because they're all Swedish. They don't know what I'm on about.
I don't know what you're talking about, mate. Shut up.
We're not in an English crowd. So, the question is, FNATIC, they have to take up a win here. MILLENIUM, though, could get in their way. MILLENIUM have been a little bit shaky in the few games I've seen them. Entonsberg has not had a good tournament so far. He has a fantastic AD carry down that bottom lane, but the question is, how is he going to stack up against Lamia, who, for some reason, has dropped the A. I don't know if his name doesn't fit anymore. It's just Lammy.
Yeah, I think his name's kind of missing from there. He's running Heal Ignite as well, so going to be utilizing that rocket jump in terms of his escape ability. And we'll see how that all works out. So, level 1, are we expecting to see anything, Deman?
We haven't so far in the tournament, and honestly, the level 1 fights can be pretty ropey. They can be very dangerous. And in terms of level 1 teams, I think actually MILLENIUM have probably got a slightly stronger one. They've got a bit more beefy.
Yeah,
they can do
Sim's
it.
gone fling straight away as well.
Oh, has he already leveled it up? So
Yeah.
he's not messing around. So which actually does surprise me, you know, that they've picked that skill straight away before they've even seen anyone. But let's get a little bit of a crowd reaction. The crowd starting to finally build for this one. So who wants to see MILLENIUM win this one? There's a few ardent
Basically
fans along
nobody.
the front there, right over the side there. Who wants to see FNATIC win this one? That's
So MILLENIUM it is then.
yeah, MILLENIUM clearly the crowd favorite. So this is pretty obvious that there are a lot of FNATIC fans here in the crowd. They were cheering them big against CURSE.EU. CURSE.EU haven't had that many shouts from, despite they've got a Swedish player in there. They've just not been picked up. But FNATIC, honestly, I would expect them to win this one. I would expect them to at least come through second, definitely make it through to the semi-finals. They've played fantastically well online lately. And it's a big turnaround from the FNATIC that we saw to maybe even just a month ago, maybe 3 weeks ago. That they've definitely had a bit of a change of scene. Obviously,
And
not just the player switch as well. You know, the whole team seems to have just picked up the whole ideas.
Yeah, and it was needed, wasn't it? If we're being brutally honest there, they needed that switch out to be fair. So, as you say, it helps the whole team there, I guess, all feeling that little bit more confident, more hungry to win again. And that confidence can go a long way. You know, they beat Moscow 5 online before they actually came over here to DreamHack the day before, like 2 days ago now.
3 days.
3 days ago now. My clock is pretty messed up after being at E3 and MLG and what have you been coming here. We see blue buff being picked up straight away by Maokai, and actually Cyanide with Shen is going to be starting off on the red side of things.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. Starting on red on Shen there, so it's maybe going to be going for ganks early on Cyanide there. We're going to see where he's going to go with Pheilox with Dax there, just having a little poke between each other. Didn't actually go for the dazzle there, so I'm going to whether he picked that up to start with. Guessing he did not. We haven't seen any ward placements in the bushes. I was going to say it. Pheilox puts one straight down. Dax knows it's there. Hasn't got a pink ward on him, so he can't clear that one out. So he's going to do nothing about that one. Top lane, how's this one going to work out? He did pick up Fling to start with level 1, so he's not going to be able to do a great deal. He can't lay that poison down. sOAZ could definitely pressure him. Meanwhile, in the middle there, actually, Ari's been pushed back a little bit there, eating a lot of poison on the day. You can already see he's having to chomp through those health bots. And Shen's also chewing through those health pots as well. He's going to work his way around to blue. Can see Maokai starting to just make his way towards that top lane. Is he going to sneak in towards Aurelia? Remember, the Fling was picked up, so he's going to have the poison trail as well. pHeoz is just waiting, biding his time. And actually, sOAZ has maybe died for that one. Maybe he's going to realize it. He's got the double buff on here. sOAZ has to use the flash there. Already used Twisted Advance. Does manage to get in there. Gets the Fling into the poison. The exhaust goes down. This could well be first blood. sOAZ in all sorts of trouble. Can they dive on the turret? Will the poison be enough? I think the health bot will just about save him. Cyanide now actually flashing up on taunt onto pHeoz. Can he get it? No. He's going to get away with the minions. The minions get the first blood. Would you believe it? They managed to get it down from those power minions. Meanwhile, Ensenswerger now in trouble down the bottom. Lamia is going to push him. I don't think they've quite got enough. But what a fantastic first blood, Joe.
Wasn't expecting Aurelia to get away in the first place. Shen coming up in the nick of time, and the good old minions helping things to be finished. Ensenswerger needs to be careful here. Obviously, he's got a bit of a heal from Tariq, but you never quite know, do you? With Tristan, meanwhile in the middle, PK is going very, very low. That Twin Fang with the Ignite is not going to be enough to finish him off. He does have that poison running, and hyrqBot not exactly healthy himself, so he needs to be careful now. I mean, the good thing is for him that PK doesn't actually have any mana to really putting out that charm or what have you, but a real interesting start to this one. Aggression all over the map, and actually we see Ensenswerger still actually on that turret in this bottom lane.
Yeah, Lamia is actually just going up and using his bleed dot, just quickly one-shotting him and then backing out before the tower hits him. So he's keeping it there, and this is very, very close. These lanes could definitely keeping Garen on his toes in the back end there. The Howling Gale's going to catch across towards Ensenswerger. You can see again the bleed hits him. Oh, and he just got down, taking that to nothing. Lamia tried to dive it. The exhaust just about in time from Dax there. Very nicely played, keeping his AD carry safe in the top lane, and finally he's going to go back. hyrqBot also going to back off. PK has still stuck around there. Is going to be very low, just waiting for a little bit more gold before he backs off from this one. You can see he's just farming up as much as he can. But yeah, very close engages in the first few levels. But this could easily snowball quickly. You know, MILLENIUM needed to pick up some kills there, but FNATIC could have snowballed. They could have suddenly been 3-0 up straight away.
Yeah, and he had 3 HP there, Ensenswerger, when he actually managed to get away from it also. Real close stuff. 1-0. I mean, 600 gold lead at the moment. pHeoz is going to try and cause a few problems for sOAZ. Obviously, the combination of that poison trail and his fling to get him in behind him. hyrqBot putting down a couple of wards as well. He wants to make sure that he is safe from this Shen coming in. Will be causing him some problems later on. But top lane, Singed 19 CS compared to the 27 of Irelia, and Irelia is going to get even more here with that big wave actually pushed up onto his turret right now. So sOAZ managing to hold on there, even though he's actually facing quite a lot of pressure from his opposite number. There goes a charm from PK and he misses. That will leave here safe, but Maokai is hanging around this middle. Let's see if he makes the move in. Naijik, who did play Maokai in the first game that we saw him today against PAH, wasn't all that effective, but that could certainly change in this encounter. PK not quite up at level 6, so that mobility not 100% there just yet. And actually, in the end, Maokai's like, well, am I going to go in? Am I going to go back? I don't really know what I'm going to do. I'm not fully decided as to what the plan is right now. Singed doing a typical Singed thing up at top, which is, of course, going past the tower, trying to poison those minions before you, before you come back to the front side. Actually, he went fairly low from that one. And Maokai has finally dove into the middle there. xPeke is going to go very low. hyrqBot will pick up the kill. And finally, the Maokai gank did come around, and it was super effective.
Yeah, it's a little unlucky by sOAZ at the top there because he did the stun on Singed, and the poison trail was actually on top of him, but it hadn't done a tick of damage, and then the stun just lifted as he got out of tower range. So, he could have took a tower hit and maybe even picked the kill up there, but very nice kill in the mid there. PK was just hanging around too long. We saw him get taken down low, and he was just trying to play it out as much as he could to get some gold, and you can see he's obviously wanted to probably get to a double Doran's ring. Instead, he's had to go for a double ward and a ring as well along with those 3 pots. So he's had to play it a little bit differently from what he planned there, I think. Wasn't expected to get dived on. And then that had to work, because Maokai had spent a lot of time in that push. He was losing a lot of experience, and he had to pick up that support kill. And the assist, should I say. And Ensensberger at the moment, we've picked up Ensensberger. He's not had much fun in this bottom lane. For the last 3 games we've going on, he's got to really try and pressure it. He's against Lamia. Lamia is the top one. Meanwhile, in the mid there, hyrqBot finally getting dived on. The Taunt will go down. hyrqBot's certainly going to die. You can see Cyanide was trying to wait his time as much as he could to pick that one up, but it was a pretty safe kill in the end. So a return kill as well, or a frag, as I believe Rivington was going to call it earlier on today.
Almost snuck out.
All about that Counter-Strike action.
Yeah, top lane once again, pHeoz going past the turret, trying to get rid of those minions and cause sOAZ some issues. In terms of CS, they're still 58 to 43, so Irelia holding a nice lead with that one. Of course, does have the assist to her name as well with the double Doran's blade that she just came back in along with the health crystal on top of it. But yeah, you're right in what you said at Ensensberg. We've not seen the best of him up until now. Obviously, he still has a little bit of time to shine. But the thing is, that shield from Janna is actually doing a great job of stopping that damage that's, associated with Graves, that burst damage that you get with the buckshot followed up through the with a quick throw and a couple of auto attacks. And that Janna shield is actually doing a good job of countering it.
So hyrqBot soloing down the blue. That doesn't need the help from Maokai. Maokai's just going to back off. Ensensberger again taking another burst combo from Lamia there. Just a couple of simple basic attacks along with the dot there, just forcing him back. So he's going to go back and buy. I don't think Lamia is going to maybe stand for that one. He will take a shot. Actually, it went on to Dax. He's quite happily to let the AD carry go back. Naijik's going to pick up the red buff. He's got Singed stealing away his golems as well, just a buff. With that blue buff, can farm up well. It's going to be very hard to stop the farming of hyrqBot, because xPeke can farm very efficiently. 50, 60 CS now, compared to 45, so you can see Ari has fell behind in that CS, and you'd expect pHeoz to be farming pretty heavily at the top here as well. Singed is a pretty damn good farmer, but you can see 77 to 54, so somehow with that assist is working out very well, getting that advantage over him, but you can see hyrqBot quite happily farming away. Bottom lane, you can see Doran's Blade's just been picked up by Berserker Greaves and Vampire Scepter by Ensensberg, so he's returned back to the lane, trying to pick up as much farm as he can, but has been losing out to Lamia, and you can see Lamia actually went for pickaxe to start with, didn't go for Doran's. That's an interesting one, so he hasn't gone for the health, so we're going to see how that works out for him. So going straight for the damage, pretty ballsy play, didn't want that little bit of extra health there, and ulti use from Ensensberg straight onto Lamia's face there, just as he returns to lane, trying to push that lane quick as possible. But as it is, it's become a little bit of a static lane phase. You'd expect it. It is. Both teams really need to pick up a win here. Ari will be taking the blue buff away, and Janna returns to that bottom lane. No attempts remotely on Dragon yet. We did see an early Dragon. I think it was the FNATIC Curse game earlier on today at 6.5 minutes. which is a very early dragon. We've not seen anything like that. They haven't really built the advantages in terms of fights in the lanes yet.
Yeah, certainly too close to call when it comes to that kind of thing. See, just 1,000 gold difference at the moment in favour of FNATIC. Lamia has, as I said, come back into that lane with that pickaxe. Is that going to be the best way to go for him? Obviously, Ensensberg with the Berserker Greaves, Doran's Blade, and the Vamp Scepter. See if that gives him a little bit more stability in this lane. Actually, the stun came out there onto Lamia. He's going to get away from that one, and he's going to push in maybe for a kill here. No, not quite got the damage. We'll see him flank away once again. So in terms of the CS here, in this middle lane, 67 for Ari and 82 for CLG.EU, as you'd probably expect. CLG.EU coming back, constantly picking up those wraiths as well, just to add to the experience and the gold that she's able to pull up. And up at the top, we are going to have a bit of an exchange, as you would expect, since just running away with his ulti on and his poison on, and sOAZ not chasing him because he's not quite as stupid as some people. That's why I love playing Singe, because
he is
play against stupid people, they do chase you.
Yeah, just like keep running, keep running. To keep coming, he's diving back on him again here. He waited for the ulti, he still hasn't run off. Now it's finally gone down, and pHeoz will back away. Hasn't got a riot skin Singe there, I noticed. Maybe he needs to get that one. Maybe he needs to speak nicely to the right people on the booth. The players are playing in a gaming area. They are barriered off away from the crowd, so they can have a little bit of peace and quiet. Obviously, they're just all on the back of them, but so far they've been fairly unharassed, as opposed to some tournaments you do see them getting.
I think it's the Counter-Strike. It's the Counter-Strike players behind them that are causing them the most grief.
Yeah, they're loud.
They're kind of loud.
Yeah. It was Virtuous Pro, I think it was earlier, that was shouting away just before the interview. I was like, they're going to shut up in a minute. They're going to have to shut up in a minute. And they did. It was good. So pHeoz gets stunned up there. He's just returned to lane. What's he been aboard? Where are you, pHeoz? I'm blind. He has gone Philo Stone. Actually, he's having to stack the GP10s then. So Philo and half gold to go with those Mercury treads. So hasn't quite got towards that Rod of Ages. Once you get that Rod of Ages sort of in place, he's just going to be in troll stage. But as it is at the moment, you can see Ari has gone back, has got the Sorcerer's Boots, a fling there from sOAZ. He's going to be perfectly safe. I'm looking more at Ari going down towards the bottom lane, getting himself in position. Is he going to go for a gank? No, he's just backed away. Maybe he thought he'd spotted a ward, but I don't think they had. I don't think there was anything on. Meanwhile, look at Singe just doing what Singe does best, just running around randomly, farming between lanes. Oh, Shen's going to try and catch him out here. I think he might get on there. The taunt will go down. pHeoz is going to surely be in trouble. Has put the exhaust down on towards sOAZ. sOAZ is going to back away from that one. And again, like you mentioned, ulti pop, don't chase.
Yeah, it is very difficult to lock a Singe down, that's for sure. And not really having the best time of it. Actually gone for Merc Treads as his boots of choice as well in his top lane. Meanwhile, down at the bottom, usual exchange. Actually, they're concentrating a lot more on the farm here. 110 to 101, so that 10 CS advantage for Lamia on Tristana. And they must be actually sat on a fair chunk of gold. Yeah, 1,200 on Tristana, 1,400 on Graves. So they'll be having a shopping trip here after this next couple of waves are done. And really, we've not seen much action in terms of ganks down to this bot lane. We saw Ari come in for a bit of a sniff earlier on. Didn't work out and decided to go back. Maokai stayed pretty quiet as well, as we saw in his last game for Millennium, which I thought we may see a bit more of. pHeoz could be in trouble. Jen, he's going to ulti in here. This is a dead Singe. And it's sOAZ who picks up his first kill of the game to add to that assist from earlier on. And that's just going to make that top lane that little bit harder.
Yeah, they're going for Ensensberger as well. He has going to be careful though, because you can see Naijik's coming around the backside. He has been exhausted. Twisted advance will get him. He's going to knock him back. A great monsoon. They're blowing them all backwards, keeping Ensensberger well away and Lamia safe. Remember, Lamia, they're going to be very low on hit points. Had to go straight for those boots. Hasn't really built for any Thorin, so he's immediately going to be a bit low. The top tower, though, is going to be taking a hell of a beating. You can see Shen and Aurelia up there. xPeke also pressuring on that mid, but that top tower may well go down. FNATIC look like they're going to push the advantage. Naijik's going to come around the backside of Ari, though. Ari already dived. He's gone aggressive. Is he going to catch down hyrqBot? I'm not too sure if he will. Now he's going to flash away. The Ignite's going to run down. Does pick up the kill, but hyrqBot returns the favor. And that was a 1-for-1 exchange, but the assist also went to Naijik there. So Maokai picking up the assist gold as well. So it's working out very much in their favor. 4-2 still though, FNATIC in the lead.
And everything burnt there by xPeke, actually. Using his flash, his ignite, obviously his ulti, but no, managed to get the kill in the end, well, despite the fact that he died afterwards. But FNATIC still have this nice lead. Of course, a one turret as well, adding into that. Singe has just come back into that top lane, blasting one on. So I guess we're probably headed up towards that Rod of Ages. In the middle, Cassiopeia coming back with the Giant's Belt as well, and Ari, who saw earlier on managing to pick up that kill, as coming back with the revolver plus the blasting one. Obviously, they saw choose from earlier on as well, and they know that Cyanide's in this top lane, but Singe's like, I'm just going to try and walk back to safety. He's got no tower behind him, let's remember, so needs to be a little bit wary about how far he's pushing.
He's starting to feel safer, like I say, he's building slowly towards that Rod of Ages. He'll be stronger and stronger, and the poison will be doing a lot more damage. Archegod returns to lane. Has got himself, it looks like he's going to be up towards the Rylers possibly, but picked up a Giant's Belt and that book. So going for the health really more than the lifesteal early on. PK missing the missing the wolf there and resetting it. This is never great. Aurelia are actually going to dive in towards Archegod. Archegod does not have his ulti. He just used it a moment ago. Not too sure whether it's available. Yes, it is. It's just popped up. But sOAZ, I think he was trying to bait sOAZ a little bit closer to Naijik there. Didn't go for it though. Well, they do have two in there. Shen now dealing with the top lane as well on towards pHeoz. pHeoz is just happily farming. So Cyanide's starting to get to that stage where he can quite happily split farm. Bottom tower and mid turret, is being pushed heavily, and I think they're going to take this one down. See sOAZ pushing on there. PK will go for it. They're going to try and maybe dive into anyone, put a charm across Naijik. I don't think they're going to bother with it though. So possibly they could go down towards bottom. Remember, Dragon has not even been attempted yet. We're 17 minutes under. It's been quite a long time for Dragon. Finally, the pings just went down actually from MILLENIUM there. So I think they're realizing that FNATIC may well go for this one.
Yeah, it's totally open for them as well. Obviously, bottom lane had gone back there. Entonswerg and Dax. So MILLENIUM need to react to this one. Although FNATIC aren't actually moving in towards that Dragon as of yet, which could actually open things up for MILLENIUM to take it anyway. They are going to clear out that ward. pHeoz position given away. Did get hit there by the REQ. And they may just fancy their chances. You know, FNATIC are split up. They've got two in that middle lane, obviously. Shen's up at top, but Shen can just ulti his way in there. And the bottom lane is still farming down there. But it looks like they're not going to fancy it just yet. So 17 minutes in, not a single Dragon picked up there. pHeoz taking some damage. PK needs to be a little bit careful. And actually he's going to start running in there, in towards sOAZ, who had come down as well. But there's nothing going to come of that one.
And I think they realize that, you know, they've got Aurelia in there. Shen could easily just pop in as well. So suddenly that seemingly reasonably close fight. And remember, the ulti was burned as well by Singe, so seemingly close fight could easily turn quickly against them. Lamia putting pressure on towards Entonswerg. The Howling Gale will come across. It's going to dash away from that one. Lamia now turning on towards Dax. Taking a lot of damage. The ulti coming out from Entonswerg there, just burning him down. But Lamia's quite happily to fight this one off, and the split push continuing. Shen is quite happy to fight in that top. Ari, you can see, is hanging around. Entonswerg just missing the Howling Gale again there. But they are being very aggressive down the bottom. PK is going to walk straight towards an oracled up Naijik here. He really wants to pick this kill up. I'm not too sure if he's got quite the burst damage to go for it. Yeah, and wisely just steps away a little bit. Aurelia was just down below, but they are continually happily pushing all three lanes at the moment. And MILLENIUM are slowly but surely being pushed back.
Yeah, and Entonswerg taking constant damage in this bottom lane. Finding it a little bit hard to actually stay in there. BF's up for both players. There's a rocket jump going in. Lamia could have trouble though. Actually will get stunned on the turret. Shen, is he going to ult in there? Decides not to. It may have even been cancelled by Singe's fling there up at the top as well.
Yeah, I didn't see whether he managed to get in a fling. He may well have. That's the only thing I can think of that would have probably cancelled it. I can't imagine he would have cancelled it for any other reason. They do pick up at the Dragon though, so it was a well-worked Dragon. The blue buff is also possibly going to be invaded. You can see Ari's just going to pop onto your screen at the moment. There is xPeke missing the charm, and the blue buff will get taken away. Actually, did he steal it? I think he did. Yes, he did. Ari stole. Yeah, he did. Stole that one. Very nicely done there. So Shen again getting pressured by Singed at the top. Singed is having a free run of it. They've got to be careful of that. Singed is quite happily pushing that mid lane, but sOAZ has just been driving that middle lane instead. And pHeoz has been back to buy. You can see he's got to have a lot of gold in him. He is only 0-2-0, but he's been quite happily farming on that top lane. 150 CS compared to 171 of sOAZ. Actually, sOAZ doing a fantastic job getting that Witsand in earlier. Just been back to buy, gets himself a Fortitude pot. So going straight for the potions early on here. But this is still a very close game. Only 4k gold difference. 4k could be anything. That could quickly turn, no problem. Just a quick few snowball fights will definitely turn things around. You can see the gold difference there. Shen actually quite high on the gold at the moment, 2k gold on him. They're also about 6k gold spread across it, apart from the support players. So you can see across the board, they're about 1k gold advantage over everyone in their lane partners. So it's working out well for FNATIC. It's just an even split. Nobody really snowballing crazily ahead yet.
Yeah, and it's a matter of time, you know, Tristana, in that kind of mid-game phase where things aren't that brilliant for her, that's going to start to end soon, you know. Actually got in there with the Infinity Edge, and when we get towards this late game, that's where Tristana's really going to be shining. Graves gone for Bloodthirster first of all, but we are seeing FNATIC now pushing down in towards this bottom turret, so it's looking like all three outer turrets going to be taken away by FNATIC. sOAZ even came in there from the side. Dax was close enough to his turret that sOAZ didn't want to jump in on him there, but they may just continue to push this bottom lane.
Yeah, and Cyanide's quite happy to farm away on this top here. pHeoz is trying to do as much as he can to fling him towards him, but honestly, that's not really going to pressure Cyanide too much. He's just got that passive, and he just gains them hit points quite happily. And that bottom turret now, MILLENIUM starting to slip into that state where you've got to be 4-man defensive. The experience is not really being picked up. They are down on the levels as well across the board. They're about 1 or 2 levels below. And as pHeoz trying to pick the boys up across the lane, it is all going to be about this bottom lane. And Sinch, they just feel maybe Sinch can deal with a split push. I'm not too sure. He's going to take the turret down, I think, eventually. I'm not too sure whether Cyanide can do a lot about this one. He will pick it up. You can see the tower going down eventually. He did have his ulti running. PK again, just quickly bursting on towards Dax, so he can heal through this one. So not a great deal coming from it. It's going to be one of those pivotal moments when they catch a charm on towards Entonsberg or something like that. PK's trying his best to pick something out here with them glass balls being thrown out. sOAZ just waiting in the wings. Is he going to dive in? He will go straight towards Naijik. I'm not too sure that's the right choice though. The Howling Gale Monsoon had to be used actually to save them there. So actually a bit of a faux pas by the FNATIC, making a bit of a problem. They're causing a problem for themselves there, and again the charm not landed. So 2 ultis blown just to effectively save themselves. sOAZ going a little bit too aggressive. Now the Shen ulti coming in. They're going to go towards Dax there. He actually got flung. I think here pHeoz will take him down. So immediately they're getting straight on to running through the poison. Entonsberg is taken out very low. Lamia jumps on towards Entonsberg, gets that double kill, gets the reset, pounces back, but a double kill for Singed in there as well. So actually a fairly even exchange. 3-2 advantage was FNATIC's though. And you can see MILLENIUM had to back away. Can they pick up the turret on the way? That's the question. They have still got Lamia alive with Cyanide in there, so there's every chance they could go for this one. Oh, they're going to dive on towards pHeoz. pHeoz, they can see the critical damage coming out from that Infinity Edge. And Lamia picks up the 4th, and that definitely gives them the advantage.
Yeah, that gives them a nice advantage now. Tristana going to be 2-0-2, obviously. The 2 kills coming in for Ari, that's going to give her Abyssal Scepter. And she decides to go that route. And Sinch going for the Rileys first of all, so wanted to utilise that slow to be even more fantastic with the Sinch. In terms of everything else, 34 to almost 30,000 goals, so FNATIC have started to pull things away just a little. Maokai does have Oracles on still, which he's had for a long time. He's not actually died up until now, so that ward clearing ability definitely paying for itself at the moment. Shen, Wits End, Aegis, Heart of Gold, Merc Treads, 145 CS to the 90 of Maokai. Obviously, he's spent a lot of time, though, in this top lane, as you'd really expect for Shen. In that last fight, I feel like it may have come a little bit too late, to be quite honest with you. sOAZ, in the first place, took a lot of damage because his initiation wasn't that great. He dove under the tower against 4 of them. The rest of the team weren't quite so prepared for that move in from him. Or maybe just a couple of communication issues. Let's not forget this FNATIC team is technically a new setup there, so it is going to take them a little bit of time to actually find their feet. And, well, Cyanide could be in trouble there.
He stole it.
He's going to go
he
away.
Just went in and stole it. Went in and stole it with the smite there, so very nicely done from Cyanide, picking away that red buff from MILLENIUM. So they are starting to look very strong. Gets the charm on towards pHeoz. They're not really the one he was after, I don't think. No. Just backs away from it. So 8-4, the advantage. Still only 4k. So you can see Phantom Dance is nearly completed by Lamia. So Lamia starting to get very strong. Going to burst down that wave of minions quickly with the explosive shot. Passive. And, well, Singed again. Back off. So, sorry, not Shen, sorry. Back on the top lane. Split pushing quite happily. Farming it away. It is a tactic we've seen since probably 2010 CLG at the World Cyber Games, doing that split push tactic. I think with Shen, I think it was Shen back then. It maybe been used to someone else. Not too sure Shen was released back then. I'm not too sure. So Phreak's not sure either. He was still on the same stage as me, so neither of us know. It's a long time ago, let's put it that way. LoL's changed a lot over the years. and it has developed very well. It's so balanced. We were talking about only this morning, just amazingly, the fact there's nearly 100 champions now, and it's still incredibly balanced. There's so many champions pulled to pick from, and there's no one that's really just crazily overpowered yet.
Yeah, and that's you know, credit to Riot, to be fair. I mean, to balance that many champions is not an easy thing to do, and it's looking good, to be honest. In terms of this game, FNATIC, they're looking good too. 8-4 in kills, up 4-1 in turrets, 6,000 gold almost in the lead. pHeoz has now gone and returned to that top lane. Actually got the Glacial Shroud. They may try and move in. Charm has landed onto Dax. The Howling Gale not quite connecting, but Lamia is quite happily Deman chipping away on that turret.
Yeah, he's very quick to react and get a couple of shots in there, and that's exactly what you need your AD carry to do. As soon as you see that slightest advantage, get them shots onto the inhibitor turret. Meanwhile, Shen now is going to have to ulti his way in. It looks like he's going to come in towards it. You can see Naijik's actually being dived on. The Shen ulti will come across. sOAZ taken down very low. Enters was also very low. Having to back off pHeoz on Singe, trying to pop down as much poison as he can, but I don't think he's quite got the damage. Lamia is going to go for the kill. I'm not too sure he's quite got the speed to catch up on the crazy Singe, but Shen did come in and save it. Very nicely played by FNATIC there. And again, they came on a 3-1 exchange. Lamia surviving as well, and the inhibitor will go down. FNATIC looking strong in this second game of the group.
Yeah, massive burst times coming out there. You know, when Irelia's in there in their face, okay, sOAZ has died in that one, but to be honest, he's done his job. He's dashing around them, getting onto the right target, and it's causing problems for Millennium. I'm not sure really that they've got the strength to actually combat that one. Singe did manage to survive, as you'd expect, with the poison coming out there with that Crystal Scepter on as well. FNATIC going to be taking Dragon. That will put them even further in the lead. It's getting close to a 10,000 gold lead now. Obviously, the turret's really helping with that one as well. 5-1. If we look at the CS, actually, 188 for Ari, 183. So that one is still really, really close. Only 5 CS difference after 27 minutes between those two AP carries. For the bottom lane, it's a little bit bigger of a lead, but for 3-0-3 Tristana on a lane which they had heavily pushed the whole game. Graves has stayed in it as well. He's had that time to catch up. He's going to add the Phantom Dancer to his Bloodthirster, and obviously Tristana also went Phantom Dancer to add into the Infinity Edge. So Tristana, she's getting there now with that Infinity Edge and the Phantom Dancer. She is very dangerous.
Yeah, Millennium needs to be careful with that. Shirelia's Reverie out there. That means they can just quickly engage. You can see pHeoz actually trying to dive onto him, trying to do some damage onto xPeke. xPeke, could he get flipped? No, he's just going to dash away. Pheilox is also going to back off. Millennium, like I said, they need to be careful because they can easily get engaged on with that Shirelias. They can just chase them down. hyrqBot, of course, does have that ulti. Maybe we'll save him. We did see that epic moment. I think it was Moscow 5 versus Mistral or something like that many moons ago in the Kings of Europe, where he did turn around, put that Cassiopeia ulti, catch all 5 of them while they were Shirelias chasing. These epic moments do happen in League of Legends. At the moment, though, it's looking like they could go for Baron. There's not really a great deal of ward placement. They can see them at the side, and they're going to be pretty much aware that they did just all go straight north off the minion trail. They managed to, they would have seen that. And Millennium just lingering, but Singed, as soon as Singe gets spotted, there you go, Singe just got spotted in the bottom lane, and FNATIC immediately are going to engage on that one. They realize it's going to be a 4v5 fight. That's a mistake by Singe straight away. pHeoz is a long way away, already down to half health. That is absolutely getting destroyed. Lamia is just ripping it apart. The Phantom Dancer and Infinity Edge doing all the damage. Can they time it in time to get across? They are going to dive in. Did they get the smite? Didn't get the smite. sOAZ is going to pick up a kill there. Naijik will get popped. sOAZ taking out very low. sOAZ does drop. Ari comes across Dax, and wow, that is just explosive damage straight away. pHeoz there is not going to be able to escape this one. hyrqBot tried to use his ulti, was not in time. Double kill for Lamia. Cats onto us. hyrqBot as well. Phantom Dancer will give him that speed boost. Surely will he get one reset? Shen also coming in. Will dive in. That's the surrender vote, and that is 15-6. A clean win by FNATIC in the end. But you know, they made them wait for it. It was a good clean split push again though.
They had to work for it. I mean, Millennium definitely showed that they've got potential, actually, with this lineup against a team like FNATIC, who we've said they've had these changes. They're, I suppose you could even say, reigning champions of DreamHack. They won the Season 1 championships almost exactly a year ago to the day. And that was a win that both teams actually needed for FNATIC. It's a valuable one. Of course, we've got CURSE, who are 2-0. We've got PAH, who are 1-1. FNATIC now 1-1 as well. Yep. And ironically enough, the final game, final games of the day, because we've got a little bit of a switch to the schedule, which I'll talk about in a minute, will be PAH versus FNATIC. So that's actually going to decide who goes through into the next round. Now, in terms of the schedule, we did plan to do Curse versus Millennium and then PAH versus FNATIC. However, because of a good foresight, actually we could, I guess, call it, those games are going to be played at the same time together. It's a similar rule that's used in tournaments
Pretty
across
much
the world.
every tournament, yeah.
Basically, it just stops any team, throwing a game to finish in a certain position, to finish in first or second, depending on who else has finished where in the other group. So we're going to do that as a bit of a
We like to think the teams have, they wouldn't do it, but you never know.
Gotta be careful.
Gotta be safe. The Euros would be doing the exact same thing that's happening at the moment.
Well, that rule
Poland,
actually
Ukraine.
came from the European Championship when Germany threw a game, so Austria could go through into the next round.
Yeah.
So, Germans, cheers for the rule. But that's going to be it for this game. As I said, next, Curse versus Millennium, PAH versus FNATIC. I can only assume that we're going to cast PAH versus FNATIC, since that is the game that matters.
Yeah, so I guess we're going to have an interview. I'm going to look across and see whether I can see anyone setting up. Phreak and Rivington. No, Rivington's here. Phreak's done a runner, so must be Phreak going for an interview. No, Phreak has got fans around him. I don't know.
Phreak's being mobbed on
Phreak's
the way.
being mobbed. But it's all good. That's what we talked about, Feel free to mob them.
Oh, but Deman, I have to say as well, looking good, man. I saw a thread on Reddit asking, have you been training with Dr. Mundoverse?
Dr. Mundoverse, yes. I have definitely been training since CBIT.
You make me feel bad.
Yeah, putting the pressure on you.
I need to get in there and do
take
some
a couple
training,
of months back,
get a
turn up,
haircut.
Yeah, you definitely need a haircut. That's
need
a
a
fact.
haircut. Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. I've been on the road for like 2.5 weeks now, and I actually posted in my AMA on Reddit. My hair's like this overnight growth, and even my mum said, "Joe, get a haircut. You look like crap." So I was like, "Thanks, Mum. Love you too." Good stuff.
Mom.
Thanks for that one. But yeah, since we're actually not going to be casting the next game, that'll be Phreak and Rivington. What are your thoughts, PH versus FNATIC?
You've got to go with FNATIC mainly for the fact they're a big team. They've come into this. Yeah. They were very close against Curse, but Curse managed to get that snowball going and then beat them. They look pretty good there. The question is a lot of it's going to be in the picks and bans. I mean, PAH are not a bad team. They are pretty much Cypher with a Navi player. Well, they're both top 10 teams, I would say, in Europe, certainly. So, honestly, I'm going to go with FNATIC mainly for the fact that they're a big name. They've put in some great results lately. They are the Season 1 champions, after all, and they've started to return. But, yeah, you'd agree with the same thing.
I just got a message that wasn't quite loud enough.
Well, Phreak's going to be doing the interview, I think.
Okay.
Rivington was waving at me a minute ago, so I'm guessing that's what he means.
Okay, so we're going to throw it over to an interview then. We're going to have Phreak and Cyanide to guide you through the game.
Hey everybody, David Phreak Turley here at DreamHack Summer 2012, joined with FNATIC Cyanide, their jungler. And congratulations, first of all, on your win against Millennium.
Oh, thanks.
All right, so let's start from the beginning. You lost the first game against Curse, and you're coming into this match here. What are you thinking going in?
Well, obviously, we have to win to be able to advance. And I was like, also thinking about stuff like, if we win this game and we win the next game, then we'll be in for sure. So we just had to win. But the time doesn't matter, I think, because Curse won against Millennium, no? Or they're still in play? Yeah. Yeah, so we just wanted to win safe.
Okay, cool. So what came into Champion Select then? You start your first picks and bans. I noticed you guys actually banned out hyrqBot. Walk me through your ban phase. Are you afraid of any specific champions, or what was that?
We were like, first game we tried against Curse, we tried to kind of counter their players, but they just picked OP champions and stuff, and they owned us totally. And then we just wanted to ban all the OP stuff, and then just pick it ourselves and win the game.
Great. So you went there as Jungle Shen, right? I actually asked similar questions again to the Navi player in the last interview. Why did you grab Shen, basically?
I think Shen is really OP with the global ultimate, and even though it's not the fastest jungler, it's still really good. Because you can later you can split push and farm, and it doesn't matter that you lack the farm of a normal jungler.
Cool. So then what was your overall team strategy then? Was it to allow you to split push, or was there something special kind of together with your 5 champions?
Yeah, it was mostly like I split push and force one guy to come there, and then we can like fight 4 versus 5, or we can just push forever since they can't stop the other guys because they know that Chen can ult there any second. So it was just, and of course we had a really strong setup for like team fights also.
Okay, you guys had a very sort of close early game. You tried to kills back and forth a little bit. When did you start to really break out and get ahead? What was that moment?
I think it was when we killed the cinch on top. I can't really remember, but when I started pushing top and we started forcing the objectives and pushing, it was just they couldn't do anything anymore pretty much against our setup we had.
So when did you know you had the game? Like you had it for sure?
Well, it was pretty much when I was the same level as Cinch, just farming against him, and then they couldn't do anything. We could just push freely, and they couldn't. Yeah, it's really hard to do anything if you're not ahead of that setup at the teamfight phase.
So once you got to that point, you said, okay, let's just be safe, let's just push, and we can close it out from there?
Yeah, just play safe and win.
What if you guys ended up getting behind? What if your composition started failing and they won a couple of those fights? How would you get back into the game with a team like yours?
We would try the same stuff, but the difference there is they can like engage, and they can even like when they're 5, they can just run into us, because normally it's bad to engage, kind of like run in, but they can do that if they're ahead, but they can't do that if they're equal or behind. So it's like we would have done the same stuff, but then we would have just tried to kite them when they get engaged in. So it would have been harder for sure, of course, if we were losing.
Okay, cool. So let's talk about the rest of the group stage here. Next up is going to be Curse against Millennium, and then you guys are playing PAH. What are your predictions for these two games?
I think Curse should beat Millennium, unless if they do something weird. Like, they're a really strong team, and Millennium is strong as well, but they're not as like trained, I think. And I think we can beat the team. Like, it can go either way, but I think we have a bit higher chance of winning. But of course we can always lose, so we're not gonna go arrogant into the game. We'll just try to play safe and take the game home.
Cool. So what's it like playing with a new roster now? You have sOAZ in the top lane. I know Melison's, he's got studies, so you have your new support as well. What's it like with these two players? Is it still difficult? Is communication hard, or are you guys all on the same page now?
We're pretty much on the same page. Like, we still sometimes have some troubles. Like, other people want to do stuff a bit differently. Like, but it's good now. Like, we had a boot camp and stuff. We played a lot, so we talked about the issues we have, and I think we're really improved.
Do you think you can win the tournament despite your loss against Curse earlier?
I think we can win. If we just play solid, we can win. But just gotta not have any of those fail games anymore, or just let the enemies get the really good stuff. It just can't do that anymore.
All right, cool. So one more question about FNATIC specifically. Who calls the shots in games? Does everyone talk, or is there one big shot caller?
It's mostly we all talk, but it's most of the time like the most initiative players are probably like xPeke, and then maybe me. But now also like Melisson used to be really quiet, and Pheilox does sometimes calls. Like, we all call shots, but I think mostly xPeke maybe.
All right, great. Do you have any shout-outs to give to your fans or sponsors or people at home?
Yeah, shout out to all our fans, of course, and to all our sponsors: SteelSeries, MSI, RateCall, and ESO.
Great. All right. Well, thank you very much, Cyanide. Good luck in the rest of your games. And, of course, we're going to have more games on stream, the rest of Group Stage A and all of Group Stage B coming up today, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back from DreamHack Summer 2012.
MSI Intel 7 Series mainboards, the best choice for power users.
Barbra Streisand. Barbra Streisand. Barbra Streisand. Barbra Streisand. Barbra Streisand. Barbra Streisand. Streisand.
As well, definitely a focus to the enemy team here of pHeoz, Nautilus, and Karthus. Now that Karthus has been throwing so much terror into every lane, just staying in mid, he is going to be that controversial pick and ban. Now, Twisted Fate, Ahri, and Shen, 2 quasi and 1 global alt, or 1 quasi and a global alt, banned out for pHeoz.
Yeah, so let's see what FNATIC does. So the first time they fought against hyrqBot, they chose a kill lane to try to counter lane it. This time they have banned out one of the aggressive junglers, so they could potentially say, hey, you know what, we can grab the hyrqBot and they can go for that composition, or they could grab the Soraka and turn it into a farm lane, or they could go for the kill lane again. So they've got a lot of things open to them, but I think right now the picks are going to be dictated by the hyrqBot. And they're taking a lot of time to choose this. You know, do they want the hyrqBot and grab it and force that kind of gameplay, or do they think they can counter lane it? And it just kind of depends on what's in their minds. Counter laning didn't work last time because their lanes got shut down by the jungler from Curse. Now, you know, I don't know if they don't respect Kottenx or if they say, screw it, let's take Maokai, let's shut down one of those aggressive junglers.
Right.
You can take hyrqBot, then we're going to grab a counter lane.
Yeah, I was just going to say hyrqBot somewhere. Lamia doesn't really play in that much, so we may not see Lamia on hyrqBot for this matchup. We'll have to see the first 2 picks of Moopz and Lounet here. Lounet, your support. Moopz, your mid for pHeoz. And we'll have to see. They do have 50 seconds left on their pick. That safe Maokai going to be able to keep them nice in the team fights, being able to peel somebody off of your AD carry or that AP mid, as well as Maokai just being able to throw down the ultimate, mitigate incoming damage, and really either disperse or start that team fight with Arcane Smash to continue and keep it going.
Yeah, we're looking at them on camera right now. Is pHeoz making their choices. We're seeing what they want to grab. They're typing in the names. They are going to grab the hyrqBot for the first one. And we'll see if they end up grabbing, say, Taric to try to counteract some of the aggression. Or no, they're going to go for Morgana. Now, of course, we did see Morgana Malphite as an earlier composition from Curse. That was very phenomenal. Moop's going to play Morgana this time around, though. And we'll see what they end up choosing from this. So now FNATIC says, yep, they've definitely gone hyrqBot. We can go and pick that Soraka.
I couldn't imagine them leaving Soraka out at that point.
Yeah, well, you know, last time they did say they wanted to go for a kill lane. Basically, when they grab Soraka, it means, yes, we're going to go and we're going to say both sides are going to farm. hyrqBot very good at last hitting at a turret, so you're not really going to shut him out by any means. You could go like Soraka Corki or Soraka Graves, and you can shove lanes all the time. And that does give you an interesting bit of pressure because you can shove, and then you can show up somewhere else and make lanes happen, and you know, make plays happen. You can show up for Dragon, show up for Golem. Again, they are blue team, which means FNATIC's bottom lane is going to be near pHeoz's Golem buff.
Yep.
And so if they pick a heavily aggressive champion like a Graves or like a Corki, they can shove and help with blue whenever they want. And that is very important. The fact that they have Soraka still here does mean that, you know, they might just feed mana and play that aggressive lane. And it looks like that's going to be the case here. They will be able to outfight hyrqBot, and they will be able to survive his aggression. So, you know, this could be very, very good for them.
Yeah, that's really great. Graves, really good champion to go against hyrqBot. Not exactly a counter, but they have a great time fighting against each other. Graves able to just pop that hyrqBot shield and continuously do damage to the buckshot into Graves' next attack. So that's it's going to be really nice for him down bottom. However, if they can hit those hyrqBot charges, it's definitely going to give him a little bit of the hassle with Cyanide trying to throw, or rather Pheilox trying to throw out the heals for him. We do see that Yorick is going to be picked again, but there's not really too many good duplicates they have on the team yet.
Yeah, so let's see what they end up doing. Oh, it might. Oh, that's going to be a Taric. This is going to make this lane very, very interesting at the bottom because you've got a lot of sustain and pressure here from the Graves Soraka, but at the same time, if hyrqBot Taric finds someone, they can make that very difficult for either Soraka or Graves. The stun into the Acid Hunters, into the Corrosive Charge. It's going to be a very difficult situation. Additionally, Noxian Corrosive Charge and Shatter will both reduce armor, and so it's going to be even more difficult for FNATIC to survive that type of situation. Now you can see they're picking into that Yorick. Still, pHeoz is going to pick their last pick, their jungler, and FNATIC says, yeah, you know what, we're going to put Pekka back up there on Onivia like we did the first game. We're going to try Jax one more time, have sOAZ play that. sOAZ has played a different champion every time so far. Same with Lamia as well. So a lot of different picks coming in here from FNATIC. They're switching things around a whole lot, but we've got a 3x pick on Yorick from pHeoz. So we'll see if you know the familiarity here by playing Yorick 3 times comes into play, or if Yorick is not going to do well enough against Jax, and Jax will outscale and be that late game carry.
But doing pretty dominant, we'll be able to do good damage to Jax in that lane, obviously not being all physical or attack as well. Jax being able to dodge that with his ability. So that could go quite well for Yorick. Definitely going to be an early sustain lane for him for sure. They're going to want to focus that top, or not xPeke rather, but Cyanide. We're going to see him up top quite a bit, trying to shut down Sway And here we go. We could have that Nocturne coming in. So they have banned out Twisted Fate, the Destiny, and Shen, and maybe they won't take Nocturne's ult. They might go for the Lee Sin here, and this allows them to be quite tanky and very mobile in their team composition. The swap out, the shield in as well. Once they swap out, you know, Lee Sin can safeguard right to Urgot, and they have those two in there being very tanky, taking a lot of cooldowns and initiating that fight from Morgana to Soul Shackle.
Yeah, pHeoz definitely needed to go for a fighter. They absolutely needed to go for a fighter jungler because they grabbed Morgana, who is, of course, very, very potent, but is limited on cooldowns. She can burst you down, and, of course, we saw that triple kill from Curse earlier. But realistically, she kind of goes in at one time, does a lot of damage, and then she's got a very long lull where she's not casting anything. She's not dealing any significant damage. And, again, they've got Urgot, who's not such the late-game carry. He does have good damage output. He is not a nothing, don't get me wrong. Yorick does some damage, but also not a big carry. You know, he's not Aurelia. He's not Jax. And so they need to say, look, who are we actually going to clone in these fights? If we get a fight on our favor and no one gets bursted, who do we actually want to revive? And so they grab someone like Lee Sin, or in this case, Nocturne, who says, I'm going to go in there. I'm going to fight. We've got Taric and Yorick, who are already in the front lines. Urgot's already going to swap. We've got a Morgana Black Shield. We've got enough beef. This Nocturne can play 21 offense masteries. He can play a lot of damage. He can even go for a Youmuu's Ghost Split if he wants. He can go aggressive assassin style. He can jump onto the graves. He can do a lot of damage. And you know that's going to be his play style here. They want that big melee carry, and that's what they've chosen here with Nocturne.
You know, I think it is really the better pick over Lee Sin because it makes it such a scary initiation. For your teammate to be swapped out, a prime choice of whoever Rekkles one wants to swap, and then Nocturne throws on Paranoia and shuts down the vision to be able to help that teammate that just got swapped. So somebody's going down on that initiation just about every time if they can get it to work.
Yeah, so we're going to go here into the loading screen. And so what do you think then on these lineups? Okay, we've got, you know, a number of carries here with Anivia, the jungler, on Maokai more of a support, but you've got Jax in the top lane, Graves in the bottom lane. You've got a lot of damage output here from FNATIC. Meanwhile, you're seeing on pHeoz, you know, Morgana, good upfront damage, but not really a carry. Nocturne can do that from the jungle. Urgot, good sustained damage, but not quite carry level. And the same thing from Yorick. So what do you see here from these lineups? Who's your favorite here?
Well, focusing on what's going down, seeing that Morgana's going to have to get in, seeing that Jax is going to have to get in, and Maokai, this is going, or other team rather, for Nocturne, Sway Girl, and Rekkles one, they're going to be all thrown into this fight. As I said, they kind of want to spin them out, get that hyperkinetic position reverser and Urgot's ultimate to switch somebody, but then you're switching into a team that's melee. Jax can get in there and stun your entire team. Anivia can just throw her down her ultimate and start doing double damage to people, and Cyanide is pretty good at peeling off, so they can really recoup that fight if they needed to. So it could really go either way. I'm really liking the composition of pHeoz though right now. That Urgot swap and a Nocturne out could be very effective for them late game. Coming around the tri-bush, no ward! The blind dark binding goes down onto sOAZ, a major amount of damage onto Lounet. That Ignite will take, and it will take him out for first blood if nobody else gets killed, and it will be Moopz on the first blood. Kottenx goes down as well. They pick up 2 kills before the first minute of the game and almost solidify a third, but Cyanide says, I'm going all in, and is forced to back out of that with no vision and tri-bush. Very nice job by FNATIC to start off the game almost 1,000 gold ahead.
That was absolutely phenomenal. That was a very interesting opening here from pHeoz because they went in with the blind dark binding and they followed up the initiate. But what FNATIC did was incredibly funny. They let Jax sit there on the brush and they had everyone else behind. And they all grabbed, you know, good crowd control, area of effect spells. And as soon as Jax got caught, once he saw someone in range, he turned on Counter-Strike. He dodged all of the basic attacks, and that's kind of all anyone has at level 1. And so he juked a lot of damage, and then he landed a great big stun, and that got followed up by Anivia. And you just saw Taric out of nowhere just got bursted down to 10%, and Anivia could chase that one down. A great opening here for sure for FNATIC.
Look at the inventory of FNATIC. Already each lane going in with wards, the cloth armor, as well as that sapphire crystal for Anivia. These guys are absolutely ready to take it to pHeoz.
Yeah, you're going to see a lot of interesting fights come out here. Now, the one good thing, at least on pHeoz's favor, though, is that, you know, the purchases here are you know, wards and potions. They're not getting a lot of damage here. Even Anivia with that sapphire crystal, yeah, he's got more mana, but he's not going to be a bigger bully because of it, really. And so they still have equal laning here. You know, the experience that was shared across is not all that much. They're not going to have a big level advantage. You're going to still have very equal fights here in these lanes.
Oh,
You're
wow.
just gonna have build
xPeke
switch
coming
here.
in middle. He does flash over the wall. He is forced there. This will only draw the egg out, so how much do they want it?
No, he
Going
got egg
in here-
earlier.
Oh, yes, that's right. They did take xPeke down. He was the first. And we will see that coming up with another kill there. Moopz playing very strong right now, getting the assist on that. Nocturne able to pick up the first one. So they did play that quite smart. Forgetting that xPeke went down myself. And these guys are absolutely back and forth at each other's necks right now.
Wow, great gank early on. The Nocturne just coming in saying, yeah, I got Golem buff, and now, you know, I've learned that tether, let's go for it. And they just chained those crowd controls together. Phenomenal job here. You know, not having to burn flash or anything, just a great amount of pressure being done. Not Nocturne did, but that was it. And Moopz actually getting harassed a lot. Cyanide getting him very low. Dark binding from melee range. Only 80 health left on Morgana, and she's down to her last health potion. Which means that now that Pekka's back in lane, still has potions and a ward, he can play a little bit aggressively. He can push his minions down, or he can try to freeze it and try to zone Moopz. We'll see if that's what he goes for.
You know, these guys are running very TSM strategy right now. Get in the jungle early, get up on gold, and while the jungler tries to recover, we push these lanes. Jax is in Yorick's face top. We can just see Lamia and Pheilox bottom pushing Urgot and Taric into their turret. They have no chance to really trade any damage back, and harass as they're farming is just so strong right now. Kotten's forced to go back after getting double buff, so that's going to go to a little bit of waste. Hopefully for his team, he can get into lane and utilize those.
Yeah, well, we'll see. The Doran's ring coming in will help quite a bit. No one's getting any early gold for 10 necessarily. However, though, Lamia did have with the early cloth armor, so I actually made a bit of a misstep there when I said, you know, no major items. Lamia did come in there on Graves and said, I need bonus armor, because again, a lot of armor shred in this lane, a lot of aggression. I want to kind of mess with that. And he's actually coming in, even taking turret shots just to force down recalls, because their early laning actually amazing right here. This Graves Soraka lane doing phenomenally right now. And, you know, they're going to start, I think, pushing ahead right now.
Yeah, they're really trying to force these guys back to their turret. They know that Nocturne trying to regroup right now won't really be in lane too much. They did just see him towards the top side. Very nice damage onto sOAZ. sOAZ with the Ignite on. It is ticking. He's going to leave this one with about 100 HP, but he's going to walk right into Cotton. Cotton missing the Duskbringer. And it looks like they are going to be able to try to dive this under the turret. A few more hits goes down. Valkyrie saves sOAZ. sOAZ gets out alive. Cyanide coming up huge, and he may find himself a kill as well here. The Arcane Smash. Dustbringer for the speed. Oh, it's sOAZ coming back to get the kill for himself and say, I don't think so.
And that was really good patience by sOAZ. He waited a long time. Cyanide, of course, crowd controlled him. Pekka doing some good damage. But what he did is he made sure that Counter-Strike was up before he jumped in. Top, yeah, there we go. A lot of damage. Cyanide diving in and picking up the kill on Yorick underneath the turret. That wasn't me, by the way. I'm not controlling the camera. Don't blame me. A lot of bot lane pressure. I'm serious. It's not me, okay? I actually looked top lane when he yelled it, though, and I watched the kill happen. Anyway, sorry, guys. Lamia and Pheilox doing an amazing job this bottom lane. I mean, they've stopped a couple of recalls there. You can see that this Yorick trying to go for Tear the Goddess. This Urgot finally back in lane with just a Doran's Blade right now. And we'll see if he can pull ahead right now, or if just the early kill that Lamia got is going to get him just farther and farther ahead in lane.
Cotton here, level 4, trying to make his way into the middle on xPeke. Playing very cautiously. He does have a ward towards that top side, and they know there was some action there, so he's playing down towards that bottom brush, although without vision lately, kind of putting himself in a dangerous position, but that is close to his turret, so he knows what he's doing for himself. Lamia, that lane resetting down bottom, but still keeping that forward ward aggression. Very nice dash out, dodging whatever Urgot would try to tag on there. Cyanide once again moving top, a very nice counter with the ward they just had placed. sOAZ obviously going in to bait this one out. Twisted Advance, very nice job taking down the shield on Cotton. sOAZ hit that off him, so Maokai's Twisted Advance would land in midair. Cotton may find himself going down, leap strike onto him. Yorick now trying to go into his turret, very low, 275 HP. Cyanide says, I'm going all the way. Sapling goes down, and he gets a little bit of HP from his ghoul, and it looks like he is going to make it out alive in that 1-4, but here comes Moopz. Moopz is coming up, and he will try to play cat and mouse with him here. He's trying to back in a position. He may be seen by those creeps. Is the Fog of War right there? Oh, he sees him, takes down the Tormented Soil. Forced to run. He's got about 9 seconds on this before he's going to get hurt. Dodges the Dark Binding. He's going to have an auto attack.
He's got Counter-Strike!
Oh,
he's got Ignite,
wow.
though. It's not going to matter. Nice kill pickup there from Moopz. And, you know, good little pickup game there.
Yep.
You know, he tried to recall in a place where he wasn't going to get spotted. Unfortunately, just didn't quite juke it enough. His juke pants were not quite tight enough. And you know, they just fell down below his waist and he got caught.
Yeah, that'll happen, especially when you're trying to get out of lane against that Ignite. As you said, he did have Counter-Strike, so he may have been able to throw that off, but I don't.
Ignite would have gotten him anyway. He could have dodged basic attacks, but Ignite would pick up the kill.
So we have a lot of pinging going on. They say, hey, look, we see Maokai top. You guys can play aggressive. If we want to formulate something here, we can definitely go for the blue buff, which looks like that is exactly what Cotton is doing. No, they are saying we do see him top. We're going to use this advantage right now. Morgana, you can have blue buff later. We are going to fight this right now. The Dazzle did go out, I believe. They are not going to be able to use that as they're chasing. Coming up in a few seconds, you'll see at least one more Dazzle in this fight. Tarek taking a lot. Beautiful silence by Pheilox. Tarek out of the fight, and they won't have enough damage for Lamia. Now on the Pheilox, chasing him down. Stale Banana is coming through. Amazing job. And Pheilox says, you know what? I'm going to go down with the turret. This is a beautiful kill. Stale Bananas with the +1 damage. Great job.
Wow, that was absolutely great play. Actually, Soraka held on to her heal for a very long time. He knew he would only get one heal in the fight. Said, okay, I'm going to use it once you actually start taking damage. Not when you get stunned, not when you see Nocturne. I'm going to wait until they're actually on you. So the armor buff will block the most damage possible. Used Wish in that fight as well, and actually made Lamia survive in a fight where I thought, oh man, they stun combo didn't get healed. Oh, this is brutal. But an amazing set of timing there by Soraka, baited them out long enough, and of course the trade kill there. I think Soraka was already a little bit out too far, was going to die regardless, so good little attempt there to pick up that kill.
Yeah, it was a great countdown on the Dazzle as well. Looks like top getting pushed very hard. Kenji actually get the right one. Wow, very beautiful job by Suego, trying to actually stay on the backside of the turret so you couldn't target him. xPeke, though, just that micro click, too good, was able to get all the damage he needed in that short amount of time.
Yeah, we can see Peke just kind of knocking down this minion wave. Finally, the clone dies out, and they're going to get a whole lot of minion clears there at the top of the map. And 8-4 right now. They've gotten themselves 3,600 gold into the lead. FNATIC here in a do-or-die game against PAH, and they're right now in the driver's seat. 9.5 minutes in, they've built a bit of an advantage. Still could go either way. Both teams have the ability for some crazy turnarounds. Morgana and hyrqBot have some amazing ultimates, and there's one of them. Lamia getting caught up there. There's Nocturne in there as well. The heal goes off. He's got a lot of armor, but they're just on top of him doing so much damage. And he will drop down.
There's the combo. Yep. Even if she wanted to get in there for a heal, Pheilox couldn't see where Graves was. Lamia was under that paranoia of Nocturne, and nobody could see anything. So the swap into Nocturne working for them. They didn't have a full team composition on it, though. So with that Maokai, with that Jax to peel them off of Lamia, the next fight may be different. However, a great pickup here. 16:05 going to be Dragon, as I've been saying 7 minutes. I don't know why I had Baron timer on Dragon for like the past 3 games in my head, but it is 6 minutes. So we'll see that again at 16:05. Beautiful back and forth between Moopz and Anivia middle as they kind of trade some damage. Looks like that blue buff was finally delivered over, however, to Moopz, so that'll be nice for him in mid lane.
Yeah, so both players have about 1.5 minutes. Oh, nice. No, I think that Peke got it just barely. A Dark Binding came out, tried to pick up one of those Wraiths, but looked like Anivia got it anyway. And yeah, the Golem buffs right now on both these players. They're going to spend all their mana just kind of over and over, try to shove minions down, and there we go. Look at that. Peke forces the minions out, and he's going to move over towards the top of the map. Right now, he's just kind of watching for junglers. A stun from across into the Fog of War. Nice there. A lot of damage being dealt back to Moopz, and then walls himself to make sure that Moopz could not catch up with a flash or anything, and Peke gets out of range. Ooh, the Dark Binding catches him, though. That could be a little bit of a scary situation.
Exactly. We'll take a little bit of damage there, both with blue buff. Again, one of those lanes where they can't really kill each other. They're going to be finding a lot of kills from different lanes here. We do see that Moopz will back. The tower bottom will fall. 11 minutes and 15 seconds for your first one there. A good amount of global gold going to FNATIC. Now with a lot of control over that bottom half of the jungle. You can see some pings coming in here. Do they have that oracles on Mao? No, they're just pinging about saying, let's meet up. Let's make something happen.
Yeah, triple gold per 10 picked up here from Cyanide. He has 2 early kills and 4 assists, so he chooses to cement his advantage with gold per 10. He will definitely scale throughout this game, and he will be tanky in the next 20 minutes. He does set himself back a little bit by spending 700 gold on a cage pick, but if FNATIC can say, let's kind of stall out this mid game, I think the mid game is really where Morgana and hyrqBot shine most, where everyone's relying mostly on base damages for abilities. And these guys, of course, have a lot of base damage. They're relying on early utility, and that's what these guys have right now. But as the game goes, I think, extremely late on, Jax and Graves can outscale their lane mates, and you're going to see some very interesting situations. Yeah. So, yeah, FNATIC's going to get themselves a little advantage here by pushing down on this turret. They've kind of forced everyone to leave their lane and kind of wait and let the game push on as Jax continues to farm in this top lane. And I think FNATIC needs to rely on sOAZ right now.
You know, this is a little different from what we've seen. Usually the top lane is the first to go down with the most pressure. The AD carries will let their lanes farm up. Dustbringer stopping Lamia. The terror goes out. Will he get the fear tether? And he does. It doesn't look like this is going to be a kill, but they will kind of just a little bit of back off there and say, hey, we are definitely ready to get these fights in. But yeah, leaving that tower up top, taking the tower middle and bottom as well, as you said, being close to that blue buff, having a very aggressive team, wanting to control that dragon objective. Very good game so far by FNATIC. They're leaving that top lane. They say Jax is the one we want to farm. We'll leave that turret for now. The AD now to roam, and the mid, just a little far off. I think that turret has about 200 health left, is going to be able to roam soon. And with that Anivia roaming from lane to lane, being able to wall off is such a huge advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. The ability to control these fights is really, really massive for FNATIC. And the one thing in their favor is his Maokai as well, where they know they're going to fight in close quarters. They have Morgana who's going to pop in and, you know, ult and then Zhonya's. You've got hyrqBot with a swap, and no one's going to really move from that point. And so it'll be very easy for Cyanide to aim that Maokai ultimate. When you put it down, it reduces all the damage your teammates take by 20%, which is a significant margin to just start tanking everything. You're going to try die so much slower, and already I think Navi Kottenx, until he can get really farmed on that Nocturne, is not going to be a huge damage threat. So this could be pretty good for FNATIC. Even in teamfights right now, I said the base damages were good, but that said, if you reduce all of them by 20%, maybe it's not enough anymore.
So it looks like PAH is trying to set up bottom here. This is going to be, again, the swap into Paranoia. Can they get that reverse down? Will it be a flash into Lamia, or is he just going to wait? Lamia so close to just taking that extra step to be in range of hyrqBot's position reverser. And he's so patiently waiting in the end of that bush, either for Soraka or Lamia. He could take one step and do it right now. The silence wouldn't be in time, but they are just patiently waiting. Not much vision right there in range. It did not take it. I don't know what these guys are doing, but I would be chomping at the bit to get off that ultimate right now.
Yeah, well, Soraka's silence was down for a second there. She used it to hit a minion, so that is one thing they want to consider, though, is they could go for the, if Pheilox reacts in time, he's got flash. And look at that, Lamia says, I saw no one for that long. I'm expecting something scary, and he just goes back to the golems, picks those up, and look at that, the lane resets, and they're like, oh, yes, we were right. You guys were waiting in that brush.
There was a complete initiation 2 to 3 times on that. Very patient, but also costing them a little bit of what could have been 2 kills for them. That would have been a very easy dive for them under the turret right after the swap on Lamia. They were able to kill him without Pheilox even having a choice of healing or silencing somebody the last initiation. So I don't know why they took so long, but they definitely missed out on a few kills there. Cyanide now middle. They know where the jungler is. And it looks like they click down back bottom. They say, hey, let's try that again as they get the pings on.
Yeah, so we see the golem buff going down right now. It's going to be delivered to Morgana. Doesn't want to risk triggering his wriggles right there. Doesn't want to make sure. He doesn't want to doesn't want to lose that and steal it away. So yep, there's the Dark Binding. Picks that one up pretty safely. Cyanide Merc treads right now, but he's not building anything for the team just yet. So this Maokai, normally you see him get that Shurelya's, and we saw that from Curse actually. The double Shurelya's action really set them far ahead in game because they were able to just initiate fights whenever they wanted to and escape from bad fights whenever they wanted to as well. And it gave them some very cool situations. Right now, though, FNATIC is saying, we just like our champions. We like how the game's going to scale. Let's just play very sort of securely. We'll push a turret if we can. It's a good advantage to have. But let's just sit here and rely on farm for now. And they're not going for anything too major.
Yeah, Dragon coming up in a few seconds here. It just popped on the map, 16:05, and everybody is pretty much down here to go for it. But Jackson Yorick having a little bit of a fray up towards Wraiths. They are going at it quite a bit. Most of the damage going onto Yorick as well. Paranoia onto Jax, but Jax going to be able to get out in this bush right here. Leap strike to one of his teammates. That's a really big ultimate down here. That's one of the main initiations of their entire team composition. So they may not be able to do much here. Mid turret possibly going down after this. A very nice stun there. No wall necessary. He realizes that his team is there. xPeke would have been more than happy to take that damage and egg up for himself. I believe that rebirth is ready. Lamia looks like he's going to try to grab Dragon for his team. And a very nice job as they started focusing top. Nocturne's ulti is down. There's going to be no Paranoia into Smite for the Dragon. So FNATIC has just pushed themselves into a very easy position to take this and turn for the fight.
Yeah, but here's going to be an awkward sort of 5-on-5. Pekka stuck on the left-hand side. He's going to wall off hyrq right there. And there we go. A team fight going on in the middle. sOAZ in the middle, taking so much damage. Rekkles on hyrqBot, getting a hit up pretty hard as well. Anivia comes back into the fray. That's going to be 1 kill picked up. Revived, though, by Yorick. People running backwards and forwards. Lamia now caught in a dark binding, but 2 kills for 1 so far. And now it looks like they're going to be forced to run away. The French still left alive right there. Lounet going to take a lot of damage. He gets dropped down as well. hyrqBot gets one from beyond the graves, and looks like it's going to be 2 to 3 now left over. And FNATIC going to go ahead in that fight, picking up 3 kills. The Dragon as well. And they're now, let's see if they're going to push or what are they going to do with this.
Yeah, it's very nice for them. They should have an ability to push at least a few turrets. Mid is about to fall, so there's another 150 gold for the team globally. Like I said, that top turret is still there. Once Jax gets in, he's got a nice wave to farm up as it's about to come up. But then again, his lane is also pushing, so he can just kind of freeze that right where it is. And Jax more than happy to continuously farm here. The highest CS in the game, however, going to Lamia. No, it's actually going to xPeke, 144 in mid.
Yeah, so a lot of farm happening here. Of course, you can see Morgana very close to that score as well. These mid lanes, of course, doing a great job at killing minions, but you're seeing that bottom lane was pretty scary. 137 to 103, and FNATIC said, yeah, okay, we'll make it a farm lane, and they succeeded in that case. They succeeded by 30 minions by saying, okay, let's go farm lane. We'll go Soraka. You'll pick us up once. We'll pick you up once. Whatever, no big deal. But they managed to outlast hit, and that kind of got them ahead right there. And so FNATIC are just saying, yeah, let's play the gold game. Let's just win on gold. We'll just farm, we'll lane well, we'll get gold for 10s. Now they got out of position here, though. This is going to be a nice, easy turret kill here from pHeoz. They're going to like that a lot. A little bit of stun coming from Anivia, but not too big a deal. They're going to equalize that a little bit, 1 to 2 on turrets. And now let's see what FNATIC's next move is.
Oh no, sOAZ going very hard top on Swaygirl. He is just having a ball there. Almost has his Gunblade finished at 19 minutes. I believe he has a good amount of gold on him as well.
Yeah, let's see. Nocturne going to come up towards the top. Let's see. Yeah, he's got a lot of money. Yeah, 1,000 gold on Maokai. Looks like Jack's only 400, but he's rich otherwise. They got 1,200 gold and actually didn't buy anything with it. He's actually kind of walking back to the lane right now. He's going to pick up some minions. Let's see what the next major buy might be. Got Archangel's already done up there on Anivia. Got the Bloodthirster. Wow, interesting build here. Bloodthirster into Last Whisper, but oh, he gets baited into 1 versus 2. sOAZ trying to run away now. Kottenx blocks that stun with his spell shield. Now sOAZ into 1v3, and that's going to be a kill picked up. Nice job there. Good baits overall. hyrqBot playing there on Yorick said, yeah, you like fighting me? Sure, let's go in again. Oh, you want to fight me? Oh, that's nice. And then Nocturne shows up. A very nice little bait there. Good move here by pHeoz. And they're going to turn this one into a push. Now only down 3 kills. They've picked up a couple in a row here, and now they're picking up 2 turrets in a row as well. I really like how this mid game suddenly played out for them. They've made some really good decisions, and they kind of brought themselves back into this.
Yeah, they've turned it around. Destroying those lanes early actually gave hyrqBot and Taric the chance to roam around, which is still a very deadly composition once you get it into somebody else's lane. Not expecting it. We saw the 3v1 there pretty much was a 2v1 with an hyrqBot as well. And then he was able, or Yorick rather, and then he was able to duplicate. Taric came in for the kill. And these guys have really just turned it around. Their items are being finished up now. They do have the Zhonya's going on to Moopz. He is going to be able to get himself in that fight very nicely. Got a good amount of HP now onto Kottenx. He'll sustain way better in that lane. Again, we do see that hyrqBot is going for the Visage build. So we'll see if that works out for him in the end again.
Yeah, well, he's going to farm up these golems right now. He's gonna have his health come up pretty hard. And again, yeah, he's going for Manamune once more, just kind of repeating that build, which means he's just not tanky. And that's honestly, I feel like it's kind of what this team needs. I thought it was the reason they picked up that Nocturne was to have someone really worth ulting in a team fight so that he could be a big carry. But he's building up for a lot of health right now. You can see him with the Giant's Belt right there, building nice and tanky. The Yorick, I guess he could play the carry instead, and he is going for a lot of damage output by going Manamune. Maybe he wants to just ult himself and rely on the damage output there. But, I see them kind of fizzling out by late game if they can't get someone really far ahead. So, FNATIC's kind of farming up their carries. 130 minions only, though, on Jax is not all that high. I think he would have liked to be higher. So, maybe that late game is not as scary as I thought it would have been, because Jax is not having the best lane of his life.
Right, yeah, it's not really working out for him, although having that entire time top, it seems like Maokai has been able, or Cyanide rather, has been able to get a few of his creeps, as Jax always been backing his fights. He is able to be up on health, but it's not enough to stay in lane for himself, so his initiations, sometimes kills, sometimes assists, are also causing him to back, so there's no real win in that lane. They're kind of just trading back and forth.
Yeah, but speaking of trading, you just have kind of minions dying back and forth in this mid lane. They've actually sort of regrouped back towards the very middle. They kind of clear them out once more. And of course, Morgana, hyrqBot, Nocturne, they're all doing the same. These minions kind of getting traded back and forth. Everyone's farming gold. Lamia left alone at bot lane is going to let him farm up a little bit. And you can just kind of see they're just going for gold still.
FNATIC are not really going for any major pressure. They know that the mid game is so very scary against an hyrqBot and a Morgana who can just shut down fights if they get a little bit scary. Morgana has already finished her Zhonya's Hourglass, so she has kind of hit her highest point in power right now. Her base damages are very high. She's got some good ability power, 187. She's able to ult in and just stun everyone up, and people can die during those 2 seconds of stun, so she'll be happy to have those fights work that way.
Looks like that PAH is going to be picking up some gold for themselves here. Wow, xPeke actually holding up on the turret. They can't get to it. His last frost fights here, and he's just trying to hold it down. Looks like it will go down to the siege minion, though. It is relentless. No, he saved it. Wow. Bottom sOAZ putting a little bit of pressure on this second turret for bottom lane. Spell shield forced to be used on Moopz. It looks like they will back off here. And Dragon is up again.
Yeah, Dragon's back up. Unfortunately, Cyanide didn't drop any saplings on the way back, so they don't have a lot of... Well, actually, no, I take it back. They have wards for vision, so he doesn't need saplings for it. And FNATIC saying, yeah, we'll play, I think like Curse did in the very first game of the day, where they built an early advantage that, okay, let's just move forward incrementally. Let's just, take the farm. Let's keep kind of winning in minions. You can see two members of FNATIC are over 200 minion kills right now, whereas no one from PAH have done that. And so they're saying, yeah, we'll just kind of build an advantage. They're up about 9,000 gold now, and they're just going to kind of keep playing it that way. And that's going to build them a pretty good lead, ultimately.
Yeah, there comes a time, like, once you're winning each lane, you're able to go into each other lane. Jax, sOAZ doing it very well right now, just making sure the pressure is always there. Oh, no, they did get a hit on it. One purple caster minion. So OP, taking down the tower. 150 gold now going to PAH. Looks like they're going to need that quite a bit now, as they are down about 7,000 gold as they just creeped up there to 31K. So as they come into this, they are getting that Rabadon's onto Morgana. She is going to need that for a bit more of her damage output. That'll be very nice for them. Once they start to lock down these fights, that Rabadon's is really going to be where the damage comes from on the Soul Shackle, Black Shield to initiate with the swap and Nocturne in there. It's a lot easier to say than have it happen.
Yeah, of course. So, the ability to initiate here is absolutely phenomenal. It just hasn't quite happened in a while for them, though. We had the earlier stab at the bottom lane where they waited in the brush and it just didn't quite go up on Lamia. But the ability to pick off a kill is always here, though, for this team. So they just need that one lucky break, and they can turn the game on its head. Right now, FNATIC, yes, they're winning in gold. They've actually built 4 Quicksilver sashes. Everyone but Soraka has just finished a Quicksilver sash. They've all said, okay, here's our builds, finish your first big item, now build it up. That's going to be a very big deal here. Is now they could say, yeah, let's push now. Let's go for it now.
Pretty much just made hyrqBot a useless champion.
Well, I mean, they've still all spent 1,400 gold. They have some magic resist against pretty much a physical damage-heavy team. And hyrqBot still has damage. He's got the Frozen Heart, so he's going to slow down the attacks of Jax and Graves. It's going to be a big deal there. He's going to be tanky. He can still do a lot of disruption. And ultimately, what if they have to, put some sash, maybe a Morgana bind or something? There's still a lot of interesting situations available where you still might get that swap off. So, I think hyrqBot still has the chance to do something. But yes, his ability to initiate has been basically cleansed of him. So now you've got to see if FNATIC's going to go for the pressure here, if they now feel safe and they say, yeah, let's go for it, or if they still want to play that farm game and build their gold advantage that way.
Looks like they are back in, definitely waiting for Lamia right now as he comes up middle. They don't want to get too aggressive without him. That's a lot of where their damage is coming from. Anivia or xPeke can really output damage, but it's only going to be once his cooldowns come back up. He does have that blue buff. They're going out. Beautiful spell shield by Kottenx to stop that one from stunning him up and really initiating the fight for them. Saplings going out. The poke game to begin here.
FNATIC's got a lot of it. They've got a pretty fresh golem buff here on Anivia. Has 2 minutes left on that. With the master, which I assume Pekka has, it gives you basically 3 minutes exactly of buff duration. And so you kind of time that out and say, yeah, okay, he's got another 2.5 minutes or so. Let's keep that running along. But they actually kind of let up for long enough to let PAH go and grab their own golem here. And you can see Moopz going for the damage output. He's going to pick that up for himself. Cotton almost gets led there. He's going to block one, though, with a spell shield to be pretty safe. And there's no major ward sweeping. There's oracles on both sides. That's cool. But they're not really playing the Baron bait game. This is a little bit different because you see a lot of American teams play in this way, where they say, hey, we've got a big gold advantage. Let's sweep Baron over and over and over. Let's sweep all the wards, and let's make you come to us, make you fight near us. And this time, it's not really the case here. FNATIC are just kind of sitting around. They're farming it up. And, of course, as I say that, as soon as I say, no one's going for Baron, there is PH. They are going for Baron.
And the ward control, Fnatic doesn't have any, so they need to just kind of run headlong into this and hope that it works for him.
Yeah, it's going to be pHeoz with a few wards on that Baron path coming up. Moopz is the first one out. Soul Shackle down, but will it be enough time? The Zonia's beautiful timing. Everybody's forced out, and then they kind of have Fnatic split, but instantly they jump back into the fight, and look at how much damage they can output. 3 members of Fnatic already forced to run. hyrqBot as well. hyrq forced to go down, and now they have them on their heels. It's going to be Moopz and Cotton, very hurt. Rekkles one finally falls. Lounet was not the focus, but now you can see when he's getting hit, he will go down. A beautiful job by Lamia as well to get that quick draw over the bush, and then the buckshot in for the kill onto Moopz. Very well played by Fnatic there coming up on the late Baron.
Yeah, excellent play there. And the funny thing is, every single person from pHeoz actually had their flashes up. So they got Baron, and then Fnatic showed up, and they're all like, run, 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 right? And, you know, Morgana opened up. Everyone actually managed to escape the soul shackles, and then Fnatic chased down, like directly chased down 4 kills. On the flip side, if they had literally said, okay, we killed Baron, everyone flashed over the wall, they could have done that and actually all gotten away. And, you know, it was just interesting to see, you know, Alter had their flash up, but unfortunately, of course, a phenomenal job chasing it. Oh, a huge amount of aggression from Nocturne. That's not going to pay any dividends. It gets actually picked up right there. So now 5 kills in a row. All the Baron buffs are gone here. They still have the golden experience to kind of share amongst themselves, but that's it, though. You know, the hyrqBot tried to swap earlier. Of course, that got canceled by Quicksilver Sash, and Fnatic have suddenly scaled very well into this game.
Yeah, those Quicksilver Sashes became a huge part in the last fight. 2 of them are used, as you can see them just coming back up on both Maokai and Jax. So going into that fight, your mechanics are set and ready. You're thinking of what's going to happen when you stun somebody. But with everything happening as it did, and somebody Quicksilver Sashes right out of your attack and continues to do damage, you have to switch up exactly. Your mind is kind of in a confusion of that didn't happen the way I thought it would. But with everybody having the Quicksilver Sash, they had to choose who to attack, and the ones they did still used it. Jackson, Maokai, the tankiest initiators, and that really turned the fight around big for them. Kind of just wasn't re-grabbable, if you will, for pHeoz.
Yeah, so now let's see how they play this mid game. Baron, you're not on the cards at all. No one has any major baits. No one's going to take bait for Dragon. If someone says, oh, they might be near Dragon, they'll kind of let it go. You know, the goal differences here pretty big. And there we go. Lounet getting up on the slide. Lamia taking some damage, but Nocturne's going to be forced back right there. Lounet still pushed away, but look at that. The wall going to block off 2 champions there. That's going to make it a very easy 5-on-3. Now the wall is gone. Here comes the pressure, but Kottenx going to go down next as well. Now hyrqBot in the mix. Actually gets the swap off, but he doesn't really care about that one too much. And now it's a 2 versus 5. Fnatic all above half health, and they're ready to dive in. Yorick actually chilling towards the mid lane, wanting to push everything down, and just kind of going for the damage output. Sure, why not? And now he's going to just kind of run away from Fnatic. Actually will run into a turret instead, wants to drop that way. Fnatic says, sure, why not, dude? Let's go for a turret push instead. And they're going for a whole lot of pressure right now.
These guys are playing very well right now. Their team composition is just absolutely excelling with each other. It looks like they're going to have enough armor to go in for this one. Cyanide taking a bit. Gets that quick heal from Soraka, and they will be able to micro each other in and out here. Taking down the first inhibitor turret there. Exposing themselves. Oh, Jax up top actually taking one down himself, exposing 2 of the inhibitors, now dropping both of those as well. 2 lanes spawning super minions for Fnatic as they increase their lead that much more, now about 13k up, 14.
15 even.
Yeah, 15k.
14 and a half, whatever. Close enough. 14 and a half it is. All right, now trying to force themselves away. The stun does land, but Pekka, perfect timing on Quicksilver. I don't even see him stop moving. And the thing with Quicksilver is it's not like Cleanse. You can't hit it early and still get a debuff thing. You have to hit it when the stun lands. So good timing there by Pekka. A wall comes off. Khan's not going to like that very much. Lamia in there, and there's the root. A lot of damage. Maokai ult as well. Burst comes off, picks up 1. Lamia still fighting there. Here on Yorick, going to go down. Double kill here. And now Moopz getting chased down. sOAZ doing so much damage there. And a triple kill now picked up for Graves. And Fnatic are liking this one a whole lot. They've now got super minions coming in with them as well. 5 versus 2, and hyrqBot is trying to run away. And this Nocturne's not legging his chances either. He's going to clear this top wave and probably recall. No, he's gonna there we go. There's the recall.
Yeah, that's very scary. The amount of damage they have coming in with Cyanide being the tank, going from the right side of the turret. They're only going to get hit by 1. Now taking that one out, Cyanide has to back, or sorry, yes, Kottenx rather has to back, and he won't be there in time. They do throw on the ultimate to shut down Vision. A very nice wall coming out of the hands of xPeke, and it looks like they will be able to take down the Nexus. FNATIC able to take over pHeoz in this matchup.
And there we go, going 2-1. They will qualify for the matches tomorrow. Top 4 going to FNATIC and definitely to CURSE as well. Now in a very short order, we will have Group B coming up as well, in addition to some RIOT versus community games coming up in the very near future. So while Group A has been concluded and CURSE and FNATIC will make their way out in some very grueling games. Next up, RIOT versus community. Next up after that, Group B. We've got some heavy hitters in that one as well. So we'll see just what happens with these teams, but some phenomenal games are still yet to come today.
Yes, we do have some more phenomenal games. We're going to talk about this one, but first, since everybody's here, let's get a pick out on who's going to be playing against the Rioters. We'll have Emil come up here, and Phreak can choose who is our winner.
There's a lot of names in here. All right, let's see. We got, is it from here?
All right, guys, listen for your team name. Uh-oh.
All right. Team name, Gank Top. Let's see, that's Sapen. Oh, this is hard. I can't read handwriting very well. Relau M. You want to do it? You're better at me than this.
All right, Sapan, Banana, Sandarat, Relau, and...
Yeah, right?
Pensins. Gang Top, you guys are playing against RIOT. Get your stuff together. Make sure you bring your keyboards and your headphones. Bring your mice over there. You're going to be playing against RIOT as well. Make sure you get that win down. RIOT's pretty good, so you guys better do what you can. But this last matchup, FNATIC versus pHeoz. pHeoz, a French team, kind of composed 4 Kings,
partially,
a few other, little Navi. Wow, they played really well for coming to this tournament as a pug team.
Yeah, they came in, they said, oh, hey, we're all here at DreamHack. We might as well play, let's do it. And you know, they did a phenomenal job with that in mind. You know, they had some very good games here. They came very close to knocking out some big teams. They did help knock out MILLENIUM. You know, they had some very close matches ultimately. You know, they had a phenomenally close game against CURSE until that one final 5-on-5 with Morgana's quadra kill. I mean, they absolutely did play very, very well. Gotta hand it to them, all being individually phenomenal players. You know, no shame in you know, losing to some of the world's best.
Yeah, you can just see how far ahead FNATIC was on that matchup. 4 Quicksilver Sashes. You know, it's not a normal item to buy, and it wasn't even forced onto the champions.
No, they said, you know what we need to do is say, look, we've built an advantage. Let's just shut down that swap initiation, right? It's ruining us too much. They just didn't want to deal with that. You know, they managed to win the lane by saying, okay, yes, we're going to go for that Soraka. We'll make it a farm lane. You know, we'll just push down minions. And, you know, it just worked out very, very well for them. So, you know, a good set of lane compositions kind of everywhere. Jax kept up against Yorick and farm, still did pretty well late game. Ultimately, everyone did a phenomenal job. I especially like that first pick Maokai to say, yeah, we're going to go for the jungle pressure because that's how we'll shut down hyrqBot, and it worked for him.
Yeah, and I believe we have an interview right now, so we'll hear it from them with FNATIC and Deman.
Welcome back to the player area, ladies and gentlemen. We are joined by Pheilox to start with from FNATIC and Malunoo from CURSE. So we'll start with you to start with. We just saw your match on the big screen. It worked out pretty well for you guys.
Yes, of course. We are pretty proud to be in the semi-final right now.
So, first of all, tell us about how did it go? I mean, the first game of the day was a big loss to you guys because you've been performing so well before you come in here online. Was there a big confidence knock straight away?
Yes, of course. I think at the first game we did very bad picks and bans, and we played a bit too aggressive in mid, and so we overextended mid and give them first blood very early, because we expected Malunoo more to gank the top lane, but he ganked mid lane pretty good, and they were just better, and Karthus was super fed from zone on. It was just they had so awesome picks and they played so good. I don't know.
And then moving on to the last match, it started off so well. You couldn't have hoped for a better start. Level 1 fight. sOAZ just sat there ready and waiting with that counter strike. I think you got blind dark binded, but just counter striked. And you guys, did you have a specific target you wanted to go for, or was it just so happens that the Lounet went low on health?
Yeah, it was just like what we wanted to do. Just going Jax in front, that he's going get attacked, and after that we just waves in a team fight, and that was pretty good, and it was sOAZ's idea, I guess, and it was really awesome. We never did that before, and was just like try out, and it worked pretty well. Because we were sure they come. Because when they have Tarek and Morgana, their level 1 fight is pretty good. But if they waste everything on a Jax, it's bad for them, yeah.
Yeah, and it's just like Phreak said, the basic attacks, he got the counter-strike running, they weren't going to hit him, so he just managed to tank it through. So the rest of the game, did it all go to plan? Was there something in there that you just thought, nah, we could have done that better?
I think maybe we were a bit nervous after that and gave them also some kills and some opportunities. On bot lane, we played super aggressive at start, and we really denied them, and that was also our tactic to push the tower, so Urgot can counter-push that. And later on, we just focused at very good team fights and had good Dragon timers. I had the feeling they didn't have the Dragon timers, I don't know. They gave us just some free. Maybe a bit sad that they could do the Baron. We were running out of wards and we should have interrupted them earlier, but it was all fine. The team fights were pretty good. Yeah, I liked it.
And so obviously moving on, the next group stage will be starting up shortly. There's going to have Moscow 5, CLG.EU, and the mixed team in there. Who would you rather get? Obviously you guys are coming out of this one second place. Who would you rather get out of those? I mean, that's a pretty scary lineup, all of them.
Yeah, I think Moscow 5 and CLG are the strongest of that group, and I don't know, the last times we played against Moscow 5 also, I think like 3 or 4 days ago, we really raped them, okay? we dominate them a lot. But I think offline they are even stronger, and that's both really good enemies. I don't know, really hard.
Okay, and moving on to Malunoo, we didn't see your game, obviously we had to play at the same time, but you guys topped the group 3-0. I mean, that's about as good as you like after the Reign of Gaming and MLG turnout.
Yeah, it's pretty good it feels good to show some good games after we had some pretty bad tournaments.
And I mean, did everything go to plan today? Was there things that you think, okay, maybe tomorrow we can improve that? Obviously, going into the semi-finals, the top seed.
No, in general, I think we did really well our games. We had really good picks most of the games too. So
you're not really giving me much to go on here.
I think we played well. Like I don't know, everything worked out.
Everything worked out well. So who would you rather get? Moscow 5, CLG, AL, or the mix?
I think I want to play CLG in the semi so we can beat M5 in the final. Oh. Yeah. So we want to show everyone that they're not invincible in LAN. So.
Yeah, well, they've gone 16-1. The only one defeat they've had in a game was TSM in the finals, and they still won 2-1 anyway. So, yeah, that's an interesting call. So, I mean, so you're saying you think CLG, Moscow 5 will top the group?
Not sure, but I want them to.
Okay. I'm not getting a lot out of Malunoo here, I gotta be honest. You're normally a lot more active on your own stream.
Maybe, well, I don't know. I've been kind of sick. Like I have, I don't feel so well.
Step away from the germs. So, I mean, anything you'd like to say to your fans out there, both you guys? I'll start with you, Malunoo. Anything you'd like to say to your fans over in Curse now?
Thanks to TeamSpeak, and everyone should check out lolpro.com. It's a really cool website with guides from like pro players. And thanks for everyone watching my stream.
And the same to you, Pheilox.
Yeah, a special thanks to our sponsoring. They are really good. The management is always here for us. Also, a special thanks to Game Effect. That's an internet cafe here where we could do a boot camp, like 3 days. And yeah, maybe special thanks to my girlfriend that also supporting me, and I miss her.
And more importantly, your team, because this is your first, I believe, LAN event with FNATIC.
No, I was at the MLG last week, yeah. But so my second LAN event was FNATIC, yeah.
So it's working very well. So this is Deman bringing you all the interviews here in the player area. We're going to have Group B coming up shortly. I don't know what exactly the first game is. There's a lot of good games. We're going to do them all back-to-back once again. So obviously there's all the big games in there. Your CLGs, your Moscow 5s, your ALs, and the mixed team. The 4K boys might bring up a shock. Who knows? We'll be back shortly in about 10 or 15 minutes time, I believe. The players have got to set themselves up. So there may be, I think there's a 2-hour break, actually. Off the top of my head, I'm not getting told anything in the ear because I haven't got an earpiece in. So this is pure guesswork, but I'm pretty sure there's a good hour break. So go get yourself some food, some lunch, do whatever you do in that hour's break. I don't really want to know, so don't tell me on Reddit what you're doing in that hour break. But back shortly.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
I'm going in for the kill. I'm doing it for a thrill. I'm hoping you'll understand and not let go of mine. I'm going in for the kill. I'm doing it for a thrill. I'm hoping you'll understand and not let go of mine. I'm going in. I'm doing it. I'm hoping you'll understand. I'm doing it. I'm hoping you'll understand.
freestyler. Rock the microphone. Carry on with the freestyler. Yeah, straight from the top of the dome. As I rock the microphone. Yeah, straight from the top of the dome. As I rock the microphone. Yeah, straight from the top of the dome. As I rock the microphone. Yeah, straight from the top of the dome. As I rock the microphone.
Raventa. Ravinta.
Every minute of the day, every second of the hour, I'm making love with you. Every minute of the day, every second of the hour, I'm making love with you. You, 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 you. Every minute of you, every second of you. Every minute of you, every second of you, you. Every minute of you, every second of you.
more day till I hold you with hands on tight. You can sense a little pride. One more day till we're onto the open sky. You can hold your head up high. One more day till I hold you with hands on tight. You can sense a little pride. One more day till we're onto the open side.
Fantastic. And we are back here at DreamHack 2012. We're going to be getting this community versus Riot game on. Definitely going to have some funsies with this game.
Yeah, it's going to be a pretty great match. Now, yesterday, the community did win against Riot, and I think they're back with a vengeance. They want to pull this game out and get themselves a victory here. So you can see the player names up on the screen. Don't need to read them out for you guys. Can check with your own eyes. And you know, we've got a couple interesting picks so far. You're seeing the picks and bans come out through here. You can see we've got Udyr and Janna so far for the community team. Up on the left side here for Team Riot, got Warwick, Volibear, and Graves in here so far. So a couple of big beefy picks so far. Definitely Team Riot looking pretty tanky in the early game. We'll see how that pans out for them.
Looks like the community team is going for blonde hair only, it seems so far. Animal team for the Riot. We'll have to see. Janook running that promote and smite double jungle all the way so far for the Riot team here. As they start to pull out their composition, Valentine taking up Ezreal. And we'll have to see what Hank Zor can choose for his. It looks like we already have the top lane. Your support and AD carry could possibly be middle. These guys are doing whatever they want. As we said, this is the community versus Riot game. I believe, I forgot what their name was.
Gank Top, or was that the prior one?
That was the other team that didn't,
they didn't show up.
Sad
Ouch.
face, single tier for Gank Top. It looks like we will be getting some man drops in this game. Hangsor taking out Pantheon. Abhorsen going on to Sona. I'm a little worried Janook did not take Ziggs. And as you said before...
Well, he's going to get swapped. He was grabbing Warwick for Lycaeus.
Right, but he still doesn't get Ziggs.
But he can still get Lux, which is the other champion he only plays.
You can actually see right here the opposing team, the community, coming into play here. Setting up. I believe they also have a sub. One of the guys couldn't make it. Also fashionably in the bathrobe. Very nice there. Keeping the Art Deco stylish here in Sweden.
Nice, nice. I like the color scheme on it too. It's very, very bright. He's very noticeable. If he's with a group of friends and he gets lost, they know how to find him.
Power and
numbers. It is, yeah. In case he, gets strung along one side. Of course, there's a lot of people here. It's pretty hectic sometimes walking around the hall.
It is.
You can get lost,
It's
and getting
very,
found
yeah.
is useful.
It's dark.
It can be.
It
I
is
mean, the
dark.
monitors are pretty bright, and you can see here they've got floodlights up there. You can see the beautiful logos on there. Katarina, gigantic.
Huge.
Yeah.
A staple rise up there in the upper left hand, and that means that Mordekaiser is on the right.
Indeed, that's the case. Now, as we're going to get these last few picks in, you can see they're kind of into their swap phases right there. There is indeed going to be Jungle Warwick there. Still actually looks like double jungle, though, as Volibear also...
Triple jungle.
Triple smite, actually. But I think they might switch to the last second here. I think they want to sort of prevent a little bit of finagling. But we do have, the surge and revive here on Graves. You never know. They might choose to go with this kind of strategy.
This is an explosive team comp from the community team. If one person gets snared down, you are going to get exploded, whether it's from Pantheon, Aegis, or it's from Rise Room Prism.
Yeah, they've got a decent amount of crowd control. And actually looks like Hanksor, Q-dodging his team, was like, hey, you picked jungle, Udyr. What are you doing, man? I want new teammates. Let's do this going, get this going on. So we're going to have the game coming back in, of course, very, very soon. Just needs him to rejoin, and we'll be okay. So no big worries. The game will be underway. You could see the lineup there on the screen. So, Riv, based on lineup, who do you think?
Based on the lineup, I think the community team is coming in very strong. Obviously, Riot here going to change up their summoners before they get into game with the picks they just had. But as we said before, Riot kind of coming out with a vengeance here. They did get beat by the community at their own game yesterday.
Yeah.
That doesn't look too good. I mean, we don't get to have a say in that, but we are going to have some funsies. We are going to go ahead and kind of poke at Riot on this one. It's going to be a fun game. You might hear some things that aren't correct or are correct, so don't take everything to full percentage of this commentary.
Yeah, and Janook does live in my apartment, so I'm going to make fun of him a lot. That's going to happen a very large number of times in this game. You can expect it. It'll happen.
All right, so we do have those team comps out. We saw Lux in middle, Warwick in the jungle. What was our top?
Probably Volibear.
Oh, yeah, the volley top as well. Volibear really is one of those champions, if you haven't seen before / don't know the passive or what he can do, is that turret diving oops champion. You're like, hey, I'm turret diving him, and Wade now has more health than me in a matter of seconds. So definitely somebody you can catch off guard there. Maybe they're going to babysit that top lane. Volibear also able to put out a good amount of damage with that bite. So we'll see what his top lane is pitted against. I believe it wasn't that jungle Udyr. It was. They did switch him to jungle.
Yeah, of course they did. I don't remember what they picked for the top laner, though. I remember Ezreal and Janna over there on the community team, and they had grabbed that Udyr very, very beginning.
but I don't recall their other picks right now, so we'll have to see what they are a little bit later on into this. But yeah, the full Riot team is looking pretty good as well, of course. They do have that Graves Sona bottom lane, a lot of aggression available there. You can see it back on your screen. Oh, of course, they got Jungle Pantheon, so it was top lane Udyr, and then Ryzen mid. Okay.
And it looks like they will be locking into this one. We are back into the matchup, so we do have a Clairvoyance Lux for some pew-pew lasers around the map where she doesn't have vision, possibly able to steal some buffs or objectives with that as well.
Yeah, and they're going to go, this is, of course, on live right now, so it's going to be a 3-minute delay instead of the 30 seconds we've been enjoying so far in our games, but that's okay. We'll still see it happen. Should be no big deal.
Do I have that teleport Volibear as well? We always know bears like to teleport. It's just, it's in there, it's them. It's bears.
That's what they do.
Bears teleport. So
happens sometimes.
Happens all the time. Where do you think bears come from?
The sky.
Teleporting.
Oh,
yeah.
That makes sense. I didn't really think about it
Sometimes you just need two minds to come together to figure things out.
Thank you. I wouldn't have gotten that without you. Thanks, Riff.
All right, just checking.
Okay, cool.
Right on.
So how about Udyr, though? Because he's a man, bear, turtle, phoenix, tiger.
He comes.
Does he teleport when he hits bear form, or is how does that work?
Udyr actually came from the void.
No, he didn't. You're lying to me.
He didn't.
He came from Ionia.
It's easy to troll, Phreak. I'm sorry.
No, it wasn't, because I got it right. How could you say you're trolling me when I clearly got the answer right? He came from Ionia. What are you doing?
Trolled.
No.
All right.
I don't know what you're trying to say here.
So what do you think for the team comps? Who are you looking at to have the better team comp here?
Well, I mean, we were talking about bears, and Rahara's...
Both teams have a bear, so that's equal.
Well, no, that's not really true, though, because, Volibear is a bear all the time. Udyr's a bear like a quarter of the time.
That's true.
And almost never while jungling. So, realistically, there's a lot more bears on Team Riot.
Yeah, he doesn't want to get bear until a little bit later. Does that give them an advantage of having a bear at the top lane the whole time?
Yes.
Because he can teleport.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big deal. He brought teleport in. He is a bear.
Guys, you are learning the newest composition of compositions here, and these guys are about to be into the matchup as we're speaking. Volibear top. We have Udyr in the jungle as well. No, Pantheon in the jungle.
Yeah.
Going to see some straight man drop in coming into the game here. Community versus Riot Games. We do have Janook in that lineup as well as Navidre, I believe, a few other community members from the Dublin office and the LAX office in the States as well. So kind of bringing around the global team for Riot there against a team that has been playing together for a while. Good family friends, cousins, friends of friends, mothers of friends, and fathers. So these guys are pretty good.
Mothers of friends and fathers? Dang.
And bears.
And lots of bears,
that teleport.
Well, sometimes. It's on a cooldown.
Amazing.
So you can still see us on the screen, though. We're going through the delay right now. We've got maybe about a minute left until we're into the game itself. So don't worry. This whole thing will be going away soon. Don't worry about it. We'll be off the screen before too long.
It's not? Really?
Nope. See, bam! Look at that. I was right.
I thought we were going to act out the entire 5v5.
We used. Do you want to tell the story, or do you want me to?
Oh man, yes. Go ahead.
Okay, so about a year and a half ago.
About when I started. Right around when I started.
Right around when I started at Riot. I decided that I would challenge him to real-life 1v1 League of Legends matches casted by ourselves.
Yeah.
And so I would jump around yelling Mystic Shot while flinging my fingers at him. I remember actually one of the best ones. I'm walking down the hall, and you're like, Poppy, and charge me into a wall.
I hit him. I slammed him into that wall pretty hard, actually. I felt kind of bad, but I went right through with the charge, and it felt good.
He won that match.
I won that match. Phreak could not flash away.
No, I got pretty much owned.
And then there was one time I rolled down the hallway as Rammus.
Yeah, I do remember that. You didn't roll very fast, though. Not nearly as fast as Rammus.
That kind of hurt. That was not the softest carpet in the world.
Not really.
So here we're now jumping into this matchup. You can see the teams. Skins all around. Oh, Ezreal, what are you doing? Breaking.
Letting the team down.
Wow, Valentine. Not suave, man.
It's okay. It's okay. Well, they can always try to make up for it.
Yes.
I mean, the one thing is, like, hey, it's bringing out that gray Warwick. So, unless you refer to a lot of friends, you're not getting that skin. And we are now into the game. So, if guys in the audience, and also if you're at home, wherever you are, I still want to hear you. Just yell loudly enough. If you guys want Team Riot to win this game, let me hear you guys cheer for Team Riot. Not a lot of applause here. There were like 4 total claps.
All right, so we have your fellow peers and community members, the people you play with every single day, trying to take us down. Let's hear it for your peers and the League of Legends community. That is completely unfair.
You know what? To compensate for that, I'm just going to be biased in this commentary. So, I will cheer for my own team.
And I got to say, We got a winner rise out here.
We do, yeah. We got it. So that actually scares me a lot because that means he had to earn that from winning a tournament.
That's actually one skin Rioters will not get. Yeah, they get unlocked content, but that is the community skin. Winner Rise will only go to members that will win a Riot run event. So a Riot member may have it if they won that before getting into Riot, but that's not a skin that I own. So yeah, definitely one to watch out for. Lurvig coming up first place in a Riot run tournament. These guys are not...
well, it's any sort of... prized event in general, so it doesn't have to be run by Riot. It has to be Riot approved. But
yeah, okay, yes.
Yeah, if you run a tournament
approved.
Yeah. So if if it goes through and we're like, yeah, of course, that's cool. Go for it. Well, here's some RP, and hey, the winner's going to get victorious rise or triumphant rise. Then that's cool. So that's kind of how that's running down. You can see.
Yeah, going to help out with the rates here. Go ahead with that shield pass at first as well from Janna, and the knock as well. Tiger Balsam doing what he can to clear these rates. Camp still a little bit slow. Pantheon, not the fastest jungler in the world, but it looks like they're going to go for the fast red and possibly a gank here.
Yeah, a lot of damage going to be dealt here. He's going to get that early red buff, and that'll give him level 2, which means he can gank that top lane right away with his shield bash, the chain slows and all that. So that could be a very scary situation here. He's going to be laning up with Udyr, and they could be ganking that bear early on. Now, the one advantage, of course, is Volibear is full bear, that will help him quite a bit in that matchup. So we'll see how that pans out for him.
Great. Two bears against each other top. One an armored turtle, one an armored bear. Right now in Tiger stance, doing what he can. Hank Zor just keeping that lane locked down. We do have breakout Graves down bottom. Cannot hold Graves down. And we have Mantheon coming top here. Could get the jump down on. Looks like he has level to right skills. The bear versus bear. They do not have the stance on, though. He's still Tiger, so that's going to tick. I think he did the Tiger in a wrong effect. He could have procced that Tiger and made it hit. Back and forth, Rune Prism to one. A face-to-face for Lurvig and Janook. Janook gets hit one more time. And I gotta say, Janook, although you look great in a skirt, you can't give up first blood.
Yeah, so some very good aggression there early on from Rise. That Lux only level 2 got comboed down in that. Very, very nice job of the community team. A good amount of pressure here at this bot lane from Riot. And again, that top lane, Rahara's not gonna like that. Getting chunked down. Oh, Pantheon. One hit from dead. And there's that Volibear pass that you mentioned. Healing him up a little bit.
Yep.
He went cloth 5, so he's going to get a lot of health back throughout this. And yeah, he'll be in a little bit better shape afterwards.
So good aggression from all lanes. Pantheon going back, just re-upping on those pots to the cloth 5 once again. Not really too many minions under his belt. He only got 7 on the way around, hoping for that first fast gank, so he's really got to pull himself back. His jungle is going to be a lot faster once he gets that Heartseeker, but he does not have it yet.
Yeah, so we're going to see how this pans out. This bottom lane pushing a lot for Riot. They're really pushing towards that turret. They know they're not going to get ganked anytime soon by Pantheon because he was holding that top lane. He's going back into his jungle in the very near future. We'll see if he can get his minion kills back up and get himself some gold. Right now, it's just damage kind of being sent around. The gold advantage, 500 though, still in the community's favor. And here comes Pantheon finally making his way down. Riot trying to escape. Ezreal in range. They're ready for, a great smoke bomb is going to stop Pantheon. There he's going to stun, but he's in range of the turret. A lot of damage being dealt here. Sona's going to survive that encounter. And now Graves in a 1 versus 3, but the 3 are low on health, so he's not in the worst shape, really. They might be okay here.
You know, I'm surprised we didn't see the bear teleport.
Yeah, he could have teleported down and helped that battle. Jumped onto one of those minions.
Always
they dove back.
Teleporting bears are ways to win the fight. 4 minutes and 30 seconds in. It is 0-1. Bears also flip if you did not know that. And we can see Hank Zor going face-to-face, a tiger versus a bear. But the bear has armor. Got to watch out for that.
Well, thankfully, Tiger Stance does deal magic damage. You can see him getting brought down very low on health. And he's out of potions now. So this is kind of a scary situation to be in if you're Volibear.
Very nice job, Aborson throwing some damage out. Can he get the Lux proc? And there it is. Janook saying, I want that one back. Lycaeus going fully under the turret, red buff to get the kill. And that's going to be a twofer. Riot kind of picking themselves up a little bit there. Double buff on Lycaeus, very nice job. And they're going to deny a little bit of experience here. Janna coming up through the middle.
Sona getting poked out. A very good turn of events there. Riot Games. Oh, wow. And Janna getting caught up there by Warwick. And Warwick doing so very much damage. Has to get exhausted. And Janna will flash away. So that is 2 very big summoner spells burned there. Janna going to be forced to recall. And I don't think she got to ward either. So not a lot of map control being held by them either. So it's very, very good by that Warwick.
Just one down at Dragon. I don't know why she was moving so quickly through the river. Very dangerous spot to be moving. Riot seeming to do what they can to pick up a few kills here. Great hits on Valentine. Even though he doesn't have a skin, he is still hitting those skill shots. Actually, Panic coming out strong. They know that Janna is back. Arcane Shift forced away. And now they have, he still has quick draw. Again, these guys going at each other, prism to prison. And we're going to see what they can do, kind of equaling out on health there. Lurvik having a little bit of health and to sustain in lane.
Yeah, so the one really good thing about Lux here is that, you know, the shield comes out and it comes back, so she has to, you know, use 2 shields to, and you know, hopes to maximize both of them. But the good thing is, you know, that's kind of how Rise functions. He functions by chaining spells together, and, you know, getting, you know, 3 to 7 spells out in a rotation, which really allows Lux to get that shield out. But here comes Pantheon, the Rune Prison into the stun. Chinook taking so much damage, the shield goes on, the shield comes back, and the ult comes out. So much damage being dealt. Like Chaos, though, not level 6 in that Warwick. His Q, not quite going to pick that one up. So very close. Now we see the top lane against the pressure. More harass coming on. All these players so low on health right now. Everyone going to get forced backwards. More damage being dealt to Volibear. I think he's got his passive back. He's going to go for some damage here onto this Udyr, but he's taking so much damage right now. Ignite is on, trying to run away, but that's not going to be enough. A nice kill picked up there by Udyr.
Oh, very nice. He got the suppression from Lycaeus, and the last hit, he will go down. No,
oh, that shield!
Oh, wow. That was amazing. Very nice job. Warwick making it out by the skin of his teeth, and very good help there from Chinook on the utility.
That was a very, very phenomenal opening right there. So now 3-2 in favor of Team Riot right now. We've got 2 kills. Let's see where the kills all went, actually. Looks like 1 death on Deluxe, of course, that very early one in there from Rise, but she answered back with 2 kills of her own. And so kind of bringing that one back very, very closely. Some early magic is being picked up here by this Rise to kind of deal with that, though. Pantheon going back for his Lizard buff here, trying to get himself caught up. Pantheon actually pretty low level, though. He's only level 3. Whereas Warwick is 6. It's 34 minions to a paltry 15, and so in that jungle, that's going to be a big source of power for Team Riot.
Riot going in once again. Panic trying to do a little bit of damage with Buckshot there. Staying to that true grit of Graves. Lurvik back into lane. Oh, wow. A single Q taking out about 1/5 of Chinook's health there. We'll have to see. Udyr pushing down Volibear up top. We do see Valentine and Reese pretty happy in lane right now with their positioning. They do have both of their supports of Horson coming out from the backside here. They do find Lycaeus in the jungle. There's 2 CCs that he does not want to deal with. The crowd control from Lurvik as well. They're going to have Pantheon coming from up top. Great damage onto Lurvik. The laser goes out. He's left with 100 HP. And that last Q from Lycaeus will be able to take out Rise.
Wow, that is so much damage being able to able to be dealt all at once. Of course, Rise's flash is still down for another 2 minutes or so. And so if they can just jump on him and just burst combo Rise down, they're really going to shut down a lot of the late game that's available here for that community team. Of course, Udyr's doing a phenomenal job. 54 minions and a kill. Has that Rekkles Lantern. Will continue to scale in this game. He's going to have a very fun time of that one, but you're just seeing this get pretty difficult, though, as their mid lane's not doing too well. Lux now 2 kills and an assist. There's Warwick 2 kills and an assist as well. There was a lot of gold put into these 2 champions. They can do a lot of pressure here in this game.
Yeah, we're going to have to be really careful here. They do get the aggression up top, 7-7 in levels, but that Tiger stance kicking so often as well. Every time he activates it, it's at another 3 strikes, so Volibear not being able to sustain against that.
Yeah, he's just kind of chugging potions back and forth. Still no boots. Wants to get himself that Madras into that Rekkles Lantern. Chinook going in for some pressure, taking some damage down onto that Rise, putting the shield out as well to make sure there's no counterattacks, but that sits back down, and here we go. Some more pressure. Valentine taking a lot of damage to the Ezreal. Again, Arcane shifting out. Graves started to outscale him. Going to flash in. There's the ult as well, and burns the flash from Ezreal the same way. So the Ignite is down, but now the health advantage definitely in the favor of Riot. And here comes Warwick to the top lane. Pressure going on. Hawks are taking a lot of damage. The ult coming in as well, and there's the ult now in from Warwick. Now can they do enough damage? Will he chop that down? And there is a kill picked up. Been ignited, but he will be okay. Bottom lane, a lot of pain coming off Panic. Continuing to throw out damage. And there's another fight in the mid lane. Chinook trying to run away. Rise doing so much damage. Can he get the one last shot? Yes! Picking up that kill. Excellent job by Rise. And now this bottom lane not looking happy. Soda Graves forced away.
Yeah, very nice try there. Panic doing what he could to get out of that. A lot of minions as well. Minions picking up a good amount of kills this tournament, so props to them. Valentine and Reese a little low on mana. Valentine, however, needs to be very careful as he uses that Arcane Shift to get away, and that's about just the amount of mana he has. Pantheon coming in from the top. They did see him because of the minions, and they're like, no, we don't want anything to do with this. However, we have not seen the man drop. So if they get a good enough wave to come up on this, we may see what's going down.
Well, let's see. All the waves are pushing right now. Mid lane and bot lane very near to the turret on the basically the opposite way here at this top lane though. And we'll see what they're going to go for here. A lot of guys at full health though, so no likely dives just yet, but we'll see as we kind of accelerate on in this game who's going to get up and go for the next set of kills here. As Pantheon chops down another minion camp here. He's going to recall. He really wants to get that Rekkles Lantern for himself. That's going to be the source of sort of jungle scaling for this Pantheon, is being able to rely on his basic attacks to chop everything down.
See in mid, we're going to look at the CS here. We do have Lux at 59. That's going to be Janook, and Lurvig is at 63, or 60 rather. So that's, yeah, very nice for them. They're kind of keeping that even in mid. Hi. Oh. Looks like Janook putting more pressure on as well, trying to get that shield down, at least getting that one turret hit in. Whether he gains aggro from the turret or not, he's perfectly fine with that with his shield. More wards being placed out up top by hyrqBot. Community team playing very strong right now. They're only down by 1,000, actually 900 gold. It's 5-3, and not a lot of turrets. Sacred Balsam coming in here. The stun is down. Aegis goes out. No, Lycaea is coming out. A huge finale Funkling coming out from Janook, and the double kill with the passive procs. Very nice job there. Blue buff on Janook as they continue to throw out the spells and that CC. Valentine looking to do a little bit of damage here to Graves. Looks like they are forced to back off.
Wow, that was a phenomenal little counter gank there. Warwick was there just in time into what would have been a guaranteed death right there, but nope. Turning it around for a double kill, an excellent job. All the lanes otherwise seeming to stabilize more or less. Now, of course, this top lane, 84-28 minions. This Udyr is winning, but Volibear has managed to stop the bleeding. He's kind of surviving in these fights. He did get that one kill from the earlier gank thanks to Warwick, and so he's going to stabilize. He's going to be okay in these battles, and he'll just kind of farm up and get tanky, and that's kind of all he needs to do. This bot lane, we see 102 on Graves versus 88 on Ezreal. So that bottom lane, no kills or deaths really on either side there, just kind of scaling out, and Graves is just kind of winning the minion trade so far.
Janook coming out a little early there, trying to get that Singularity down. Wasn't able to hit it. There's the one right there. That's what he was looking for. So much burst damage. He will be able to Arcane Shift out, but he's going to stay in range. Very nice job getting the Essence Flux down to slow down Graves' attack. The Monsoon will save Reese. He gets the shield down, but Janook comes out with a killing spree on that. Very nice job, and he will continue to pursue onto Janna.
Yeah, Janna going to get out as fast as possible. Janna actually put a shield on herself instead of Ezreal, and I think she was afraid of getting hit by the Lux ult herself, but I think it would have been better placed on the other champion there. Lycaea roaming around in the jungle into 1v2. He's going to ult up on a Pantheon. Can he do enough damage? He's been stunned. There's Rise, the Rune Prison off as well. So much damage. Lycaea not going to survive that encounter. A great kill picked up there by Rise, assisted by Pantheon. They need those kind of kills to get themselves back into this game.
Yeah, it was a very great job there. They did catch Warwick kind of in the jungle, milling about the red, and they said, no, that's ours. It's not going to go to Pantheon, but Rise will get the kill. More than happy to take it. A very nice counter here by Hanks. Looks like he's taking up the blue of Riot. They're not keeping attention to their buffs.
Yeah, it's a very good stab there. Udyr knew that Lux had come down to the bottom. Oh, a lot of pressure coming in. Rise is still going for it. A lot of damage. Janook will barely survive, but will tick down a bit from Lizard buff. Not really liking how that one started out. Needs to recall away pretty soon. Could use the ultimate as well. Sona's going to find Rise off the side. Ult goes off, taking a lot of damage. Now, can Janook help from afar? Or can Rise pick something up? This bouncing spell flux. Oh, there's the Q. The laser, and that will be a kill. Janook picking it up just barely. The Ezreal ult will not hit.
Those pew-pews. So good. Coming out, teleporting bears up top. That's what we're looking for. And he is going to be able to get that one creep. That's why I teleport.
Yeah, picked it up, got a little bit of experience as well.
Yeah.
And now we see actually the blue being stolen back here by Team Riot. They've sent Graves. He's actually a little bit too far away, though. That golem's going to tether back. Okay, there we go. Just barely got himself in range. But Janna's off to the side. Can she burst it down? Oh, it was close. But now Ezreal and Pantheon are here. There's a bit of damage. Lux off to the side. A lot of damage coming out. A lot of crowd controls. And Janna getting very, very low. Pantheon now in a bit of a 1v3. This Warwick trying to chase down. He's almost going to get in range. Oh, it comes off. Picks up the kill onto Janna. A nice shot there. And there's the man drop trying to get him out. He did escape there. Pantheon making his way out of that fight just barely. Now this top lane, Rahara is fighting up against hyrqBot. A little bit of pain going both ways, but the one true bear just doing more damage than the wannabe.
Yeah, the attack speed scaling with Volibear is really going to keep him in lane, give him that Vampiric Scepter health that he needs back as well. And it looks like it's going to be a dragon for Riot here, 2156 to be your next dragon. It looks like they will go ahead back into their jungle, doing a great job. Tiger Balls getting quite low on this one, but he has no problem just popping a potion. He's not even really taking any damage. Or actually,
Yeah, he's
is.
got
There we
relic.
go,
He's
got the
okay.
relic down, and he will be all right for that. Rise returning to mid lane, however, his tower is down. So he's going to be forced to farm back in that position next to his second turret.
All right, so let's see what ends up being the case here. Oh, it is going to be a turret kill picked up for Udyr. Nice opening there. That's going to actually be the first one on the map for that community team. Riot already picking up 2 for themselves, but still, they're going to scale back into this game. Here comes another duel between Udyr and Volibear. Udyr actually choosing to run away, but going to run into Lux. So much damage coming off there, and that will be another kill picked up there for Lux. Now 8-2 in this game. And a good opening there. 4,000, almost 5,000 gold now. The lead for Team Riot. And we'll see if they want to keep pushing or if they like where the minions are and they want to just kind of keep picking up kills at various locations around the map.
Yeah, he's doing a really great job. You know, I was afraid that he didn't pick Ziggs, but he put his skirt on, took his baton out, and he's playing an amazing Lux right now.
Yeah, and we're going to see what they can do with that. That Lux, of course, having a phenomenal opening. 8 kills so far, assisted in many of his team's kills overall. 9 of 11. Warwick also a great showing, 2, 1, and 4. Been in about half of his team's kills as well. Just going to move forward, has those buffs. Will not quite make that stab onto Rise. Rise going to try to outscale into this game, has 94 minions, has some magic resist. Lux about to face check into a Rise. Rise could do a lot of damage right here. And there's the flash screen prison. The damage coming out. The ult comes off. So much damage on both sides. Chinook will get shut down. The Soda ult's not going to matter right there. And a great counterattack happening there by the community team.
Riot getting a little greedy here, still stepping into the jungle. Chinook finds himself down, giving quite a bit of gold to our community team.
Yep. There you go. Has the death cap.
Backing
a lot
off.
of damage there.
Bit of a handful of health between all those 3 members back by the turret. It looks like we're going to get a pretty good push here by Riot. Dragon won't be up for another few minutes, so it actually looks like they're going to go ahead and back to the jungle. We do have Panic down bottom still farming up a bit.
Yeah. Let's see how this pans out, though. Warwick going to make his way to left-hand side, going to take over that top lane farm. Volibear roaming around, still in the middle right now. I think his teleport is down for a little while. Got about 2 minutes left on that, so a bunch he can get himself kind of around the map wherever he wants. Oh, Panic face check into a brush, 2 versus 1. Crowd controlled a whole lot, and the Pantheon jump coming as well. Can he close up the gap? Udyr trying to get in range. A smoke bomb comes down, and he is going to get away thanks to Sona popping a heal. There's the haste as well. They're going to survive that little encounter. But Chinook goes in for the light binding, lands it on Udyr. A lot of damage being dealt. Not picking up any kills quite yet. Clairvoyance goes down, and they said, okay, we're going to push back. Let's heal up a little bit. Let's kind of get back towards mid. Let's see if we can pick up any other fights.
You know, it's crazy to say, but a lot of this community team, it's actually CLG.EU is the community team name, are not buying a lot of magic resistance, and Chinook is really scary right now.
Yeah, their team is, and the thing is actually their team actually not as physical heavy as I thought they might have been. Volibear does do mostly physical damage. That bite is physical. He's building up a Rekkles right now. Looks like Frozen Ballot, or maybe Warmogs might be next. So he's going to rely on auto attacks. And then, you know, but other than that, and obviously Graves, but Warwick is going to be mostly magic damage. Lux, of course, a lot of magic damage. And the 2 most farmed members are Warwick and Lux. And there we go, the pressure onto Jana. Now Pantheon up in the front. Like Hayes taking so much damage there. Rise almost melting that one down. Will not quite reach, though. Chinook getting dived by Udyr and taken. Whoa, he's going to get the kill. That's 1. And the second one going to go down as well. However, Udyr did pick up the kill on the backside, and now going in on Volibear. Danced out by Sona. Can they keep chasing? Sona taking a lot of damage, 1 versus 2, and that's going to be another kill picked up here. So 3 for 3 overall. Community team picking up a great trade there. CLG.EU making it happen.
Yeah, they're trying to get some gold back in their favor. Every time they can get Lux, it's going to be very nice for them. Chinook is always picking up a few kills before he goes down, which is obviously not good for them, but to be able to get that gold on a champion that's worth. We did see some ridiculous champion takes earlier on the supports, which we were like, you know, the support probably didn't need that one. It could have gone to the carry. So we'll be seeing that happen. Chinook is that one they're focusing on to get that gold back. And sometimes, you know, that's what you like to do in lane, right? You know, let them kill you a few times, let them think they're up, take that 500 gold back,
It's
and
a
be
strategy.
like, back in the game.
Yeah, it's a strategy. You feed for a while so you can win late game. It's totally normal. Like Hayes
proving that concept right now. Says, we just lost a fight, you got some kills. Let's give you guys some more kills. Rise, I want you to be worth some money. All right, let's get you some experience. Of course. Let's get you some levels, because I want to get it back later.
That's a true return on investment.
Indeed. He's investing in Rise right now,
Yes.
basically.
That's one good way to put it.
You know, some people buy gold per 10 to get more gold late game. Some guys just feed
Invest
kills.
in your lane.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why not? It's safe.
Yeah, you're pretty much, there's no blowback, you know. The interest always builds up. Because, you know, if you do feed him a lot of gold, he'll get more kills off your teammates and be worth even more gold next time.
Yes.
So, you know, you're really actually, it accelerates itself. It's basically compounding
And then
interest.
you can get assists off of that.
Yeah, there's so much more gold to be had there.
Tons of gold. And teleporting bears.
Always
This
going to happen.
is absolutely a fantasy world right now for everybody here. We do have everybody going towards Baron. It seems like they're going to kind of dance this one out. Wards around. We do have an Oracle, I believe that was on Lycaeus. And I don't see one on Tiger yet. No, it's actually Abhorn. So Abhorn is going to be the Oracle bearer right now. It looks like they're going to walk past that. No, they finally see it. It's like,
The
yeah,
Oracle bearer?
Yes. Shh.
Oh, light binding. Oh, good jukes there from Slur.EU. Gonna be okay. Still a 5-kill lead, 5,000 gold as well. But still, this game is neck and neck. You saw these last few fights go very, very closely. Light binding again, just barely misses there. Singularity not gonna slow anyone either. It looks like everyone's getting ready for some next major fights pretty soon. Sona waiting around. There we go. Clears off a ward. And
wow.
Yeah, Team Riot gotta get a dragon for themselves.
Dropping very fast there. Looks like the initiation comes in on Raharez, and it's not going to be too much. Like Kea says, I want into this fight. Lux ulti comes out, a lot of damage onto Tiger. Udyr, or Pantheon rather, will fall. Udyr is the next focus with that exhaust down. Not enough damage from True Shot Barrage, but Valentine still staying in this fight. The Arcane Shift able to pick up the kill onto Panic, and now they are kiting the other direction. They were on the other side of the fight. Now they've switched to this side, pushing Raharez back. Now getting caught. Very nice job by Lux. Just kind of a blinded Singularity there. And they're going to continue to push these guys away. Now once again on the forehand of the fight, Lurvig still doing damage. Rise with that blue buff, having Janna there to keep him shielded, has been doing so much damage. Abhorsen out of mana and Raharez out of HP. These guys are not ready to fight, and it looks like the chase has ended. Janook versus Rees, but he's going to be found by Lurvig.
Oh, that's
with the dodge, goes for the ultimate, and he just misses. This will be a fast one for them in the 2v1. Lux goes down, and it looks like it was a really back and forth there. Dragon was had by Riot team, so they did come out on top of that.
Yet still 5 kills to trade on both sides, but this Rise getting really, really farmed. He's getting invested. You know, he's going to be worth a lot of gold, and but until then, he's going to be doing a lot of damage to Team Riot. And you got to wonder, is that investment, you know, kind of poor? Will it turn on you? Will it start killing off all your teammates? It's a scary place to be. Rise actually got to refresh his Golem buff from those kills earlier, and so he's in a very, very scary place there. Team Riot's not going to like fighting against that Rise.
And you got to be careful. If that's a buff transfer, the interest rate goes way up.
Yeah, of course. So, you know, again, that Rise is getting more and more scary, getting pretty rich.
Trying to get a knockdown on wards. Now, interesting thing, somebody brought up to me once, they said, hey, what if you place a ward down and do damage to it? You should take a minute off.
I don't know. It's a different kind of situation. I mean, I could see it, right? Like, that could be a thing, but I don't know. I'm okay with wards lasting 3 minutes regardless. You can still kill them at drop if you get it.
Of course. Looks like a little bit of pressure here from Janook in middle. Trying to throw out some bindings, some singularities, doing what he can to continue that huge damage. He went straight for a Void Staff. Already knew he is really ahead of the game here. Actually, Lycaeus, level 15 right now. Wow. Janook getting caught out again. He is an expert at being in the wrong position.
Yeah, he's got the most deaths on his team. Is really, really investing in that world team lineup. Slur.EU, you know, 13 of their, 6 of their 13 kills. Janook has given those away, so you know, he's really being a big force there. But a good job though, Warwick and Volibear. You know, it takes a bear to kill a Baron, and indeed it worked.
Yeah, they were able to get in there both with ultimate attack speed right now.
Baron.
Yes.
Sorry, I just needed to say that.
Panic going down. Crescendo comes out from Abhorsen, and it looks like Lycaeus will drop in an instant there. Everybody getting a little bit of gold on that one. Looks like the community team is very happy to be coming back on this one. They do have quite a wave coming in that's going to give them vision. Dragon is down, but it looks like they may start to head up top. They do see that Baron has been taken, so they're going to clear buffs now. They see that they have some good waves on both sides of the map, except for bottom, so I guess that's going to be mid and top, not both sides. It looks like Ezreal will be the one to pick up that top. Abhorsen just trying to clear out these wards here on Sona as they make their way through the jungle. They grab up all this experience and gold until the next 5-on-5.
Yep, so we're going to see. They're going to wait for the last respawns. Lycaeus dying a couple times in a row in these last few fights, going for even more magic damage, grabbing that Malady into his lineup. So, by going for those boots of swiftness earlier on and getting the Malady now, he's actually sidetracked his durability build for a while. So he's actually been become much more squishy compared to what you normally see on Warwick. So it's going to be a little bit of a scary situation for him. Pantheon. Okay, looks like the Golem buff went over to Udyr there. But Warwick is one of the only few melees on that Team Riot lineup, and he needs to get himself some more durability pretty soon to turn himself into a tank, because he needs to be that.
Yeah, looking at the enemy team, you don't see one Merc Treads and then a Negatron.
Yeah.
That was kind of built, the Negatron was actually built into the Banshees, which somebody else just bought a Negatron. Udyr did, Hanksor. So did he really need that Malady to shred more magic resistance?
Well, it'll always help. Of course, he's going to amplify his own damage there. He
Right.
does mostly magic. He's also going to help out Lux a little bit. So, it's not the end of the world to build that kind of item. And additionally, it deals damage itself,
Yeah.
right? He's going to land a lot of auto attacks. He's going to land that ultimate, which will land another 5 itself. So he is empowering himself to deal a bunch of damage. But yeah, being durable is kind of the #1 rule there for Warwick. The longer you're alive, the more you can land those basic attacks. So, but if he can survive those fights, it will be a lot of damage and it will help for him.
Definitely happy to jump in here now with that Thornmail. Definitely not going to be jumping onto that Banshee's Veil of Lurvig until they break it. Possibly that Ezreal as well. And that Thornmail coming into play as Ezreal jumps out of that suppression, and he's going to start attacking Warwick, and it will hurt him quite a bit. We do have the Warmogs onto Volibear, not something you usually want to see. He is going to be very hard to take down. It's really just amount of sheer power you can put out, whether you have the magic or armor penetration or magic penetration now. Does not matter. You have to be able to get that HP bar down to 0, and it's going to be very tough.
Yeah, so we'll see. The team fights, I think, can be really strong in both cases. Team Riot has a lot of area of effect. They've got, the Lux can kind of hit everyone all at once. Same with Graves, same with Volibear, same with Sona. Only Warwick is really the only really single target champion there on Team Riot, whereas the flip side is really true for SlurQ. They've got just a lot of single target burn down. You've got Ryze, who goes after one guy. Udyr does the same. Pantheon, Ezreal, those all do the same kind of thing. So you're really aiming at a single target team versus an area of effect team. And we'll see how that happens here as we get into this fight there. A nice amount of crowd control hitting up there onto that Udyr, getting him down about 1/4 of his health. And they're still now pushing onto this turret. Pretty easy there for Graves, Lux, and Sona to all kind of hit that turret down to 1/4 health. They're still actually poking a fair amount there. They're going to go in one more time. More combo going off, and they will pick up Janna. Lycaeus now in the front. This Warwick taking a full set, and so many stuns coming out there. The area effect from Sona so very strong. They picked up one more kill, now only 2 alive. Lycaeus going to chase in there. One more hit to go, and he will get that off of the Shurelya's coming out from Sona. And now one last kill, and they will dive down and pick up Pantheon. Team Riot picking up an ace right there. And I'm sorry, guys, in the audience, but it looks like the Riot team doing a very good job right now.
Yeah, it looks like Riot wants to bring this back to 1-1 with their games on the community. Community was able to take that first game yesterday. So we'll have to see if Riot, with this composition, Janook doing a little bit of the carrying here, although Lux did bring a big backpack to this game.
Yeah, absolutely. So much ability power being built on that champion. 12 of the team's 22 kills, but 6 of the team's 14 deaths. So his ratio is doing very, very well. He's 2-to-1 on kills to deaths. Yep. He's got a number of assists still. He's been part of 20 of his team's 22 kills, definitely being omnipresent. And, he's been, part of 6 of his team's 14 deaths. So, being present kind of everywhere. And, overall doing a very good job.
And they may be happy to stay here. Lycaeus' ultimate just coming back up. Nice grab there by Janook. Able to just quickly blind shot that one over as he saw him leaving lane. Looks like they're going to push this one out. Super Minions now forced down middle lane. They are going to be able to go for that top open inhibitor. Dragon is up. I believe Baron has worn off quite a while ago, so we'll see that in about 2 minutes here. There, they are going to grab that. More than happy to farm on either side. Lycaeus in a bad position right now. Udyr could find him. They don't really see him yet. Pantheon says, yeah, he's there. Udyr from the other side. It does not look good for Lycaeus. He will most likely go down in this situation. There's just too much CC for him to get away on this, and it is going to be a 3-kill there. Rise and Pantheon both picking up a little bit of gold on that as Udyr gets the kill.
Yeah, so great job there. 3 versus 1. Rise came in there at a very good time and managed to land the root and land a lot of damage, dropping down Warwick. The one thing Warwick can do, though, is even if you're outnumbered, if the other team does not have enough damage output, if they can't really burn you down, and you have attack speed, you can keep lifestealing and getting your health back up. And, you know, he's got 2 very large attack speed items with the Malady and with that Wit's End, and he's pretty high level as well. So, you know, he could just keep landing attacks and getting his health back up. And, you know, if he's only fighting against, that Pantheon, of course, not doing, extremely well, 5 deaths, not a ton of bonus attack damage, that Udyr actually building actually really good amount of damage, to be fair. He's got the Trinity Force and the Rekkles, so he'll do okay. But, you know, when you have that much armor and magic resist, as Warwick does, he could have taken that out for a while. His health was not dropping that quickly, and it was really good for them that Rise showed up there.
Yeah, that would have been really bad for both of them. The CCs were kind of used on top of each other, so they really didn't get to use that. Warwick was free to just farm up his health, but yeah, Rise coming in with a big play there. A lot of damage for him to be outputting right now. He does have that Frozen Heart. That is really going to help with Warwick and Volibear. Looks like we have Lux getting that Morello's Evil Tome. White Staff, another Blasting Wand as well.
Yeah, really going for a big ability power stack and then complementing it with that Magic Gun from the Void Staff, and then finally, cooldown reduction from that Morello's Evil Tome. That is something that Lux definitely wants. You know, her cooldowns are pretty high, but she's going to be alive for more than one burst in a team fight. And so, of course, bursting someone is very important, but then afterwards, you've got to stay involved in that battle, and getting cooldown reduction allows you to do that much better because you'll get your burst down and then it's back up. And when you get enough, the flash jump onto Chinook, Lux taking a lot of damage right there. Oh my gosh, is getting blown up and just can't do much of anything. Sona ult goes off. That's going to be a kill back up, and Lycaeus now taking a bit of damage, getting blocked around a bit. They're going to pick up the 1 kill, still getting burned down, and Rise does pick up that kill. They're going to jump in there, Panic, try to get the kill, and will trade up against Janna. The flash across the wall from everyone as they chase down this Rise. He's still surviving. The area of effect is so strong. Goes down to Sona finally at the end, and that's going to be an ace picked up there. Riot with 2 surviving members. Tanky Volibear just says, like, yep, I have health.
Yeah, you got to be very careful when you are fighting a bear with teleport. He didn't even need to use it that fight, but he still has teleport.
He does have teleport. If he gets
That's
pushed
scary.
back, he can teleport back in and keep fighting.
Scary bear is scary.
Yeah.
He's knocking down these turrets. Riot looking to bring it to 1-1 here. DreamHack Summer to the community. Yesterday's game went to community. It looks like Raharez may be able to beat down onto this Nexus for the last bit of health. 2 seconds to spawn here. Pantheon jump in as well. They're going to have to back off on the Nexus. They won't be able to do enough. It's just below half health. They do have 4 members up. Volibear not in any stance to get a run on. And it looks like Heartseeker will be able to take him down. They will be able to mitigate the end of the game, or stop the end of the game there. It looks like they put the pause button on that as they clear the waves out. And Riot team really open to go wherever they want in the front side of that base for the Slur Q.
Yeah, so right now, Baron is back up. 30 seconds on the respawn for Volibear. Sona is low on health and mana. She's going to have to recall. But the only thing stopping them from killing Baron, though, is the fact that they've got minions just bashing down their front door. They have no turrets left. If they leave minions alone, they will end the game in Riot's favor. Riot should have a free chance to go for Baron. In fact, you can find on the minimap that they are getting ready for that. Lux is trying to harass down in the mid lane, and there we go. Baron taking a lot of damage into a 1v3. Baron getting outnumbered here and not retreating at all. This looks to be a very good fight here for Team Riot. Sona actually recalling back. They're waiting for Volibear to come back up. He has now respawned, and there it is. Nice teamwork there by Team Riot, delaying the Baron kill to make sure that Volibear could wear that Baron buff.
I bet your Raharez was like, wait for me.
Yep.
He probably did. They're all sitting next to each other over there. Great jump on, a flash away though, but it's still going to be found. A nice snare there. And it looks like
Juice shoes are on.
Oh, wow, Chinook getting exploded. The front end burst so strong. Panic there. Baron is up, so they just lost 1 Baron. Bear stands onto Panic. Panic goes down. Another Baron is gone. Lycaeus, pro flash. That's what we teach you at Riot, how to flash. Obviously not. Lycaeus flashing straight into the wall. Couldn't make it into Wraith Camp, and he goes down. And it looks like we have a very big push here. It could have been a game ender. Looks like Slur Q turning it around.
Yeah, so Chinook really doing his part to make sure he invests
in that opposite team. Now 8 deaths there, bringing the kills back to only a 5 different. The difficulty here for CLG.EU is they don't have minions. This turret is going to deal a lot of damage and is not going to die very fast. And Team Riot can keep poking and keep poking, and they're going to take a fair bit of damage. You can see now 2 members at half health there. Their push going to be slowed down a bit. And you can see, look, there's, yeah, okay, we got the turret, we're killing some minions, but we have to run back again. It's Pantheon. We got some trouble with super minions. Doesn't really like it too much. Come help him out.
27-22, 36 minutes into the game. We got a bit of a 12,000 gold, 13,000 gold lead as it just ticks to 60,000 to 47.1. It looks like the Riot team has a pretty good handle on this, but we just saw them get kind of demolished with Baron. So if they cannot focus their efforts into the the right champion, rather, they're really going to have a hard time winning this one. If they can't get in there and just pretty much go for the Nexus, they're going to be completely shut down.
Yeah, the ability for CLG to pick off individual champions is phenomenal. You saw them do that 3 in a row, and that gave them some breathing room. Pantheon also got the chance to sit there in base and farm those super minion waves. He's gotten himself back to level 16. He's gotten a nice bit of gold. He's going to be actually pretty threatening in this next fight. He's got that frozen mallet now. He's got the Rekkles as well. His damage getting a lot better now in this setup. He's going to be in a much better place here. Now still, Dragon does get picked up by Riot. You can see Panic there on Graves, kind of soloing that one. Ulrich milling about in the jungle, although Willem was already grabbed by Udyr. And I think Team Riot says, look, the inhibs are back up. You know, the middle one's there. The top one's going to come back pretty soon. We might need to be, you know, a little bit afraid of this one. But they said, no, you know, we still have that gold advantage. Let us, you know, push it mid. Let's see if they can make this happen. You know, let's ride this minion wave here. Let's see what they can do.
Throwing out a few spells. Lux, however, with that blue buff, is going to get those back up quickly. The blue giving you that mana regen and cooldown on your abilities. Howling Gale goes out, some CC down. They're trying to get in with their crowd control as well. A little bit of damage going down onto Lurvig. You can see they're actually just defending themselves behind. The flash in again by Udyr. He went down quite quickly this last time he did this. Crescendo goes out, and now the focus is onto Udyr. They really need to use their cooldowns on somebody else. A beautiful snare down by Lux. Panic is able to drop Udyr down. It looks like they're going to turn this around. An instant quadra kill. Could he be going for the penta? Panic trying to get in. He's got a few more seconds to land this. They miss everything there, not flipping him back. And Jana says, no way, Jose. They are able to take down the Nexus. And a quadra kill from Panic to end out the game. Riot brings himself back up on the weekend 1 versus Communities 1.
All right, excellent job there on the end game quadra kill. Absolutely phenomenal, of course. Some great plays going on. And yeah, you know, we're bringing it back here, doing a much better job of this game. And, of course, don't go anywhere because Group B is coming up next. We've got some pretty heavy hitters there. We got Counterlogic Gaming, Moscow 5, Absolute Legends, and I don't remember the team name, I'm sorry, but they came out of the Bring Your Own Computer bracket from yesterday's games. But we've got a gigantic who's who coming into this tournament, and we're going to find out who's going to join FNATIC and Curse coming up pretty soon. It's going to be some pretty great stuff.
It is going to be amazing, guys. Thanks for joining us here for our Riot versus Community game. More matches to come. I'm Rivington III with David Phreak Turley. We'll be right back from DreamHack.
It's like gold dust. You hear me coming through your speakers. You see me mashing up your airways. I know you can't get enough of my sound. It's like gold dust. You hear me coming through your speakers. You see me blocking up your airways. I know you can't get enough of my sound. There's no place to hide, so stop the fight. I'm gonna get it. All this running from me, baby, you're gonna regret it. I can understand why you can't free yourself and let it go, 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 go. Got you in my palm, no listen good, you can't escape it. Bring you to my world and hold you, see if you can take it. Don't you be afraid, I know you're strong enough to make it. Go, go, go. It's like gold dust. You hear me coming through your speakers. You see me mashing up your airways. I know you can't get enough of my sound. It's like gold dust. You hear me coming through your speakers. You see me blocking up your airways. I know you can't get enough of my sound. Everything your life's been searching for in this direction. Come a little closer, don't you fear the intersection? We gon' take you down and then we gonna keep you sweating. Go, 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 go. Take you to a realm you never known it's non-existent. You won't hear it coming no matter how hard you listen. Can't predict the how everywhere we play opposition. Go, go, go. I don't know where you are from, what you're running from. Oh, I don't know where you are from, what you're running from. Oh, I don't know where you are from, what you're running from. Oh, you want to free up yourself and fly. People, put your hands up in the air, I know you like it. Don't you fight it, I can see you're high and all excited. Flying through the night, we going up, better hold tight. Go, 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 go. Now we got the style and energy that you desire. Let me see you jump up, come on with me, let's go higher. Climbing up the speakers, we gon' set this place on fire. Go, go, go. It's like gold dust. You hear me coming through your speakers. You see me mashing up your airways. I know you can't get enough of my sound. It's like gold dust. You hear me coming through your speakers. You see me blocking up your airways. I know you can't get enough of my sound. You keep running and you're running and you're running and you're running away, 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 boy. You keep running and you're running and you're running and you're running away, away, away. You keep running and you're running and you're running and you're running away, 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 boy. You keep running and you're running and you're running and you're running away. Go, go, go.
Do not fall asleep tonight. This might be a night to remember. Do not fall asleep tonight. Please pretend I'm not a stranger, not a stranger. Don't waste the time. Let us stay young. Let us stay young. Let us stay young. Let us
Welcome back to DreamHack Summer 2012. My name is Joe Miller. Joining me is the one and only Deman. How are you doing, Deman?
I'm a little croaky, but I'm getting there.
Lost his voice
Yeah.
and all that cool stuff. Before we get started, I'd just like to say there are some strange people here you've just seen on camera.
To the 60k people plus that are watching as well, we don't know either. We just put a camera in that area and people do things.
Slightly strange. But we are going to be bringing you Group B now. Obviously, Group A earlier on before we saw the show match, which the Riot guys actually managed to win. I was pretty impressed with that.
Yeah.
So good job,
Yeah,
Riot.
but did you notice that they had to bring Lycus? Because yesterday they got absolutely hammered, so they're like, yeah, we need to bring one of our decent Riot players in to play this game.
And moved pHeoz into support, by the way.
Yeah.
So he finally found his real role. But first game of the day is going to be CLG of the day. Of Group B for this day is going to be CLG versus MEBDI'S Minions, which is a team which probably none of you even know who they are.
But it's
luckily,
Kings, yeah.
me and Deman have actually casted some of their games before in a slightly different lineup.
Yeah, it's basically a mix of Western Wolves, Four Kings, and a few others just sort of thrown in between. So it's like Yamato Cannon, Baron Panda, etc. They're all sort of thrown in there.
Yep.
But obviously, coming into this one, CLG.EU are the big favorites. You've actually got them as favorites for winning the tournament.
Actually, I was left top 3, and I said in no specific order. But sure, they
But Wicked took it as you were going to win it. So he took a great offense to me saying Moscow 5. Let's put it that way. He's like, what? You don't think we're going to win? He's not happy with me
I don't
anymore.
know. We've got to see how they turn up today. But yesterday in the BYOC tournament, which is where they qualified from, of course, they didn't get through from online. They actually managed to get themselves some notebooks and get here. Thanks to the fans, actually. You guys actually paid for CLG to be here. So
a lot of
good
money as
stuff
well.
for doing that.
Yeah, we're not going to go there. But yeah, I mean, we're just waiting for the picks and bans to get underway. Hopefully they'll be starting sometime soon. I'm not sure if that's live or...
Well, we've got Ari banned for CLG, so...
But we don't know if they're actually live or not.
I don't know. I don't know if it's all working.
Anyway,
so,
nevertheless, Phreak has joined us. He's at the front there. Hi, Phreak! Hi. We all love you too. I'm not sure about this thing though. This whole thing going on here.
I quite enjoy it actually. The crowd love the chin strap.
The chin strap.
I thought about shaving my beard into something a little more cool.
It's going to go ginger.
You know, I am
that's what I'm
Captain
gonna
Redbeard.
say. Yeah.
After 4 days of not shaving,
Bit northern there.
I am a Redbeard. Irish heritage and stuff like that. So we are in the bans and the picks. Actually, my screen.
Yeah, you got crashed. But it's all good because we got picks and bans on my screen, so it's all good. I like the Windows bar as well. That's nice. That's very affectionate. But you can see it's going to be Ari, Yorick, Morgana, was banned out, and Nivea, Shen, hyrqBot. Pretty generic bans there by MEBDI'S. They've completely focused on CLG. They knew, obviously, they didn't want to get a Nivea in there or hyrqBot. Crepo picking up Nautilus. So Nautilus in the jungle, that's going to be for Snoopay. And it looks like we're going to have AP Cogmore in the middle. It's going to be an interesting one straight away. Soraka as well being picked up. For MEBDI'S Minions, we do finally have them on the screen. It is going to be Ash, so it's going to be Ash down the bottom. Mid lane will be Baron Panda, so I'm not too sure what AP he's going to go with. Wow, we're going to have a Dunk Strat coming out. That's going to be Jarvan being picked up, along with Udyr. That's a pretty tanky team. I'm on my own. It's all good. Phreak, step in. Now's your chance. As Joe managed to randomly run off. But you can see Janna Ash combo down that bottom lane. It is a pretty strong lane. But this is the first time, I think, that CLG have been able to use AP Cogmore. It was banned out for them throughout the open bracket tournament. Yeah. Obviously, Anivia would be one of his fullbacks, but he's got so many champions in that mid lane he can use. Karthus was available. He didn't go with him, though.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how this all pans out because MEBDI'S Minions actually let me in on their whole strategy.
Yeah.
Which actually, when they told me, I was like, well, that's not so secret. And there we go. There is the Karthus. Something which Froggen has been playing a lot, of course. Anivia is, I guess you could say, his champion, actually, is going to be banned out. But, you know, they said they want to basically try and take Wicked out of this game. They're going to try and camp this top as much as they possibly can. They also had something surprise in store, apparently, for the jungle. So we'll see about that.
Well, it's got to be Udyr or Jarvan. There's neither are really
I
that
didn't mean
surprising.
the pick in
Oh, right,
particular,
what they're going to actually
but
do
the actual
in the
strategy,
jungle.
yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, camping wicked top is something that Curse do and works very well. So they've been used to doing that. It's a strong strategy that, you know, Curse developed. And Curse actually feel very strong against CLG. They're like, yeah, we're quite happily at CLG. You know, we feel we can take them out.
There's Moscow 5,
in
who
the
are
gaming
playing
area.
in this game.
Yeah, they're just practicing, they're warming up there, but they have arrived, yeah, so they've been doing interviews as soon as they walked in the door. Actually got quite a lot of autographs, those guys. They, you know, they've become pretty popular. But meanwhile, it looks like Rise is going to be the final pick, which is going to be an interesting one for mid. Rise against Karthus, not really got the range advantage, just have the quick burst potential in there, but not really got the range advantage. So I'm not so sure how that one's going to work out. We are assuming, of course, that is going to be Concord down the bottom now, which, you know, CLG could throw something crazy in there. We've seen Karthus mid-jungle anywhere, but we are going to guess that Froggen is going to stick with that one. No crazy swaps coming out. So Jua is going to be the support. Okay, Kestrel is going to be the AP. And Skullamaniac, that is, isn't it? He's got Skull Lilac for some reason, but it's Skullamaniac. Of Western Wolves, I think. Yeah, so Yamato and Skullamaniac from Western Wolves. Testing my knowledge now of the European scenes.
I'm just going to let you
Yeah, you're
hang
just
yourself.
going to let me hang. Yeah, I can see it. Like, you're just not helping at all there. So, I mean, obviously CLG coming into this one as big favourites, Joe. Overall, obviously Moscow 5 and AL are the other two teams. They're going to be coming up after this game of Phreak and Rivington, which will all be a fantastic game in itself. But, I mean, what are we going with from this group? What are we gauging as the favourites?
I think you've got to say CLG Moscow 5 on paper.
Yeah.
Moscow 5, I don't know, online they've not done super amazingly well recently, but the thing is, when they come to LAN, you don't really know what they're going to do.
Yeah.
I mean, form suggests that they're going to be awesome and probably not lose any games on their way to a victory. But that could change. You know, this group is not an easy one. You've got, aside from CLG, absolute legends in there. You've got MEBDI'S Minions, which, by the way, MEBDI is Yamato Cannon's second name.
Yeah.
They could end up pulling out a surprise. At the end of the day, in the group stage, it's best of one. And they may, you know, come out with something surprising and catch one of these teams off guard.
Just something a little strange, a little unorthodox that would catch the team out. It's entirely possible. You know, they've gone with Jarvan and Udyr, so they've got a bit of a dunk strat there. They want to get a big stun on. They've got a lot of crowd control, really, overall, so maybe that's what they're going for in the overall fight. CLG tend to be... they could go with a passive farm. They will... I mean, I was speaking to Wicked earlier, and he said, we will quite happily sit there for an hour and farm if we have to.
So quite happily commentate that as well.
Whereas Moscow 5 said, nah, you got to go all in. You got to get in there and win. They're quite happy to just go full aggression. So that's the difference in the mindset between these guys. It's like Alex was like, nah, you're doing it wrong. You've just got to go aggressive. So we are underway. As you can see, the blue team is going to be CLG down the bottom. I'm guessing they won the coin flip. We didn't actually do a coin flip over here. The admins would have done that. And it is going to be MEBDI'S Minions, which I'm going to be calling all sorts of names throughout this one. Probably 4 kings I'll end up with. They are going to be on the red team in the north. So, honestly, Joe, this team, after seeing the team setups, if you ignore it is CLG, what would you go with the team comp?
I still like CLG's lineup.
Yeah.
Better.
Okay.
If I'm honest with you. You know, Karthus has been a mainstay of this tournament already. The ultimate, it goes without saying, a great initiator, a great finisher. So many different options. You know, he's going to get in the faces with Defile. You're going to have Wicked dashing around champion to champion. You're going to have Yellow Pete at a distance just hammering away. And I think this is just generally a very hard setup to beat.
Using that ping ward straight away, making sure. And actually said, you know, our super secret strat, we're going to ward the river.
Yeah, that was, and I was like, well, that's super secret.
That's revolutionary right there. But let's get a bit of a gauge from the crowd, because the crowd seems to have filled up here. Who wants to see MEBDI'S Minions dethrone CLG? Quite a few, quite a few. Who wants to see CLG.EU take this one? Yeah. I thought so, but actually MEBDI'S have got quite a few chances in there. They've got quite a few Swedish players, you know, playing for them. So
exactly, they're like the Swedish hopefuls, maybe as you know, more of a team of Swedes, I guess, than anyone
a bit
else.
like the Euros.
Let's not talk about football as English people in Sweden this weekend.
Yes. Let's not go down that route. It was a good night, that's all I can say. So blue buff is going to be picked up. Skullomaniac will be starting off that. He is going to head off towards the... is he going to go for a gank straight away? I'm trying to see which route he's going to pass. No, he's going to go straight off towards the raid. So pretty standard stuff there. Red buff will be picked up by Snoopy. Snoopy starting out on that one on Nautilus. So the lanes, as they stack up, you can see Wicked versus Yamato Cannon. That is Jarvan versus Aurelia. And a quick Dragon Strike straight away. The middle lane, Baron Panda versus Frog, and Baron Panda is a Swede. I can assure you of that one. So he was one of your local talents. Down the bottom lane, it is going to be Janna and Ash. That is Jawar. I don't know how I'm going to pronounce that one. I don't know. Kestrel as well versus Yellow Pete and Crepo. Crepo, the only Scottish-Belgian man that I've ever met, with a guy with a Scottish accent. He just mimics Snoopy. He's like having daily lessons. I'm not sure.
Yeah, Crepo does speak with a Scottish accent, which is slightly weird. But I already talked to him about that. He's like, yeah, it just happened. So, how is this game going to shape up? Obviously, no first blood in these early moments. Up at top, though, we know that Yamato Kan is actually... Jarvan is one of his mains. So we're going to be seeing, actually, the I-45, the last event in the UK, which they actually finished second in as the Four Kings team. Jarvan was banned against him pretty much every game in the top games where people actually knew who Yamato Cannon was. Wicked could be in trouble here, actually. We do have Skull Lilac coming in. And, well, deciding in the end just not to bother with that one. Obviously, Wicked does have his flash available, so probably would have escaped from that one anyway. Yeah, but he could have made him, could have forced him to burn it. I'm not too sure why he didn't go for it. Looking like he might try and sneak around the backside of Carpus now. It's a little bit early. He's only level 3, so he's not really going to be able to tank up a turret too much. So he's just going to pass by and realise, okay, no, we're not really going to get the gank there. But Jarvan's doing pretty well at the top there, so he's forcing Aurelia to start using those health pots up. Bottom lane, let's have a look down there. You can see Nautilus just going around the jungle at the moment, picking up those golems. Meanwhile, not really a great deal. They've just been pushed back. Kestrel's quite happy to farm it on his turret. You know, Ash is a very hard person to stop farming, especially Yellow Pete's going to be trying to keep him at range as much as he can, but until he hits 6, he's really not going to be able to force him back, and he's going to be dodging those that volley that comes out. Skullomaniac, though, on the invade, will pick up the wolves, so it's a sneaky bit of play. Baron Panda just dodging away from Snoopy. No chance he was getting anywhere near that one. Yeah, moving away nicely and will stay safe. Obviously, the Nautilus with that Dreadline can make up ground very quickly, so they need here MEBDI'S minions to make sure that those wards are constantly in place. So currently, they've got no real vision there. We are going to see actually Udyr coming in towards his side. Wicked down to half HP. There is a flash stun coming in from Udyr. Can they finish this one off? They are going to dive under the turret. He comes back away. Udyr will survive. And there is the first blood for MEBDI'S minions. And that was the plan all along. Camp Wicked out of the game and try and throw him off.
Yeah, and while he did that, he actually went around and took the big wolf as well. We haven't seen it, but I'm pretty sure he went and took that large wolf away, which is why Snoopy's obviously just passed by and realised it wasn't there. So doing a very good job at actually camping against Snoopy and getting the kills. It's working out very well, 6.8k to 6.2. So he's just got that slight gold advantage. First blood, of course, just gone back. Carthur's just gone back, so he's building towards the captains to protect there. Haven't seen Rise moving yet. He's going to be obviously building up. Double Doran's Blade for Yamato Cannon on that top, so going very aggressive. All about the attack damage there. So interestingly, that Yamato Cannon would have played alongside known Plasma. Plasma's pretty well known for that top Jarvan as well. So they are top Jarvan players, and it's interesting the way they build it. They build it both completely different as far as I'm aware. One will go full on aggression, one goes full on defense, and quite happily passive farms his way through it. But as it is, Yamato seems to be doing a fantastic job. Did burn out Ignite there, but you know when you pick up the kill, Ignite was also used by Wicked. I incidentally put it onto Skullomaniac, but obviously didn't pick anything up from that one. Has got a flash available still, Yamato Cannon, so we could see another dunk on Aurelia coming shortly.
Yeah, and he must be getting close to 6 actually in this top lane. Okay, 5 1/3. Currently, that's when it's going to be harder for Wicked to escape when these ganks come in. We did see a pink ward put down in this top rush, which is something they talked about. They want to get the wards away, leave Wicked with no vision, and just stay around there and constantly gank Wicked to try and keep him off. Of course, it's so far working out. 1-0 in the kills. 32 CS to 43, so Aurelia does still have a lead in the creep score in this top lane. And actually, Wicked bought a pink ward of his own, so I guess kind of used to being camped out in this top, and he's going to try and dish some back of his own.
Yeah, what also surprises me is actually Baron Panda's leading the CS in the middle, only ever so slightly, but he's leading it against Froggen and Carthus, which is pretty surprising in itself. You can see he's about 10, just about 8 CS ahead, so he's doing a good job of keeping there. We haven't seen Snoopy coming out looking for those ganks yet. He's quite happy to passive farm it up. He's gone for the Philo Stone, so he's getting that GP 10 item. on Nautilus rather than going for anything crazy. Now, the question is, did Skullmaniac manage to sneak in now? They're going to dive through again. Can they get the dunk? This time it will be the ulti on towards Wicked. He uses the dash. I'm not too sure whether he's going to be able to get away from this one. Remember, Yamato does still have flash available. Ignite will be up in a second. Skullmaniac's going to try and get the stun down. Where is Wicked running off to? Does get the stun down. He's going to get the Dragon Strike straight through again. The stun again. Wicked is not going to escape this one. The hyrqBot running, but he's not going to be able to juke away as much as possible. He's just actually detracting them away, pulling them away from the experience. But it will get picked up, and he buys the time for CLG to pick up the Dragon down the bottom. So very nicely played there. Snoopy actually caught by the Howling Gale, but it won't be enough, and they'll back away. So 2-0, but that Dragon's actually equalized the goal. Bang on 9.8 to 9.7.
Yeah, and that was an important move from CLG. Once that was all going on, they knew that, okay, we're going to lose out in this top lane, but let's take Dragon once they've got no real time to respond to that one. And as you said, it brings us bang up level despite that 2-0 lead for MEBDI'S minions. In this middle lane, Froggen 64 CS to 66, so it's very, very even still. That slight advantage. There's a big thing though. Blue buff will be taken away. The timer's down perfectly for MEBDI'S minions, and that is going to mean that there's no blue buff this time around for Snoopy.
Yeah, so MEBDI'S having a great start here. The question is, can they carry it through? The CLG will quite happily sit back and farm this one. yellowPete missing the gold there. He tries to ulti up. He has hit 6, so ulti is available. Kestrel also hit 6, so that arrow, we could see some big plays coming out from that one at a later date. Skullmaniac takes the red buff away now, double buffed up. Are they going to go back and sit on Wicked, or will they leave him alone? Because the problem is, you know, if you're going to sit on him, you have to sit on him for a long time, because Wicked will just stay in that top lane and farm. But, you know, it could detract and pull it to a 4v5. He hasn't got teleport, so he can't really get in and join a big fight down the bottom if they were to have one for, say, the next Dragon coming up in about 5 minutes' time. Kestrel, though, is just going to continue farming down this bottom. How's it going between these two? You can see it's 60 CS to 72, so slight advantage for yellowPete. yellowPete's actually been pretty dominant throughout the open bracket stage. He really was very strong, certainly against MILLENIUM last night in the open bracket final. So he really was dominating. It was a strong lane, yellowPete and Crepo. Definitely one of the top AD lanes at the moment. You know, you're going to have to say that probably Chaos and xSpecial are the #1 at the moment, because, well, TSM have won the last 2 events.
We'll see what Moscow 5 have to say about that a little bit later on today. Actually, we are going to see the stun coming out there. Will Froggen be able to walk away from this one? At some point, maybe, but he's actually going very, very low, and that's going to be a one-on-one picked up by Skullmaniac, and that is a valuable kill once again. We've seen the top being camped. We've just seen that kill coming in onto the AP champion in the middle, and now we are going to see them trying to push down this middle turret.
Yeah, they're beating on the middle turret at the moment. You can see, meanwhile, there's a 3-man push on the mid turret, so Garen eventually will look at the middle turret. There we go. It is the middle turret. The Arrow and the 3-man pushing it, and they will take it down, so very nicely done that. So, would you believe it? MEBDI'S minions take down the first turret, 3-0 up against CLG. We did say the group stages, anything can happen. At the moment, it is working out very well. Can they get around the backside of Crepo and yellowPete's just going to back away. Yeah, they're wisely backing away from that. But that's a good bit of ward placement already in the enemy jungle, in CLG jungle there. We can see that Jarvan's returned back to the top lane, so he's going to be once again dealing with Wicked. Looks like Wicked, though, has got a little bit stronger this time. Yamato definitely losing a lot of hit points there.
Yeah, and they weren't really kidding when they said their strategy is wards. They have literally filled that bottom side of the jungle up. They've got great vision on Snoopy's paths, and that's one of the things with Nautilus. With that dredge line, he can get these ganks a little bit, they can be surprising, but when you've got the right ward coverage, that's not going to happen quite as easily, and that's something that they're actually playing Snoopy out of the game with right now. I mean, we've not really seen him gank whatsoever, so that could be a problem in the long run for CLG. We said before, it's best of one, anything can happen. Actually, we've got the arrow coming down this middle lane here. Froggen will actually dodge away from it, and he will stay safe. Actually, Skull was over, waiting in the wings should that arrow have connected.
Yeah, that would have definitely been a very dead Froggen if that arrow would have landed. So they were nicely in position for that one. So looks like Skullmaniac seems to be the man that's creating things at the moment for MEBDI'S minions. You can see Snoopy would have got spotted by that hawk shot, I think. I'm pretty sure that would have just passed over. Skullmaniac again in position. He has passed the ward though, just down the river by blue, so he's well aware of it. And again, could they push on towards the tower? You can see Wicked trying to use his ult to try and farm as much as he can. Actually backing away. He's worried about the dunk possibilities that Jarvan could come out here. Baron Panda also come up north, so wisely does back away. That's going to be the second turret going down. So top turret is now gone. Although Wicked's going to try and dive in there, do as much damage as he can. Baron Panda wanted to turn around. He wanted to deal damage there. Wicked just about hanging on. Meanwhile, this is buying time for Froggen in the middle to farm up quite happily. Baron Panda will be missing out on that farm. As soon as he picks that turret down, just now it's going to bring the gold back into their favor. 66k to 15.3. Bottom turret still being pushed, but Kestrel's quite happy to farm this on the turret.
Yeah, and we have 95 CS for Ash, 112 for Yellow P on Cogmal, so he's slightly ahead down there. Obviously, he has pushed that lane out a little bit as well. So it's very, very even. This bottom lane not seeing so much action, not really seeing the ganks. The action has been focused in this top lane and on the middle as well. And so far, they're leading by a good solid 1,000 gold. Here are MEBDI'S minions, with that middle turret taken away. Of course, the vision that comes with that as well leaves them in a very good position. 12 minutes or 13 minutes into this game, and actually the dragon will be up here in just a couple of minutes.
Yeah, so they're starting to position those wards, getting ready for it. Froggen's continuing to farm, despite the fact that, you know, Baron Panda was gone for a while. He only missed out on about 10 CS, despite the fact he was at the top taking that turret down, so he didn't really miss out on a great deal. Had gone to get that Tear of the Goddess, and now with alongside that Catalyst and Merc Treads. So Baron Panda building up very nicely. And again, MEBDI'S minions, they're going to, I think what they're going to do is to try and pile down the mid, force them back, try and force those minions onto the turret, yeah, and then immediately they're peeled off straight towards the dragon. I don't think the CLG will fall for that though. They know that it's going to be due any second. They had the timer on it. They picked it up the first time around. So MEBDI'S minions are going to try and start this one out. You can see sOAZ coming across. He takes down the pink ward, the vision ward taken down. Will they get across and steal it? I think they're just going to play it safe here, CLG. Yeah, they're not even going to intervene, and they're just going to let them take it. So the gold advantage continues, and they have nearly a 2k gold difference now.
Yeah, and it must be a little worrying for CLG. I mean, don't get me wrong, I said that MEBDI'S minions may have a chance to surprise, but if they win even one of these group games against Moscow 5, Absolute Legends or CLG, it will be an upset. There's no other way around that.
Open the group right up.
Yeah, and it would totally mess with how the group actually will end up finishing out. So at the moment, they're looking good. They're looking strong. The question is, will they be able to carry things through? Because CLG, they're a polished team. They're a team with so much experience, both you know, in this kind of situation where their backs are to the wall, and that's something where I'm not sure MEBDI'S minions will be able to push things out. Will they be able to finish a game off when they've got the advantage? That remains to be seen.
Yeah, we talked about this at I-45 when we saw these guys playing firstly. Now, have they got the aggression to push on when they get the advantage? At the moment, I would say no. They're not pushing that big advantage. They've got a 3. It's only a 3-0 lead, but they've definitely got a clear advantage in some of the lanes. They haven't been able to drive it forward. They haven't really seen Ash arrows landing yet and really creating anything. Yamato cannon will be spotted in that bush. I think they're pretty sure they realise he's there. Obviously, the ulti went out from Cogmal. They're not pushing up that lane. They realise something's up. They know that they haven't seen the jungler for a while. Hasn't been spotted yet. He hasn't had the eyes on him, but Yamato, I'm pretty sure they realise he's there. They're not pushing out for a very good reason. They're just peeking it out. But Skullomaniac, he's been pushed top. There he goes. Yamato shows himself and will just back away. Will he go just round to the tri-bush, though? I think he may do. Try and walk towards there. Can they manage to land something on Froggen as he works his way up river? Because he Wraith's being picked up by Rise as well. Meanwhile, Skullomaniac's farming out. So back to a bit of a passive phase, Joe. And honestly, I think this actually plays into CLG's hands.
Yeah, it does. One thing there, Yamato Cannon spending a lot of time in this bottom lane. If you look at his CS, 88 to 124 in terms of that top lane. Actually, he's just slightly ahead in gold from those dragons and from the kills that he's got there as well. But it's a scary thought to be leaving that Irelia alone to be farming. We know Wicked can farm like a beast, and later on, at some point, he's going to stop farming and start bringing a bit of pain.
Yeah, and it's what they talked about. They says you camp Wicked at the top, he'll just farm. So, well, that's great. So you know that he's going to do that, so now you need to turn it into your favour. It looks like they're going to try and dive on this bottom turret. They have got a 4-man push onto this bottom turret, so that'll be the 3rd tower of the game if they can get hold of it. But CLG have got 4 members here as well. They feel they can fight for this one. Remember, meanwhile, Aurelia pushing on that top lane. Probably will take top lane down on his own. He's been left alone. Yamato puts a good dragon shot across, picks up those minions, and now we have a 5-man MEBDI'S minions team pushing on this bottom tower. They will take down the one turret. Will the arrow land? That was a terrible arrow. Kestrel really was whiffing that one from a long, well, it was a very short arrow, in fact. Whether he just wanted to do it as an advantage, try and push them back, or whether he really thought he could take it. Wicked will take that top turret down, though, so that's going to be the first turret of the game for CLG. Going to even things to 3-1. It's not going to even things, is it? 17 minutes gone into this game. 2k gold difference still. That will change as soon as that tower gets picked up. But MEBDI'S minions, at the moment, they seem a little bit lost. Looks like they're all running from the top, which to me is a bit of a mistake.
Yeah, I'm not sure really what they were planning on there. They just walked half of the map. And then they decided, okay, well, we're just going to go home, actually. Udio again getting that ward down by the blue buff. It's going to be crucial to the plan that they've set themselves out here, trying to deny Snoopy as much as they possibly can. And so far, I'd say that it's worked out in that respect, because we've not actually, to my knowledge, seen Snoopy going for a gank.
No, we haven't.
Been like non-existent so far.
Yeah, he's quite happily sat farming, and
it's 30 CS behind Udia, by the way.
Whether that's something those teams maybe told him to do as well, I don't know. Just say like we know what they're going to do. They're camping me, so we're just going to sit farming. They are only 3-0 down, so it's not the end of the world.
Yeah, right.
They're only 1k gold now. So immediately, the longer they've left this, they've already gained a 1k gold difference between the two. So they're going to push on towards this mid turret. CLG finally starting to get their teeth in, and will take down the second turret of the game. That was going to get ripped apart, no problem at all. Jarvan's actually on the top lane, finally working his way down. Actually going to pick up the... Whether he's going to pick up the golems en route, I'm not too sure, but they seem a little bit lost in how to encounter this. And really, you know, they've got one of the greatest initiators in the game in Ash's Arrow, but as yet they haven't landed it, which is a problem. They need to just pick someone off, but CLG I think are too wise, too experienced to actually just catch themselves up and leave themselves hanging for them at one of those arrows.
Yeah, and that's the thing with this setup, actually, from MEBDI'S minions. You know, Ash arrow hits, you've got Jarvan to lock them down, you've got the stun from Udia, you've got the Room Prison from Rise, you've even got Howling Gale after all that's finished. So there's a lot of crowd control with this MEBDI'S minion team, but they've got to get in the right position. There goes the ultimate actually down on top of them. Good flash away from Wicked. There's another arrow, which is about 4 miles out of position. Ultimate coming over. And, well, Kestrel having to flash himself out. Snoopy tried to get in there with the dredge line. Didn't quite connect. And it looks like they are going to walk away from this one. But you can see Wicked is feeling stronger now that he's had that little bit of time to farm. Doesn't want to overextend. Here comes the Karthus ulti, though. This is going to be kills. Yamato cannon goes down. Kestrel picked off by Yellow Pete. And the 3 remaining players will back away. But a 2 for nothing, if I could count. It looked almost too easy. The Ash arrow has got to hit Deman. You can't afford to miss it.
Yeah, that was almost in the classic gank position. CLG got themselves in a position where, as if you're like trapping the Baron, they just came running round, and as soon as Aurelia got locked on them, they suddenly blew everything at Aurelia, which was the last thing they should have done. Yeah. So everybody else was like, well, now we've got a free chance to just get in, use all our abilities, and of course, Froggen with Carlton manages to pop them all off and pick up, effectively, a very easy Baron. And that all came from the aggression that MEBDI'S minions had. It just backfired horribly on them. I mean, that Ash arrow, that's the 3rd one he's whipped now. You've got to think the nerves are getting the better of him.
It looks that way, actually. Yeah. I mean, they're playing on their own self. They've got their own keyboard device, of course. So I'd say it's nerves. It certainly looks that way because they've not really been close even, those arrows that we've seen so far from Ash. But still, let's have a look at the overall picture. 3-2 in kills. Still, MEBDI'S minions have the advantage there, but they're exactly 3,000 gold behind. Still have the turret lead though at 3-2, and they're now going down for Dragon number 3.
Yeah, they are going to go for it, but it looks like CLG might try and contest this one. These minions may get it first though before they get in position. The Dragon will get picked up. The question is, will they take any kills from him? MEBDI'S minions just want to back straight at this one. Yamato kind of going to eat a couple of layways there. Baron Panda also being locked onto. Ash trying to slow them down, but they're not really landing. And those Cogmore ultis are starting to hurt. Kestrel actually stopping to put the volley across. Will slow them. Howling Gale goes across. Will slow them down again. Kestrel very low. Karthus ulti is about 3/4 through though, so it's not going to be quite ready to take it down. Instead, they are going to push that minion wave in the middle and maybe try and pick up a tower. But they did force some hit points down. I don't think Baron Panda can do anything about this one with Rise yet. They're just going to have to step away. So CLG going to effectively pick up a tower, or just off the back of pressuring on the Dragon.
Snoopy trying there to get the initiate off. They'll be quite happy to fight here in a 5 versus 5 with that Baron buff on. Let's see though if they can take down this inhibitor. Sorry, Yamato cannon actually is going to slide in there. Was met halfway by Snoopy, taking a lot of damage. Ultimate from Cogmore won't quite finish him off. 7 HP he had left there as he walks off, and CLG will probably stick around to try and finish off this turret. Minion wave is not quite in there. There is the ultimate from Froggen. Picks up the kill onto Yamato Cannon. Was possibly a bit overkill for that 7 HP. But you know, what you're going to do.
Kills
Kills a kill, and the rest of them are all wounded. So you know, they are going to push in. This inhibitor turret is going to go down. The inhibitor will, of course, follow after that as well. What will CLG do after that? I'd imagine probably going towards his top lane because it is halfway pushed. Plus, they've taken down that outer turret on the top side. Yep, that's where they're headed.
Yeah, so a Baroned up CLG really pushing through there. There's not a great deal that MEBDI'S Minions could do after being caught out on the back of that one from the Dragon. They did a good job getting that Dragon and getting out quick without, you know, without losing anyone. So CLG, are they going to push onto this lane? I would expect them to. I don't think MEBDI'S Minions should be fighting for this one. They are going to go towards it, and they are on the turret. I'm not too sure if it's the right choice, though, to fight a 5-man Baron up CLG. How long is left on Baron? Well, it's about a minute left on Baron as well, so they've still got a lot of time. I think MEBDI'S Minions need to back away from this one, or they may well just lose the game right here. You can see Baron Panda getting caught on by that Cogmore shredding through. And actually, Yamato kind of having to use his slide. Skullomaniac going in there. The Ash Arrow does go on towards Froggen. That's probably the last person you want to hit. He's quite happy to die in amongst everyone. And you can see them just being ripped apart. Skullomaniac getting a drop there. Yamato Cannon actually dunking in on the turret. Cannot take down Froggen. Froggen finally drops, so Baron Panda and Kestrel just going to have to back away from this one. It was a 2-for-1 exchange and the tower for CLG. So they came out on top there, but you know, losing Froggen was not the greatest. And CLG, though, just going to go back and buy. They've got a mountain of gold coming off the back of those kills.
Yeah, and that's the real scary thought, that even though they've taken them, or at least stopped the push there from CLG, they've lost 2 guys again. The kills, you know, working against them at this point. Nautilus has finished off that Frozen Heart, which you know, is going to slow Ash down quite a lot. She's got Infinity Edge built up. Cogmore actually going in for the Phantom Dancer first, since then picking up the BF Sword and Pickaxe. So working his way up towards that Infinity Edge as well. And Cogmore's only getting stronger from this point as well. I mean, 40 CS ahead of Ash, 104 now his stats as well. It's Karthus who, to be honest, that middle lane, Baron Panda did a really good job of keeping level with the CS in that early game, was actually even ahead. For quite a bit of it, as well as Wicked takes down that bottom outer turret. But Karthus has just pulled away now. Rod of Age is already done, of course. Needlessly Large Rod, Will of the Ancients is finishing there as well. And I'm not sure that they can really cope with this Karthus when he gets in there in that team fight.
Yeah, they're very strong, and of course, obviously, Wicked's starting to do a hell of a lot of damage as well with that Trinity Force on him.
Yeah.
Just slowly but surely work the way down these turrets. Chipping away, as it were, making their way through. Froggen now in a position. Ward actually getting pushed down there. They are going to push on towards the turret. I don't think they're going to go for this one. Whether MEBDI'S Minions are going to just fight them away here. You can see it's a bit of a ward battle at the moment on that left-hand side of the screen. Just keep poking them wards down, clearing them out. They've actually put 2 wards down, a vision ward after that one. There's another ward that goes down. CLG again going to go across and clear that one out. Wicked will pick that up. It's going to keep pushing in here, Joe. I mean, honestly, MEBDI'S Minions could take a lot away from this game. I'm going to go ahead and assume they're going to lose this game because it's getting to that stage where they're starting to be pressured. Even without a CLG Baroned up team, they're going to dive towards Baron Panda, completely getting caught out there. Snoopy actually getting dunked on. Snoopy may go down, so there he does. And Yamato kind of managed to pick up a kill, but it was still, again, a 2-for-1 exchange, and Yamato, Skullomaniac, sorry, taken down to absolutely nothing. So a 7-5, they're all going to have to back off. They're fighting super minions as well in the middle lane, so they're having to keep them away. Now they're going to be pressured on towards that bottom turret. I think CLG could just push in on this one. They're waiting for that minions to conga line the way up there. Finally, they're going to reach it, and Yellow Pink will just shred it down alongside Wicked. Actually, Wicked's going to dive towards Kestrel. Kestrel actually cleansing off there. Skullomaniac now the second target. He's going to be able to flash away as well. And they're just going to pick that turret off. Oh, just before he got back on the fountain, Froggen picks himself up another kill. So CLG, you know, they had a struggling start here, but I think MEBDI'S Minions could take a lot away from this one. And Moscow 5 and XHL, all absolute legends now as they are, we'll have to look at this one carefully. It's not going to be as easy a match as they think.
They're not a pushover, and that's what we said before, that these guys are strong players. They're all really, really high elo, and they've, between them, played on big stages before, actually. Obviously, I-45 for Yamato and Baron Panda, who were in that 4 Kings team at I-45. But the problem is CLG are a lot more experienced. You know, we saw them fall behind, but they didn't really show any signs of, struggling with that. It was more a case of waiting for the right opportunity. Actually, I think that big team fight that changed this game could have gone a lot better than it actually did for MEBDI'S minions. So possibly nerves getting into that, something that they're going to have to fix for their next 2 games. But it is looking like CLG are going to be picking up this game their first in the main tournament. Let's not forget, they did come through that BYOC and managed to come through with the victory and the seed from that one. But chances for MEBDI'S minions now, Deman. I mean, Baron is back up. Surely that's their last hope in this game.
Yeah, last stage hope is to try and get a steal on that Baron. They need to get the ward placement in there, but honestly, I'm not too sure if they're in a position to go for it. Kestrel has to land that arrow. I don't think he's landed one yet in this game, which is the key part of Ash.
He landed one onto Froggen at top.
Oh, you mean, oh, right, okay, when they were all
Which
stood
was
together.
from about 10 meters.
Yeah, point like range arrow in the face. So it's A5 at the moment. You can see the advantage going CLG's way. They are moving in towards that Baron pit. Crepper's going to clear that one out. Crepper, of course, did get caught out yesterday in the Open tournament by a very good Anivia freeze, but I don't think it's going to happen today. They have actually peeled off the Baron here, so still CLG don't feel they can tank it up and then quickly go on there. They're very worried that they can get leashed on it. Did it reset? No, it didn't. It didn't. They managed to keep it on there. See Yamato putting the Demacia standard down there. The Ash Arrow has come across. It's managed to land on towards Yellow Pete, which was a great target. But unfortunately, they've gone for Wicked. I don't understand what they're doing. The Skullomaniac and Yamato Cannon finally diving in, but they are in the wrong place at the wrong time because Wicked. Why on earth did they go for Wicked? I don't know. He's just tanked his way through that, picking up a triple kill. A quadra kill, I think, came out as well there. There's a quadra. Can he get the pentakill? Joao now. It's going to be the pentakill for Yellow. There it is. Oh, you stole it.
Scumbag Froggen.
Scumbag Froggen steals away the pentakill. Would you believe it? They're going to push through. That is going to be GG to CLG. 13-5 will be the final score. And, well, you know what? MEBDI'S minions put up a good fight, Joe.
They've put up a good fight. As you said, they can take a lot away from this one. But CLG, more importantly for them, are going to be picking up their first game here in Group B and showing that they are still one of the big favourites for this tournament. Great performance still. If, they had loads of pressure on them, I think MEBDI'S minions could have done some things a lot better. For instance, Yellow Pete in every single one of those team fights was stood nicely at the back, hammering away, just as Cogmore needs to do. And their targeting was a little bit questionable, I'll call it.
Proving why Cogmore's banned all the time. Whether it's AP Froggen in the mid or whether it's AD Cogmore down the bottom in Yellow Pete, they've been fantastic every single time. So that's why you always ban them out. It's pretty simple. You ban Anivia, you ban Cogmore, you ban hyrqBot. That's what you do against CLG so far. But then you leave a lot open, like your Karthus, exactly what he just had there.
Yeah.
The question is, Moscow 5 and Absolute Legends, they've been watching that. What do they take from that? Because I think Moscow 5, I think, were just practicing. They didn't really take any notes on it. So would they just come into this? Moscow 5 I've not seen at the event. This is the first time they just turned up today, like about an hour or two ago. Not seen them all weekend, whereas obviously we've had FNATIC here throughout the event. They've just been chilling and enjoying themselves, chatting away, as of CURSE as well. CURSE.EU been here the whole time. Moscow 5 is the first time. So the question is, have they been practicing solid?
You never know with Moscow.
You never know.
You never quite know.
Or was it just a long travelling trip?
I mean, they're always going to be good.
Yeah.
But it's a case of to which level of good are they going to be? Are they going to be as strong as we've seen them
be godlike
at the IEM events? Their 16-1 record, which is in any game, actually, any esports title, a ridiculously strong record, 16-1.
And TSM are the only people that picked that one up.
I think that unless they're stupid, they won't underestimate MEBDI'S minions because they showed there that they can forge a lead for themselves.
Yeah.
But we've said it time and time again, the difference between a good team and the best teams is the ability to take that advantage and turn it into a win.
And the thing is,
because CLG just sat back there, they left Aurelia on his own, and he's like, okay, I've got Trinity Force now.
Yeah.
I'm going to leave that top lane, and that's where it just went pear-shaped.
Well, Moscow 5 play probably more games than anyone. I think it's safe to say all the ranked 5v5s, they've probably got about 20 ranked 5v5 by now. I've not looked at the last time. Last time we looked, they had about 8 5v5 ranked teams. If they lose a game, they'll just go, right, that's it, let's create a new game, new team, away they go through it. So they've probably come against all those players before. They know exactly what they play. Obviously, then they're like, if Tabs was here, they knew they'd ban Fizz against him. So things like that. The Western Wolves players, they're pretty well known, as well as Baron Panda, etc.
Yeah.
So Moscow 5 are going to be well aware of it. The question is, are AL I mean, XHCL, they are a fantastic team, and I'm hoping at some point they're going to go big. Is it this going to be the event for them? Because they've performed. We've covered these guys from EU Nordic East long ago.
Yep.
And we've always thought, yeah, they are fantastic to watch. They are a lively bunch. I'll tell you what, Moscow 5 versus AR is going to be one hell of an aggressive game.
That's going to be a real Nordic East showdown. For those of you who don't know, we did some of the Go for Law for the monthly finals, and there's always a level 1 fight in those games. I think we've even seen aces at level 1.
Yeah.
Probably not. That's probably an over-exaggeration,
Yeah.
but it's that kind of intense. So, you know, they are both very aggressive teams. We'll see how that all works out. We've not really seen all that much at level 1, actually, in this tournament so far. I think only one game, possibly, where we saw a real big invasion.
Yeah, which was the last game of the group. I'm trying to think it was Jax in the Tribush with his ulti. Can't think who the heck it was. It was FNATIC, wasn't it? That was it. FNATIC with the ulti on ulti Counter-Strike.
Level
is the word
1.
I'm after. Yeah, level 1 ultis. They're using hacks, and yeah, but I don't know. Honestly, level 1 fights. There's something that always used to happen in the American teams. You see it all the time in the Asian teams. They are mental.
The
those
game
guys.
is made at level 1.
Yeah. Thank God Twisted Fate's not been playing yet, because the Koreans are mental for that guy. If you ever come against a Korean or Asian team, you just ban Twisted Fate. It's pretty obvious. But anyway, enough rambling, guys, because we are going to have an interview. I can't see who it is. Looks like it's Wicked. Looks like it's Wicked with Phreak. So we're going to pass over to those guys, and we'll be back after the next match. It's going to be Moscow 5 versus Absolute Legends coming up after the interview.
Hello. Yes. We now have a microphone. Hi, everybody. I'm David Phreak Turley here at DreamHack Summer 2012, here with Wicked, the top laner from Counterlogic Gaming. So again, how you feeling?
I'm still feeling amazing. It's been a great day. We got to sleep long because we won yesterday and we got into this group. Then I woke up late. I got the boss perfect and everything. So it's a good day. And we just won our game.
All right, great. So your first match, you started out 0-3 as a team. Did that scare you at all?
No, that didn't really scare us at all because we expected to die a lot because they have a very early game Centroid setup. And like we got dragons out of their kills. Sometimes we baited them away and then we got a dragon off it. So that was great.
So then what made you say, okay, let's go aggressively. Let's start taking kills ourselves. When do you decide that their early game was done and it was time to take advantage?
Pretty much once they took all our towers, we were like, we have to take some towers as well. So we just wanted to put pressure on them and try and get some towers so we could get back into the game.
So if you're running an early game team, or if you could give advice to that team to do better next time, how do you get farther ahead? They took 3 kills, they took 3 turrets, they traded dragons. How do you get farther ahead as an early game team to close it out?
I think that they took towers too early because we out-CS'd them a lot because they took all the towers. We just moved around taking towers, but they lost so many creeps by doing that, so they didn't really get ahead by taking the towers. They only got a short advantage until we got our towers back.
All right, great. So you guys closed out. You guys got a really good late game there. Let's take a step back and look at champion select. You know, they went through, they grabbed the Jarvan early on, they grabbed a lot of champions. What was your strategy going into the pregame here?
Our strategy was just to get a strong setup that works late game and that we can win lanes with. Like, for example, Karthus is decent in lane and we wanted to pick him early before their mid lane and we had to. So we have to pick a hero that can play against pretty much anything else, she's gonna die. Irelia is good against almost anything as well, so she's versatile and she's strong against Jarvan and Yudi at the same time, where a lot of champions are weak against one or the other. So we pretty much just want to win early game and have a stronger late game, or equal early game.
Okay, great. So you're coming into another match against Absolute Legends. It's 2 matches from now. Do you have anything prepared for them?
I'm going to prepare before the game. I'm going to look them up on elo buff, see what they play, because I think that's the easiest way to do it, because if you look too much into them and so on, you're going to think too much about, oh, they play this, they're so good at this, I'm going to be nervous and all that. But if you just take it chill and come into the game and look them up and see what they play and so on, you're going to think about it only once, you're not going to get nervous by it.
All right, so I saw you looking up their top lane player. You saw he played a lot of Jarvan, and I heard your discussion with Snoopy before the game, where he said he plays almost exclusively Jarvan. His win rate's really high, and you kept saying, "Well, I don't care. Aurelia is going to beat Jarvan. It's not a big deal." What made you decide to sort of just take the matchup and not ban out his most played?
Like, if you think about it, Aurelia, even though I died twice as you saw this game, I never got behind CS because I'm a very strong early gamer. And even though I die and get behind, I'm stronger than Jarvan because Jarvan's really weak. He only does 80 damage. So if I just buy armor, I will out-damage him at any time, pretty much. That's pretty much it.
Cool. So what kind of team composition does Aurelia fit into? Did you pick her because she's safe or because she wins the lane? Or is there something specific you wanted out of Aurelia?
I just pick Aurelia because she's safe and she wins almost all lanes. So if I don't want them to snowball too hard, I'm going to pick Aurelia because I know that my teammates pick a late game comp, but they're going to outshine the enemies.
When would you choose something aside from Aurelia? What else would you play here for a different role in this tournament?
I don't know what I wanted to play. We'll see.
All right, keeping it a secret, huh? All right. Well, thank you very much for your time. Good luck in the rest of your matches. And, of course, we'll go back to the commentary booth. We've got Moscow 5 against Absolute Legends up next.
Buy his gold pretends later on by succeeding in fights. So it's kind of interesting difference in style there. I mean, you see a lot of different ones around. For example, solo mid's support. xSpecial actually runs gold pretend on Quince and on Seals, and then will still get an early point in Starcall as Soraka and play a bit aggressively. So there's a lot of different styles available there. A lot of different options to these players, and they kind of pick whatever they're comfortable with, whatever kind of wins them their games.
Yeah, and there's some very good pings coming out from Absolute Legends there. Although they don't have a ward on Wraiths, their mid Sleper said, hey guys, TF just went towards Wraiths. He's getting in range. You might not want to initiate on that because they're going to have Alex there in a second. So very good map awareness there by Absolute Legends. They would not have been able to initiate mechanically on that fight. And it looks like a quick dash in. Stun up, and here comes TF. He's going to force a very nice port in from Destiny, forcing Absolute Legends into the turret. He has taken damage within the last 10 seconds, so it is going to be a kill for them, but he dives into the jungle here, and it looks like he is going to be able to make it out of range. They're getting the pings down. Celiver coming in on Karthus to possibly get a wall of pain down and really help him out, but it looks like he's going for the long way around, taking the high road. He's going to dive himself right past the front steps of the base and back into the Wraith side of the jungle. Here we do have Veggie to help him, and a quick back out. Beautiful job dodging a full Destiny and attack from Lee Sin.
Yeah, that was a couple of really great moves. They had Karthus come over from the mid, start moving down towards Golem, and Casey ran immediately to the right, and they cut off.
Right now coming out, Kog'Maw ulti down, Living Artillery down. That's going to give him vision on two members of Absolute Legends, even though they're in the bush, and it's not going to be enough to take it out.
Great set of fights there. Darian burned his ultimate to show up to that top lane. So now both these top laners kind of making their way around the map entirely. You saw Aurelia kind of run across the entire base. Shen popping his ultimate to do the same. And looks like they're going to finally go back and reset here. You see a lot of farm going off in this mid lane. Twisted Fate and Karthus both breaking 100 minions and still pretty much tied here as well. So no major breaks there. You can see 4-2 in the kills, and the Dragon, of course, going down. We can compare some of these other lanes, 91-79 at this top lane.
Moopz now going down bottom, so much damage, and the Ignite will tick off for the last hit.
3-0-1. That Shen now on a killing spree. a very big contributor in this game. You know, having that ultimate to show up down to the bottom lane and then kind of staying there and saying, you know, we can force a battle out of this. Let's keep going. And they picked up that kill on Graves. That was really, really good.
Yeah, the map awareness right now, like I said, the movement of Darian and Alex are going to be so huge on Shen and TF. We've only seen Requiem really come into play once, and he's not able to really get the damage he needs to start the fights or really end it. It's only been the one kill on Nunu, and he was already very low.
Yeah, so we're seeing some attempted counter jungling here from Moscow 5. Actually, Lee Sin mistimed his damage, and Olaf stole it with Undertow. So some phenomenal timing there from Veggie to bring at least that one back. And now Twisted Fate, Alex is going to move over and say, yeah, you know, Twisted Fate's my favorite champion. I love having Golem buff, though. It gives me some nice mana. Pika's going to find him, jumping in. But there we go. Lee Sin saying, hey, that's my friend. You better not. Does land the Sonic Wave, but he will not chase in. Does not want to get in the melee wave of that melee range, rather, of that Karthus. So.
Yeah, you can see the ping going out, say, don't do it. Wall of Pain is going to be right there for you. He just used Safeguard, so he would have been in a lot of pain. It wouldn't have killed him, but he wants to be able to stay in lane as long as possible with that red and blue buff. Looks like bottom lane being quite aggressive. We see Kog'Maw picking it up as Gosu staying in the face of Super. Looks like they are just trying to continue. That's a great place for them to farm right now. Pookie is more than happy to stay right there, getting a good amount of vision there from Living Artillery onto Tarek. That's going to allow them to be somewhat aggressive, but without vision right now of where Veggie has been, can they really afford to get aggressive?
Well, that's what they're going to go for. I mean, ultimately, they have the time for it right now, although Olaf is coming down. It's a very smart choice by Veggie. And there's the stun off on Genja, but now his stun is down, and Olaf is just now going to get into range, and I think they would have spotted him, too. Oscar 5 says, yeah, that's fine. They're going to keep going for this pressure here. Genja's going to rely on his early lifesteal with those 3 Doran's Blades and just push onto this Graves. The early level advantage he had from those kills is really making it work for him.
It looks like they are getting a ping down onto Shen. Maybe he says, I have enough damage if you have the Requiem up. So we'll see if they try to attack. They say no, and maybe you need to be in my lane until it gets pushed here. He's being forced, not forced to back, but going to back. Maybe he can finish his wit's end here. Probably get a nice item under his belt, but he just backed for somewhat no reason. He does have 1080, and that's going to be pretty nice for him. Actually, he stays in lane. The Dazzle going off onto Gosu. Wall of Pain goes down, but seeing LSG's come out with wild cards, they decide not to initiate on this one. The Blood Boil goes down onto Alex as he was closest to the fight. Actually, and Kog'Maw, he was in range. And we will have this Dragon again going down, coming up at 22:06. The next Dragon will be 5-2 now, 16 minutes into the game. Bit of a 3,000 gold lead in favor of Moscow 5 as they have been dominating once again the early game.
Twisted Fate running towards the top, locks the gold card, pops his ultimate. He's going to try to get in range. And again, I think we've seen this one before. Oh, but they land a stun this time, and then it's going to be a kill picked up. And a nice combination there. And I like some of the foreplanning there. Alex actually locked a gold card before popping his ultimate, so he was sure to be in range and have that locked out and had no time to waste as soon as he got into that fight. And I like that idea to make sure the gold card is ready and he can immediately go for the pressure.
Gosu taking a lot of damage down bottom. Genja trying to stay in this fight. Requiem goes down. They do live that one out. Shen coming down to help out, though. Will he be able to get the taunt in time and stand united? Will force Absolute Legends out of that attack. He will get the taunt down onto Pook, but it will not be enough damage. Pookie style forced out of that. Darian has quite a bit of health right now. Alex kind of forcing himself into the Defile of Celiver, making him lay waste and keep Defile on. It's going to waste his mana down, and Alex knows he can take that damage. That's so soundly mechanically played there.
Yeah, that was a really good move to kind of jump forward, lock the gold card. And of course, he has that early Sheen, and he went Mercury Trends as well. So he's hard to shake. He's got some magic resist as well. 73 magic resist with all the runes and masteries and items kind of put together. So he's just, having a really good time in that. With Golem buff, he's able to spam very, very fast. That has actually now just worn off. But yeah, he was just able to just chunk these minions down, clear them out, and force them to the turret. And Kikis now had to come over and take over that minion wave, though, or that would have all died to the turret, and Karthus would have gotten nothing.
It looks like they will leave Shen up top to farm by himself. Kikis is in mid right now, and they will have 3 kind of milling about this bottom. They have quite a bit of time until the next Dragon comes up, so it's going to be this blue buff offering out. It looks like Gosu will be getting himself set back up again here. So right now, Moscow 5 completely in control of the map. They're not dominating the game yet, but they do have the mobility right now. Alex is definitely in the face of everyone. You can see just that initiation of Alex walking down, the blood boil of Nunu going on, really just made Absolute Legends walk away from that dragon fight. They're like, no, we don't really want anything to do with this right now. Yeah. And it was a 3-on-3.
Yeah, but ultimately, the amount of control that Moscow 5 has, just doing a wonderful job. We've seen now 2 or 3 times that Shen ultimate has saved the day or even turned it into a kill. Twisted Fate has done this as well, where they got that kill on Aurelia. Last time they very nearly grabbed it, but she had a very great escape. Ghost Pepper has reconnected to the game now, so we're just a second away from the game resuming. And yeah, this global pressure here, we've seen Twisted Fate bans earlier in this tournament. We saw them banned against FNATIC for xPeke. And you're seeing here Alex Ish playing it, and they're like, oh, maybe banning out Genja was not the best idea because that Twisted Fate is actually rampaging in this game right now.
Yeah, that Twisted Fate is going to be big, and usually you'll see sometimes it doesn't come up in the favor of Twisted Fate. It's just the way the cookie crumbles, but TF, Alex Ish, knows where to position himself. We saw that, xPeke was able to run all the way down lane. That's not normal. The placement where Alex put himself on that Destiny was in the best possible place. So that is going to come out a lot later in the game as well. And if they can't shut down xPeke's top, they may be able to just stop the TF ultimate from really doing anything because that scaling is going to help. However, they have helped Darien top to get quite farmed. He does have a Sunfire cape and already building a Wit's End here 18 minutes into the game, so a very tanky Shen top 3-0-2, and it looks like a lot of aggression here from Genja and Gosu down bottom.
Yes, and that's how they've been playing the early game as well. They've been playing the constant aggression, constantly pushing in, trying to deal as much damage as possible, and they just kind of had this on repeat because they know they have that Shen and that Twisted Fate who can back them up if anything gets scary. Ultimately, this Olaf, his only kill credits have come from that one big team fight by Dragon. He's got those 2 assists, but he's also got 2 deaths. They're just not that afraid of Olaf, ultimately, even though he's stacking a whole lot of attack damage with the Doran's Blade on top of that Rekkles. He is actually maxing out that Undertow first, but he seems to just not be a big enough threat, and Moscow 5 will just push, and try to deny Graves at the turret.
So it looks like Sleper kind of hanging out up top in Tribush, just chilling. Or not Sleper, rather. That's going to be xPeke. And he does, he was backing as well, probably getting some items under his belt here. He did finish the Wit's End, has that boots too. Veggie now taking up his red buff. Does have a Doran's, actually has his Rekkles. Lee Sin on the Rekkles as well. So the GP10 kind of gold per 10, giving Lee Sin a little bit of an advantage in the jungle. Also the 1-0-3 to the 0-2 on Veggie. Looks like they have good damage onto Super A's, but it will not be enough living artillery from Kog'Maw to get him down the range. Just not leveled enough yet to level 3 on his ultimate.
Yeah, but the amount of pressure there, and I like the combo as well. That Nunu Ice Blast makes it very, very easy to land living artillery. And you just saw how much damage that Kog'Maw was able to do by landing those artillery shots from his ultimate. That's just a really good combo. And normally I thought about, okay, well, yeah, Nunu Kog'Maw, you give him, movement and attack speed, and it makes him scale a lot better with Bio-Arcane Barrage. With that attack buff, it makes him deal a percentage of someone's health every attack. But also the slow into the ultimate is a really good lane bruiser comp. You get to say, hey, you're fighting against us, but we have the ability to kill you if you kind of overstep your bounds. And I hadn't really thought about that, but it's a really phenomenal choice.
And it almost kind of equals that matchup of Janna and Kog'Maw as well. You're getting a little bit of extra damage, but it's from attack speed, and you're really getting the slow still as well from Frost.
Yeah.
And not the Howling Gale. So it's still a great combination, and really comes out to be a stronger combo as we're seeing played here. Very nice dash into the Blade Surge and the stun up. It looks like that the feint rather, getting that shield down is going to help him to keep himself there. And really no damage coming out from Aurelia. That Sunfire cape is going to keep him completely tanky in top lane.
Yeah, looks like another pause coming out here. Not quite sure. Actually, it's Gozu Pepper reconnecting again. I'm not quite sure what problem he's having.
issue.
I don't know, but they're still in the driver's seat this game, 6-2. He has been fighting in these games, so it's clearly not omnipresent there.
Yep.
But we're gonna find out what the issue is. But we're still seeing Moscow 5 come up, and they're up 4 kills. They're up almost 6,000 gold. It's 30,900 to 25,000 in gold.
Yeah.
So they have snowballed a bit of an advantage. And if they really play the farm game, of course they have that Twisted Fate passive where every time you last hit a minion or a champion or something like that, you do get 2 free gold. And when everyone's got 150, 200 minions, you're getting 300 to 400 gold per champion. That gets pretty good pretty quickly. You're going to get farmed a lot more than you normally would, and you've got a lot of really good clearers and a lot of really good late game champions. Twisted Fate is able to crush the minion waves down very quickly. Kog'Maw wants every bit of gold he can to scale throughout the game. There's a lot of really good options there.
Well, Alex Ish also going for that fast Lich Bane right off the bat.
Yeah.
Just absolutely going for that card choice. slamming in that damage. The front end burst is going to be huge. And then
Yeah.
if they go to focus him, they say, hey, we have Shen ult, we also have Shen ult, and then Shen's in there to peel off, as well as Lee Sin to safeguard and peel people off as well. So they have a great team comp for initiating fights, even though there are a lot of melee or attack range champions banned out by Absolute Legends, all three range champions.
Yeah, and Genji, of course, still doing phenomenally.
Yeah.
You know, he's skilling throughout this game. He's gotten, let's see, look at that build, 3 Dorns into the Zerk Greaves, and then he grabbed Infinity Edge. So 21 minutes in, and he's already got an Infinity Edge for himself. He is far ahead of this Graves, who has that same Berserker's Greaves, those same 3 Dorans, and he's got Zeal Pickaxe. And that's not quite on that same level. You know, he's down 40 minions. He's down basically 3 assists because they both have 1 kill. Ghosty Pepper has now reconnected to the game, so we are not far away again from this game coming back up. But yeah, I'm just seeing incremental advantages everywhere for Moscow 5. They're winning in minions in pretty much all these lanes, only by 20 in some, but by up to 40 in others. And then you're seeing them, you know, bring out advantages on kills and advantages on dragons. They've got 1 turret kill. They've killed that top turret. So they are driving this game right now. Now on the other side, though, Olaf, Graves, Karthus, and Aurelia all have extremely good late game scaling, and they might outscale, you know, Shen and Lee Sin and co.
Yeah, and if you look at this bottom, we were saying that, you know, Graves is not going to do as much damage. They get the smoke screen out, and it looks like they will go for the attack here, but the damage is just so great. Wow, coming off on a Genja. They get the exhaust down. A Cathian surprise to do true damage. Can he get there in time? A beautiful Absolute Zero will secure the kill. And the Requiem will not do enough damage. Alex Ish actually left with Destiny in mid. He still has it. Or no, he does not have it yet. They're going to go ahead and clean up this kill by themselves. A very nice job there by Diamond and crew to pick up those kills. Darian right there. Olaf Axe coming in. Will he be able to taunt over the wall? Almost goes for the kill. Aurelia getting a little bit of health back with that Blade Surge and attack, so she's going to keep herself alive in that situation. And as I was just about to say, you know, with the builds that Graves has to Kog'Maw right now, if you were to switch those, Kog'Maw would still be able to output a lot of damage onto Graves. Being that less expensive champion, you know, he can really build the Zeal and still get the damage from his W with a few Doran's Blades.
Oh, sure.
But now with that Infinity Edge, that passive attack speed from the Q, Kog'Maw is going to start shredding down that percentage health on his W. Going to be huge damage coming from there, as well as the Lich Bane on TF, who just grabbed the needlessly large rod. Alex Ish is more than happy to Destiny into any of these fights.
Yeah, but we're seeing an early dragon attempt, and then Diamond says, actually, I'm going to back off right now. I want to just get around to my team.
Quite close.
A little bit of acrobatics, but now Absolute Legends are going for an attempt on this dragon, and Moscow 5 are not very close to try this. Now, their ultimates are up, though. Twisted Fate and Shen can both show up in time. A lot of movement speed here for Alex. They're going to go in, and they will not get the Baron Seal. Absolute Legends will have it, and here comes the pressure. Alex trying to get the kill onto this Karthus, but he is not liking how this fight is turning out. He's trying to run away, trying to get away as fast as possible. Diamond's going to put on the shield. They're still trying to escape. Karthus actually still in the back lines, and there's the first kill being picked up, and a second kill being picked up. A double kill for this Shen. Aurelia tries to catch one up for himself, but this is not looking good. The ult comes off, and he's going to teleport into the back lines, and a double kill for Twisted Fate.
Oh, my God.
Absolutely great aim. And Moscow 5, that looked scary, but they picked up 5 for 0. 5 for 0 in a very scary situation. That was some amazing play.
Ghosty Pepper broke, Alex Ish broke the game. That was just too good. So an amazing job there. And as I just said before, Alex Ish able to position himself amazingly with that Destiny. 1 wild card, gave him a double kill there. And that fight would have went completely different had Karthus not used his Requiem to not get any kills just the fight before. It was kind of just a deterrent to try and save Tariq down bottom lane, but Tariq was going to go down anyways. In that fight, look how much health they have. You would have gotten Alex Ish down as well as Diamond. That's a fight win right there. You would have had both live behind the turret. Requiem was necessary in that fight and was used unnecessarily previously just a few seconds before. That was really unfortunate for Absolute Legends.
It did help them get the kill onto Shen earlier. When Aurelia and Lee Sin, Aurelia and Olaf, there it is, had that 2 versus 1 against Shen. They did pick up that kill. He didn't die fast enough for Karthus to pick up an assist off of that. But yeah, so it was a little bit helpful there. But that is one of the downsides of that Karthus. He has a big global presence, absolutely. But like all global ultimates, the cooldowns are very, very long. It's more than 2 minutes at early ranks. It kind of scales down to maybe about 120 seconds at the end there. And so if you're Moscow 5, or if Dragon happens to spawn in time, the quicker you can get into those fights, the quicker you can recoup after a Karthus ultimate if it doesn't set you back too far.
Right.
That's very, very important. You're fighting a champion with one of his key tools still on cooldown, and that's what Moscow 5 ended up doing. Now, I don't think it was necessarily on purpose to say, hey, guys, we should fight because Karthus ult is down, but it is a drawback that Absolute Legends had to know on their own end. They said, hey, guys, Karthus ult is down. It's going to be a little bit scary. Our big cooldown ultimate is not ready yet. This fight's going to be a bit harder than it normally is.
Yeah, they were able to get in there, and they did a ton of front-end damage, and they pushed everybody out. But I think Moscow 5 actually realized somebody must have said, guys, they're not working with Requiem right now. We can get back into this fight. And it's at that point when your cooldowns come back up and somebody has the sliver of health and you know they're the target, you can kind of mitigate that and say, probably get out of here a sliver of health. Let's go for this.
Yeah.
And, it worked out for him.
So let's see. We're going to have the players coming through. It actually does seem that we do have a small computer issue on GhostPepper. His computer overheated a bit, so we might swap him out for a new box. But, of course, the game is still secure. And 13-4 into the game and 8,000 gold in the lead. Moscow 5 do look like they're going to be in the driver's seat. And with the game paused, once he gets back in, he's really not going to miss any time. He's just kind of walking with his team. Blood boil on a friend. Shouldn't be too big of a drawback. But, of course, we have us here in front of you, in front of the camera. Hi, DreamHack. How you guys doing at DreamHack, by the way?
And guys, if you like Joe Miller and Deman, don't forget to check them out here in the second row. Yep, they're wearing their tank only and support only shirts. They are happy to sign autographs and take pictures.
Oh yeah, man. We live for this, of course. It's fun being in public and having a lot of people come say hi. You guys are awesome. Thank you very much for coming out.
For sure.
For the games as well as for everything. You guys are absolutely great.
We're here because of them.
Pretty much, yeah. Right.
So thank you.
If you guys didn't love esports, we wouldn't have esports. So
yeah.
You guys at home, you guys in the audience in front of me, I'm kind of pointing to the camera and then everyone behind the camera. So, everyone in general, you guys really make this happen. And, we very much appreciate that you guys are part of this because you are the reason this succeeds. So thank you very much.
Hell yeah. So Moscow 5 giving us quite an aggressive game so far.
Yep.
Absolute Legends coming in here. Karthus coming into play a few times, not as much as we've seen before. And this is that portion of the game where it's kind of like, we not may need to ban it out against them because our team composition was so aggressive early. Karthus isn't being able to do what he did in other games. He is really being a zombie Karthus this game, trying to get himself into the fight and then waiting to die to throw off that ultimate and hopefully not frogging it.
Yeah, of course. And right now, though, that it is still, of course, on cooldown, so we can't make that mistake just yet. By the time he respawns, it will probably be back up for him.
Yep.
So now it looks like this late game is looking really good for Moscow 5. That Kog'Maw, 2-1-7 right now, 175 minions. And, he's done well in lane, and he's doing well overall. And actually, we are now unpausing, so it looks like our game is going to be back underway here. And Moscow 5, like we saw last time, going for the attempted Baron.
Yeah, they do have a lot of damage coming out here. It looks like, yeah, they are going to chunk this down, especially with Kog'Maw. Just on that W, the percentage health of Baron is going to drop. They have the Infinity Edge and the Lich Bane hits from Alex coming in as well. You can see him just throwing out any card that he wants. Blue, yellow, red, just trying to get that damage down. They still have 2 down on Absolute Legends side, so this Baron is going to be very nice for M5 with the lead that they currently hold. Alex picking up a few more gold. Here it is, 179 equal CS between Genja and Alex. Or no, between him and Darian. Very nice job. Alex at 226, highest CS in the game. So they are making sure they are up in gold and up in advantage in every aspect right now.
Yeah, they're going to cement this advantage right now. I think they're trying to shove the minions down so that, and we've seen this a couple times actually, when one team recalls, the other team immediately counter pushes and tries to take out a turret because you're going to have a minion wave advantage. The entire team is back at their base. It's a great time. And we've seen that so many times where, Team A will win a team fight, and within 30 seconds, Team B kills the turret because Team A was low and recalled.
Yep.
And so Moscow 5 are trying to shove all these waves down. You can see, Alex was just top lane, shoved all those minions, then recalled. He's back with full health and mana and almost a Rabbidan's death cap. So he's very, very far ahead. You're seeing this at bottom lane as well, where GhostPepper and Genja are just shoving this lane down, even though they have a bit of gold in their pockets. Said, no, we're gonna push through. We're gonna push through. Yeah, I have 2,000 gold on Kog'Maw, but look, let's make sure you guys don't get a free turret out of it. We know we're powerful enough to, survive you
So let's go get some shoving going. And we see Moscow 5, again, with 2 globals, going to shove mid, and they can support Kog if they need to.
Chunking that turret down. They're getting initiated by 5 here, and a great dash out is going to blow one out. Veggie goes for Ragnarok, and he will not even be able to use it for anybody. Darian, kind of more than happy to go down. He is the tank, but he keeps himself alive with a bit of a safeguard shield. He does finally go down, 1 for 1 so far in the fight. Gosu focusing onto Aurelia, and they are able to drop him down as well. Diamond coming up with a kill and 4 assists for the team. Requiem here to come out, not doing too much damage, and they are still aggressing on the fight. xPeke now to run back to top lane. There is no turret there. His ward is there for vision, so he can kind of break out of this one. xPeke putting his Nikes on and trying to lace up out of this. They don't want to chase him. They're like, remember what happened last time? We're not going to catch this guy. They're going to go ahead and start denying that jungle. However, Absolute Legends does have complete vision of their own jungle. Pink wards, vision, or regular wards all the way down around. You can just see that top side all the way to that Baron brush is covered. So they are going to be able to figure out where M5 is while backing on this and may be able to catch them off guard.
Yeah, well, Diamond taking a bit of damage here. They have a little bit of damage back on a Veggie as well, but they take this 1 turret down. Moscow 5 still looking... Okay, they are going to back off this time. They know that, you know, Shen is down there. I mean, he could show back up into the fight, but they said, you know what? We're okay right now. We picked up the turret. We can cement this again a little bit later. This Kog'Maw still has not finished buying items. He's got over 2,000 gold at this point. 2,900. He can one-shot in a Phantom Dancer right now, and he's still kind of milling about, kind of choosing to go somewhere. He might recall soon, or he might just kill more minions. And he's kind of, you know, waddling around the map right now. Doesn't care too much. And there's finally that counter push in the mid lane. Kog'Maw waiting around to make that happen. The slow comes off. That's going to be a little bit difficult. A nice wall of pain coming out, though, from Karthus. And they're actually going to go in. There's the gold card. And they're going to jump back in. Tarek goes down. Wow. A nice amount of damage being dealt by Kog'Maw. And again, they have the ability to push in and keep going for pressure here.
Yeah, Moscow 5 just surgically picking one off after the other. It really makes it hard to defend your turret, especially when those are wave-clearing champions. Now, Tarek, not one of them, but in that aspect, if they can get Karthus to ground, if they can drop Fluky style, that is just buckshot clearing, and they go for him, actually kicking Karthus back in. He doesn't even have time to turn on Defile. He was instantly stunned up by a yellow card. Amazing combination there, and Genja just kind of chilling out in Defile as he takes down the inhibitor. Darian dropping that top second inner turret, and it looks like they are going to put a little bit of focus on these turrets, causing xPeke to use his ultimate there. And it looks like they will kind of back out on this. Darian still with a nice wave top. They're going to safeguard through this, not even need to. The minion wave is right there, and they've really timed this control of the map very well.
Yeah, they have the minion wave come right in. There goes Pepper taking a little bit of damage right here, getting bursted down very, very low. He's chasing him down, but they're going to be fine. Alex picks up another kill onto that Tarek. That poor guy is just dropping Twisted Fate over and over. Veggie tossing out an undertow. Alex almost getting in range for that gold card stun, but they're still poking very, very well. That whole lineup pretty durable still. Fewer injured, but a lot still at full health. Moscow 5 going for another turret shot right now. Darian taking a bit of pain, but they're still looking pretty all right so far.
Yeah, that's not good for Absolute Legends. Moscow 5 able to take one of their Nexus turrets right in front of their face. xPeke again on the run. He's just doing that all game. We're looking at the items here. Still no finished Infinity Edge for Graves. A little bit low on gold. 10,800 gold for Kog'Maw. 7,300 gold for Graves. You can see the difference there. Genja doing very good. That bottom lane was just so aggressive. And even as you said, Phreak, in the beginning as you were talking to the other players, that Kog'Maw and Nunu is the counter to Graves' Tarek.
Yeah, and it worked really, really well. That lane was great the entire time. They could not run past Nunu to get that fight started. And the only way they have to stop a Nunu ultimate, that absolute zero, is with Tarek's stun, with that dazzle. And so unless he chooses to wait for it and kind of, you know, the only reason you really pick Tarek in lane is because he has a guaranteed stun. Right. He's the aggressive support where you lead with a stun, you get to shatter in there. I shouldn't say the only reason for the stun. You pick him to be an aggressive player, and it's his entire suite of abilities that allows him to be so aggressive.
Pick him for the gems.
And well, yeah, of course, you know, because he's fabulous and all that. But you know, the real difficulty here is that, you know, if you have to save one of the major parts of your kit to shut down one of the other champions, that other guy succeeded basically. Yep. And Genja here now being given that that golem buff. He's got even more mana to spend. He grabbed the Phantom Dancer and another BF sword here. He's just in great shape right now.
Throwing wards over the wall. Looks like Destiny going to come in somewhere. He does not choose to move, seeing Aurelia come up with the vision of those minions right there. And it looks like Moscow 5 can play around the horn on this one if they want to go to each inhibitor they need to take out. Actually, mid is still down, so they're going to go ahead for this turret. Has Veggie getting kicked out of that one, but he goes down as well. Shen able to take him out with the Ignite. We do see Tarek dropping quite quickly. Kog'Maw putting out so much damage right now. Genja just happy to run through these guys. Lichbane dropping Graves with 4 assists for the rest of the team. The second Nexus turret is going down, opening up the Nexus for free damage. Absolute Legends push back to the fountain, and Moscow 5 showing dominance still on the land scene.
Wow, phenomenal, phenomenal game played by them right there. A great pickup, 23-5, 20,000 gold up, and despite the pauses, Ghost Pepper's poor computer, they had a phenomenal, phenomenal game and really showed that dominance right now on that lane situation. They're not taking any prisoners. They're doing a whole lot of work right now.
Yeah, that was amazing, and they really didn't give up an inch. They weren't like, yeah, we have this, let's farm a little bit more. After getting a Lichbane, Alex went for Kage's pick. He's like, yeah, I want more gold, a little bit of AP too.
Yeah,
so
he went for a death cap for that. Yeah, you know, he had basically enough money to get the needlessly large rod as well as the blasting wand there for the death cap. Then he's like, well, I have a free item slot. I don't have enough money for death cap, but I can grab a Cage's pick, so let's do that. Right, let's grab that. You know, it's 25 ability power. I'm not going to spend on anything else. Let's do that. Finish his death cap. Finish his Deathfire grasp, and then you know he's there to ult on. You know, it's why you grab the fast Lichbane, right?
Yeah,
it was to go,
for sure.
Let's burst, right? Lichbane ability power, burst damage, let's do that. Of course, the movement speed helps a little bit too, but he's like, I'm going to go and burst you down. I'm going to go for that one target. And then he's like, okay, I'm going to go Deathfire grasp. And that one target, really going to go down. And he has the ability to just shut down individual champions. It worked really, really, really well. And I know that Twisted Fate is one of Alex's favorite champions. And it worked great.
You can see that perfect placement on Destiny, too. So it's really hard to use Destiny incorrectly. Or actually, it's really easy to use Destiny incorrectly because you're going to pour into lane and you still give 1.5 to 2 seconds knowledge to that enemy champion that, hey, this is where I'm going. You have this many escapes, you know?
Yeah.
And he teleported in between 2 turrets, the wild card, and run into Wraiths, getting a double kill, ported top on Kikis, made Kikis run all the way back to Moscow 5's base just to get out. His positioning was absolutely amazing, and he really thwarted Karthus' Requiem all over the place. It was like he was a Requiem himself.
Yeah, his sort of item build was pretty interesting. He kind of rushed Mercury Treads there, did not want to get crowd controlled out. You know, and despite not having that many really hard CCs on the Absolute Legends team, you know, was not a likely target for Tarek. You know, was not going to be fighting Aurelia in lane, but said, no, I want the Mercury Treads for the magic resist. I still want to reduce those slow durations and, you know, reduce those stuns when they do show up. You know, when I go to gank Aurelia, I don't want her to, or that bottom lane with Tarek. You know, when I do show up, I don't want them to stun me and break my gank. So I'll just get the tenacity. I'll lower those crowd control durations, and then, you know, just push on through and just scale throughout that game.
Yeah, it was an amazing game. Let's hear it from the man himself, Alex Ish, TF in mid with Joe Miller in the League of Legends area.
So joining me here in the player area is none other than Alex Ich. First of all, Alex, congratulations on the first win. Tell us a little bit about the game and, you know, how it went from your point of view.
Game wasn't that hard. I mean, we gave enemies pretty strong pick, but the first gank at top, like Olaf was totally shut down after first blood, and Aurelia was pretty shut down too, so Shen got a lot of advantage. And then we got a lot of globals, so we could afford just jumping all over the map, and we just took objectives and dominating whole game long.
So this is the first time we've talked to you this tournament on the stream. A lot of people were expecting Moscow 5 to be probably the big favorites here, but what a lot of people don't know is how much preparation you actually did for this event. How much training did you actually do?
We trained a lot. We were not like training new strategies. I think we were more like getting our form back because we were not participating that good lately. We played a lot of small tournaments with like several success. I mean, sometimes we win, sometimes we lose. But now we're like ready to win, to dominate.
And what about the other teams in your group? Because you've just overcome Absolute Legends, you've got to play CLG and also MEBDI'S Minions. MEBDI'S Minions is actually your next game. Do you know much about these guys? Are you a little bit worried maybe that they have no pressure, that they're such underdogs in the group?
I know Yamata Cannon actually. We played with him a lot of dual rankeds. He is good top laner. But I don't think that I was looking at the game versus CLG, and I don't think that they they can win. But who knows? Maybe they will be top 1 this tournament.
And what about CLG then? I mean, they're one of the big favorites. They qualified through the BYOC tournament, not the online qualifiers like yourselves. How dangerous are CLG to you and getting through this group?
It's like if they win AL now, and if we win MM, then we will be like out of the group anyway. And it's like I don't think neither they nor we care about who to play, FNATIC or CURSE.EU. They're pretty equal.
So other than yourselves, who's the big contender for this event? Who's the strongest team other than Moscow 5?
I mean, all 4 teams are good that I pronounced. CURSE.EU, FNATIC, CLG.EU, and we.
Well, Alex, congratulations. Good luck in your next games. We're going to be bringing you some more League of Legends action. Of course, we've got the rest of Group B to finish off here today. So, guys, don't go anywhere. It's CLG versus Absolute Legends coming up next.
MSI Intel 7 Series mainboards, the best choice for power users.
Welcome back to DreamHack Summer 2012. My name is Joe Miller. Joining me is the lovely, yet slightly infectiously ill Deman.
I'm a little bit croaky. That's all I am. It's all good, though. I'm going to still shout.
He's taking his medicine, and hopefully he's on the mend. So, we're going to move into another game. CLG, who we saw earlier on, picking up their first victory, and Absolute Legends, who've just lost to Moscow 5 in what was a fairly clear-cut affair, I think we could say.
It was an impressive performance by Moscow 5, that's what we can say. They are back on land. And it was awesome to see, you know, some of the skill shots and the, just, oh my God, just some of the plays they did. It was just like, wow, that's just good.
Yeah, they were just
Sexy
very
lol,
good.
I believe.
That is sexy lol at its finest. So CLG versus Absolute Legends, this game important for both. For CLG, would pretty much guarantee their place in the next round. For Absolute Legends, though, a loss here would mean probably out of the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, unless there's a crazy situation where they could all go 1-2.
Yeah, if Moscow 5 lost the next 2 games somehow.
It should be a little bit crazy, but we are into the picks and bans, so let's get ourselves into the game. You can see straight away the bans have been done. So Udyr, Nocturne, and Graves, been banned out by CLG, so kind of expected that. Bearing in mind, these teams know each other well. AL have been around for quite a while now. XHCL they used to be known as. They've played in a lot of tournaments. They are pretty well familiar names, certainly to CLG. They're going to be well aware of them. Anivia, Cockmore, and hyrqBot are, I would say, the bans I would certainly go with against CLG. You know, you got to ban Froggen out. You're banning Froggen and Yellow Pete out with Cockmore, and you're banning Yellow Pete out with hyrqBot. So they're pretty generic bans. It's interesting in the fact that people don't fear Wicked's Aurelia or anything like that as much. They think there's more of a problem from Anivia's Froggen. Obviously, Anivia with Karthus as well was a problem, which is why Celevars picked him up straight away. And Veggie picking up Shen as well, so Shen was left open. Shen has been a very strong hero throughout this tournament. The split pushing came on. We just saw Darian putting in an absolutely outstanding performance on Shen, so it was very, very strong. And there are CLG in the gaming area. You can see the fans behind him. He's even got the Aborson there, the former SK manager, who is staying impartial, but he's pretty sure he's supporting CLG on this one.
Yeah, I think so as well.
Wow, is Froggen actually falling asleep there? Look at that. Look at that yawn. Oh, Froggen, come on, man. Well, liven up.
They need to tell Froggen that he's on camera.
Yeah.
He doesn't realize, I guess. But the next pixel coming out as well, Irelia, not really surprised that we're going to be seeing Wicked on Irelia. And Soraka coming out fairly early. Of course, Karthus was picked up by Absolute Legends. We saw him in the last game, Sleper playing that Karthus to, well, not the greatest effect, I think we can call it. Corky Leona coming in as well. Another lane which we saw really come into prominence at the Untitled Chapter Masters World Championships in Hanover. That whole kill lane style of absolute aggression in the bottom lane.
Yeah, against all authorities, wasn't it? It was N-rated. It was fantastic on Leona. Really played very well. Of course, you've also got I'm a Cutie Pie on Corky was fantastic as well. So it is a very strong lane. So there's Absolute Legends. They are the Polish team, so they've this, as far as I'm aware, this is their first event as Absolute Legends. It may even be their first event as XHCL. They've probably done some Polish lands. I know there was a few events that took place about last month sometime, so they may well have been attending that as HCL. But it is going to be Ari and Tristana being picked up, so it's going to be that Tristana bottom lane that Yellow Pete played yesterday against MILLENIUM, I think it was. They banned out hyrqBot. They took Graves as well, which is what they've done, and Corky. So we're like, what are they going to go with? He pulled out an absolutely outstanding Tristana, so quite happy to lock that one in. That's a solid lineup for me for CLG there. But, you know, Absolute Legends have got a pretty good team there as well. Obviously, you've got the hyper carry of Karthus. Karthus has been playing fantastically well, and that is a very strong lineup now, I think. Jarvan and Shen in the Jack, and Shen in the same team alongside that. Karthus is very, very strong. This could well be a very tense game. I think we're going to see a slow-paced game. I don't think it's going to be anything crazy aggressive unless Absolute Legends push the pace. I think CLG are going to quite happily sit back on this one and just let it roll out over the farming session.
Yeah, and I think aside from the obvious CLG versus Moscow 5, which will actually be our last game of the day, this is very possibly the match of the group. You know, Absolute Legends, as you've said, they're fairly new when it comes to actually being on LAN. Of course, they do have Kikis, who was in Korea, with Meet Your Makers when they finished second at the World Cyber Games late last year. So he's certainly got some big stage experience, so to speak. The rest of the team, this is going to be their first major tournament. And will that play into it? Are they nervous? I'm not 100% sure.
So there's an interesting thing come up here. So I am going to talk about it because I was speaking to Crepo in the last game, the Moscow 5 versus Absolute Legends. So Absolute Legends dropped out of the game and they changed the runes. Now, as far as I'm aware, At ESL, that's against the rules. I don't know at DreamHack how the rules are, but he said that is a default win. And they've just done it again. And Crepo,
So is it
and
GG?
Crepo immediately in the
Am
chat.
I back on break now?
Crepo immediately in the chat has come brought straight up and says they are doing runes again. This shouldn't happen. So I don't know. I mean, I'm completely. We all want to see a game. And so yeah, they're not happy with it, but they are going to go on and let it go. So it's an interesting point of.
Wicked said top laners only need one room page. And Kikis apparently uses 10 plus room pages.
10 plus
for his
well,
top
that's right.
lane.
I mean, you can have like 20 room pages or something like that. So something crazy. And Yellow Pete says, I could use that amount of pages. I'm thinking, how many pages do you need for an AD carry? Well, I really don't know. And as far as I'm aware, Xinec's got like one support page, and it's just like that's the support page.
That is how I play.
Yeah,
and they do not change whatsoever.
Because we played an hour, and he had these support runes on. It's like I'm going to level up quicker than you guys.
So bans coming in once again. Obviously, they are not the real ban, so don't go crazy that Timo and Vigo are actually banned out of this game. But you know, we're just going through it as quickly as possible now. But we've seen the two lineups for these teams. I actually prefer the Absolute Legends setup.
They've got a really good, strong setup.
Yeah. The problem, as I said before, is are they going to be in the right frame of mind, so to speak, coming into this game? I mean, playing against Moscow 5 is possibly the worst opening you could have of a tournament. They're the hardest team to beat, most possibly, on LAN at the moment. So, you know, maybe against CLG, if they had nerves, then that will have all calmed down a little bit, and they'll be coming into this one a bit more level-headed. But I think if they got off to a good start here, those nerves are going to dissipate really quickly, and they're going to be ready to give CLG a real good game.
Yeah, and but I mean, you look at CLG; they've got champions they want. Snooper's been happy with Nautilus throughout this tournament. Wicked is on Aurelia. It's like, hello, he is Mr. Aurelia. Crepo's always happy on Soraka. He still thinks it is overpowered and needs banning, nerfing down. He's just talking about it
bananas,
earlier.
man.
Yeah, them bananas too strong. Yellow Pete on Tristana. Well, we saw him have an absolutely fantastic Tristana match earlier. I think Corki possibly could be a stronger pick in that one. I'm not too sure how that lane's going to work out. Pukistyle is a very strong player. You may have seen him online as Leap Random. I think he's been playing us a lot lately. Pukistyle is his name. He's finally decided to actually pick it properly on the tournament realm. Veggie is a fantastic jungle. Salavar's a fantastic mid. Kikis is a fantastic top. So they are strong lineups. How Kikis is going to line up against Aurelia, are AL going to go Curse style and just camp out that top lane this time? It's entirely possible because Veggie could come out, get out taunting, Kikis could jump on him, get that counter strike. There's a lot of crowd control on Aurelia that you could use to maybe get that damage on him, and you could burst and chase him down quite heavily. So I think we might have to keep our eye on that top lane. But in the middle lane, Froggen is just Froggen. It's just the guy is too good on any champion yet. You actually see him play. He could have just got a pentakill, or he could have just lost 0-10. The face will not change. It will be void of emotion. He's just like...
I'm pretty sure he smiled when he stole that pentakill away from Yellow Pete last game.
Scumbag Froggen. There's already threads about that one. We won't go down that route.
Yeah, and actually the highest upvoted reply in that is Froggen saying, "And I don't even care."
And I don't care that I stole
Scumbag
it.
Froggen. But yeah, CLG, they're going to be feeling confident. I spoke to Snoopy after their first game against MEBDI'S Minions, and their plan was this whole camping out the top lane, buying lots of pink wards so that they could take the wards away from Wicked's top lane and make sure that he was always feeling unsafe, which actually worked for them until they started focusing on this bottom lane with 4 men, and Wicked just was allowed to farm till he got Trinity Force, and then just left his lane and started rolling faces.
Yeah, and I think Gatsby tweeted is basically saying, I think the economy caught them off surprise. They did so well at the start. They're just like, what do we do now? I don't know. And this is what we've talked about so many times. The very top teams will push home that advantage so strong, which is exactly what we just saw Moscow 5 do. Once they got that advantage, they just absolutely snowball you. They will be all over your face and up in your grill. But as it is, CLG and AL can do the same sort of thing. Crepo's going to walk straight into this one. It's a first blood almost certainly. It will be Jax that picks it up. Wicked actually could get caught out as well. Veggie doesn't get a taunt on him though. He will be able to walk away from that one. And that's just a simple case of, I was just trying to ward.
Yeah, a mistake early on from Crepo, without a doubt. And, Absolute Legends now have this position inside of the jungle. They've put that ward down by the blue buff. Will they hang around? This is something that we're used to seeing from these teams that originated in EU, Nordic, and East. Very, very aggressive early on. And it can backfire for you, but as you've just seen there, it can really pay off. That first blood going on to Jax means now that Wicked with Aurelia in this top lane is going to have a little bit of a tough time. Looks like Snoopy will be starting down on the bottom side of the map, which means this blue buff will be open for Absolute Legends to simply take away and deny.
Yeah, so they're going to be taking the blue buff. Snoopy's not going to be able to get over there. He's going to probably deal with the blue. He realizes that probably chances are he cannot go near that area. He's going to be well aware that something could be going on. Corki, meanwhile, has also gone down to the bottom, so he doesn't want to miss out on the CS. So they've left 4 people in that blue buff area. I don't think Wicked's going to go anywhere near it, so Snoopy's going to quite happily take this red buff on. So blue buff, who will blue buff go to? Garen will hopefully look over to the blue buff in a moment so we can see exactly who's going to pick that up. It will be Veggie, so Veggie's going to take that one away quite happily and go about his business. The question is, will he go for a gank on Wicked up top there, or will he just head about his way? Yeah, he's just going to head straight into the jungle and make sure he gets his clear path going.
And actually, CLG did reset the red buff, by the way, which sets him back even further. Obviously, he used his smite, and then it reset.
Oh, dear.
And then, yeah, that's just not good news. I mean, from that position, Snoopy is obviously not aware, but will have a good feeling that blue buff is not going to be there when he gets in. So I would have maybe expected him to save his smite and then head over to the enemy side and go for that blue. You know, a bit of aggression to match what's already come up, but it's always a risky play. Snoopy wanting to play safe. After that last game against MEBDI'S Minions, he actually said, you know, I felt pretty useless in that game. Even when it came to the team fights, I was kind of just walking around and not really getting involved that much. So that's something that Snoopy's going to be wanting to improve in this game. Of course, we have 4,500 to 3.8, so a slow advantage already creeping Absolute Legends' way.
Yeah, and it might just be me, but I don't think we got any game sound on. So hopefully the guys backstage will be listening to me there, because I'm pretty sure there's no game sound. They're definitely not in my ear, at least. As it is at the moment, though, 3 minutes in, you can see Wicked diving in there on towards Kikis. Kikis actually going with the counter-strike there, going to get a bit of damage down on towards Wicked. Doesn't manage to go for the stun. Actually took a bit more damage himself there, Kikis, so Wicked's quite happy to engage with him there. Selavar, meanwhile, going to get dived on. The charm actually going in there. The dredge line is going to land, but he's going to have to back away because Veggie came around. Selavar almost certainly would have gone down if Veggie was not there. So forced him back straight away. Very nice play there. And Selavar actually just going to chomp through those health pots and keep himself alive in the mid there. Down the bottom, well, you know, they've had to back away a little bit for a while. And we're not looking at it, but down the bottom, they've had to force away a bit because YellowPete had to help out. Crepo and YellowPete were forced to back away, which is why they see them in this forced position. You know, Crepo was talking about the Moscow 5 AL game that was happening earlier. And he was talking about the lane setup, the Taric Graves that Absolute Legends had, and he's like, if that was on the blue team, they could not have picked up Kog'Maw and Nunu, Moscow 5. But because of the blue team is so strong with the fact you get those golems early on, you can hit level 2 earlier, and then you can just zone them out. And that's what they're trying to do there. They're just trying to zone them out in that bottom lane. If we look at Tristana, all they're trying to do now is completely zone them out, keep them away from the experience. So you can see Leona there. They're not actually last hit, they're just going to want to keep that lane there. And as soon as anyone comes near it, they want to hit them hard as much as they can. This is why YellowPete's getting ready to just jump straight onto his face. Yeah, and you can see he's just completely keeping him away from the experience and jumps onto his face. God, I'm good at this.
Very modest as well, Deman, I noticed there. Good stuff. But in terms of this top lane, actually, which we're going to have a look at in a second, they saw Veggie, actually. Wicked is slightly ahead in that level in terms of CS. 30 to 15 is actually Shen, and 26 is the number that I was actually looking for as a scoreboard display. There it is, look.
Yeah, that Garen is trolling us in this game, I swear.
And double Doran's Blade already on Jax. The first blood really helping that one out. Wicked has actually picked up a pink ward on his trip home there. So a little bit cautious of how that all went down in the last game as to the fact that CLG may, the Absolute Legends may go for a similar kind of strategy here. But they're not going to be able to once Wicked gets those pink wards down and in position. And actually, Jax has not even bothered to get wards down there either in this top lane. So pretty much blind is Jax. Aurelia will get that pink ward down. And you'll notice that there aren't any in position to stop him. The junglers as well, obviously, the start made a real difference to both of them. Shen picking up an assist helped out. Also stealing away that blue buff earlier on. But he is now a little bit behind in that sense, as you probably expect. You know, Shen not the fastest of clear times anyway, and has spent a bit of time in this middle lane. He is going to start to come up to top. That ward that Wicked put down is going to save him. Down in the bottom lane, Yellow Pete and xPeke actually starting to push this lane out a bit more.
Yeah, they're just going to keep it down there. So you can see Pookie Star is actually forced against the tower, so he's going to... He's missing, I was about to say, he's going to struggle to pick up the CS. He's missing the CS, which is going to be a problem for him. He is actually ahead in that CS, so he's okay. He can balance it off. We haven't seen too much ganking on the top, though. This is what I was talking about. When they were going to pressure on Wicked, and they haven't gone that way, which is like Curse did, like MEBDI'S minions did as well. They just pressured that top lane. I expected that from Shen, but Shen is going for a bit of an invade here. But he's just been pinged straight away, so he's just simply warding up the river and just back straight off. So he's not being that aggressive on Shen just yet. He's in a position where he probably could be. He has only got boots and a ruby crystal, so he's not exactly going to do a great deal of damage. It's more a case of can he just pressure them into a situation, maybe force them to use a flash, try and open an opportunity for, say, Kikis along that top lane. Kikis at the moment having that little exchange there against Wicked, but Wicked, I feel, seems to be coming out on top of this exchange. Selevar, meanwhile, in the mid. Froggen's going to dive on him. He has to flash away. Selevar saved once again, just about, though. That's the second time he's managed to escape with very little health.
Yeah, but escaping nonetheless, and that's a thing that he has to do. He can't let Froggen get off to a good start, get that confidence rolling, and more importantly, get fed. The CS in that middle lane, 50 to 41. So Froggen does have that early advantage. Meanwhile, here up at top, we can see Kikis and Wicked exchanging. Actually, we are going to see the Ignite go down. Karthus ulti is not going to finish it. It's Kikis that gets his deserved kill. But that is 2-0 on this Jax. And we know what happens when Jax get fed. Jax wins games.
Yeah, Jax could win games, and Jax stacked up with Shen could be a very scary prospect for CLG late game. They will both certainly come into their own when they get to that phase, and he's already picked up the double Dorans. Is going to be able to go back. He just obviously picked up another 400 gold with that kill there. So he's going to be very, very strong considering. Aurelia seemed to be in control. I mean, Wicked seemed to have that one under control. He's actually gone double Doran's Blade as well, and 4 health pots to go with that ward that he's just picked up. There goes Jax, just back, going straight back and picking up a phage. Wow, he's going to hurt. Double ward as well and a health pot. So, well, Jax is already going to be dominating that lane. I don't think Wicked can stand a bang with him anymore. He just can't get close. He's 20 CS difference, and obviously with those 2 kills versus 0-1, and that damage he's going to get from the phage and possible slow proc, I don't think Wicked's going to be able to do anything other than stand by his turret. So Veggie going to continue on. He's picking up red. Hasn't been required in that top lane. I think it's safe to say that.
Yeah. Jax hasn't really needed it, has he? He's looking so strong with that phage in there as well. Gonna be some troubles coming out for Wicked. Actually, Jax will put a ward down, so Kikis, after moving up to 2-0, probably feeling that CLG are going to want to try and counter him, force him out of this lane. He is ahead on the experience, he's ahead on the CS as well. And, well, he's going to continue to put the pressure down onto Wicked. Counter-Strike will proc off onto him, and Wicked's struggling here again, and Kikis may be able to finish off. Decides, no, it's enough to force Wicked away. And that's the thing, he doesn't necessarily have to get the kills. Okay, the kills are a really big bonus. But if he can keep Wicked constantly going back, then he wins this lane automatically anyway.
Yeah, that's heavy. He's just been sent back. He's only just come back to lane, put the ward in the river. I think he got 1 CS and had to go straight back. That is a harsh lane for him. So he's already 20, 30 CS behind to Kikis. Kikis is very strong. Kikis actually backing off, so he's placed 2 wards and he's backing straight off. We could see him potentially go down towards Dragon here.
Yeah.
Shen's already in position down there. So Kikis has gone back now. Let's see whether he heads down south. He picks up a mana crystal. He's not. He's just going straight back towards the top there. We are 10 minutes in, and he's just thinking maybe I've got the great big advantage over him. I kind of want to pressure it home on him. Selevar has been struggling against Froggen in the mid here, though. We've seen him sent back twice. Let's see whether Nautilus is going to be able to show up. You can see he's stood on top of a ward, so they know exactly that he's there. Shen's in position. SuperS is coming around as well to try and come around the backside. I think they're going to try and a gank attempt on towards Snooper. They realize he hasn't obviously got an Oracle on. He would have cleared out that ward straight away. So is it worth it? I don't think it is, which is why they backed off. Aurelia was heading down south, though, so potentially CLG may be thinking of a Dragon here.
Yeah, and I think both teams going to react to this one. Actually, Wicked has gone back a little bit. You can see Kikis did start to work his way in towards this middle. And if they get a vision of Wicked going back towards the top, they'll probably just say, you know what, it's time to actually do this one. It's time to push in there. This ward in the brush, they will have spotted that ward that Snoopy put down a little bit earlier on. Bottom lane is now moving up as well, and we are going to be seeing the first Dragon attempt of this game. There is no Oracle still for Absolute Legends though, so CLG have this ward on the top side of the Dragon Pit, so they know that this Dragon's going on, but quite frankly, they can't do anything about it. Wicked's going to try and force the issue up at top, actually, but I'm not sure if he'll be able to take that down. It's half HP, it's possible.
I think Karthus is going to go up there, and I think we're going to see Veggie ulti onto him in a moment. Karthus is going to come around. Wall of Pain goes across Wicked there. Will we see the Shen ulti coming around as well? He could definitely get the kill if Shen went and joined it. You can see Wicked's already in trouble. He's having to dodge those layways. Doing a very good job at that, actually. Selevar keeping him within the defile range, but, well, he didn't go for it. That does surprise me. Kickers instead. Oh, now they're going to go for Frog, and will they secure the kill? No! Not enough. Kiki's going to die for that one. Meanwhile, that's also triggered a fight down the bottom. YellowPete there, just to back away. The Ignite running. The Exhaust was on him as well. Krepo seems to be the target. Pikistar's going to take 1-2 hits. Very, very close. Healthbot running. Big green screen. Don't know what's going on, but we are back in the action. He was taken down very low. And actually, Garen not sure where to watch it. Krepo does go down on that bottom there. Pukistar was dived on a little bit too aggressively. YellowPete's still in trouble, I feel. Now they're going to come around the backside of Snoopy here. Veggie, could he go for a tower dive? Kikis is going to come in. Oh, just misses the taunt. And he's going to back away from that one. Selevar continues on his harassment on Wicked. So this is working out very well. There's still, remember, the Shen ulti is available should they require it.
Yeah, he could still go anywhere he pleases and really cause some problems there. Froggen has now come back into the lane after getting that pressure. And there's the thing, you know, that was Ari versus Jax in the middle. Kikis just jumping in on top of him, managed to get the stun off, and is causing all kinds of problems now, which is going to be in the long run painful for CLG. 87 to 79 CS, so Wicked is starting to catch up there in his creep score, but it's 1,000 gold difference between these two players.
Yeah, that's a big, big difference in that top lane. 4k gold already, and you can see he's building up slowly towards that Trinity Force on that top lane. It is going to be a dangerous, dangerous thing because he's going to hit that Trinity Force way ahead of Wicked at the moment. Wicked is going to continue farming them. We saw exactly the same with MEBDI'S and Minions. They completely harassed Wicked and then they just left him alone for a while. I don't think he's going to do the same thing. He wisely backs away, uses that counter-strike and then backs off as Wicked uses his ulti, gets the power, jump, leap strike straight back onto him. Selevar trying to take away those Wraiths, stop Froggen, getting the stealing on them. Will pick up that goal. The blue buff has just spawned. Yeah, I can see Selevar, Ari will be going straight towards that one. He's going to pick that up, Froggen. No steals just yet. 13 minutes into this game.
CS is insanely close as well.
Yeah, and the golds, actually, the only difference in the gold is purely kills, I think. There's nothing other than the CS difference because the lanes are still very, very even. Krepo taking a lot of damage there. But, you know, Krepo being the only death outside of Aurelia, it's not too bad. The support dying twice is not the end of the world.
No, but I suppose with the AD carry actually getting in, Wicked could be in trouble here again, and well, will force Kikis to back away. Snoopy coming in the nick of time. But that's more time for Wicked out of the lane. Let's, down at the bottom, we've got some real problems as well. Actually, Krepo is going to be burst down. Will use the ulti heal. Is it going to be enough? Hello, Karthus ulti coming in. Krepo going to go down. Shen's here as well, and now YellowPete in trouble. He's already used his rocket jump, and, well, Veggie's decided against it. I think he could have got that, you know.
I think he got to go as well, but instead he backed away. Froggen, meanwhile, diving towards Selevar. He's going to go straight to the tower. Oh, the Ignite finishes him off. Meanwhile, down the bottom lane, we also saw Tristana go down to Corki. So, well, it was a 1-for-1 exchange there. So, 5-1 now. Absolute Legends with the lead. Now looking very strong in this game. CLG, of course, 1-0 up already. AL have to pick up this game. This will open the group right up, because obviously Moscow 5 versus CLG suddenly is a hyper-important game for CLG if they will lose this one. Long, long way to go yet, though. We're only 15 minutes into it.
Yeah, this one still could end in favor of either team. But down at the bottom, I thought Shen could go for that one. In the end, that didn't happen, but that's because Corki was going to Valkyrie himself in to get that kill. Up at top, Wicked seems to be a little bit stronger now. He's got that Phage in place. I'm assuming that Jax has actually sat on quite a chunk of gold there, but we'll have to see about that one. Kikis again will get stunned up, and Wicked really using the mobility that Aurelia has to get in there, trade off that damage, and get out and then back into the fight, even when he feels it's you know, an advantage to him. There goes Kikis jumping in once again. Counter-track up. This is where it could get dangerous, and there we go. Kikis gonna knock him down, and the damage from Jax is just too much at the moment for Wicked. The question is, can Froggen get in to finish this one off? He will dart in. Ulti was running. And there is the shutdown. That's an important kill now. They had to deal with that Jax, Demon.
Yeah, and the problem was Jax had used the flash to secure that kill a minute ago, so he had nothing to escape from Froggen. As soon as Froggen managed to get on towards him, will completely destroy him. And actually, Karthus needs to be careful now, because Froggen's in a dangerous position. He did just use his ulti up, though, but he has got that Zhonya's Hourglass, so he's going to be doing a lot of damage. Rod of Ages is also completed by Karthus, so Karthus is going to be getting that one pretty early on. 6-2. This is actually a lot more kills than I thought it would be. I thought this would be very much a passive farming session, certainly from CLG. I think Absolute Legends are forcing it into a bit of a much more of a fight, though. We can see Aurelia now returning back to lane, hasn't been able to go and buy anything, whereas on the other hand, Mercury Treads have been completed by Jax. So Jax is going to be, again, a little bit stronger in that top lane. Will not get CC'd half as much, a bit more magic resistance. Meanwhile, in the middle, Aurelia actually pushing on the mid turret. CLG seem to be closing on this middle turret. I'm not sure that's the right way to go. I think they need to try and stick in that lane phase a little bit longer. Wicked actually goes on towards Veggie. You can see that Kikis does rejoin the lane. They knew that Karthus had gone back. Karthus just bought out his Mercury Treads as well. But honestly, they seem to be positioning. I'm guessing it must be Dragon time. I didn't actually catch the time on the last one. I'm sure it's like a minute away.
There it is.
Ah.
Just spawning his heaven. But one thing that I spoke about earlier on was Snoopy. In the last game, we didn't see much of him, but I think we've seen even less of him in lanes in this one. Literally not one gank that's been attempted unless I've been totally missing it every time, but I'm pretty sure on that one. Dragon, as we said, is up, and Absolute Legends are positioned for it. Jax needs to be careful here that he doesn't get too separated off from the team, but they've got a ward there. They know that Snoopy is off to this side. There is a ward from CLG as well, though, so we'll see if anyone decides to initiate. They are going to dive in on towards Snoopy, and well, he's not taken too much damage. There was the ulti actually missed from the owner as well. Are they going to try and fight this one anyway? Yes, they are. Super A is going very low. They've switched their attention over onto Veggie, though, who will fall down to the AD carry of yellowPete. Celiver down to below half HP as well, but they've taken out Froggen. Here comes the Karthus ulti. It's not going to pick up any kill, but it'll surely force them to back away and open up that Dragon for Absolute Legends. A 1-for-1, but job done for AL.
Well, but is it, though? Because they're all pretty low on health. I'm not sure
true.
if they can afford to open this one up. You can see that the health pots are running. They're topping themselves off. Will they manage to get in to get a steal? They're not going to go for it, so will be Dragon for AL. Very nicely worked kill there. I thought for a moment they'd actually messed it up. You saw the owner's ulti, it didn't quite, well, it hit them, but they didn't really get in position to follow up on it in time. Kikis was like, well, I could jump in there, but I'm not too sure that's the right choice. Shen did follow it through. He went in there, took a lot of the damage, and obviously went down for it. But, you know, that's what Shen's for, getting in their faces. He's also built himself very tanky, so again, we're going to get to that situation where Shen's just going to be split pushing either on the top or the bottom, while the rest of the team is starting to be busy. But I still think, as a late game team, AL have a fantastic composition.
Yeah, they certainly do. And we've got Corki now with Trinity Force finished. He's currently 3-0 to that. One kill there for yellowPete on Tristana is going to help things out. But if you look at their items, you know, Corki, Trinity Force, Berserker Greaves, one Doran's Blade and a dagger, compared to the Berserker Greaves, double Doran's Blade, pickaxe, and the crit cloak. So Corki really having a good time, but he is slightly behind in CS, but those kills more than making up for it, along with the dragons that have been picked up by Absolute Legends. Jax has now finished the Sheen to go on top of that Phage as well, so he's nicely working up towards that Trinity Force. Ari, as Deman pointed out earlier on, does have that Zhonya's Hourglass. Sorcerer's Shoes have been finished on that last trip home as well. And in terms of Wicked, who's had the most horrible times in this top lane, he's not actually bought anything recently. Double Doran's Blade, still the Boots of Speed and that Phage that he picked up earlier on. So Kikis will once again become a real danger. There's Celiver in middle, and you can see how much damage Froggen is doing now.
Yeah, absolutely. He's caused all sorts of problems. There's actually action going on because I can see Jax is also pushed on the top lane. So that ulti is going to hit both sides. yellowPete's taken down a little bit. Aurelia wasn't really taken down a great deal. I think it was more a case of saving him than anything. Kikis had to back away from that turret. Celiver, meanwhile, I think Celivar's starting to really struggle here. Ulti going on Pukistar. That's going to bounce in the air. Snoopy, actually, Super has tried to turn around towards yellowPete. Puki's going to have to back away from this one. He can't get involved. As soon as he shows himself his health, they're going to surely go for that. yellowPete can jump on him there. Oh, flash! Beautiful play from pHeoz. Realized he got the damage, realized he got the big bomb ready. Flash ulted in his face. pHeoz is going to surely take down Wicked. That might well be the death of him, though. Leap strike onto him will survive. Very nicely played there. And pHeoz will get away from that one. Meanwhile, they're trying to dive on towards Shen in the mid. And he's backing off 9-3. Absolutely, Legends continue to actually win this game.
Yeah, and I was actually watching here onto this middle lane. We see Froggen once again land that charm. Not quite got the damage to take down Veg at this point, but Froggen dove under that tower to have a go at Karthus, popped his Zhonya's Hourglass, and then was actually able to use his ulti to get away from that position, so they weren't quite able to lock him down. He didn't get the kills from it. Sleper actually managed to survive here. Huki is actually going to move in now onto Krepo. He's got vision from that ward inside the brush, and he may just have the damage here with that Trinity Force. Can he dive? Yes, he's going to ignite his down as well, and Pokestyle is unstoppable. 5-0-2, and that is a scary prospect now for CLG going up against such a ridiculously fed AD carry.
Well, and the scary thing is that pHeoz has nearly completed his Trinity Force. Pokestyle has completed his Trinity Force, and Veggie is only going to get stronger. So they really have a uphill task. And honestly, the Infinity Edge is nearly completed. Meanwhile, in the middle, Celavar is actually getting dived on. Can he take down Froggen? He's just going to be able to dash away from that one. Nicely played there, Froggen. I thought, you know, he's had the better of in the middle. This is the saving grace for CLG at the moment. They are looking strong in the terms of middle. Froggen is doing a fantastic job, as he always does. With that Zhonya's Hourglass, he's got a lot of damage. He's also got the Sorcerer's Boots now completed. And Veggie, again, you can see just one single Q is really hurting him there. Just Veggie can't even take the damage. He obviously hasn't really got a great deal of magic resist. He's got the, saying that, he's got Mercury Treads and the Cloak on, so he actually has quite a bit of magic resist. So Froggen really is starting to do the burst, but can they close in around him? Here they go. Froggen's going to get caught out on the turret. Snoopy puts his ulti down. Finley, you have to use his on his Hourglass. pHeoz needs to turn quickly on towards Froggen. He will surely take him down. Yes, he will. A double kill for Absolute Legends there. Snoopy going down. And you know what? Like we said, Snoopy, we've not really seen him getting involved in this. And the moment he does, he gets taken down.
Yeah, he's been really quiet throughout this game. And like you say, that was a weird combination of things because Snoopy may well have been able to walk away from that one because they obviously wanted Froggen first. But he popped his Zhonya's Hourglass, which was just enough time for them to go to Snoopy, kill him, then come back and kill Froggen afterwards. So, maybe not the best idea in the when you look back at it, but heat of the moment and all that. 12-4 the overall score, 23 minutes in, and a 33 to 26,000 gold lead. Here's Kikis actually going to jump in there onto Yellow Pete. Not sure that's the best idea that he's ever come up with. I don't think he quite saw Krepo there, who was off to the side, still in the fog of war. And 1,800 gold actually with Kikis right now, so he's going to be going back and finishing off that Trinity Force, which makes him just even more stronger.
Yeah, Yellow Pete hops in, says thanks. That's a forest tag straight for you there. Jungle tags. Forest. I ended up on forest. Yeah, making names up as I go along. So Celavar going to work his way through. They have got the ward placement set out for Dragon, which is due in around about 30-40 seconds time. I think it was at 17. I'm pretty sure it was 17. 18 last time it went down. There was a bit of a fight before it. Kikis, look at that. Double Trinity Force. And he's got a BF sword as well, Corky. There's a lot of damage. Aegis Legion also completed on Shen as well. Meanwhile, Infinity Edge. And of course, you know, Froggen is the saving grace. Like I say, he's building up towards the Rabadon's Death Cap now as well with that Zhonya's Hourglass. Zhonya's has just been used. I'm not sure if it'd be available. Yes, it is available. Actually, he's back up, so he could use it. But Suprez is going to work his way around. Remember, Leona can land that stuff from quite a range. Could easily pop it through there. Wicked now joining. So only the Shen, who is stealing away the blue buff, is missing from this fight. Dragon's just about to spawn, Joe. It's looking like it's setting up, certainly setting up for a position. I think CLG might try and push the tower down, but Corky seems to be blocking off. Kikis now, he could solo it quite easily. So if the rest of Absolute Legends keep him occupied here, CLG now going to go from it. They all went through a wall of pain there. Kikis had to back away from that one. He was already on the Dragon. He's had to back off. And they have got that pink ward down. The rest of AL, they are split pushing there. You can see Shen still on that top lane, crawling it down. Froggen going in there. Shen ulti's going to come out any second now. Leona ulti landing perfectly. Froggen are using the Zhonya's Hourglass right at the beginning. Kikis jumping on him. Kikis is going to take him down. The Karthus sword is going to go off. It's going to do a fair chunk of damage to everyone there. Veggie is going to split across, going towards Yellow Pete. Good target to go for. Takes away that Infinity Edge from the fight. Very nicely played. Absolute Legends. They lost 2 for 3 though there, so it wasn't as clean a fight as it could have been, but Absolute Legends are going to pick up the Dragon on the back of this. There's absolutely nothing Wicked and Krepo can do about it.
Yeah, they can't do anything about it. And I just want to point out as well the vision that Absolute Legends have right now. Their warding is absolutely brilliant. Top side of the jungle from CLG, obviously round about this dragon. They knew it was coming up. There's a pink ward outside the pit, one ward behind it. Pretty much every point on the entry to this dragon, there is a ward. Maybe even too many, actually, from Absolute Legends. They've got vision of it all. And they're currently, 8,000, 8,500 gold in the lead, 26 minutes in. But I still feel like, especially after that fight, Demon, that this is not that clear-cut of a thing. Froggen's doing a fantastic job, without a question, in terms of his micro play in those fights themselves. The timing of his Zhonya's Hourglass, then coupled with the ultimate, mostly to escape once he feels like he's in trouble, has been absolutely perfect a couple of times now. So, I don't know. I still think that CLG do have a chance in this.
I'm not so sure. I think that AL have hit that sort of snowball stage where they're going to start.
Jackson's just going to be the biggest thing, right?
Yeah, and he's just absolutely leaping and destroying Froggen. Look at Froggen's hit points there. That was one single leap striking in power. That's all it was. And if he gets on him, gets a couple of basic attacks going, he's going to really start hurting him. He's picked up that Fortitude pot. And also, Corki's got the Valkyrie. They can both just jump on him, and Shen can join them. They could go for this Baron. They're going to have to peel off it, though. You can see down the bottom, you see Ari actually, Froggen coming his way in there. Are they going to go straight into it? A wall of pain just about missing. The ulti coming across. Froggen dashes away from it. Nicely done there. So that's an ulti wasted straight away. Super has taken a lot of damage there with the Oracle. Snoopy actually grabbing on towards pHeoz. That is a good person to grab onto. Can Froggen take down pHeoz before he goes? Does get the Zhonya's Hourglass off in time. Nautilus taking down pHeoz just about. Froggen's going to dash across. Kiki's actually wasting a lot of time trying to get onto him. A beautiful silence as well from hyrqBot there, forcing him, stopping him from leap striking away. YellowPete now seems to be the target. Veggie can just about get the taunt on him. Selevar will take him down, but that's some heavy, heavy losses for Absolute Legends. They're going to have to back away from this one. I'm not sure Veggie can get away from this one. Snoopy's going to try and get the late stretch line on him, but he will just walk away. But a very, very good exchange from CLG there. Now that was simply a case of Kiki's wasted a lot of time trying to get on towards Froggen. Instead he can close the distance, but as soon as he tried to get in there and leap on him, hyrqBot just silenced him. And he was just like, well, where you go now? Nowhere.
Yeah, and again, Froggen, Zhonya's Hourglass, perfect timing, dashed away using his ultimate, and even managed to, number one, survive that fight, but the second thing, put out a ton of damage on his way to safety. So another great bit of play to keep CLG, in my opinion at least. I think Demon's a bit split on this idea in this game. They have a 6k gold lead. Sorry, it's a 5k gold lead. I just can't count whatsoever. Selevar, though, is starting to get very, very ridiculously strong. He's picked up the Riley's Crystal Scepter, got Rod of the Ages from earlier, on top of those Merc Treads as well. So he's going to be staying alive for a long time in these fights. And that's a big amount of damage. Pukki is in trouble here. Froggen is going to get the kill, and he just did not know that it was inside that brush. Great play from Froggen again. And that was the second death from Corki, and the more they can kill this Corki, the better right now, because he was in a ridiculously strong position. Obviously, Trinity Force from earlier got that BF sword in as well, so we'll see where exactly he's going to be working up. And there it is. Infinity Edge is now finished.
Well, the question is, can Froggen carry his team through? Because he'd been winning the lane against Selevar quite well. Been working now, has completed that Rabadon's Death Cap. He just says got a just shy of 400 AP, so he's very, very strong. If he can catch onto pHeoz, and that's why they won that fight, because he managed to get the charm across onto pHeoz, did damage to him, dash straight in there, and then get the hell out there before Jax could realize what was going on, realize his AD carry has gone down, because that's a massive amount of damage. Infinity Edge and Trinity Force Corki will absolutely shred the hell out of your team if he's allowed to stay alive, but they are diving on him, they are focusing him very nicely. Phantom Dancer now nearly completed on YellowPete to go with that Infinity Edge. So YellowPete's going to be coming into this one pretty hard. Obviously, you also got Trinity Force on Aurelia. So like you were saying, they have managed to work their way back into this one. That's maybe a credit to CLG just sitting back and farming, or whether it's AL that allowed them to do that because they had a clear dominant position. But we are 30 minutes into this game. It is still very, very close. Only 5k gold between these two. Definitely a one big team fight, certainly a Baron fight. Could turn things around. I felt AL actually got caught out of position there because Leona was pretty much dead before the fight even started.
Yeah.
Simply got caught out of position, and then obviously they went straight on towards the AD carry. So AL, I think if they get a straight up 5v5, they will be stronger. And obviously it's a case of Karthus getting in their faces and just suiciding into them, as you can do with Karthus.
Yeah, and I think a lot is going to, as you said, depend on these AD carries. Can Corki stay there for Absolute Legends? Can Tristana do the damage? Because we're getting to that point where Tristana really starts to shine. With that Infinity Edge and Phantom Dancer on, obviously can use rapid fire and shoot lots of stuff really fast.
Lots of stuff.
Lots of
Technical.
stuff. It's very technical. And that's where they're going to be at their most dangerous. But I agree with you, it's going to be about positioning and what goes on. Wicked has finally taken down this outer turret at the bottom. Absolute Legends starting to just weed out those wards. Obviously, Veggie does have that Oracle on at the moment. The wards that they had in this top side of the CLG jungle have now started to time out. This middle turret is not very healthy either, and CLG should take that down here in this little push. They are very scared that actually Absolute Legends are going to dive straight in them, and the worst thing that they can really do with that Jax in there is bunch up. If that Counter-Strike gets him in the right position, that could mean death for everyone on the CLG team, but they've taken that out. You saw once again how much damage that Frog and Q is actually doing to the Absolute Legends team, as well as he got it over by that turret. Here is another Dragon. This is going to bring CLG even closer, but as per usual, when a team sees the opposition going down towards Dragon at this stage of the game, their first reaction is to go over to Baron.
Yeah, whether they're going to get into it and peel off. Camera needs to be down now, right now. There we go. We're going to be able to catch it, whether they're going to walk straight into this one. Wicked is coming. They don't want to go for a Wicked. It's Froggen they need to get onto. Froggen was exhausted. You can see Kick is diving in there. Kick is actually going for Yellow Pete. Yellow Pete has got that Phantom Dancer as well. Pukistar's going to get taken down. Snoopy also getting focused on. That will be Pukistar going down. A double kill for Froggen. Would you believe it? They go off. The ulti's going to go off. Snoopy will go down in this one. Yellow Pete triple kill for Froggen. Very nice. You don't kick it, finally gets on towards Wicked there, and now the extra damage. Can you believe Froggen is still alive? Why did they not focus this man? I cannot believe what they were doing. Instead, they were splitting all over the place, and Veggie and Kikis are the two alive, but he's just sat there with so much health. I don't understand what they were going for.
Do you believe me yet that CLG can still win this game?
They could possibly come into it, because there's been two horrendous team fights for Absolute Legends.
Yeah, and I'm not sure why. I mean, CLG did everything right there. They went straight to the back of the fight. They went straight in for Corki. Karthus wasn't really in the midst of the pack, and that's what Karthus needs to be. That Defile has to have its time to do the damage there. Those layways have to be right on point, and it just wasn't there. The problem that I feel maybe now for CLG is when they start to lose Wicked or Irelia and Tristana, that they are pretty tanky, Absolute Legends. We've got Shen in there, who, as we saw in that fight, was on about half HP. CLG just didn't quite have the damage at the end to finish him off. Kikis, yeah, he's dangerous in there, but is he actually enough to separate them out? I'm not sure. Randuin's Omen has just been finished off there by Shen, and Absolute Legends are sniffing around on this top side. Actually, the CLG wards are kind of indifferent at this point. We've got Tristana down at the bottom, getting a bit of farm, and that's a dangerous thing. If Absolute Legends see Tristana down at the bottom, they're going to start to move over towards Baron again.
Well, you'd think so. He's certainly well out of position. They should go for Baron right now, but maybe they just feel they're not in a position
Not
now.
strong enough to fight.
Yeah, and Karthus is a little bit too far away. They don't think they realize the strength of the position they were in, and that you can see that Karthus actually has gone down the bottom. Now the
Yeah,
same
but
thing could
CLG
happen.
might go for this now.
Well, Ari was back, so now Ari's going to be working his way back in there. So suddenly the chance has gone. I don't know whether they thought they could get in and steal it, whether they're just worried that Snoopy might get in and steal it. Maybe they're just so worried about the turrets. They've lost the two big team fights. I think that, in terms of advantage, it has gone out the window. We are not as strong as we think we are. And Snoopy's been causing problems. He's getting that slowdown, and that's kind of causing the problems, because I think Kikis has been leap striking on towards Froggen, and Froggen's just been ulti dashing away and saying, well, now you've got to wait for your cooldown. You're not anywhere near me, which is probably why he went for Yellow Pete in the last fight. You have to look at back and slow-mo and all sorts of crazy effects that we can do in the replays, should they become available.
So, CLG getting those walls down. Actually, Froggen is going to jump over the top here. I'm not sure if he realized that Leona was actually there. Did the damage, then she walked out of the brush, and he's like, whoa, I should probably not be here right now.
I think Super Ace
dashes
needs
straight
some new
back in.
pants, I don't know.
And Absolute Legends, they've seen that ulti was used by Froggen. Obviously, it's got a relatively short cooldown. but I think they're going to use this chance, and we can see that they are now already on Baron Pit. Let's have a look at its HP. Wow, that has been taken down very, very quickly. Half HP already achieved. Are Absolute Legends going to stick to it? Yes, they are. 4,000 health left, and CLG just looking for the perfect time. They start to work in there. Where is the focus going to go? The Leona ulti was again not perfect. sOAZ is starting to lose. Kikis actually will be saved here by Shen. Snoopy going very low, will be picked off. Wicked was not healthy either. There's 2 kills for Corki. Karthus ulti going to come out as well, and Froggen is still at the back, but they've still got the damage here. Yellow Pete is still alive, not quite going to finish off the kill. Pookie Style is in that brush. Yellow Pete can smell him a mile away. The damage is high, but Shen goes down, and that is a double kill and an ace for CLG, who are 700 gold behind, 1 kill behind, but that's all going to be sorted here with the Demon. With the Baron. Demon, we should have bet on that one.
Sorted it, I've got it sorted. Yellow Pete, absolutely fantastic. Just getting the reset every time. It's bounce, bounce, bounce. He goes along, beautiful stuff there. And well, they should not have got in that position. You know, once they picked up that double kill, they could have just backed off. You know, actually, Baron was only on 2,300 hit points. I think if Corki had stayed on it, he could have probably took it down, and they'd have had a Baron during that fight, because that would have probably took him, what, 10, 15 seconds maximum. But whether they certainly had that time, when a big fight, you know, seconds are very much split. So it's absolute crazy fight. And well, 19-18, here we go. We are all on it again. CLG now with the gold advantage with the Baron. I didn't see actually who managed to go on to, but CLG just have won the last 3 team fights now. Absolute Legends, I don't know what they're doing in team fights, but it is not working.
It's not working, and Snoopy is really, really healthy now. He's got that Shurelias, the Aegis, the Randuins, and that's where he becomes a strong, strong person. Again, we didn't see that much of him towards the early game, but he's a dominant figure now in there. Ari, by the way, on top of that, Zhonya's Hourglass, Rabadon's Deathcap, now the Abyssal Scepter is going to be finished over with Karthus. As I said earlier, Rod of Ages and the Riley's
Easy for you to say.
Indeed. And Blasting Wand as well now added in. Corki is actually working up towards a Phantom Dancer. Quicksilver Sashes being picked up for Jax and Corki. So those are the 2 that they know that they're going to be focused. Corki in particular needs to not get crowd control, basically. He has to be mobile the entire time. The question is, can they stop CLG focusing straight in there? Because they've got Froggen who can dash straight towards him. They've got Wicked who can dive straight on top of him. And I think that CLG, at this point of the game, to be honest with you, they've got the ability to really pick their target and stick to him.
Yeah, and so far, honestly, this game is split in either way. That I could not decide which way this is going to go. Now go CLG with the advantage. They've got the Baron on the 3 players, that count. Crepo, Yellow Pete and Froggen. Got to give Crepo some stance. He won that first team fight, the one that started it all off. He got that silence on towards Jax. Jax couldn't leap strike on towards Froggen. He would have got the kill. So he sort of snowballed it all off. Crepo will be happy with that one when he gets to watch it back. You can see the damage now coming out from Yellow Pete. He's pretty much obliterating those minions, hitting Shen. Even Shen's getting dented pretty heavily. Oh, that charm would have hit. Look at that Veggie down to half health already. Can't do anything about it. It's going to have to back away. Wall of Pain goes down. They're trying to keep them minions away. I'm not too sure if they can actually afford to fight for this turret here. I think they need to start turtling up a little bit. AL, they have just lost too much hit points. You can see Veggie actually has started to go back to base now. So it's going to be a 4v5 should CLG suddenly push for this one. So Absolute Legends should not fight for it. But they could just keep themselves in a position, but Froggen could easily dash past this Wall of Pain and take down Celabar in seconds. And there you can see just the glass ball just going straight through towards Celabar. Charm did miss, but you can see Tristana will take down that turret with ease. However, they're going to have to back off because you see there's a big wave of minions on their bottom and mid turret stack. So they're just going to back away, take away, steal away their resources as they go. Now, Dragon, I think, is due at some point. I've completely lost time on that one because it's all about the Baron now.
Yeah, and actually CLG, after they picked up that Baron and went back, they pretty much stacked up on elixirs across the board. So they really want to push things home. They don't want to allow Absolute Legends the opportunity to get back into this game. We are seeing Absolute Legends doing something that's far too common in my opinion, which is leaving those outer turrets at this stage of the game at least open to your opponents because they see you moving back through a certain area and they will start to push them out. So that's a nice little bit of an advantage. I say an advantage, you know, Absolute Legends don't have their outer middle turret either, but certainly bringing it back in terms of the vision. The entire jungle is up for CLG, so they're going to be wanting to take that away, get those buffs on the important players before they take this next fight. But I still think that it's not a clear-cut thing, Deman. It's going to be a positioning thing in terms of who comes out on top of these fights still.
Well, and whether CLG are going to continue pushing, the Baron buff has worn off, I believe. So they're just going to continue on. I'm just trying to see whether Froggen, yeah, the Baron buff has worn off. So whether they're going to have a straight-up fight, whether they feel they can now force the issue on a turret is a whole different ballgame. Fighting them in the open, which they've done for the last 3 times, is one thing. Whether they can fight them on a turret and dive it is a whole new ballgame. And you can see Wicked contemplating it here, I think. Charm actually went across, missed on there. Veggie, though, is taking a lot of damage. Veggie cannot tank up this damage that comes out from Yellow Pete there. Oh, wow, Kick is diving in, but counter-strike straight away, trying to dodge those basic attacks, but immediately Kick has actually lost half his hit points in that one single empowered leap strike, which it just simply wasn't worth the exchange, and they realized that they're going to have to simply just sit on the turret. They can't go leaping in there. They have to let CLG make the engagement. I'm a little bit worried for Absolute Legends here. I think they've maybe lost the chance they had. They lost the advantage they had. There goes the charm on towards Veggie. Veggie taking down to half health once again. He's going to have to back off, and CLG going to take the advantage. They're probably going to push on towards his tower. Absolute Legends going to have to back away. Yeah, there they go. They cannot fight for this one. CLG will certainly take this turret, Joe.
Yeah, and there's the thing. Once these charms land, I think if it hits the right target, CLG are going to dive in there. Under the turret, not sure that it makes that much of a difference to them at this level, but they're going to be safe with whatever decision they make. It's going to be a team effort saying, okay, that's it, that's the one we were looking for, go. It could be this one as they hit Leona. Super A is going to be exploded. xPeke picking up the kill in the end. And actually, we saw Corki even go down to below half HP. He Valkyries away. Now the pressure comes around onto Kikis. They can't afford to lose Kikis here on the defense. Charm not quite landing. And shield, yeah, and then we see the push going in against the Lava. Going to be knocked up by the Nautilus ultimate. Finished off as well. Veggie will fall. Now they push in around to Kikis. Charm not quite landing, but he's ignited up. Will die. xPeke, the hero, I suppose we can call it at this point. And that tower is going to be open for the taking. That's 4 kills, 4-0, and hardly even taking damage. Look at Wicked getting confident, getting overconfident actually, as Pokestyle will get the kill. Is it gonna matter though? Leona's up in 12 seconds, but Shen, Karthus, Jax, 40 seconds they've got to get back into this one, and I'm not sure that it's gonna be enough with Pokestyle to force them away, especially if another charm lands.
Yeah, he's trying to shred down Snoopy, but it's just too strong now. Super S is going to put his ulti down, goes, dives onto Snoopy. Look at that, shredded down to half health in an instant there. Pokestyle just doing as much as he can to keep them away from the Nexus turrets. Next wave of minions gonna come in. I think the Nexus turret will go down. Will they fight straight for the Nexus? They've got 12 seconds before anyone spawns. Super S is going to get taken. No, Pokestyle seems to be the one they need to damage. They will take him down. Snoopy's just going to back off. They realize Pokestyle is the only man standing. 2 seconds left on the spawns. They could just take it down. They will shred the Nexus, and CLG will win. And that is the second game of fun. So surely that's going to put them through. But you know, CLG versus Moscow 5 as I lose my headset.
Something fell on the floor there. That's good. A really fantastic game. Real nail-biting stuff. Demon's back with us, it seems.
Yes,
but I hate to say it, but I knew they were coming back in that one.
Oh, well, you did.
It's easy to say when you get it right, obviously. But you have to give the credit to CLG, and this is what we've talked about.
I'm giving credit to xPeke.
He got like 400 kills.
Bananas, them silences, he was absolutely fantastic. Let's not take it away from Froggen. Froggen created those chances.
Without Froggen, that game was lost.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Without Froggen, that game was totally lost. Did a fantastic job. The charms all in the right places. The Zhonya's Hourglass micromanagement that he pulled off in those team fights was absolutely spot on. And you know, there were some dodgy points in that one. Wasn't impressed early game with Snoopy. Turned things around in the late game though once he became super tanky and was a big rock in the middle of those team fights. Wicked on Aurelia, 2-6-10. Again, wasn't super impressed in the early game. Let's not forget Jax battered him in that top lane. But once again, he was given time to farm.
That's it, yeah. And we talked about it, didn't we? We said Jax went 2-0 up against him.
And he
then
started
started wandering around the map and just left Wicked alone to farm. And if you look at the farm, the CS, Wicked's on 234 to 205, so he actually had more farm than Jax as well, and just got built the Frozen Heart, the Trinity Force. He was just so tanky. He could get in there, cause the problems, immobilize Corki. Corki, outside of lane phase, he was at 7 kills, so he got 3 kills from the lane phase. So all those, I think it was what, 4 or 5 team fights. He only got 3 kills in 5 team fights. That's where the damage is lost, you know, and they just couldn't protect him. He had the Quicksilver Sash, he had 320 CS, he had Infinity Edge, Trinity Force, Phantom Dancer. He's doing a shed load of damage, but he couldn't put it out there because Aurelia was in his face. Froggen was all over him, charming him. Snoopy was throwing his dredge line at him, his anchors at him, everything they could do. It was all over him, and he was dead at the start of the fight every single time, whereas Froggen and Tristana, you know, Tristana was jumping on people's faces and just saying, you're dead, you're dead. And they just got a quadra kill. Although it said double kill, we know it was a quadra kill. He may even got a penta, actually. I wasn't watching who got the actual, the 5th one, but definitely a quadra.
Yeah, and that's the thing about Tristana, you know, it's like you get this weird shaped graph. I think if you look at her form through the game, it's like a U-ish. That is strong early game,
So
but
technical.
middle game is like weird, and then
and then
the
just
end
gets
game
that
is just
crazy
like
range.
an absolute monster once you get that range in there. I mean, at the end, Phantom Dance, Infinity Edge, Last Whisper, which is basically all you need, and that Quicksilver Sash as well, just for that extra escapability. I have to give credit as well, because it's never enough credit for the support players. Wicked's Aurelia 2-6-10, but the real hero was Crepo on Soraka. Oh, he did steal those kills, I suppose, technically at the end with his bananas, but 2-4-15. Strong
It was just that one start fight. He landed the silence as he was he empowered, which is always the signs like, I'm going to jump on your head. He ran in, empowered, was about to leap strike onto him, silenced. Froggen was on absolutely no health, but turned around and took down Corki. And then he would have been dead if that silence hadn't landed. That turned the whole fight, and suddenly there, I think they went 3 or 4 for 1 there, and it just turned the whole fight. And that was the very first team fight when it all kicked off. So just fantastic play. And you know, them big plays, they're very hard to spot sometimes without the benefit of replay, which sometimes we just don't have.
Just don't have the time in a game like that where it's
because it's just crazy
action. 43-minute game, actually, so a
and
real
43
long
kills, kill a minute.
Spooky. That's real spooky. Let's get over to the interview area because we have, I'm not sure, Phreak or Rivington with Yellow Pete.
Hey guys, Rivington III here, joined by Yellow Pete in the competition area for League of Legends. You guys just came back. In the beginning, it was 5-1, bringing it back to 19-18, completely going man mode at Baron. What made you step into that bush with Corki?
Well, I knew he was low enough. He would like die in ultimate in one shot, so I basically took the chance. Like, I was a bit unlucky as well. If he got like a lucky crit or two, that would have been the other way around. But I was like, if I do this, like we get Baron, and then it's probably a win. So better try. Like,
right. So you.
So.
Yeah. So even you were saying when you stood up, you're like, wow, kind of shaky still. What were you guys thinking in the worst part of that game?
Well, we were so far behind early game. Like we got snowballed quite a lot on top. It was really like a shaky game, and then we just slowly got back into it with some good team fights, like some slightly mispositioning on their part, and well, we just managed to pick it up, and pretty luckily actually.
Right, and this isn't the first time you guys have really come back from a deficit. Tell me just about what you were telling me earlier with Meet Your Maker.
Oh, we just recently had a match versus Meet Your Makers in some online tournament. I don't remember which it was, and we came back from like a 116 on, like being 116 down in kills, and we still managed to win that game. So yeah, we have quite a history in winning lost games.
So what kind of information do you have for teams in that position when you're down that far and it just seems like everything is against you, you can't grab the objectives? How do you get your team back in that situation?
Well, you just got to stay like motivated. You have to see like you probably still have some strength. You got to see what your strengths are. If you can maybe catch somebody out like in higher numbers, or just to know like whether you can maybe still contest this or that buff because maybe they don't have one or a few ultimates, or they're low on mana or health. Like all these factors, you always have to like monitor them, and then you can basically determine whether you're still strong enough to take a fight.
So what did Absolute Legends really show you about your strategies there? What are you guys taking away from that matchup?
There's not too much to take away from. Like, they had a pretty snowbally comp, and they did snowball at the start, but we turned around with like some pretty good play. So like, yeah, there's not too much to learn from it, but it was still a very good match.
Right on, guys. Yellow P and Rivington the third here from the competition area. Congratulations on the win, and great Tristana game as well. What do you got? Snoopy wants to give away a shirt here. You're going to sign it off. How are you going to give it away?
I have no idea yet. We're thinking about it. We're going to do like a raffle here at the Riot booth. All right. Like, if you guys come around the League of Legends Center, we'll give you one free t-shirt with CLG, signed by all of CLG.
All right, guys, so you heard it there. There's going to be a CLG raffle for a shirt signed by all of CLG. If you guys see him walking around, figure out more about that. Rivington the third, as I said, with Yellow Pete here. CLG.EU taking the win on that match. We'll be right back with more DreamHack Summer 2012.
MSI Intel 7 Series mainboards, the best choice for power users.
losing it all on my own. I had a heart then, but the queen has been overthrown, and I'm not sleeping now. The dark is too hard to beat, and I'm not keeping now the strength I need to push me. You show the lights that stop me, turn to stone. You shine me when I'm alone, and so I tell myself that I'll be strong. Dreaming when they're gone, 'cause they're gone.
What's up, guys? Rivington III and David Phreak Turley here at DreamHack Summer 2012. Are you guys enjoying your summer right now? All right, we got a little more League of Legends action coming to you, Phreak. What are we looking at for this matchup?
Well, we're looking at, one of the heavy crowd favorites here, Moscow 5, taking on one of the teams that, is going to be a little bit unsung here. MEBDI'S Minions, by the way, named after Western Wolves player Yamato Cannon. That's actually his last name, and so he actually chose the team name without the rest of his teammates' approval. So he named his team his own last name, apostrophe S, Minions. So put that one out there. And so you've got a crowd favorite against one of the teams that qualified through the open bracket here at the Bring Your Own Computer tournament. Now the thing is, though, is apparently these guys were talking with Joe Miller backstage, and they were saying, well, how do we beat Moscow 5? These guys are a big powerhouse team. How do we do it? And he was like, pull out something crazy. Just do something crazy. And so one thing that happened, actually, is I was talking to them in the pregame lobby, and I started naming out champions. I said they should play AD Teemo, support Veigar, things like that. And I actually gave MEBDI'S Minions an all-Yordle lineup, which is pretty much OP, so I don't think they can actually lose if they try it. So, we'll see what kind of things they go for here, but we're getting the bans underway, as you can tell on the screen. Nautilus, Ahri, and Nocturne, three very just high, strong champions who can, have a lot of effect in the game. We saw Froggen kind of dominating his Ahri last time. Nautilus was in there, of course, being phenomenal as well. And Moscow 5, for their second game in this tournament so far, are grabbing that Shen immediately as soon as he's available. And, they really like the kind of versatility he gives in Champions League because he can play as a jungle or as that solo top. And, of course, he has a lot of viability throughout the game, playing as a split pusher and doing a lot of other very interesting things for his team. So that Shen opens up a lot of doors here for Moscow 5.
Wow, first of few Alistars seen this week done picked up there, and it is going to be a Corki Alistar lane. Most likely they're going to quickly get that AD and support picked in, as they did get the Shen pick over there. Let's see what they're trying to do with these counter picks and bans. Obviously that Karthus is out, the Urgot for the AD lane, those are quite easy. The Lee Sin, a versatile ban for top and jungle, so safe bans all around and focused for this tournament as well on those last two for MEBDI'S.
Yeah, and so right now we're seeing a very similar lineup to last time here. He's going to lock in that Twisted Fate, and Ghosty Pepper said he did want to bring out the Blitzcrank in this tournament, so we'll see if that ends up being locked in here. Right now he's considering that with Exhaust and Flash. Going to let him be very, very disruptive in these battles. Going to swap that back. No, it's going to be Nunu right now. So Moscow 5 kind of picking the same composition as last time.
Yep.
Whereas MEBDI'S Minions, they're considering a Sheikah right now, which could work very well. Of course, he's got a very aggressive early start. He can get a lot of great ganks in, and with that Alistar, yeah, you've got some good combos there.
Right, and for that team would be actually kind of scary. Sheikah is one of those teams your champions want to bring out in an uncomposed team. So with the movement and knowledge M5 has, that Sheikah pick probably wouldn't be as useful. We do see the Lulu coming down, however. That's going to be very nice, and possibly this Singed. We have seen Singed this tournament. Actually played quite well, but didn't actually scale into the late game as well as they wanted it to. He was able to bring about a lot of utility as he went the Rylays first, that slow to really enable team fights and engage in those team fights when they start. So they are going to lock in that Singed, and right now, between Alistar and Singed, Singed does have the smite on, and jungle Singed is very viable. They could run that strat if they want. They have Lulu on there, which could be the mid. They have quite a lineup here for MEBDI'S Minions.
Yeah, they might actually still be without a support right now. Alistar or Singed could both jungle. Singed could solo top. Lulu actually I've seen run solo top as well.
G-Bob running that a lot.
Yeah, also Dignitas with their lineup at IPL4. You never know. It's always a possibility here. They're purple team, so actually they could send Lulu as a 1v2 bottom, which Dignitas did there. Voyboy succeeding in a 1 vs 2 with just golem buff Lulu. So, they've got a couple of question marks in their lineup. You've got, some suggestions here with his jungle Alistar and top Singed, and probably Mage Lulu, honestly. But, we'll see what they go for here. Moscow 5 now actually considering some different choices here. They might go for that Misfortune, the very early aggression there. And looks like Aurelia is going to be top. So they're sending Shen down to the jungle. Aurelia's going to be top laning here on Darien. And Genja switching it up a little bit and picking up this Misfortune. And now they're considering a couple of different picks here. Could be Teemo, could be Sheikah, who knows exactly. But you know, that 5th and final pick here for MEBDI'S Minions. We'll see what it is, and it's going to shape their lineup a lot because they've got I mean, any one of these lanes realistically could be open depending on how they want to shuffle around the rest of these champions.
Yeah, they are milling about between those champions right now. Yamato Cannon to pick the last one. As we said before, Yamato naming that team MEBDI'S Minions.
Which means, of course, he's going to be a giant troll.
Oh,
and
he did lock in the shako, ladies and gentlemen.
It is going to be shako. So this team has a lot of displacement, a lot of displacement. So, you know, whether you're using that Lulu ultimate or the Alistar, that slam right there, Singed, Fling, etc., you have a lot of ways to really screw with people on this Moscow 5 lineup. So, looks like right now it's jungle shako. It's going to be the mid as Lulu support. Alistar going to be up there with Corki, and Singed up at the top against Aurelia. And I gotta say, I kind of like Singed's chances here. Just because, you know, very early levels, Aurelia's going to probably lose trades to that poison trail. And later on, you know, Aurelia kind of wants to go in bursts, and Singed can just kind of walk away with higher ranks of poison trail or fling her to disengage. And it's going to be very difficult, again, for Darien to get in and do anything really meaningful. So you could see some very interesting setups. You can see the lane snowball either way very easily, though. Either one could play the bully if they get ahead. And so, you know, we'll see. This could be a very interesting lineup. And, you know, there's no, you know, giant guarantees on who's going to dominate the game. But you've got Moscow 5 in here who had a very dominant game the first time we saw them play today. And they've got a lineup very similar to that first game as well. 3 of those champions just, you know, reprising their roles there. And, of course, these guys were all very phenomenal. So you got to consider Moscow 5 the favorite here, but you don't want to count anyone out. We've seen a lot of crazy back-and-forth games and a lot of upsets and near upsets happening here at this tournament, so you really can't count out MEBDI'S Minions.
You know, this is really great. They have a TF, which is cool. Alex, you played that Destiny very well, but they have shako running teleport in the jungle.
Yeah.
He can deceive to get away, doesn't need exhaust. He can choose to get out of that fight and really save himself from any counter ganks or initiations that he doesn't want to be in. So having that second summoner spell be an offensive one for him to get to a different lane as teleport is, that's going to be huge for them, and they will have huge map control right in the beginning of the game. If he really wants to, they can set an early ward and come right off a red buff that way.
Yeah, there's a lot of interesting options here as well. You know, you got crazy gank potential. You've got a team who's going to, of course, pick up many wards there throughout the game. You can even teleport to your own Jack-in-the-Boxes, so there are just a lot of different options here. And Alistair did open up with 2 wards, so there is some possibility here for that to get pretty crazy.
You know, this looks quite good. 3 of the members, well, no, I guess only 2 of the members can shut down shako really trying to teleport away, so that's going to be effective for him. However, coming out of the jungle, he probably won't see too much problem with that. We're going to see Baron Panda moving up towards that. They do have a ward down. It's quite far out from the Wraith, so it's not going to see too much vision. It's kind of cut off there, but just seeing what they need to. shako doing the worm.
Nice. You got some nice dance moves, man. I like it.
All right, guys, so coming into this game, if you guys want to see MEBDI'S Minions take down Moscow 5, let me hear it for MM. Wow.
All right, and if you want to cheer for one of the favorites coming into this tournament, Moscow 5, you want them to go 2-0 up in their group. Let me hear you guys cheer for Moscow 5. Wow, so some really big audience appreciation here for MEBDI'S Minions. We'll see if that's going to pan out well for them or not. But you've already got some interesting things happening. There's Alistar up in the top lane, already hiding in the brush. And is he going to go for a ward there? I think he might be setting up for shako doing a lizard buff gank. They've already put 1 ward down here at the entrance to their own Wraith camp. So we'll see what the goal is here. And actually, shako opened up with 2 shift poison.
I was just about to say that. He did not get boxes. He's also getting a lot of help on these minions since he doesn't have really any armors in the middle of the game besides that yellow in his room page. So they're going to get a lot of help here. Singed doing as much as he can, actually very low on mana, but that may even help top lane be a little bit more aggressive. They may be able to catch Darien off guard with that, and I believe shako may go for the 3 top right after this.
Yeah, and they're going to send Singed up there. Alistar going to wait in this brush the entire time.
He does have Pulverize.
Yeah, and shako got that deceived.
The
so
flash Pulverize, oh man.
Yamato opened with Fling as well, so if he gets the Ghost, I mean, Darien shouldn't be able to get away because he'll just Ghost and walk at him and Fling, and I mean, that's pretty much a guaranteed setup here. So there is no vision. He doesn't know that shako's down there. Of course, he has to realize, you know, shako's a champion, he probably could have he could have opened Lizard buff. He could be doing scary things to me right now.
Yeah, this is also smart to Darien as well. He's looking at Yamato Cannon. He's like, whoa, dude, you came to lane with like a fourth of your MP. That means you helped the jungle quite a bit. You came out of the top as well, so he is playing very careful. And I think that magic alone really gave it away, or the mana alone.
Yeah, the Spidey sense, though, so very good from Darien. You know, was literally given no, tools to tell him anything except for the fact that Kestrel was alone in that bottom lane. He was like, it doesn't add up. There's got to be someone in this brush here.
So here we go. Looks like that blue buff staying or going towards Shen. He didn't really grab it all yet. It did not die. Oh, it looks like it reset for him. And he's going for it now.
I think he's pulling it down, that's all. Just wants to bring it into the brush, make sure it doesn't get counter jungled.
So he's going to grab that up. 3 minutes 23. That'll spawn 5 minutes after. It's going to be a little bit later for them since he did take a different path, I believe, or was going to help a different lane. So we'll see that coming up around 8 minutes for them instead of 7. Not going to be too big of a difference, though. Alexish getting a little bit of mana back with a blue card there. And again, this M5 bottom lane playing so aggressive, and they really didn't even get too much of a counter onto the MM jungle.
Yep, they're just going to push through. This Misfortune plus new lane ultimately is just so good at bullying champions early on. That's kind of what they're going for here, is to say, yeah, you got an Alistair, that's nice, but Misfortune can out-duel Borky, has very similar burst damage from spells, and has better sustained damage because of those impure shots. You kind of add that onto the Ice Blast, which in the long run is going to be more disruptive than Pulverize, and then yeah, you say, hey, you know what? You're right, our lane is better. And they're just kind of playing to that strength right now.
Coming out of the bushes down bottom, making it look aggressive with the Blood Boil on. And it looks like they have pushed them back. 3-3 on levels at the bottom, 4-4 up top. So everybody leveling accordingly right now. Nobody really getting zoned out just yet. We're going to see Shaco down bottom, and this is actually really cool. You'll see junglers do this a lot lately if the initiation can happen, but so much more for Shaco because he's going to be invisible at this point on. They don't know he's coming in. They may have seen the orange of Deceive, and yes, they did. A very nice job there. They saw how much aggression was coming out. They did see that Deceive orange come from just on the backside of the turret. Very well played and great map awareness there by M5's bottom lane.
Yeah, they did put a flash for that, though. That is a good little advantage to gain. Of course, they had zoned Aurelia for a short time from that early aggression as well. So you're seeing 27 to actually 21, and Darien, despite getting denied early, he's just mechanically last hitting so very well that it doesn't matter. And he's kind of keeping himself in this game and really having a good start to this one.
Looks like they are going to be 25-25 in CS. The neck and neck right there, as that was... it's going to be Kestrel taking the lead with that CS. You're going to see that taking the blue buff now. Skull Lake trying to get this for the first time. And it looks like he will be taking it himself. You're going to be able to do that quickly, though. I believe he has Smite up. Yeah, he just used it. So it looks like he may focus bottom lane here. Could go and flash Deceive over the wall once again. The wards are great bottom, though. They have wards on Dragon and Tribush, as MEBDI'S minions are very aggressive, kind of turning this on Moscow 5 now and pushing them into their own turret.
Yeah, well, finally, Corki built up a health advantage pretty significantly, actually. Still has 2 health potions while one's on him, and he's got a health advantage here as Genja is now chugging his last potion here. hyrqBot has run out of mana, whereas Alistair still has a full bar, so that's going to get really scary. But this mid lane, so much damage being dealt here. Flash taunt! That's going to be the kill picked up for Diamond. Nice move on Shen. They're not going to go for any more aggression. He's going to get chased out and just kind of leave that pretty safely. And Alex is going to really enjoy that. Has all that mana regeneration now.
Yeah, that was really the point to really dive into there on that one. They tried to get it off. Skoliak with the blue. That would have been nice to go to Alex, but they weren't going on the kill. And for Shen to go in like that, Diamond knew, you know, Shakeover has real no CC. He can slow you down with that 2-ship, but it's not going to do much. Gets out very easily. A very nice headbutt there, trying to save Corki from extra damage, doing a little bit to Genja, as they're still forcing this lane out, but Corki has a few minions down on his back there. He can continue to farm up. Lulu returning to lane. 2 Doran's rings under her belt. And it looks like not too many buys have come into play here. Shaco did go back and get a Doran's for himself as well.
Yeah, we can see the aggression in mid lane there. Shaco coming through. Alex taking a lot of damage. Has to burn summon or heal to try to escape this. Locks up a gold card. Will stun Baron Panda, but still afraid of the ignite, and the Q will not quite land. He will escape from that situation with about 170 health left over. That summoner heal was instrumental in his survival. But he's been pushed out. It's safe for him.
Darian jumping onto Yamato Cannon with the Ignite, trying to burst him down. You'll see Ignite run a lot more just for the absolute aggression in lane. That exhaust only lasts a few seconds, but that Ignite will just, oh wow, coming in. He gets the Ignite down and the turret shots won't land. Very aggressive there, but forcing the flash as well. So great aggression here coming out of MEBDI'S.
Yeah, he burned out both of his summoner spells, the Ghost and the Ignite. And oh, there comes the Twisted Fate teleport. He's going to be in range. The Fling's going to keep him safe. He's trying to run away, but the card's just going to do too much damage. Very, very nice try there by Singe. That was a really cool move. Just couldn't quite hold on for long enough. And Alex keeping that turret and blast-hitting minions pretty strongly. I think of this mid lane for now.
Yeah, that was a great time to teleport as well, Shen. Or Diamond was right there to just head into the jungle. You can see Diamond with 1,000 right now in his inventory. The highest gold going 2,600 to Alex Ish at the moment, and we still have 4 members of MEBDI'S yet to reach that 2,000 mark, with four members with that 2,000 on MEM5.
Yeah, so they're really liking this early game so far, and the early shakeout's going to come in again. Darian taking some damage. I think they missed the Glimmerlance, though. Still getting some pretty good painted. Jumps right on the Shen ult coming off as well. This is not good for Baron Panda. Shen is in range. No, he misses the taunt. They could turn back there and go for Lilac right now. And he is. Skull going to take a lot of damage right now. But he's deceived over and pushing back onto Aurelia. She will get burned down. But now can Shen pick up the rest of these kills? He's been polymorph. He has the Q. No, he gets into Fog of War. Still doesn't find him yet. Is he in range for the spells? He takes damage from the clone. He gets the taunt though. The shield comes off, but it won't be enough. Shen picks that one up. Great move there by Diamond. Now Genja coming up. Baron Panda's not going to enjoy this very much. That will be a double kill picked up here. And Shen is now extremely rich.
Yeah, Shen very farmed. As I just said, he had 1,000 before he went back, and he just got a double kill. So that is going to exponentially increase for him. Still grabbing the Heart of Gold, and now they've reached from that 2.5k mark, most of them at 3,000 now, at least Alex and Diamond from those kills they were able to get together. And looks like they will be able to take this dragon down. Once it is down, 6 minutes until the next spawn, they will have the clock on it, and they're trying to go fast. Gosu doing as much damage as he can with the absolute 0 there on the ultimate, and they're kind of trying to back and forth this so they don't take too much damage. It is taking a while to take it down. Oh no, it's going to reset on him. Oh, bad news bears, and Genja's left to attack it by himself, and they say, Dragon OP.
Now, the Dragon a little bit too strong there, Shen. Did not quite have enough sustain to keep himself alive in that fight. Misfortune, only wearing Doran's blade.
Oh, 3v1 in middle. Alex Ish not looking good, but he gets flung back into the direction that he wants. And it doesn't look like they have any more CC to stop him. The poison will tick. They're all going to make it out alive, though. They kind of allowed him, or flung him right into his exit.
Oh, that's really just unfortunate. Yamato Cannon making a bit of a mistake there, but still, they have the chance to pull this one out. 2,000 gold the difference. Dragon was on their side there and forced them away. You can see the Dragon is still alive, fully health. Just happy to fight someone else later on, so not too bad so far.
Darian now dropping down into mid here as the Dragon is up, so they are in position for it again. Nobody's really roaming towards top right now. Maybe once they see Singed up there, they'll feel very confident about taking it, but Darian's going to hold off here and maybe even look for that Singed top. Once they see it, we should see movement by Moscow 5 to take that Dragon.
Yeah, they still definitely have everyone around. But no, Darian says, you know what?
He's going to head top.
Go back top, yeah. And he doesn't run teleport on himself, so, you know, running Ignite means he's going to be, you know, going for those fights in lane, which he has been doing a very good job of so far. But he's not going to get down for Dragons anytime soon.
Lulu constantly laughing in middle. Kestrel, Corki down bottom, doing quite good. 72 CS to 77. Skulak trying to do what he can. Oh, Lilac getting stopped up there. Let's see if he can do some damage. He tries to clone himself, and it looks like he will chase with the clone. Stays back into the blue buff area. Kosu says, I got a flash, or I got a frost on him. Wow, huge damage coming out from the Q. Didn't get impure shots on, though, so she's not going to tick down that damage. They are going to force onto this blue right now. They leave the clone there to do a little bit of damage as it explodes, taking a higher percentage damage than Lilac himself. A very nice pulverize there. Who are they going to choose? And he perfectly picks out Genja on that one. The exhaust goes down, the flip back into the entire team, and they will find a kill onto Genja. Very nicely played by Joao, flashing over the wall to get that pulverize down. They should have that spell back up again, and I don't see why they wouldn't dive this turret right now. They definitely have the upper hand here. It will be a quick kill on Gosu. They push Alex out of the way, but they go for Alex, actually. They're trying to take the CC right out of the fight. Corki goes down. Alex taking one out very quickly, and he will keep himself alive Alex now 0 mana. He does have a card up, and we will see Lilac falling as they're being forced out of the fight now. So what would have been a kill quickly on Gosu, now he is still alive. Really, they didn't have any mana, but still came out on top of that fight.
Yeah, that was an absolutely great job there. Alex basically turned around and took down Corki. Uh-oh. Aurelia diving into a turret. No mana. Yeah, he's going to get dropped. A nice kill picked up there. Yeah, Alex turned and fired back onto Corki, picked up that kill immediately, and then he himself has Summoner heal back up and basically just sort of baited that fight out. They switched onto him, but he tanked him long enough with those Mercury treads and everything else that he just Summoner healed, was fine, and suddenly MM was out of steam. They couldn't do anything anymore, and so they picked up 2, then 3 kills in a row, and then also the Dragon with the nap kill.
The members that have had a chance to back and get their full items now, we'll see it. Shen purchases. He just got some wards, and he still has his Heart of Gold. Looks like Lilac going to try and take this top turret here. Genja there, however, to thwart this, quickly throws out some bullet time. Very nice job there. We also have the Wit's End finish on Aurelia, so Darian's going to be able to farm up very nicely with that. Keep himself from taking too much damage from Singed on the Poison Trail, but obviously not following that as well. We have only really gold per 10s and that Phage on Corki right now, so not too many items. Yamato, however, sticking to this, trying to secure the kill. Shen comes in with the ulti. They focus down on Baron Panda, and with his ulti going off, it does not look like he's going to make it out of this one alive. Alex Ish on a killing spree now. Both Alex and Diamond procs, 3, 0, and 2.
Wow, phenomenal open there. But they're going to go back in. There's the flip, and Shaco is right there. No Summoner heal this time. It's going to be a kill picked up. 366 gold, and Diamond forced away a nice trade right there. Good job by Shaco.
There it is. You know, feed that person a little bit of gold so you can get the investment back.
Yep.
That's all they're doing.
Worth it.
Worth it. So it looks like they're milling about that top jungle now. I believe Singed most likely backing. Yes, he will get a new buy on. And it looks like the gold is really just in favor. 20k to 15.5. So it's about actually 6,000 gold right now, as they are both 500 on plus and minus as well. Darian coming in for the red buff. Lilac's like, I can't do anything about this. This kind of stinks. He does put a ward in the a box in the bush if they were to pull it around.
Going to do a lot of damage right now. This Alistar getting forced back by Ghost Pepper, and Genja has to burn his ultimate as a result, but he did survive it.
They're still being very aggressive down bottom. That Blood Boil almost always on, really giving them the advantage. Attack speed is going to pretty much make you do more damage. You're going to be outputting more of your auto attacks than regular, so you're going to be stacking those, doing more damage. Not that they stack, but the damage on itself. And you have the Q. You got that range with Misfortune, so you can really keep a good distance on Corki. With that Blood Boil up, you have the speed and attack speed, so you're just really in a good position, and you can see them pushing him back to his turret constantly. Wild cards coming out as they donate the blue buff to Alex Ish, and we do have a 15-minute or less Oracles going out to Diamond Proc.
And constantly wave clearing. Moscow 5, this is I think the 3rd time I've seen Misfortune burn that bullet time on minion wave, so that either she can recall back and get items without missing a minion wave, or just in general just wanting to put that pressure on the Corki. But she's been doing that a lot.
You know, again, we see Alex Ish going for the quick Lich Bane on the build, and then that needlessly large rod. The ultimate going off for Yamato. He's just kind of chilling, but he's going to take a lot of damage during this. That Wit's End going to keep Aurelia sustained right here, but he is also gaining health. Oh, Alex Ish coming in, and the slow-mo effect as they take down Singed. Yamato Cannon was trying to get out, and I think using his ultimate really instigated that fight for them to go in.
Well, yeah, Darian just kind of, he kept hitting him. Yamato didn't really expect the Twisted Fate gank to come in. He said, well, I'm going to regenerate because of my ultimate. It's not a big deal. I don't worry about, and I'm not too worried about taking damage. Right. And Aurelia was just like, okay, I'll keep hitting you because once you get far enough away, I'll just combo with Alex. There we go, the flash going in as Alistar tries to escape. This haste comes in, but there is a great taunt coming on. Picks up one. Diamond escaping from this turret. They might go for a second. Baron Panda getting very, very low. Lulu will fall down. And there is slows going off. A lot of damage on the Corki. He will survive.
Oh, wow.
Mako not picking up Shen. And there is Alex getting into range. That flash, making it happen.
Oh, Genja getting caught out here, but she is going to attack the clone. She's got to be careful for the damage. The clone just kind of hanging out, but it's still going to do quite a bit. Will they be able to kill on Shen coming in? Unnecessary, but playing it safe. M5 really controlling this game right now.
Yeah, he was baiting with Summoner heal, actually. He popped out at the last second. There we go. Another aggression here onto Alex. Going to take a lot of damage there. Poison Trail and Ignite together, but they're not going to bring him down below 200 health, so he will get away from that.
So here we are as at Moscow 5 moving back to get some purchases down. You see a few backing in middle. Darien dropping the top turret, which is going to help with a little bit of gold and those purchases as they get back to the store. We can see the Lich Bane just being finished as well. That's going to be very nice. He's still grabbing potions for himself. It's going to help. Got himself a bit of 450 extra HP to stay in lane with. That recurve bow going on to Shen as he finishes his wit's end as well. These guys are looking really good right now. 13-3, about 18 minutes into the game. And it is going to be 1 turret to none as we just saw that first one go down top lane by Darien.
Yeah, so it's interesting that, you know, despite all this map control and all the fights that Moscow 5 have been winning, they're not really going for pushes too heavily. And, you know, as you said, you know, that was the first turret that went down just shy of 18 minutes into the game. And it's just because, they, you know, they keep getting aggressed on Yamato Cannon jumping in. They're going to take a little bit of damage here from Aurelia, actually.
Well, you know, they chose to go on this while having Destiny on them the entire time in the river,
Yeah.
so it was all telegraphed. You know, they went in for a little bit of pressure, now moving back, but they did kind of make the entire team of Moscow 5 move up as well. Corki actually Valkyrieing in and attacking Baron, and then having to flash out. I don't think he really Valkyried to the right spot there.
Yeah, I think he got a little bit too close there. Ended up running Baron, aggroing him and being like, "Oh, that was a mistake. I'm sorry. I didn't mean that." But thankfully for himself, he did bring flash. He was okay there. There we go. Oh, again, there's pressure coming in. Shaco jumping in right away. There's some decent damage there, but now the clone's going to go down pretty quickly. He'll goes off. Oh, I think he tried to bait it. I think he tried to switch with the clone himself and pretend that he was the other one. Not really the case here, though. That clone is going to go down pretty quickly.
Yeah, and this shows just how much control Moscow 5 has, leaving 3 in the middle, 1 up top, and 1 at the enemy blue buff, and they're having no trouble sustaining that fight in mid versus 4. Now 3.
Yeah, great set of pokes going off there. Shaco trying to get at mid-range against this Aurelia. Will land the 2-shift poison. Let's see if they keep going on in this one. Yamato Cannon just poisoning minions. There is the fling backwards. Darien trying to run away. Wild Growth going to make that a very difficult situation, though. Still getting slowed down. Chased by the Singe. Trying to escape. Corki doing some great damage there. Those rockets are landing. Needs to land 2 more, and there it is. Lulu picks it up. A nice shot going in there. That help pick's coming out and grabbing their 4th kill of this match. So 13-4 now. They're down 10,000 gold. They're going to lose a dragon as well. Moscow 5. Some great map control overall. They're making these happen for them. But you can still see comebacks happen. We've seen them come back from worse.
Yes, indeed we have. We actually just saw one with CLG.EU as well. Looks like Genja actually going to be able to push this turret all by himself. We did see a good amount of damage by Darien on that top turret. Alex Ish chasing Lilac out there. Looks like they are full force back into this. Going for Whimsy down. She throws it out. And the ultimate. Looks like they are going to be able to make it out. The ultimate from Alistar goes down, reducing the damage incoming. It looks like they will be able to grab that turret down bottom. Genja now able to join the fight. The Alistar ulti is down there. Going to focus him with a little bit of damage. He does get out a heal, though. That Triumphant Roar helping just a little bit. Lilac taking damage on the clone and himself. Alex East just staying alive. They were taken down finally by Corki. They are able to get that gold under their belt. It looks like Gosu may go down with the poison from Yamato Cannon, and they are really trading pretty well here. Yamato, however, does go down for the team ace. And just too many choke points for, MEBDI'S minions to fight in there. And really too much movement with Shen and Genja coming over from the backside. They got pinched in a little too much. Corki had Valkyried into the fight, and really nobody could escape after that.
Yeah, that was an absolutely phenomenally played fight there by Moscow 5. And I want to hand it off to Genja at the very end there. As he dove down and killed Lulu, he checked the health of the turret. And as soon as Lulu died, he said, okay, I could take 3 turret shots running away, or I could take 1 turret shot to kill the turret in 3 auto attacks. So he said, my best case is actually not to run, but to kill my attacker and make that happen. So a really smart play there to sort of escape that one pretty safely. Genja, noting the health bar there and taking that one down.
So Moscow 5 taking this one quite slow after a quick aggression there towards mid. Really keeping that MEBDI'S minions on their heels. Always farming. The CS is very much so up there. 150 for Alex, 169 on Genja, and 165 for Darien as well. So those guys are quite up there. Only 2 members of your MEBDI'S minions are over 100 CS right now. So that money in favor of them, 39,000 to 24,000 gold. We do see Gosu coming from the left side. That Oracle still in effect. Look, he's going to get a quick attack down on there. They're actually going to initiate on this. They do have Genja there for the quick auto attack damage. They will have help picks here. It's going to be Baron Pan on the outside. They do throw the ultimate down onto Yamato Cannon with his. Wow, Baron Panda taking so much damage and he goes down. Destiny is out. They have all the vision they need for this fight, and we do see one get taken down by the Baron Brush. A double kill for xPeke, and they quickly clean up 3 members of MEBDI'S as they just got back from an ace.
Yeah, Yamato Cannon going to clear top and try to recall back. Alistair going to get stunned up, and there's another kill picked up for Misfortune. This is a phenomenal set of fights here. Moscow 5 dominating this battle pretty hard. And ultimately these slightly unorthodox picks here with Shaco and Shen, or not Shen, but Shaco and Zinj coming in there, is not holding their own quite enough. They were not making these battles work for them. Some very interesting dives, some very close battles, but ultimately, you know, Moscow 5 up 50% in gold right now, and
oh
this is
man.
a Shen.
Yamato Cannon just leveled, so Catalyst the Protector is giving him HP. He did take 2 shots from the turret that left him at 175, but Catalyst the Protector saving lives. Looks like he's going to find xPeke, so they run into the entire team doing Baron. Will he get caught? Slowed down by MF. There's a few attacks, and the Blade Surge to end it all, securing the kill, and a double kill going on to Baron Panda. Will they go back for Baron? Darian surging through here, trying to find Corki, made to flash again after just getting it back from flashing out of Baron's den earlier. This is not really going in favor of MEBDI'S right now, and looks like Darian will start to lock down on a Kestrel. No Valkyrie away, and he quickly takes him down in a matter of seconds. Beautiful execution coming from Moscow 5.
Yeah, that was a really good set of patience there to say, I don't need the Blade Surge yet. You did not use Valkyrie. I'm going to hold on to that for now.
Oh, wow.
And geez, the amount of damage as Gozu Pepper picks up a kill there with that Ice Blast, and they are just doing phenomenally now in this game.
Yeah, these guys really just surgically removing MEBDI'S minions from the map every time they spawn, finding them one by one, and even one-on-one fights, they are able to come out so far on top of that. We just saw Corki go down as well. We saw Baron Panda come into the fight to try and help, and he got taken down as well. These guys aren't lasting in the fights for very long. A very dominant Moscow 5 coming into this game, 26-6 at 25 minutes.
Wow, and they are just getting farther and farther ahead. And another Baron attempt here from Baron Panda, but he's taking a lot of damage there. Actually ults himself to not drop the Baron there. It's a bit of a wasted cooldown, unfortunately. This is not going all that well for MEBDI'S minions anymore. They're getting pushed back. And yeah, they need to get themselves some kind of fight where they burst someone down. You know, Alex, not really all that killable anymore. His Summer Heal's about back up. The Ice Blast, Alistair just stops in his tracks, knows he's going down. A nice pickup here from Moscow 5, and I think at this point, they'll push for the Nexus.
Great damage onto Corki. The TF ultimate goes down. He is going to put himself just 1,000 range forward. That is enough for a double kill for Darian, possibly a triple kill for Darian, and it is going to be a killing spree for Gozu. Everybody trading around the kills this game. Moscow 5 now to attack down and knock on the front door of MEBDI'S minions. Will they be able to open up the Nexus here? It's just Baron Panda by himself. Taunted down. The Nexus is taking a lot of damage, and Moscow 5 once again showing their dominance on the land scene.
Wow, and a phenomenal game by them. They are 2-0 up in this group stage. And they're left with a match against Counter Logic Gaming in the end here. We've got, we're down to the last 2 matches of the group. They're going to be extremely close games. Absolute Legends fighting MEBDI'S minions. And Counter Logic Gaming up against Moscow 5. And, you know, we'll see how this pans out right there. You're going to have some pretty close games coming in. You have no necessarily guarantees on who's going to go through at this point.
So Moscow 5's strategy, not anything crazy right now. A good amount of global presence, semi-global presence as well. They really didn't show us a lot of what they're doing at Hanover. There's no early aggression in the jungle. They're really out-laning now. They've just figured out that composition. They're still somewhat negating a little bit of experience for that jungler, kind of pulling the TSM. We're going to push all your turrets in the beginning and make sure your jungler can't do anything about it. But other than that, they've really switched their gameplay. We're not seeing Hanover. We're seeing another strategy of Moscow 5, and they still haven't done what they said. We have some secret stuff.
Yeah, no secrets really coming out from them. We'll see if they pull it out against Counter Logic. And actually, I take that back. I'm wrong on that. I said there's no guarantee who's going through. I believe with Moscow 5 and Counter Logic both 2-0, if I recall correctly. And the other 2 teams both 0-2. We are guaranteed to see Moscow 5 and Counter Logic go through to tomorrow's games. However, is going to be playing for seeding. One will play Curse, one will play FNATIC. And that's going to be up to basically the wins and losses here. So, you know, you might see them, you know, push really hard and try to get, you know, a better or worse opponent.
I think both these teams had said that they were very confident coming into this match, and so maybe they don't care too much. I know CLG, I talked to them before, and they said if it means first pick, first ban, we would love to have a higher seed to ensure that we get dibs on the first champions. They actually care less about their opponents than they do about their actual pick order.
Yeah. So we're going to see what MEBDI'S minions have to say. We're actually going to throw it over to an interview with Joe Miller and Baron Panda in the competition area.
Welcome back to DreamHack Summer here in the players area. Joining me is Baron Panda. First of all, I guess commiserations for losing that game. We talked outside before this match, and you said we don't really know how to beat Moscow 5. How should we beat Moscow 5? And it was decided, I guess, that you were going to go for something crazy. Talk us through the whole pick situation that you went for.
Yeah, well, basically we're not even a team. We're just 5 players that grouped up to play. We know Moscow 5 is like a top 3 team, so we had no chance if we were going to play normal strat to beat them in team fights because they're too coordinated. We wanted to get the Shaco out with Singed and kind of get some camping going top and snowball into mid, but we couldn't get the first gank, so it was GG. But also a thing we were going to try, but we never really got to a team fight, was to try and Lulu ult the Shaco clone, try to make him burst a lot of things on the clone, but just didn't work out, man.
Well, special tactics, at least we got to see something. What about your last game? You're going to be going against Absolute Legends. How do you feel about that one?
Against Absolute Legends, we feel good. We're going to play normal comp, not try to cheese them.
And what about the rest of the tournament, since you're technically out right now, you're just playing for who finishes last, actually, the losing team. What do you think about the rest of it? I mean, Moscow 5 and CLG are going to fight for first place in the group. First of all, who's your thoughts on who's going to go through there?
I'm not sure. It's up to anyone to grab. I think from what I've seen, both teams just play good, so it could go any way.
What about the tournament as a whole? You've played possibly 2 of the strongest teams here in the form of M5 and CLG. Who's your tip to take the whole thing?
Going for personal, I want CLG to win.
Well, Baron Panda, thank you very much for entertaining games as well. Guys, we're going to be coming at you with the final game of the day. MLG? M5 versus CLG is what I was trying to say. Will be the final game, so don't go anywhere.
MSI Intel 7 Series mainboards, the best choice for power users.
feel that good, and it does.
Coming
Welcome back to DreamHack Summer 2012. My name is Joe Miller. Joining me is the lovely Deman.
Lovely.
Lovely Deman. And we're going to be moving into the final set of games. Of course, the final 2 group games have to be played at the same time.
Yep.
Actually doesn't make that much difference
It makes
in this
diddly
case.
squad difference.
Because we've got CLG and Moscow 5, both 2 for 0, and we've got MM and AL, who are 0 for 2.
Yeah.
So we're going to be, of course, following CLG versus Moscow 5. The winner will go through in first place and therefore take on FNATIC in the semi-final tomorrow.
Yep.
The second place team, or the loser of this game, will take on CURSE.
Yeah, so the big question is, who do they want to face? Now, Alexic earlier says, we don't care.
Doesn't matter.
We
Yeah.
don't care. CLG, their bogey team is CURSE. So I would suggest they probably don't want to face CURSE.
Which means they want to win, which is a
means they
good
wanna
thing
win.
for this game overall. We're actually into the picks and the bans right now. And CLG banning out Nocturne, Darius, and Shen. And Nautilus, Urgot, Maokai banned out for Moscow 5 now. This is an interesting set of picks in my set of bans, in my opinion. It's not what I was expecting from CLG against Moscow 5.
I kind of did. They've basically banned out Darian. That's what they've done. But they have left Lee Sin
Yeah.
open. So, you know, Diamond Brox is going to be attacking Lee Sin. I think it was Ocelot that said earlier. What? I will see what he does. But
It is the last game of the day.
Wow.
As you noticed earlier, I did manage to merge both Moscow 5 and CLG into MLG.
MLG, yeah.
Which is
I heard
just
Purdue
something
from a week
that
ago.
happened.
There is, yeah, Lee Sin. So basically, Ocelot said, you know, Diamond when he's playing good on Lee Sin, he's like, his Q's not a skill, it's just like a headshot. He will be on you and you'll be dead. So he's that good of a player. Once he's on his ball, he said it's like 3 players in one right there. So he said he got that many problems. Says him and Alex completely carry Moscow 5. So you know that's actually a bit of a shout out to the rest of the team to say you're gonna have to pick your game up. Darian has been played fantastic. CLG obviously think Darian's been playing fantastic. The fact that they've banned out Shen and Darius, which are 2 of his top lane champions.
Yeah.
So immediately there's a problem for them. They've banned out Maokai, which is an interesting one, and Nautilus. These are 2 ones that Snoop has been taking. Alistair's been picked up here. Snoop used to play Alistair in the jungle quite a lot, but whether that's going to be the bottom lane, I'm not too sure. However, we have suggested that Snoopy's not really been on his game this event so far.
Well, I think towards the later game of the last one that we saw him against Absolute Legends, you know, the main thing that he did right was get his ulti onto Corki every single time, and that obviously knocked half the team up with it as well as it went through. So, you know, he did pick up there, but in the lane phase, certainly, I agree in terms of he was very quiet. We didn't see him coming in all that much for the ganks. It looks like Tristana and Irelia are going to be coming in, so Wicked going to have his baby once again up at top. Yellow Pete we've seen playing Tristana, been fantastic so far.
Yeah, and actually Corki available, didn't go for Corki, so he could have easily switched up for that one. So long as Graves is available, so it's obviously they're quite happy with Tristana. It's worked out very well. You know, he was pouncing along, getting that quadra kill earlier on, so it seems to be working very well. And I think they're sort of suggesting to sort of, what are you going to take, Moscow 5? What will be your bottom lane? Interesting choice. It could well be, for which you can't see it on the screen, Fiora. Well, we have seen Darian playing Fiora quite often, but Fiora can be tricky to play. You could feed quite hard. I'm trying to think last tournament online that I saw him play a good Fiora. It was not pretty when I saw him last time on the SK Trophy, I believe it was. He got stomped as Fiora. It was not a good sight for him. And they have switched it possibly to Vlad, which would make a bit more sense here. So Gosu Pepper looks like he's going to be going with his favourite Nunu down that bottom lane, which I would suggest possibly we could see a Cogmore in the bottom lane from Moscow 5.
Yeah, I think so as well. They've actually left that one to last, so we'll see exactly how they change things up. Now we're going to find out if CLG are going to have that Alistair in the jungle or whether that's going to be a support Alistair. I'm feeling more that it's probably going to be down in the bottom lane, to be quite honest with you. But we'll see here. Obviously, junglers possibly or not picked up. Nautilus out, Maokai out, which are the 2 that Snoop has really been focusing on, and maybe that's the point that they're having with this one. Master Yi, I don't believe we shall see him.
Yeah, McNoon. No, yeah, I don't think so.
Or that composition either.
No. Oh, come on, Crepo, be serious. He's got such a little baby face, doesn't he? That's Crepo nearest the camera there, Yellow Pete just in the distance. Next to him, it looks like it's Frog, and it just sort of hidden in Yellow Pete's shadow, and then you can just about make out Snoopy's head.
And somewhere back in there is Wicked at the end. And there's Scott trying to sneak his way in. Why am I leaning forward to look around Crepo? I don't know. It's like 3D TV right here.
So they changed their picks here at the end, so it is going to be an Alistair in the jungle, or a Soraka in the jungle, which I doubt.
More importantly,
and
is Froggen.
Guess what? Froggen's got an Anivia.
Yeah, that's what we wanted to see. This is the first time, I think, this tournament that we've seen Froggen on Anivia. I don't remember it. He didn't play him in the open tournament. He played Karthus all the way through it. It's just like, I'm going to hyper carry everything and just get lots of kills. So, Corki was locked in as the final choice, and Darian's going to drop out to change his masteries.
I'm not going to say anything. Crepo will say it all for me.
Yeah, GG, well played, Crepo says straight away. Straight on that one. So,
Gosu Pepper says, can I be right back 1 minute?
Oh, God.
As you do during the final game
what I
of the
want
day.
to know is, like, how's Gosu Pepper actually disconnecting during the tournament? I know he does it online a lot, you know, in Siberia or wherever the heck he lives, but he was disconnected during the game. I was thinking, what's going on now?
He carries bad luck with him, actually.
So, DreamHack, Joe. We've seen who are the 4 teams now. We got the semi-finals at 10 a.m. tomorrow. If you're watching, guys, it's going to be nice and early. Get yourselves there. It's going to be semi-finals back-to-back, best of 3s, and then in the DreamArena will be 6 p.m. the finals, I believe. But
6 p.m.
But we're going to have one game out here, one game in the DreamArena. So you guys are just going to be split. I don't know where you're going to sit because you got to get in that DreamArena early, I suspect.
Yes, you definitely will have to. So, I'm not sure about that, actually.
No?
Maybe it's best to watch it here and then run as fast as you can.
And then join the queue.
Over to the other side, over to there. So Gosu Pepper actually wants to go to the toilet. And Snoop saying I need the toilet as well, but I've got a water bottle, so it's not a problem. Which I'm not sure would be great for the PCs under the desk with all that stuff going on. But
there's no admin stood behind him either, but I'm pretty sure the admins are going to say, no!
Are you crazy?
Are you crazy? You've had a long time to do this in between games of stomping on MEBDI'S Minimins.
Yeah. That was a fun game to watch.
It was a fun game to watch.
Yeah, they went for something crazy just because they realized that actually if they played normal, Moscow 5 will just absolutely belt them anyway, which actually happened again.
It happened anyway.
So didn't really work out as intended, I think the thing is. But this is your first DreamHack, right?
It is my first DreamHack.
How are you finding it so far?
It's pretty good. It's just a big LAN, basically. I'm used to these sort of things. It's like an iSeries, but bigger.
Quite a few thousands.
Quite a few, yeah.
This is actually my DreamHack number 12.
I know, you're a veteran.
12 DreamHacks.
That's why the hair's
Joe
got
Miller.
longer, the beard's coming out.
I haven't cut my hair since the first one. So, Gosu Pepper is in fact going to be taking a break to go to the toilet. They've had a break in between.
I know.
I guess not really.
CLG have not even played.
10, 15 minutes. So,
Snoopy. I mean, Gosu Pepper. Come on, guys. These guys are
they're
holding the
going
whole
to the toilet
game up.
together.
There they go.
Let's hear a boo,
They're
please.
going to hold hands down the toilet. Scumbag Snoopy.
There's going to be a massive queue in them toilets as well.
They're
There's
probably
like
going to get
3
autographs
toilets.
off them when they come out now. They're going to be like stood there going, oh, great. I got a match, guys.
So yeah, that was an unintended pause that we've got here before the game, but I suppose we could do something pretty funky.
Okay.
And get some questions from Twitter.
From Twitter?
What about that?
Why don't you just join the Twitch chat and get some questions
Nah,
from there?
let's not do that. Let's not do that. That is not a good idea. So, if you want to throw any questions out here, you should all be following me by now, but if you're not, at Joe_Miller on Twitter.
Well, we could get questions from people here as well.
Or we could get questions from people here, but I can't actually hear
That means I need
anyone.
to take this ear out.
So anyone got any questions from the crowd?
No,
This is your chance.
Silence descends.
What's my favourite champion?
Easy.
Singed.
Singed and
Bam.
Ziggs. He used to be
Ziggs,
Cassiopeia, yeah. I switched to Ziggs recently.
Yeah.
I love him. He's good fun. I would say highly skilled, but he's not really. Just like you throw the bombs. So, miss the bomb, you die. Simple as.
There's a question on Twitter. What gaming headset is this on the desk?
Well, it's a Steel
It is
Series.
A Steel Series Siberia V2.
It flashes blue.
And it's a new one, and it flashes blue, and it's cool.
And obviously they are a sponsor, hence the great
Yeah,
big Steel
thanks
Series.
to Steel
back there,
Series
so
for,
sponsoring this
sponsoring
event.
the tournament. Why is M5 so good? We only have a toilet break. That was quick.
There they go. The walk of shame as they come back past.
Let's have a cheer for Gosu, Pepper, and Snoopy. They were fast. They became good guys now.
Yeah, good guys.
Instead of scumbags.
Get back, sat down.
That's good. We are cute in matching shirts.
And apparently it's the Swedish colours as well, which actually was just pure coincidence.
No, we didn't actually intend for that to happen.
No.
Although we probably should give you guys back after we beat you on Friday
3-2,
night. You know.
So we're saying.
They didn't boo me at least.
Nah,
so
they're not
that's-
football fans.
That's
So
a good thing.
Why are you a sex machine, Joe? That's what someone wants to know.
The answer to that question is ask your mom. Shouldn't have gone there, really, should I? Damn it.
That's anim, I know that one. I'm not. Yes.
Panky. Everyone knows Panky, right? If you're a League of Legends fan, you know Panky. You asked where are the jackets. Actually, the jackets are going to be coming out tomorrow.
The jackets could come out tomorrow. I've got an actual full suit I could wear tomorrow if
Deman had to actually outdo
one
me.
up you, yeah. Yeah. Bathroom Showdown, Snoopy versus Gosu Pepper.
Another question, best counter to Moscow 5. Give Gosu Pepper lots of water.
I would actually say CLG. They are one of the best counters to Moscow 5. They really have a very good record against Moscow 5. So it's and give them lots of water. I do sound terrible, thanks. I need to get some Twinings tea down me, apparently. That's very English. It will do my voice wonders. I'm going to go with possibly alcohol.
Shh. DreamHack is a strict no alcohol.
That's a very good point.
You're not going to do that.
I'm not going to do that at all.
There's lots of questions, but not many good ones.
Not very, very good. Best counter to Yorick? Okay. When's the last time you cut your hair? That's a good one.
We'll get down to the real serious questions.
Serious questions, yeah.
I don't actually remember.
Oh, God Lord. Is there any sort of MVP voting? No, actually, because that's an Intel Extreme Masters thing you're thinking about, which is the MVP hoodie they do, the I carried XYZ wherever they are. And we are in DreamHack. This is not the Intel Extreme Masters. However, Intel are a sponsor, I believe.
Yes.
Somewhere. They are on the stream
They
somewhere. I don't know.
That's a
looking at
good
the banner
question.
behind us.
Does the entire DreamHack speak English or just the stream?
Pretty much the Swedish all speak English.
They're actually educated people for everyone out there who's
they're
never
not,
been to
yeah.
Sweden.
Yeah.
Not like when you're English like us and you,
know
can
what,
only
my
speak
yes.
one language and not very well
I
even.
know a good word in Swedish. It's hey.
No. I thought you were going to come out with some other word.
Oh, well, there's a few others I've learned, but I don't think I could come out with those.
On a scale of 1 to Phreak, how handsome are you?
How awesome am I? Did I go out? No. Not going down that route.
How come you don't have a nice piece of mustache? So as you can see, we are going through all the important things. The players are back in the game.
Yeah, we're still waiting.
If you're just tuning in to this weirdness that ensued, Snoopy and Gosu Pepper actually had to take a toilet break, which is why we kind of went through this one. But Deman, we've got the picks in now. Who's your favorite to go through him first?
I'm trying to think of the picks now. I'm going to have to get the earphone back in. It's been that much long since I've done it. Where's my headphone gone? There it is. It's back. It's all good. Actually bring League of Legends up. I might be able to see who the picks and bans were.
I was looking at Twitter.
There we go. That's what we'd like to see. Well, honestly, both teams have got champions that they really enjoy. Obviously, we've got Froggen on the Bird of Prey, Nivea. We've got Lee Sin on Diamond. We've got Alex Hitch on Carthus. So we've got all the usual suspects. The champions they're all very good at. Darian's very good on Vladimir on the top there. Honestly, this could go anyway. I'm going to put my neck out and say Moscow 5, which I regret already. I don't know. I think after last match, they was just so strong. I'm cutting out, damn it. That's just me. Don't worry. That's not you.
Okay.
That's me clippity clopping on the headset. After the last game, after such a great comeback against Absolute Legends, CLG seemed to be well up for this one. But honestly, Moscow 5 wiped the floor with Absolute Legends. It wasn't even close. It wasn't pretty. We're not going to see a crazy first blood, which we did see with Crepo, obviously just strolling on
and
into
I actually
doing
talked
a
to
double
him.
lift.
I talked to him about that, and he said it's probably Froggen's fault and not mine. Because Frogum was supposed to look at the middle, make sure they didn't come into that brush, but he was too slow getting there.
So he didn't see it.
So he didn't
Okay.
see them going in, and Crepo just assumed that it was actually empty, so he went in
That's
there.
it. Blame your...
Blame Froggen.
Blame Froggen.
Scumbag Froggen, we all know it already.
Steals pentakills and doesn't look at mid.
And even writes on Reddit that he doesn't even care about it.
He doesn't
anyway.
even care. No love. So, let's get a poll. We've got a lot of people in the room. Who do you want to win this one? How are we going to have Moscow 5? Wow.
Wow,
You
that
know-
was...
I want to honestly know, why do people not cheer for Moscow 5? They are the most entertaining team in League of Legends to watch. Just what I'm saying. So, I'm guessing you guys all want CLG to win. It's pretty one-sided, I think.
Pretty one-sided, yeah.
They don't like the Russians.
They want CLG to come out on top of this one. Actually, just resetting the Wolves there did Gosu, Pepper, and Genja, but no, they're taking them away. On the bottom side of the map, we are seeing Tristana and Soraka taking away those golems, and actually being nice enough as well to come up and help Snoopy with that red buff right from the very get-go.
Oh, he's not using Smite. I can take this headset off the monitor. He's saving Smite here, so Snoopy saves Smite. We're going to see what he's going to do with that. Is he just going to go take it and use it for blue, or will he go for the invade? The blue is actually up in the Moscow 5 jungle. He could go across there. He's going to look, so he's got a ward in his pocket. Where is he? No, he hasn't, but he's going to go straight towards the blue. It's going to be an interesting one. Actually, he's coming around the backside of Alex. Alex is actually backed forward, though. Backed forward, that doesn't make sense. He's backed away, so he will be safe. But he is waiting in the wings. I still think he might go for Alex here. As soon as Alex steps forward, remember, he could get a nice stun on him. If he can get the headbutt in towards and Froggen, he Flash is in there, doesn't quite manage to land it though. Flash was burned. Meanwhile, down the bottom, they're diving on towards Genja. But Yellow Peak could be in trouble. They're going to turn this one around. It is support versus support. Crepo continuing with those bananas and forces Genja back. Genja on absolutely no health, does back away just above there. Yellow Peak also very low, but they are going to continue on, and no first blood just yet, Joe.
No, real close stuff there. Flash has burned across the board, actually, from Moscow 5. Obviously, Alex used his. We saw... Okay, so only one was Flash, so it's not really across the board. I'll take that statement back. It was totally false. Snoopy did, though, flash in, so one burn at least. This top lane Wicked on Irelia versus Darian on the Vampire, Vladimir. I'm interested to see how this one goes. We've seen Darian in top form today, there's no doubt about that one. Wicked, he had a tough game against Absolute Legends at the start since Crepo gave that first blood away to Jax, and then Jax was just a lot stronger at that point. But we are going to see Snoopy now coming in onto Darian. Is Darian already leveled the pool? Yes, he has. And that was easy.
Runs away with Troll all running in the background, so no problem there. Because the Yellow Pete is going to take away the large columns again. Second route running there. That's because Snoopy has been aggressive. We talked about how he wasn't aggressive throughout the last few games. He's going to come around the backside once again of Alex. 6 already backing off. He's just keeping back. They realize that with Snoopy on this Alistair, he is going to be very, very aggressive. Diamond Pro also, I think he just passed the ward. Is that one of his own, or was that? Yeah, it was one of his own. So he don't think he was spotted. I think Aurelia just had his dude potential, I think, is the marker that Daniel tried to get going. I personally wasn't going to go with the DP reference.
Slightly weird. Slightly weird. We saw that Genja actually down at the bottom, just exchanging that damage once again with Yellow Pete, who's actually, they may try and push in for a little bit more. There comes a big heal out from Soraka. Genja not exactly healthy himself, but Yellow Pete can't afford to stick around in that damage, but it's just an exchange. No kills going to come of this one early on. Gossip Pepper is trying to just zone them out, trying to bully them in this bottom lane and keep away. Snoopy is now coming in as well. There's a Valkyrie used by Genja. Can they nail Gosu to the wall with that headbutt? No, they can't. And Snoopy, once again, not able to get in for the gank.
Yeah, he's going to be pretty grumpy right now. It's 3 times he's missed the ganks out, not being able to get in that position. That ward of Gosu Pepper's just saving them from this one. They have backed, and they have bought Doran's Blade coming out, and is that 5 or is that 3 health pots? I can't quite make that out. And also they a Ruby Crystal bought for Gosu Pepper. So Gosu Pepper's going to be able to take a lot of abuse here and a lot of hit points. You can see Tristana's gone back, took that opportunity, got a double Doran's Blade as well. So he's also going to be very strong down that bottom lane. Obviously picking up that slight advantage. Just that 8 CS is the difference between being able to buy that extra Doran's and a health pot compared to the 3 health pots he's had to stack up down the bottom. Corky.
Yeah, we've just seen the big Wraith being taken away. Snoopy actually is in there. We'll get rid of the rest of them. Alex taking away the race as well. And a fairly slow start to this one. I mean, we did see that damage down in the bottom area. We saw the Carthus flash away from that headbutt, but no real 100% chance for a first blood, I'd say. I mean, apart from down at the bottom where xPeke could have flashed bananaed, but I'm not sure they would have got the kill.
Yeah, last time these guys faced off against each other, it was a 78-minute match. So I'm just saying it could well be a long one. And it was a pretty low-scoring match as well. But CLG came out on top of that one. That was fairly recent. Meanwhile, Snoopy is going to find Diamond Pro. They're going to headbutt each other, and they're not too sure really what to engage. Snoopy's like, I don't want any of this. I'm just going to back away from Diamond Pro. I don't want to mess with his kicks. That lead singer is a powerful thing. Darian, meanwhile, on Wicked there. Wicked just churning out that lane. I suspect he might well just clear that and back off. Whether Darian's going to allow him to is another question. Genja is taking away the Wraiths, though. So very sneaky play from Moscow 5 coming in there, and they're just camping on that Wraith. So that's a bit harsh. Snoopy, they're trying to get these ganks out unsuccessfully, is having his jungle taken away from them.
And we see Alex in the middle. Let's have a look at the CS between those two there. 45 to 63 in favor of Alex. So doing a great job with the farm in this middle lane. Bottom lane is 32 for Corki, 46 for Tristana. So Yellow Pete also in a great position. Got that early lead going on. Double Doran's Blade that he has compared to Corki's single Doran's Blade with the boot. So he's going to be putting out more damage, going to be healthier as well. Should keep them in this lane. And let's not forget he's got Soraka to give him that constant heal, which Genja isn't going to have available to him. Does have Summoner heal though. Should need that in an emergency. Diamond actually on the red buff. Could possibly see a gank up towards Wicked. The interesting thing is no wards on this top lane.
Yeah, well, Wicked always feels pretty confident when he's playing Aurelia. He knows he can get away. Meanwhile, they're going to dive in towards Gossipepper. Gossipepper's surely going to be first blood this time. You can see Genja actually coming in. Genja needs to be careful. He doesn't get caught up in this one. It will be first blood to Froggen. And meanwhile, I can see the top lane also could be pushing on. Can they get the finish off? Froggen is going to go for it. Froggen's diving, and we've backed away. Genja will back off there, though. No problem. What I was about to say is the fact that he's got Hextech Revolver and Sheen up the top there. So while my voice absolutely completely goes under water, Aurelia has gone very aggressive, taking that Sheen early on. They are going to come around the backside of Snoopy, possibly. No, it's just going to be Darian. He's going to try and steal away the blue in the jungle.
Yeah, we'll see if he's able to actually pick that one up. He is already well underway, actually. And there goes the smite, and Diamond is going to take that blue buff away. Once again, from CLG. Bottom lane is getting pushed as well.
Bottom lane.
And there he is. It was Froggen that actually got the kill as well. So Genja stuck around, obviously to his detriment. But Froggen will say, thank you very much. You gave me my favorite champion, and I've started off 10 minutes into the game with 2-0.
Yeah, and he's just bought a blasting one there, so he's going to be very strong already. Got that catalyst built up. Meanwhile, Darian's taking a lot of damage on that top lane as well from Wicked. Like I mentioned, he picked up that Sheen, so I thought he was going to be very aggressive. Darian, in the meantime, trying to lifesteal his way through. Is going to start getting a lot stronger, though. He's starting to close on that level 9, sort of like the boundary of Vladimir. He's going to get dived again onto. He uses that pull very quickly there, though. I need to be careful of the Sheen proc. I'm not too sure if the proc actually went off on from Wicked there. Managed to get that pull up quick enough. Pink Ward just been picked up by Lee Sin. We'll see where he manages to place that one down. We are 9.5 minutes into this one, so they could be starting to look towards those dragon fights with Lee Sin. He's very strong on that. Has got the claw. I can remember the Madrid's.
Madrid's Razor?
No. Yeah, that's the one. I'm having a mental
There you go,
block.
there's the tooltip. Madrid's Razor.
There's the tooltip, it's all good. Genja, meanwhile, is pushing on towards Yellow P, but Yellow P actually could go straight for Pepper there. Does take down that ward. Had to put that pink down. You can see Lee Sin now also around there. This is like I mentioned, they could go for that dragon early on. Lee Sin's quite capable and has actually started it. Lee Sin just started out the dragon, although xPeke has spotted it. We're not looking out on the camera right now, but you can see he's already pulled that one out, trying to solo it. It's entirely possible, but now the rest of CLG starting to close around him. Diamond's going to have to back away from that one. If they can get the leash before it resets, nice reset. They could get a good kill on there, but instead Diamond lost half his hit points and gained nothing from it.
Yeah, not really confident at this stage to do that. It was a good idea to get in there, try and solo it. They did have that vision as xPeke stuck the ward in from the backside. You can see up at top, Darian almost getting up towards full health, and as I say that, we are going to see Wicked dive onto him. The Ignite is running, ulti put down from Darian. It's not going to kill Wicked, but it should stop him from being so aggressive. And Darian's basically going to queue himself back up to health and stick around in that lane.
Yeah, Wicked stuck around as well, so it's still a very close lane. Using his dash to try and pick that up. They realise that those two at the top are very low. Snoopy tried to get in there and smite it. Wasn't quite quick enough though. Didn't have that smite down. Very well controlled. So Moscow 5, I think it's an MLG, did pick up the first dragon, which is going to equalise the gold, give them that slight advantage despite being 2 kills down.
Well, let's have a look how that starts to play a difference. Actually, I didn't notice that Froggen, after that blasting one, also had enough for the catalyst as well.
You already had it.
Oh, you already had it?
Yeah.
There you go. Just totally missed it. Good job, Joe.
Good job, Joe.
Working up nicely towards that Rod of Ages. Down in the bottom lane, cloth armor was also collected by Corky, and Carthus has also just picked up blasting one plus that catalyst as well, so he's working the same way as Anivia. Top lane, Irelia did stick around. Got the Ruby Crystal in there with the Sheen. Vladimir with that revolver, but down at bottom, this could be an interesting one. Yellow Pete actually going fairly low. The damage was coming in onto Gosu Pepper, but Snoopy is in this push. The question is, did they see him? I don't think so. I'm not 100% sure, but I think he came in from that backside where there is actually no ward currently. And there have been no pings as of yet onto his position. Obviously, at this level, they could afford to dive it, and they need to be careful because Lee Sin is there. Okay, so Lee Sin is actually going back. Is going to be cancelled just in time to see CLG starting to work through, and they need to get the pull on here. There goes Diamond into the pack. The question is, can they kill it? And no, they can't. Just forced away, which actually in that situation is not a bad deal for Moscow 5.
So CLG doing exactly as they've said. This is how you play Moscow 5. It says you just got to be as aggressive as they are. Get in their faces, start causing problems for them. Wicked is, which is why Wicked would normally, I think, probably go with the Phage to start with. He went with the Sheen. He's going to be aggressive against Vlad. He seems to be working very well for him. We've got Snoopy, obviously, on that cow, which we've not seen him play the entire tournament. Bearing in mind, Nautilus it was banned out, so he didn't go with that one. But he has, I don't remember seeing him play the cow for quite a while. He was always fantastic on it, and every time you do see the cow come out, you realise he's going to be pretty aggressive, and he seems to be getting in their face. He's been looking for those ganks throughout the game. The golem's been taken away by Tristana. Tristana being back, got and Berserker Greaves and Vampiric Scepter completed now, and Froggen has just been really fantastic. Got that Rod of Ages completed already at 13.5 minutes in. That is very impressive. Meanwhile, he can try and dive towards Alex Hitch. Alex Hitch is just happy farming. That's the danger they got right now. He's got 30 CS over Froggen. Froggen will get a lot of farm now. He's got past 6. He's up to 10 now, so he's well past it. But Alex Hitch has been quite happy farming, so they need to be careful because Carthus will just get stronger and stronger.
Just seen Vladimir go away from that top lane, and CLG are like, well, if he's going to back away, maybe we can push in and have a bit of a look at Diamond Prox's Lee Sin. Now he knows they're coming up. He just put that ward down in the tri-bush, so he's aware that they're starting to move in. Alex has also come up from this middle lane, but Nivea will start to back off. They've seen them going back out from that tri-bush side, and that's going to be no action for now, at least, up in this top lane. Bottom lane, of course, has seen its fair share of action. Obviously, 2 assists on both Tristana and Soraka from those 2 kills earlier on, which Froggen actually picked up. The only 2 kills of the game so far. But other than that, 1 successful gank. There have been a few close calls. Blue buff just been given over to Froggen as well, which will make him that bit more dangerous in this middle lane for Carthus. And he could do with it as well. He needs to leave that ulti up to get his farm back level with Carthus, who's also been gifted the blue buff now.
Yeah, so the blue buff was obviously taken away by Diamond. Now Froggen's got it back now. They will have taken that back. That's the hello shout. I never get that. It's the festival feel, isn't it?
I thought we were missing something, actually. Like, where's the action?
Where's the action? What are we missing? Oh, wait. No, it's just Crazy Swedes shouting across the land. So, very much calm action between these two. As expected, just going to sit in the lane and farm. And, Alex said, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't matter whether they play Curse or FNATIC. They're not bothered. But you got to think, a bit of pride in there with somewhere to say, we want to top this group.
It's a good start for tomorrow as well. I mean, if you manage to beat everyone in your group, chances are you can beat everyone in the other group. It is a slightly different kettle of fish. They're different teams at the end of the day. But I don't know, this whole confidence thing. And we've heard, or I asked him in the interview, What kind of preparation did he do?
Dive.
Actually, forget that, because we are going to see the dive coming here onto Wicked. That ultimate from Vladimir does go in, and it will finish him off. Actually, it won't, because Diamond flashed in there to get the kill. In comes Froggen. Good flash away there from Vladimir, but Snoopy's actually moving in as well. The Pulverize will hold him down. In goes the headbutt, but he's knocked Darian possibly to safety yet. And he's going to walk away from that one. And that was a kill that CLG will be looking for. Down in this bottom lane now, xPeke is going to be taking the damage. Corki will try to Valkyrie in there. And Yellow Pete is going to be finished off. And now xPeke is in all kinds of problems. Nunu ulti went off. And there is the double kill for Genja in this bottom lane. And a fantastic turnaround of things. Yeah, Snoopy even in trouble now in middle.
Yeah, some crazy action. Suddenly there's nothing for ages, and then it all happens on all the lanes at once. And Genja and Ghosty Pepper, they don't want to push this lane. They're quite happy to back off this one. Lee Sin also making his way down. I think the Dragon may well be due, actually. I'm just judging by Lee Sin starting to get into position. It could well be perfect timing. They're going to try and head off Snoopy. You can see actually take the golems away. Snoopy was just coming around to take them there. So he's going to have to back away from that one. Now Anivia needs to be careful in the middle as well, because Karthus and Vladimir are both there in position. And Lee Sin is taking away the second Dragon. Very nice control by Moscow 5. They sort of just tripped all the action just as it was about to spawn.
Yeah, perfectly done again from Moscow 5. We are going to see 4 of them there, picked up without any problems whatsoever. Vlad came down to cover this middle lane. But as we see so often, Wicked taking advantage of that Dragon pickup. He's got plenty of minions there to tank that turret up. And this is going to be actually the first turret of this game taken down in favor of CLG. They're round about 2,000 gold down now. We approach the 18-minute mark of this matchup.
Crowd getting a little sleepy. Going to have to wait for a bit more action to wake these guys up. It is 3-2 to Moscow 5. Very, very tense, close stuff. BF Sword been bought by Tristana down the bottom there. Could go for the Bloodthirst or switch straight for the Infinity Edge. Has been getting Infinity Edge most of the time, just getting that Vampire Acceptor for that little bit of lifesteal. Interesting, actually. Watching the AL CLG game, interesting to see the TSM players tweeting after that one. They're basically saying that they felt the item builds that Absolute Legends went for without the lack of lifesteal, lack of sustain that they went for was what lost them that game. So it was good to see, you know, the different pro players' opinion over in the other side of the Atlantic at the moment. So TSM obviously will be playing in the GSL finals at some point today. Not too sure when, but that will be sometime after this one. So anyone watching, don't worry, you're not missing it. I'm pretty sure it's after this game ends. This is the last game of the night. Remember, this is the battle for the semi-finals. They're both already in there. The question is, will they face Curse or FNATIC tomorrow? Honestly, I don't know who I'd rather have. Curse have been fantastic at this event. However, FNATIC online have looked pretty damn good lately.
Yeah, I think the problem with FNATIC maybe is the fact that they are technically a new lineup.
Yeah.
You know, it's only 3 of the
DreamHack
original
champions.
2. They are DreamHack champions. They're you know, got a lot of support here. Actually, down in this bottom lane, Yellow Pete could find himself in a little bit of danger. Will rocket jump away? Says no chance. You're not taking me down in that one. Vladimir has now got Will of the Ancients finished. That giant spell adding to things as well, but you can see the damage from Wicked. Now he's got that Phage added in to that Sheen from earlier on. Maybe going to cause Darian a few problems, but I feel like he's got to keep that damage completely sustained, and they're actually going to move straight in here. Karthus ulti is going to go down. That is a kill. Before, yeah, it was a steal again from Diamond, actually, who got the last steal.
It's like, you know what, we're not going to let Karthus get fed because he doesn't need it, clearly. He's just stealing it away there, Diamond. This time they're going to dive towards Snoopy. Snoopy straight away headbutts him backwards, and he will just back away from that one. Froggen was coming around to try and support him, but they are going to steal away this blue buff. This will be the second blue buff they could possibly take away here. Diamond Pro doing a fantastic job. Actually dropped the probes. I don't think it quite fits that. But Darian joining him. I didn't see whether Darian was gifted that there, or whether he's not going to be able to get it. I think Diamond took that away. He says, you know what, I fall for it, I'm having it.
Yeah, got the kill, got the buff. Thank you very much. Actually, we'll get stunned up here by Froggen in middle. No problem, no. He is healthy enough with the Rekkles Lantern in there, with the Heart of Gold as well, to just walk on away from that problem. Let's have a look at the CS actually down in this bottom lane. We can see that Tristana at 159 to the 148, so still maintaining that lead that we saw earlier on forming. Is going to be taking away these golems as well, just to add a little bit more to that one. Middle 186 for Anivia to the 230 of Karthus. So Karthus still doing a fantastic job there, Alexic, to actually stay in the lead between these two AP carries.
Interesting choice for Corki there. Genja went back had 2,000 gold, and as you can read that page, and then went for BF sword. So it's just like he's sort of half between two builds at the moment. Didn't choose to complete the Trinity Force, but he wouldn't have been able to complete it. But he could have gone for a Sheen or certainly a Zeal in there. But instead chose to go sort of halfway between and pick up a big chunk of damage with that BF sword. A lot more attack damage. So definitely splitting your builds there. Obviously not advisable for players, but you know what? These guys are top guys. They know what they're doing. So they're just going to continue on. So like you say, the CS between them is actually, it's fairly even, but Alex is a scary beast right now, isn't he? 240 CS. That's, yeah, 40 CS ahead of Anivia, which has got the two kills. So he's kind of balanced it out a little bit, but needs the large rod now on Alex. That means that ulti will start to hurt, the lay waste will start to hurt. And you can see they're starting to do these slowly but surely invade, because the wraiths are being taken away by Diamond. Meanwhile, Alex takes away his own wraiths, so they're just stealing away all of the jungle from Snoopy. Snoopy's had pretty much an invader. It must be such a tough job as a jungler against the Moscow 5 team.
Yeah, and I'm not sure that really any team still quite know how to really handle it. I mean, we saw early on Corki coming up from the bottom lane to steal away the big wraith. Like, I'm not sure it's even worth it, to be quite honest with you.
It's a long way for 34 gold or something like that, yeah.
I'm not sure if it's technically worth it the time that you're actually out of your lane there. But I'm sure the likes of Numero Crunch and other number wizards over on Reddit can tell me that more. I mean,
the builds are starting to be completed by CLG here. They've rushed towards them. So Trinity Force and Infinity Edge both completed, whereas for Moscow 5 they haven't got anything like that completed. So CLG actually possibly in a bit of a strong position here. The gold, though, would suggest they're behind, but they've got those items completed, which will give them that bonus. yellowPete now, you can see chunking down that turret. And actually, Moscow 5 completely got out of position. Darian's still in the top lane. Genja's still coming up the river, and they've just lost a good half of that inner turret's health without even being able to react. Suddenly they were like, guys, we need to have a 5v5 here. CLG are actually starting to push us. We need to react to this. Genja is sat on top of that ward. Oh yeah, and just wisely backs off there. If he'd have stayed there that little bit longer, I feel Froggen would have landed that Ice Blast straight on his face and he would have been stunned up. Instead, they may well walk straight towards it. They're going to pass straight over those wards. You can see they managed to put a pink ward of their own, actually, right down on top of their own pink ward. That was pixel perfect. There you go. Immediately the ward changes colour. They couldn't have got any closer there. Genja being split off, though. This could well be a big 5v5 match, the first one of the game so far.
Yeah,
Go for it.
the thing that worries me from CLG's point of view is that 5 are very, very healthy. There's a lot of health. These health bars, they're not so big. Gaps between them, and CLG are starting to work in. Dragon was actually reset there. The question is, can they get that perfect initiation? They're always scared once that Q from Diamond actually connects. Is he going to come flying in? It causes a world of pain. And actually, they are going to go. There goes the wall of pain. Wicked going low. yellowPete not exactly healthy either. But that Anivia ulti is in a great position in that river. It stretches the whole way across. And damage from Froggen is very, very high. Here comes the Karthus ulti. Wicked's not going to fall, but that'll take a big chunk away. And actually, Krepo will use the ultimate here, but he's maybe caught out of position. Will be forced to flash away. Snoopy's in the midst of everything as well. Wicked is going to take down Darian. Snoopy is half focus from them. Gosu Pepper's ulti's a mile away. Here comes the Q of Diamond. He will flash over to follow Froggen as well. And Froggen is going to be egged. But does he have the damage to actually take Froggen down? He will now that the rest of the team joins him. And that will be a 2-for-1 in favor of Moscow 5. And yellowPete got out with hardly any HP.
Yeah, very good fight for Moscow 5 there. They managed to get straight in there. Oh, as the tries to take a little peek back there. I don't think Gosu Pepper's too worried about that. It's got a lot of health, and they're going to chunk down the dragon. This will be the third dragon in the game that Diamond has been around to take. So they are really in control of that one. That's what's giving them that slight gold advantage. 6-3, Moscow 5 continuing on their dominance. Can they take it away and be unbeaten yet again in the group stages for a third tournament run-in, which would be a pretty amazing feat in itself.
Yeah, that would be amazing. I mean, they're what, 16-for-1, so I suppose.
Yeah, they're only
18-for-1 by now.
One single round was lost against TSM and Kiev, and that was their only round. That's impressive.
Incredible set of statistics there. yellowPete going to be racking up even more CS. Actually, Corki is now around about 15 CS in the lead. Nivea 217 to Karth. This is 283. So, you know, amongst everything that's been going on, Alex has been farming the whole time. He's been taking the wraiths. I think every single time almost that they've been up there, they have been his. That leaves him with almost 300 CS, with that Rabadon's Death Cap, with the Rod of the Ages, and they have Sorcerer Shoes. Even got that Negatron Cloak for a little bit of magic resist. And look at this, they're doing Baron already. CLG are absolutely nowhere to be seen. Ulti's going to go off from Gosu Pepper. Question is, can they take this Baron down? It's got 1300 HP left. There is the Baron pick up. Wicked's in trouble. Valkyrie in from Corki, and there's the big bomb. It's not quite finished him off, but the Karthus ulti will finish him, and the fight is headed south now. CLG trying to escape from this one. They don't want to get caught up in this. Froggen actually moved in towards him. That could be his death here. His egg is not up at the moment. They do take down Nivea. Crepo is in trouble as well. He goes down, and this is going to be the outer turret in the middle going to Moscow 5. And it was one of those Barons that wasn't necessarily set up for. Moscow 5 said, look, they're split up. We can do this one. It was an opportunity, Baron.
Yeah, Yellow Peak continued on pushing that bottom lane. He may well get that inner turret to go with it.
Base race.
No, well, not quite. It's a base race with one person, which is not quite a race, really. Moscow 5 are going to back away, and they've also backed off and protected that one. So Tristana has had to back off, but wow, Moscow 5 really starting to pressure it. I mean, this is what we say so many times. When Moscow 5, they smell that advantage, they absolutely nail you. They will hit you hard, and you just won't know what's happened. And the snowball generally comes out. They are one of the strongest snowball teams known to man, and they really can push it off. Darian, well, he's just doing a fantastic job on that top lane. Hasn't really had to deal a great deal with Wicked, but you can see Wicked is 1-3-0, and he's coming to the team fights at 1-1-6 for Darian. He's not been focused because everybody's trying to get Alex, but actually Alex has not died yet, and that goes against all rules because he's playing Karthus. He should be in there dying, and then getting that layways down. But
that's
instead,
almost his job, actually.
Your job is to die, and you're not doing it properly. But instead, he is just
staying alive, Alex.
John Travolta, no. Okay.
Wow. Yeah, Wicked, yeah, up at the top. I'm not sure that he's really got the strength there to take on Darian. The rest of his team being there to help him will help out. Darian's like, well, you know what? I'm just going to back away from that one. Got the Riley's now finished. Ninja Tabby will obviously help him out with what Irelia can throw at him. But it is still Alex who's the real big threat in this one. Rod of Ages, Rabadons from earlier, picked up that needlessly large rod as well. And I'm just going to click on it over online to see here. And he's got 619 AP currently with that Baron buff running, which means he kind of hurts.
Yeah.
When he's, well, just when he's in your general presence, obviously with Defile and how that layaway's going to hurt. And that's even before he starts to press R.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see what his ulti actually does if Garen could hover over it. Just get to have a look at it. Oh, wow, it's going to hurt, isn't it? What's that? 550, 950 damage, 900 just shy of that. That's really going to hurt you pretty hard, isn't it? I mean, I don't know how many hit points Soraka's got, but that's
that's half of Crepo.
That's got to be definitely close to Crepo's hit points. Yeah, luckily he's built up the most of the Shirelli's Reverie, so he's got a lot of hit points to go with that. But yeah, that is definitely going to chunk him straight down. It could be an initiator, it could be an ender.
Before we just get into this fight, I'd just like to say, League of Legends community, you are awesome. 100,000 viewers on the stream right now for CLG
That's
versus
what we like
Moscow
to see.
5.
Yeah, we are absolutely destroying the other games. And you know the games I'm talking about. Those figures are stomping it. So congratulations to you guys that are tuning in to watch this one. And then, of course, everyone that's in attendance here. There's a lot of people here watching this game, watching the best teams in Europe, basically, fighting off there. I would say the world, but honestly, I was disappointed by CLG's turnout at MLG. They were disappointed with themselves, and that's why I think they're turning out to be a pretty impressive performance in this one. Looks like Moscow 5 starting to set up for this one. They have got the Baron. I don't think CLG want to fight this one. Wall of Pain actually hitting across 3 of them there. He's going to come around the side. Oh, Froggen actually just walled him off in the top of the screen there. Does manage to take a burst there. Alex H with that pot running as well is very, very strong, but they didn't go for that one. They could have gone for the engage there, but instead Moscow 5 with the Baron chose not to go for that turret dive just yet, so they don't quite feel that confident, Joe.
Yeah, and that's the thing with the whole Baron of opportunities thing. It doesn't necessarily mean then that you can finish off the game. It's, you know, a Baron for the gold and for that duration that you have that extra buff on where you can start to push things. But Moscow 5 were definitely not feeling that they were in such a strong position where they could really end this game. We're at 30 minutes already, by the way. Still fairly low level across the board on CLG. Snoopy level 11. Compare that over to Diamond, who's level 14 on Lee Sin between the two junglers. Actually, if you even compare the supports, to be honest, gosOOPepe level 14 compared to the level 11 of Crepo. AD carries, we've got Genja is a level above. Alex Inch is a level above Froggen. So generally, things are looking very solid for Moscow 5. Looks like they're going to be trying to push out this top lane. Obviously, inner turret's taken down on all 3 lanes. No, outer turret's taken down on all 3 lanes is what I was trying to say. And that inner turret on the middle as well. Moscow 5, they've moved back into a more passive, okay, let's get a bit more farm here. They're taking Dragon right now, which is going to add to things. They are over 10,000 gold in the lead, so it's getting to kind of critical mass for Moscow 5, and I'm assuming that they're all sat on decent amounts of gold. Yes, they are, so I guess once they go back for this next one, we may see one more big Baron fight for this game.
Yeah, we may do, and Moscow 5 really is down to them to make a big throw. They don't generally do that. It's entirely possible. We saw, obviously, CLG coming back in the last match against the Absolute Legends, coming back very strongly, and that was around about 7 or 8k, I think it was. I don't think he was quite this far gone, and not, as some players have pointed out, they don't think the builds were quite right. The Absolute Legends went with. Moscow 5, however, don't seem to have a problem with their builds to me. I'm looking across the board, you can see the Starks in there, or Zeeks, I should call it these days. The Aegis is in there, so I mean, even Lee Sin's been that team player picking up the Aegis in there, hasn't gone for Gosu, let him picking that up. Vlad as well, obviously going with that Willie the Ancients to help off with Karthus as well, so when he's within the region of Karthus, he's just adding to that massive pool of ability power that he's got, and along with the Scepter, is just going to lower the magic resist, so it really is very hurtful. Karthus is just going to be stripping you apart. So even if you die, if they do manage to catch him in a big Baron pool fight or something around there, Karthus is in the way. He's going to absolutely destroy that Defile and Lay Waste. It's going to be just rip you apart. So Yellow Pete, like we saw him in the last game where he was jumping in, hopping on the heads, that's not going to work.
It's not going to work out this time. Actually, gosOOPepe just cleared out all the wards by Baron, went home and bought 8 wards. So he's going to come and cover the map and give loads of vision over for Moscow 5. Actually, Wicked is going to start this fight off, and he's taken down to half HP without really denting Diamond whatsoever. And that just shows you how strong Moscow 5 currently are. And I'm not sure how CLG are actually going to end up coming back into this one, and how this initiation is really going to have to look for them. We've got Darian coming around the side. Diamond Prox is in there, will get stunned up. Are they going to push through though? Yes, they are. Darian will actually flash in. Ulti goes down across the entire team. It may be enough to force Moscow 5 out though, the damage that Yellow Pete did. But Moscow 5 are like, well, Baron's up. We've got a load of wards. We've cleared your wards out earlier. We've got all the vision that we need. So we're going to start off this Baron, and guess what? You're going to have to either stop it, or we're going to have a free Baron.
Yeah, indeed, Moscow 5. I mean, Darian went for that. Yeah, I'll go back to it in a moment because it looks like the fight's going to kick off. Wicked just getting shredded straight down there. Snoopy's going to walk in. Snoopy's going to get ripped apart as well. Alex Inch is still alive at the back. They're not even going for it. They've gone for Diamond Prox. Snoopy will drop. You can see, meanwhile, Wicked's also been targeted. It's actually gosOOPepe that's chasing Wicked down, which is a strange one in itself. Immediately going straight in there. Froggen has been egged up and taken down. Yellow Pete have to jump across straight towards a ward, though. gosOOPepe's going to track him down. Wicked is going to get the stun on towards gosOOPepe. Instead, he gets a snowball in the face and a kick to the head from Diamond Prox. And that is just Moscow 5's pure dominance. What I was about to say down the bottom there, what happened was Diamond Prox tried to get the Q in, went straight towards Tristana, and then put a ward down so he could get to the ward, and then ulti kick Tristana back to his team. It didn't quite work. He ended up going kicking sideways.
Yeah. Baron is taken away though by Moscow 5, and you can see, okay, let's all go home. 1,700 gold on Karthus, 2,200 on Corki, and 2,400 on Vladimir. So they're going to come back even more ridiculously strong. Abyssal Scepter there with Vladimir has just picked up another blasting one, got a needlessly large rod, so going to finish off possibly, if there's time, with that Rebidon's Death Cap. Just out of curiosity, we should probably press V and look at the minimap from Moscow 5's point of view. They can see Baron.
That gosOOPepe, he used all those 8 wards. He wasn't afraid to put them down. Very nice coverage there, Pepper. He's definitely
That's like
wasn't
Lee
missing
Sin
anything.
paradise to fight in there.
He could almost spell something with that many wards there. I wasn't sure whether he was going to try and put M5 down or something like that. We've seen it in previous games, but Moscow 5 so strong right now. The 16k gold lead with that Baron buff. The question is, are they just going to pile up mid? Are they going to pressure? Are they going to fight on a turret? Because even then, when they were completely caught CLG out and they stripped it to them, it was still actually a pretty close fight. It wasn't completely one-sided.
Yeah, I agree with you as well, but I think the fact that they've now got Baron buff on and they just spent a load of cash. Corky's got Guardian Angel on, plus the Trinity Force and Infinity Edge from earlier on.
My word, what AP is Karthus up to these days?
I'm almost scared to actually see it.
717 AP. Okay, that is going to hurt. So his Q must be doing over 1k. His R, sorry, must be doing over 1,000. If we look at his Requiem, his layways going down for a couple of hundred. Yeah, so that's all just about under
980.
Yeah,
close enough.
Yeah, close enough indeed. So if he gets a brilliant spot on there, he's going to be over 1k damage from a single spell, which is not a bad opener.
Or a closer,
Yeah.
as every Karthus in the world likes to do and get all those kills.
Steal them.
But Moscow 5 now just starting to push out these lanes. We're going to see Vladimir go down bottom, Karthus and Corky in the middle, Lee Sin and Nunu pushing this top lane out as well, and that's where it starts to become hard to defend when they've got all the lanes pushed down and you don't exactly know where they're going to come at you from. That's when it's going to get real tough. Vladimir is going to have this bottom turret for free. Actually, Genji's moving in there. Yellow Pete did have a look, but I think he realized, well, if they turn on me, I am very dead very quickly. Wicked is there to try and defend. Crepo coming in as well. Meanwhile, Diamond and Alex and Gossip Pepper are there as well. They're pushing this middle lane, so it's coming from all over the place from Moscow 5. It seems like they're going to decide on this bottom lane in the end of things. Gossip Pepper even just managing to clear out those wards with his Oracle.
Well, Moscow 5 have got no focus now. Sorry, CLG have got no one to focus on because Genji's gone and got that Guardian Angel, so there's no point focusing Genji now. And Alex could well be the new target. They haven't been really focusing him. They've been trying to get towards Genji, but he just Valkyries away every single time. So this is why Alex is yet to die with so much AP on him. He's just becoming such a problem for them. And they're quite happily pushing every lane. You can see Darian causing trouble down that bottom lane, which is where Alex is heading off to. Lee Sin also building a great big stack up in the top lane as well. You can see he's got a great big minion wave coming in. He's purposely let that minion wave double stack up as well, so that's going to come straight down, which is why Wicked's having to head him off. Darian also pushing in there. All they need now is Genji to actually join the party and start hitting one of these turrets. Here we go, the opener coming out. Crepo taken down very low, has to wish and keep it off. Alexic has been taken down. Can he go on towards Frog? And the lay waste is coming to come down, but I think he might well get away with it. The ulti on Yellow Pete is going to survive as well. So actually a very good engage from CLG there, is picking them off as they were split. Wicked's going to dive onto him, but he needs to back away from this one. Suddenly a 4-man Moscow 5 closes it around them, but 5-man CLG is in defense. Can they force them backwards? And again, Moscow 5 forced to back away from those turrets, having lost one in that fight.
They're still pretty strong. I mean, Tristana now.
They're not out of this yet.
Yeah, they're not 100% out of it. I'm not so inclined to call the comeback that I did in the last game, if I'm honest with you. That is a big lead. That's almost 20,000
But they're going to get very aggressive. Guardian Angel Trinity Force on Aurelia now. Phantom Dancer Infinity Edge on Tristana. He's going to start getting in there. And Nivea's starting to get very strong as well. He's got a lot of AP to spread across the board. So actually, when it comes to a team fight, they're not that far behind.
Yeah, actually, Froggen did just go back, by the way. I say go back. Froggen? No, Alex is what I meant to say. Did finish off another item.
Yeah.
So now he's got Zhonya's hourglass.
He's actually gone down in AP though.
Yeah, because Baron buff run out, right?
Oh, of course, yes.
But next time, he's running the brilliant spot. So he's at 690 without the Baron buff running, which it ran out from them. Actually, CLG are setting up a sneaky move here. A brush which is actually close to Crepo's heart after he got first blood given away in that last game. CLG don't have vision outside of this area, but they're just hoping that somebody steps a little bit too close. Is anyone going to face check this bush?
I don't think there is. I think if anything, Alex might pass by and put a lay waste on the bush, just to have a little look, and then he might be surprised because you could get headbutt pulverized from Snoopy if he goes for that one.
Gossip Pepper's got 400 wards again, so maybe a ward's going to go down on top of the entire team. Technically 8, but it's close enough to cover that full area around Baron like he did before. Oh, and there's the ward on top of CLG. Hello. No, they were there. But yeah, that was, I suppose, a good try from CLG. You never know. The importance of catching one person out could actually mean a difference in a team fight at this stage of a game. I mean, 40 minutes, we are into it. 20,000 gold lead for Moscow 5. And CLG are headed back. I don't have the exact timer on Baron, I won't lie, but certainly Moscow 5 are setting up for the next one to come in from them. And I think if CLG don't get the next one, then it's going to be too far gone.
Yeah, so it looks
if
like
it
a
isn't already.
Looks like a last whisper possibly coming out from Tristana, instead switching towards that. So get that armor shred. You can see Randians has been built up by Lee Sin, so probably going to start focusing towards that. Of course, the Guardian Angel as well on towards Genja. So it needs to try and shred some of that armor down that they've managed to build up. And this is still winnable for CLG. It's a big ask and it's a big stretch, but obviously Moscow 5 are clearly delaying this for the next Baron fight. The question is, how will that fight turn out? Can they count someone out? Which is what they were trying to do there. Like you say, if they could split that out, they could try and get a snowball effect going on their own, and they could start pouring it on. But unfortunately, it didn't quite work out for them. They haven't got in the right position to do that. They try and get that ward across. Ghostly will clear that out. The stun coming out straight away, but there's a lot of ward placement designed to go down. There's Baron. Baron just spawned, so now the fight's definitely going to be on. They're going to start trying to get themselves into positions. They do not need to lose too much damage on the way into this fight. They need to be healthy getting in there, which is why Genja's backed off and Darian's just life-stealing away on Wicked. Wicked's slowly dropping down his health. Look at that, just two basic attacks from Genja, shredding him straight down. They're going to go for the dive here. Genja's actually, Darian's taking a lot of the damage there, managed to pull straight up there. Looks like Snoopy is going to get caught out of position, has had to flash away. Now they're down to a half health all the way across. Genja trying to get himself into position. Diamond does dive in there. Ulti actually from Genja, there was a big bomb, hit the minion instead on Yellow Pete. Wow, two single shots, takes off 2/3 of Yellow Pete's health there from Genja. He is very, very strong. And CLG realizing, I don't think they can fight this one. They're going to have to back off. You can see they're rushing back in, but they're not in a position. Diamond Proxy's going to come back across, and they're just going to force them back. Genja is just going to be the boss and get in the way, while the rest of Moscow 5 back off and pick up Baron. They're going to try and rush it maybe up mid. I'm not too sure.
Nasty damage coming out there from Corki. They have to kill him. They have to kill this Corki as early as possible. CLG going to come in. Actually, Moscow 5 decide to peel off this one. Snoopy going to be the focus. He's down to below half HP. Are they going to be able to finish him off? Or will they switch target? Tristana forced to rocket jump away. There's the kill from Alex. Actually, Gossip Pepper is all alone. This is going to be a kill back for CLG. It goes over to Yellow Pete. So now it's a 4 versus 4. Baron will be started off once again. And Moscow 5 are saying, come out as we want to take this fight. We will quite happily fight with you for this. Baron Wicked going to have his Guardian Angel pop flash away actually from Genji, who does have that Guardian Angel as well. Wicked will flash off. Crepo just trying to keep everyone healed. Here comes Karthus. There comes the heal. Almost takes Wicked down, but surely enough damage to finish off. Crepo now in trouble. The Q from Lee Sin will actually land, and that is CLG forced to completely back away. And they have their main sources of damage. Moscow 5 still healthy enough to tackle Baron.
Yeah, they'll take Baron down, no problem. Very nicely fought there. They've got that 20k gold lead, but it didn't seem that much with that team fight. They still, if they could have got in the right positions, but Genja just positioned himself so well. He's so hard, so slippery to pin down, because when you're in around that fight, you can just obviously just Valkyrie over the wall, and suddenly he's gone. You can't get near him. Wicked was trying his best to get onto him, but he was just getting shredded. He couldn't get close enough. Darian was forcing him, getting him lifesteal on, keep ticking down the damage on him. And unfortunately, the rest of the CLG just couldn't get close. They're not maneuverable enough. Nivea's always a bit of a slow bird. And if you actually don't get the initiations in the place, Genja's going to come straight round. He doesn't go for it. He could have gone for it, but I don't think he didn't want to really waste it. The fact that he's got Baron there and immediately just backs off, just took a peek and looked, but CLG have got absolutely not a single ward out there at all. To be fair, Moscow 5 have only got 2 of their own. I'd tell a lie, I can see one in River just peeking in down there, so they've just snuck one in there, but Moscow 5 are in such a strong position, and the rest of the field have got to be looking at this. CURSE.EU, bearing in mind CLG are pretty much one of Moscow 5's bogey teams. They do very well against them. When you think back to Kings of Europe, think back to all the tournaments that they've beat them in across the board. There's been a lot of times where Moscow 5 do struggle against CLG, but on land, you don't mess with Moscow 5.
You can't mess with Moscow 5 on land. Seems to be the case, except if you're a TSM, then you manage to take 1 game from them, which is the only one they've lost on land in the last 3 up until now at least. Now we have 75 to 53,000 gold. Doesn't take a genius to work out what's that. Force of Nature actually picked up there by Karthus. That will actually be his last major item, unless he gets rid of his boots. I mean, he's Karthus, he only has to stand in the middle of the fight, so he doesn't really need boots. He could sub them out for even more damage that he's going forward. What's he sat on? 744 AP.
Nice.
Scary stuff. Corki also got the Guardian Angel, obviously, from earlier last week, but Triforce, Infinity Edge. He's got a slot with that Doran's Blade, which he seems to want to hold on to up till now.
But Darian's up to 600 AP as well, and he's got a Thorn Mail on him. So, I mean, it's just scary stuff. 785 AP because he's got the Willie the Ancients nearby now, and that Pot. So, along with the Baron buff, it's incredible. His Overok is doing on the single Requiem layways would be ripped from apart. So he gets the defile in there. I think, look, Moscow 5 are still very cautious. They are not stupid. They're thinking, you know, we don't want to rush it. Despite the fact that Alex has been talking about, you know, we don't really care who we get against. They want to win this game.
They want to win this game. And that's the thing about leaving it this late. You know, they've tried to secure the lead that they had. But when you leave it to 46 minutes, you also add in a little bit of, and not really call it randomness, but the fact that your respawn times are so long. If you make a mistake now with the engage, you could actually end up losing the game straight away from that one. So CLG sat back ready and waiting. They're going to take the fight as it comes to them. Moscow 5 want to push out these lanes constantly. Again, Darian is going to go up to the top, and I'm assuming follow that lane all the way through. CLG, what's their option from here? Probably try and push out and pick up one person. Diamond Prox will ulti kick Irelia away from him and say, nope, I don't want to take this fight. I don't want to get caught out here and lose my Baron buff. And they group up in middle, but they're without Darian. And do you want to take 5v4 this late in the game? Probably not.
No, he's just doing on that top lane. Top lane, you need pushing. They're trying to get all three lanes to push in and get on towards it. But CLG are too clever. They're just wiping out those. You know, and if you pops the ulti down, then pretty much the minions are dead. So they're all at this stage, and again, just the single shots coming out towards Ghostly Purple there. Tristana's got incredible range. Will just rip the minions apart, which is why they're having a problem. And what they ideally want is Genji just to get in and get a couple of shots on towards the turret there, but you can see the minions are not even getting close. They're not getting up them steps to the without turret range. So Genji needs to start tanking the turret, which is what he's doing now. Or someone needs to start taking a hit so he can get just a couple of shots on it every single time, just chip away at it.
Well, they wait for these minions to come streaming back, which, you know, this is how they move pretty fast on our screen, but I'm pretty sure to Moscow 5, those minions are taking forever to get back into this middle lane. And unsurprisingly, Froggen just leaving his ulti on there will say, well, these minions aren't going to get very far whatsoever. Moscow 5 just taking the minions that are coming back at them. Baron buff has now run out. So that was the third Baron of this game, and we are still playing here. Moscow 5 aren't quite able to close us out. CLG doing exactly what you have to do in this situation and standing right on your turret and forcing Moscow 5 to either not push or dive them underneath the turret.
So Diamond clearing out their waves again. They're just going to keep farming up those waves, pushing them back down, and CLG trying their best to just keep them back. And like you mentioned, they're actually, you know, if CLG were to win a team fight, the next team fight, they could easily push straight up mid. I'm not too sure where they've finished the game. They're definitely taking inhibitor though. That's
I don't know with
question.
Tristana. Put rapid fire on and turret's nothing.
Yeah, they're just going to melt the turrets down, but whether they can get on them quick enough, that's the question. They've got to traverse the whole map. That's probably about 20 seconds, I think, to get up there.
True.
And then you got the spawns within 20 seconds of that. It's about 48 seconds spawn. Depending on, we are at level 18, so they've not had too many deaths throughout them. So I just don't know. It really depends who dies and who lives. But yeah, this Moscow 5 have realised that, which is why they're not going completely all out on the dive on the turrets at the moment. So CLG are pushing out. How many Shirelia's Reveries are we looking at? Because this could be a big important part. We've got double Shirelia's Reverie on CLG, just the one on Moscow 5. So CLG could engage and back out with a double Shirelia. So Moscow 5 meanwhile could just use their one to get the hell out of dodge or attack very quickly. And again, Moscow 5 backing off. They can't keep those lanes pushed enough to do anything about it. They just need to win a big, strong team fight, I think, and just ignore Baron if they do win that fight.
Yeah, I agree with you as well that they don't particularly need it if they win a decent fight that's clean enough, and they've still got a couple of their high damage champions still living. We are 6-4 on turrets, of course, in favor of Moscow 5. 81 to 58,000 gold. That's a lead which you'd probably expect to have been closed out already, but credit to CLG. They are holding strong in this game. They want to pick this victory up so that they can set up a tie with FNATIC in that semi-final, which, by the way, guys, will be tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Wicked. Yeah, just dancing there. It was a great wall from Anivia as well to stop the rest of the team joining him, but naturally Lee Sin hard to pin down anyway. But Moscow 5 are now starting to force this middle lane once again. Baron will be up here shortly as well. We've just hit the 50-minute mark. And CLG are clinging to it, just about.
In fairness to Grepo, he did say to me, you better be prepared for a long game because this one's going to go on for a while. And he wasn't right. And it wasn't lying. Snoopy actually got caught out a little bit by Darien there. They're going to maybe try and engage. The Shurelya's Reveille's not been popped yet. Oh, Frog again, absolutely shredded by Genja there. And immediately knocked back their Valkyrie. And Diamond went with him because he shielded him. So they both flew backwards. I think he caught Diamond out more than Genja himself. But again, they see the opportunity. They feel they've chunked them down enough, and they're just going to rush straight over towards that Baron. They have the ward placement out. Again, hyrqBot spreading the love across the field, and they are going to chunk down that Baron. That Baron, if we can get it selected, is going. Look how quick it's dropping. Good Lord, that's just gone down in seconds, and now they're going to pile through. Now CLG realise this. Now they're going to go push for this middle tower. It's only on half health. I think it must be on about 1900 health at max, that middle turret. And it should go down incredibly quickly. But Moscow 5 are splitting out again. Look at it. They're going to the top lane. They're going to the middle lane. Oh, this one's going to go on for a while.
This one's going to go on for a while. The batteries in my earphones just died. That's how long this game has been going on.
The worrying thing is your microphone looks like it's about to die as well.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's not a bad thing, maybe.
It's a bad thing for me.
For you, yeah. Your voice is dying. At least mine's just a battery problem. Yeah. But hopefully we can get that fixed here in just a second. But look at this. CLG are actually pushing this lane up, which is going to delay any big Moscow 5 push for a little while. In terms of CS, by the way, Froggen up to 440 and Alexish up to 465. So we're probably going to be in 500 CS on a couple of these guys by the time they get around to actually pushing this final time. And there's only so many dragons you need in a game, Demon, to win it.
Just look how many buffs he's got on him. It's like an MMO right there. He's got that many stacked up buffs. He's just quite strong, Genja. Very, very strong indeed. He's got the big bomber stacked up ready, so we'll see if he can put it into someone's face, someone worthy. No, instead he just puts it to the backside and Snoopy misses with it. So he's just going to stack it through. He just needs to get a couple of shots, and here we go. This is where Genja just needs to step up, take a couple of shots. You've got a Guardian Angel. Once that tower drops, the whole thing, the floodgates will open, but nobody is willing to take the hits. Darien could quite easily take a couple of hits and then just pull away. But instead, they realise that as soon as they step forward, Wicked is going to be jumping on their faces. Yellow Pete may well follow it. Froggen certainly will get in there and try and stun it down as well. But now they're finally going to start trying to engage. Here we go. And Nivea again. Well, in fact, he's walling it off. He's like, no. I've just heard what Deman's saying. I'm not going to let him do that. And he's just going to take the Super Minion down. I cannot believe a Baron up to Moscow 5, 27k ahead in gold. Are not pushing this onto the turret. This is precautious play. Precautious. I'm making words up again. You can't talk to me because your mic's dead. Ladies and gentlemen, that might not be a bad thing, but his batteries are being changed. That's how long this game's gone on. 54 minutes. It's long enough for my voice to maybe even come back. Who knows? There's hope for the world yet. Namibia is just quite happy farming this one. Moscow 5, come on, get yourselves in gear. Alex talked about how aggressive. You got to go all in, but they're not going all in yet.
They're not going anything in, actually.
They're not even putting a toe in there.
Yeah, this is a strange game because Moscow 5 are a team that we're used to seeing get an advantage and aggressively push it home, but they're really scared of CLG at this point, and within good reason. I mean, if CLG win this next fight, Moscow 5 could actually end up losing this game. And obviously both teams playing very, very tense. There's a Nivea wall thrown out. We can see Genja's taking away this red buff for what seems like the 4,000th time in his last 55 minutes. There's hyrqBot taking a big hit from a Nivea. Just showing you the damage They need to still be careful, Moscow 5, but at which point do they say go? Maybe this is it. Snoopy will go down to half HP, but again, Moscow 5 back away.
Had to use his ulti though to save himself there. I can't believe there's 4 players that are over 400 CS right now on the map. They are all so incredibly fed. They're all getting onto Wicked. Maybe they're going to dive on him here. Diamond is going to try and pressure it on there. Thought about going for a ulti kick there onto him. Meanwhile, they're going to pressure it back. Darian's taking the hits. Alexix is finally going to get caught out. Alexix has been popped straight away. They're going to go towards Darian. You can see the pulverize coming down as well. The ulti comes out. Darian manages to pick up 1 kill. The ulti was cancelled. That ulti was not quite run through. Genja is going to get taken down as well. And CLG absolutely coming out on top of this one. It is going to be a 2-for-1. Genja's going to go down. He will get popped. Now Diamond Pro's also going to go down. The wall goes across. Blocks some more beautiful play. Will they split off? They go towards xPeke. xPeke gets a double kill there. And wow, Joe Miller, my voice is dead.
I don't even know what's happening anymore. This is ridiculous stuff right there. Lee Sin managing to get away. Wow. How do you analyze something like that? I mean, they've messed around actually in front of the towers for about half an hour now. It really is that long. And when they did decide to go in, that wall from Froggen set straight up behind them. They go in there, and CLG are going to be very happy with this one. I mean, still 40 seconds even till xPeke's back in there. That's going to allow them to possibly push up fairly heavy. Actually, Froggen is going to be looking for this turret. Wanted, I think, to get the kill onto Diamond there right at the very end of it. Wicked Onirelia did push the bottom lane out, but certainly not a strong enough position for CLG to actually turn around now and say, okay, now we're going to drive this one home and you're going to lose this game. It's not at that stage just yet. It's going to be another Baron fight, Deman.
And the problem is Yellow Pete died. That's the big problem.
Yeah.
If he'd have stayed alive, he'd have been okay. He'd have got in there. There was a lot of Guardian Angels popped into that fight. There was a lot of everything popped during that fight. There was Cirelius actually stayed up. xPeke didn't get to use it. And nor did Alistair. Alistair managed to get in and get a fantastic pulverize. But just Alexich went down in a split second. He literally blinked his eye. Didn't get a chance to use his Zhonya's hourglass. He went down that quick. And a pro player will be very quick clicking that button. But he was dropped in an instant.
Oh, dead Alexich.
Straight in there.
Wow.
And Alexich, wow. And I talk about how quick he got popped, and that was a straight face check. And that's what CLG were trying to set up earlier. Now that was almost certainly going to mean one of the turrets could go down here. They're going to push on for this one. They need to be careful they don't go a little bit too aggressive, but CLG on the comeback. And this is what we talked about. This is what Moscow 5 are very cautious about. They were so careful not to have this situation happen, but it is happening. You know, despite the fact they are 29k, I think, ahead of goal in 1 point. Could we see a turnaround, Joe?
I was surprised it happened in the last game against Curse. I'd probably have some kind of heart attack if it happened in this one as well. But, you know, they're doing such a good job. It's not long ago that they were camping in their base, hoping to God that the Moscow 5 engagement would be terrible. I wouldn't call it terrible, but it definitely wasn't the one that they were really looking for. The problem that they have now is that Corky's poke is going to take a lot of them very low. They're going to go in here. They're going to take down that inhibitor turret. And actually, Wicked is in the group as well, getting the heal off from Snoopy, but that inhibitor is gonna go down, and CLG pick up the first inhibitor of the game. I didn't expect to say that half an hour ago.
You know what? I don't think I've seen anyone come back from around a 29k gold lead. This could be the biggest throw in history of League of Legends in 2 years by Moscow 5 here. Let's not get carried away yet, because there is another Baron fight up. Baron is now up, and there we go. The ward placement starting to come out, but Tristana is at a level that is just shockingly ripping them a new one. They are not surviving. And again, we could be down to this lifesteal situation that TSM were talking about on the tweets. They were saying, why did they not take it? We are seeing Tristana with that Bloodthirst. There's no Bloodthirst. There's no lifesteal coming out of Corky. He cannot sustain himself. Should he get to it? What the shizzle. Woo! I had to edit myself there, but what on earth? Oh!
No. There we go.
Now they're just trolling us.
Yeah. That would not make me a happy person.
The whole crowd would actually run to production and just overrun them.
They're back there, guys. If they mess it up, it's not our fault. So yeah, and one thing I also want to point out, good job that Snoopy and xPeke went to the toilet before this game, because that could have got a little bit unpleasant after this 1 hour game that we now have.
I love that one, Joe.
I can't believe it's a 1 hour game.
Well, we said the last game they had was a 78-minute match, and it just seems we're going to head that way. Looks like Baron could be taken now. CLG gone for it, and they realise Genja's gone back.
Wow.
This could be Baron picked up by CLG here. They're going to have to shred it down a lot. You can see the hit points were very high. It's been ticking on for a long time here. Diamond Prox is going to get in there, but they've not got Genja. They're going to peel off. They've caught Darien out. Darien has to pull away from this one. He will back away. Can they finish off the Baron? The Baron was down to about 8,000 hit points. CLG going to have to peel off this one. Shirelli is rubbery pops. There goes Darien. Absolutely destroyed. Genja now is the target as well. They're going to dive towards Genja. Then the kick comes out on towards Genja. Headbutt, pulverized. Alex is now the target. That is wicked, picking up another kill. I cannot believe this is actually happening in front of me. Diamond Pro trying to get away from this one. Yellow Pete's just going to jump on his face any minute now. There we go. The shutdown comes in. The ace comes out from CLG. This is insane.
60 seconds spawn time. CLG gonna push this one through. In fact, they don't even care that those inhibitor turrets are focusing in them. The Nexus turret has already gone down. The second Nexus turret has come down, and CLG pull off the biggest comeback that we've ever seen in League of Legends at this level. Absolutely insane. I cannot believe that just happened.
And it ends 16-15. And even the gold lead is still 20k difference. That is absolutely mental match. I don't believe that just happened. 61 minutes in, Joe. My voice was gone before this match. It's absolutely destroyed now. But what the hell has just happened in front of our eyes?
That is why League of Legends is the best game in the world.
That's why it's the #1 game in the world as well.
That is exactly why. So yeah, let's analyze that game, Deman.
Yeah, let's just analyze it.
Could take another hour.
Think back to all the team fights.
I can't really remember everything that happened.
Christ. I don't know where to start.
Let's start at the very beginning.
Okay.
It's a very good place to start.
So they went 2-0 up. Moscow 5 started off very good, actually. And honestly, I can't remember back that far. My memory's got all cloudy. All I can see is Moscow 5 finally pushing in. But they were pushing in split. They were kind of like, oh, we'll go here. And then Alex got caught by that wall. The Anivia wall came down. He got popped before he could even pop his Zonya's hourglass. He was destroyed in seconds. And then the rest of the team folded. And that's all they needed. They smelt blood. 29,000 gold behind. Oh, my God. And they've come back and win it. And that's the problem, because Moscow 5 had such a huge advantage, but that advantage shrunk as the game went on, longer and longer and longer, because frankly they just got so much gold and so many items that it didn't matter. They could just destroy them once they got in there. And Tristana, wow.
And that's what we said about Tristana's late. I mean, that was extremely late game, wasn't it? I mean, 60 minutes into it. She gets insanely powerful. Once you've got a Phantom Dancer plus Rapid Fire and then an Infinity Edge and a Bloodthirster at the end. Unless you get really heavy targeted, you're not going to die.
No, because you just lifesteal through
You just lifesteal it straight back. You can't actually kill the little Tristana midget thing.
But that was a group stage game. I'm glad it wasn't the semi-final.
Yeah, that was the group stage. Can you believe it? Tomorrow morning we'll be starting the semi-finals. They will all be best of 3, and then we'll be moving into the grand final as well. I've got one last question, though, Deman. Was that a comeback, or was that a throw?
Oh, that was a comeback.
I'm going to call it a comeback.
You got to call that a comeback. That was epic comeback as well. I don't think we'll see anything close to that for a long time in League of Legends. That was, well, we'll never know tomorrow. But but that was.
I hope to God we see something half as awesome as that tomorrow.
For the match to go on long enough that the batteries died in your headset. In fact, not only the batteries, it was the headset and the microphone.
They both died.
Both died.
Both in one go.
It was that long a game, but it was fantastic. There was a little bit of delay in there. There was a little bit of a farming session, but my God, when you see games like that, you just think that's why I cast this game, because it's awesome.
It is awesome. And props to the crowd here, which have now all run away.
Yeah.
They've all run away after that game, apart from a few hardcore guys that have been here all day. You know, great crowd here. I heard that we broke over 100,000. I hope. Yeah. All right, it's 120 now after the game. So big thanks to you guys at home. You are, you know, if it wasn't for you guys, we'd actually not even be here doing any of this.
Yeah,
so big thumbs up to you guys that have all been watching today. Don't forget to follow, by the way, me and Deman on Twitter, at QVDemon, at Joe_Miller. Cool stuff happens on those Twitter feeds. For now, though, we're going to say farewell from me and Deman.
We'll be back tomorrow with the one of the semi-final games. But for now, we're going to throw it over to Rivington in the player area, and he's going to talk to, I'm not sure
Yellow Pete.
exactly.
Yellow Pete.
To Yellow Pete, who's probably shaking like a madman right now.
What's up, guys? Rivington III, joined by Yellow Pete here in the competition area for League of Legends. Possibly a preview of what's to come in the finals. Yellow Pete, we discussed earlier, you guys being very good at coming back from these games where it seems like you have nothing to hold on to. The turnaround fight at the bottom inhibitor, where did you guys find a hole to poke through?
Well, it came basically down to the fact that Anivia is like really good at turtling, so they had a hard time pushing with Corki. It was like not the highest auto attack range, so we could hold it out for like 30 minutes or whatever it was. That was really the deciding factor. They couldn't push the inhibitor. They couldn't get like the inhib to get a safe Baron, and yeah, we could just farm up basically until up to the point where they wouldn't get any stronger because they had 6 items, and we just wait that out.
Yeah, they pretty much had all 6 items besides the support who was putting wards in the inventory as they should. Where did you guys see that, you know, you may have a chance in this? Even before that fight, you guys were obviously kind of down on yourselves, a little disgruntled about what was happening. What do you do to pull yourself out of that?
Well, we just look at the game and we see like they come mid, but they cannot push. So that's kind of a motivational factor as well. Like you see, you can hold this, you can hold out, and if you just tie farm when you're behind, you're basically like catching up a little bit since the relative strength is getting closer to each other. So yeah, that's basically it.
Did you guys know you were eventually going to outscale them?
It was a possibility. Like we had a very strong late game AD carry, and also Anivia, like the wall is game breaking late game, no question asked. So yeah.
What did you guys come into this matchup thinking? What did you want to shut down from picks and bans for these guys coming into the game?
We saw them playing a lot of Shen, and we generally didn't do that well against it so far, so we decided to ban that. And his Nocturne is also pretty scary, like Darren Prox Nocturne, Diamond Fox Nocturne, so yeah. And I don't know what we actually banned as the third pick. Oh yeah, that was Darius, yeah. It's just a snowball pick, and we didn't want to get forced into like camping top lane all game, so we banned that as well.
Well, congratulations. How are you guys feeling coming into tomorrow? Do you have anything you guys have been holding out for the crowd as well that you haven't even used to beat some of these teams?
What? Sorry?
Do you have any extra strategies you guys haven't even used yet?
No, I don't think you're going to see like anything super spectacular. We kind of backed off from that, like not playing things in tournaments anymore that we're not really extremely comfortable with. So
right on.
You're going to see.
Well,
you're going to see the usual treatment.
Right on, man. Congratulations to you guys. Guys, they're going to be giving away another CLG.EU shirt signed by the team for Froggen as well. That's going to be in honor of him right here, playing a very good game. All of these guys playing amazing. Let's hear one more cheer for CLG.EU coming out big on the day. Congratulations to them, guys. League of Legends for the night until the finals and semifinals tomorrow. Don't forget to join us in the Dream Arena. I'm Rivington III here from the League of Legends competitive area. Good night.